entertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and we are 6 days away, 6 days away. Sunday, we leave to go to Vegas. Very excited about this. We are under a week away from
5 days.
5 days. Okay, good. Yeah. It's enough for me to figure out what day it is to have to count how many days it is till another day in the week.
I was all proud of myself for making an appointment for today, Tuesday. Mm-hmm. It was somebody that I got to do some work with, and I was like, you know what, Seth, it's time. You're 48 years old. It's time to grow up and take the initiative. And instead of being like, yeah, let's get together next week, I set an appointment and a time for Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. And yesterday I get a text at 3:40 p.m. Hey, are we meeting today or what? And I checked my text messages, and yep, I had written Monday, 3:30 p.m. That's what I had texted twice to this guy.
Hey, man, Rome wasn't built in a day, okay? The first step is making the appointment.
Yeah.
The next step is keeping the appointment or remembering the appointment. Yeah.
Today at 3:30 p.m., that's where I'm going to be. I'm going to be on that Zoom call, okay?
Are you going to text?
It's pretty close. I mean, I got within 24 hours of it.
So did you go through with the appointment, or did you have to postpone it because you were doing something else?
I had to postpone it because I was doing something else.
Yeah.
It was an appointment set by my wife at that point.
Oof.
And so I'm today at 3:30 p.m.
Good for
I'll
you.
be on that Zoom call.
Excellent.
I almost always make my Monday appointment with Ron and Clint too.
Mm-hmm.
On the drive.
Yes.
Because they have me on at like 2 something. I don't know.
2:35.
Tyler calls me. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'll hook up.
I'll jump on and talk with the fellas. It was a pretty jubilant episode of the drive yesterday, I would say. Knowing Ron's affinities, his hometown loyalties.
He was born in Kansas City. It's different than.
He was very excited.
He's not like one of these Yankees fans or something that just decided to be a Yankees fan arbitrarily.
Not gonna lie, I clicked away for a little bit because I didn't need to sit and listen to a Chiefs fan celebrate. I let Ron get it out of his system for a little bit, and then I went back to the drive and listened to it like I normally do every day. But I didn't need to hear a celebrating Chiefs fan.
Were you? I bet a lot of our listeners were this way. I didn't want the Chiefs to win. By the end of the first half, I was reminding myself, hey, the Ravens didn't look so hot. They didn't do an awesome job versus the Texans last week. And then they came on like gangbusters in the second half. So maybe the Ravens are just getting a slow start. And, the Chiefs, they're not that good anyway. And then I can't remember if it was at the end of the first half or the beginning of the second half when they just casually mentioned that Travis Kelce had 10 receptions in the first half.
on 10 targets.
Son of a...
Like the ball never hit the ground.
I got so angry.
The ball never hit the ground when he threw it to Travis Kelce. And some of the catches were a high degree of difficulty. Like that touchdown catch was a difficult catch and a great throw.
I was so angry.
Yeah.
There's nothing I could do about it.
I'm telling you.
I didn't know. I had not been keeping track. I knew he'd been active. I didn't realize he had 10 damn receptions in the first half.
Yeah, no, a lot of times when there's 2 weeks till the Super Bowl, people in our position are like, I need to sit back and take in some of the stats and look at some of the angles. I need to wait till I get to Vegas and talk to some people in the know. No. Tuesday, 6:03, almost 6:04 a.m., I'm putting it down. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm done fading the Chiefs. I faded the Chiefs against the Bills. I faded the Chiefs against the Ravens. Faded means bet against for those who aren't up to speed on the parlance. I'm done doing it. I'm picking the Chiefs. And the way my predictions have gone in the playoffs, if I want the Chiefs to lose, which I do, most of the people that are associated with Kansas City and the Chiefs, I really, really like, including Ron. I like Ron a lot. But it's the whole just Chiefs thing with Mahomes, and it's the same Patriot vibe.
It's enough.
It's enough.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Seth. In one word, it's enough. And so if my track record in the postseason making predictions is any indication of what will happen in the Super Bowl, the easiest way for me to get the Chiefs to lose is for me to pick them.
The biggest thing
You've been jinxed.
The biggest thing created by sports media, which is in direct contrast with I think how most fans feel, is this need for a dynasty. Yeah. I think these are the two biggest sports media hubbubaloos that the fans really don't care that much about. One is PEDs. For the most part, there was always a huge gap between how much the sports media cared about it and how much the average fan cared about it. Right. Yeah. Not to say I know there's people out there that cared a lot about it. I'm just saying there was a big gap. This belief that somehow you have to have a dynasty, that's for lazy journos to write about. Yeah. It's just a lot easier to write about a dynasty than it is to actually learn new teams every year and everything. So, nobody likes a dynasty, and the Chiefs are perilously close to achieving the D-word designation. So, no, they need to die. They need to die, and Andy Reid needs to retire.
That's the D-word we need.
Go die.
They need to die.
Die, Chiefs,
they
die.
Need to die. Speaking
and
of,
not to mention, you had all the whole the Taylor Swift hysteria, which I was cool with at the beginning of the year. Like, hey, whatever. More people for the party. The TV networks have destroyed that for me because I can't take any more of it.
Yeah.
I can't take any more of the fawning over. Even Taylor Swift herself has gotten sick.
She's gotten sick of it too. I was thinking about that yesterday. Look, be prepared. Like the next 2 weeks, there's going to be as many pieces about Taylor Swift within the specter of the Super Bowl as there are actual football. The one thing that I saw arguments made, like, if you are in a job that has anything to do with the NFL, like, this is not a bad thing. It's broadening your audience right now. It is bringing new people in. And we, as a flagship for an NFL team, I don't think we're getting the same waffle runoff that the Chiefs and the NFL at large are getting.
Sean, I've gotten so much runoff from
the
Swifties. I got so many Swifties in my mentions.
Dude.
All of you are like, hey, are you married? All this. All over the place. They can't get enough of me.
It's a big opportunity for your YouTube channel, Seth. I'm just saying. Remember?
I did a Taylor Swift reaction video, and I was honestly, I kind of did it like with mine. I'll be honest with you, with my kind of sometimes quirky sense of humor where people don't know whether I'm joking or not.
Yeah.
The Swifties were actually cooler with it than a lot of dumbass sports fans from other cities.
Okay.
Yeah. People in this city know.
Yeah.
The people from other cities get all up in arms about stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think the thing with the Swifties is really what it is like if she were going out with Isaiah Pacheco, I don't think there would be nearly as much blowback. It's the fact that she's with a guy who is so clearly desperate and hungry for attention.
Biggest douche on the team,
Yeah, it's Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Bullying a kicker before last week's game.
Right.
Like, he's so hungry for attention that's what drives you crazy.
Yep. Hey, speaking of dynasty, I don't know, was LeBron ever the overseer of a dynasty? He made the finals a bunch of times in a row.
You know what? His dynasty was LeBron James.
Yeah.
The dynasty of LeBron James in the Eastern Conference.
One-man dynasty. The Rockets took that one-man dynasty to the woodshed last night.
Yeah.
That was fun. The Rockets got Dylan. They got from Dylan Brooks. The reason you signed Dylan Brooks is to get under LeBron James's skin. And Dylan Brooks.
And Vanderbilt.
And Jared Vanderbilt. When you sign Dylan Brooks, you're like, look, it's kind of like when the Texans drafted Mario Williams. You go against Peyton Manning twice each year. You got to be able to rush the passer. When you sign Dylan Brooks, you sign him because you play the Lakers 4 times a year, and you've got to get under LeBron James and Jared Vanderbilt's skin in a game.
Jared Vanderbilt ejected after Dylan Brooks refused to respond to, frankly, just aggressive needling
Dirty
from Jared
taunt.
Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Perhaps justified, but still, it was. He's our. You know what? Dylan Brooks is like he's an actual blue collar Travis Kelce. He's not a wannabe Swiftie type of needle and needle.
He wants the smoke. Yeah, absolutely.
He pokes bears is what he does, Sean.
He pokes bears. Self-admitted bear poker. So, the Rockets beat the Lakers pretty good last night, 135-119. They were up by 30 in the third quarter. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was good.
It'll be fun if, honestly, right now the Lakers are 9th in the West. The Rockets are 11th. Lakers are 24-24. Rockets are 22-24.
Yep.
So if this comes down to a play-in playoff scenario or something, that'd be a lot of fun.
That would be fun. Upper and Şengün was great last night. Jalen Green's had a couple good games in a row. That's been good to see. Cam
Sean,
Whitmore.
I told you, don't worry, baby. This little lull they went through last week. Hey, these things happen with a young team.
There will be
learn
another.
how to be more consistent.
There will be another lull.
There will be.
Yeah.
There will be lulls.
Yeah.
There will be lulls.
There will be lulls. That's the message.
As the guys last night were talking about, it really is a matter of just finding, how do you find that consistency week in and night in and night out in the NBA when you're a young team learning about just like all of those those obstacles that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're doing, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, maybe 2 steps forward, 1.5 steps back.
Yeah.
That's about where they are right now. From where they were last year. This is if they end up over 500, it's going to if they end up just a few games over 500, it's going to feel a whole lot like 2 steps forward, 1.5 steps back the rest of the way through.
No doubt. I like beating the Lakers because I don't like Anthony Davis. It's not LeBron with me. I don't mind LeBron.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron, sometimes some of the things he says are a little whack, but I think LeBron is an amazing player, obviously. And I think Anthony Davis is one of the most overrated players I've in my lifetime. He's an all-star, I get it. He's really talented. They brought him in to be like the next LeBron sidekick, and other than the COVID year, they've been just an average basketball team. And when he got put in the top 75 players of all time, because he was LeBron's teammate, basically, like that bugs me. Anthony Davis is, I think he's overrated.
Well,
I wish they'd not won that title. That bothers me.
Like if you think about Anthony Davis compared to just say Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, I think for lack of a better term, I would just simply say those two got it. Versus Anthony Davis, where you never quite get that sense of like, okay, this dude's all in on all the crappy parts of being a really good basketball player.
Yeah.
As awesome as it is, there's actually and as much as LeBron might annoy you, there's a whole lot of sacrifice that goes into getting to that spot,
no
and
doubt.
that level.
Yeah. Well, Dwayne Wade especially, but I'll put Bosh in there too. He played big.
I put Bosh even more so.
Well, here's what I was going to say. Like Dwayne Wade's a dog. Dwayne Wade's got a lot of dog in him. I think Bosh has played well in enough big games where I'll put that on him too. Anthony Davis.
But Bosh I think Bosh's willingness to take that third seat role after kind of being the man in Toronto and coming down, that I've always respected that.
For sure. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. We're about a week, almost 2 weeks out from the Super Bowl, so we'll be talking plenty of Super Bowl. We've got some leftovers from conference title weekend. Rex Ryan went in on one of the coaches in the title games. You're going to want to hear this. And Andy Reid explains the decisions to make Kadarius Toney inactive, which Toney, of course, took great umbrage with as we played yesterday. We'll play it for you again. That's next.
To listen to the Kadarius Toney again. And we've got Andy Reid, but I can't wait to listen to Kadarius Toney again. I can't wait until this weekend. Well, 2 weekends from now. But I'll find a way to watch. Oh, yeah, I'll be in Las Vegas
Dude, you don't need
on Sunday.
a football game to eat Daisy.
To eat my Daisy.
Freedom Leasing today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So there's still some crumbs left over from conference title weekend. Some of the fallout. We'll get to Andy Reid on Kadarius Toney in just a second here. Here was Rex Ryan yesterday on Get Up, former Jets head coach, been to a couple conference title games. We know Rex. He destroyed Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken's game plan.
This is the stupidest game plan I've ever seen. And you know what, Greg Roman, every single person needs to apologize to you because you got blamed for everything about what was wrong in Baltimore. And it wasn't you because this new guy that we praised the hell out of.
Todd Monken.
Yeah, Todd Monken. By the way,
with the new guy.
You don't have Tom Brady. Do you realize your quarterback is Lamar Jackson? Not Tom Brady. What in the hell are you doing dropping back 82% of the time? This is a team that led the NFL in rushing attempts. They had 6 whopping rushing attempts to the running backs. What the hell are you doing?
That is, I hadn't realized that because I hadn't done the box score forensics on the AFC title game. I was just going by what my eyes saw when I was coming on the air yesterday. I hadn't gone back and looked and realized, Gus Edwards carried the ball 3 times in that game.
No. It was kind of alarming.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is where it got really weird. Even when Lamar Jackson ran, when he scrambled, he'd get past the line of scrimmage, and it looked like he was hesitant,
like tippy-toeing.
Yeah, man, head on a swivel to an extreme degree. And I noticed that a little bit versus the Texans, but nothing glaring or anything. And I have no idea exactly why that might be. Other than that, maybe they were just so focused on a certain game plan that it felt uncomfortable to run at that point.
Yeah.
I have a hard time sometimes because sometimes the game flow, creates a situation where, even if you're trying to run, okay, you run but foul on first down or you have an incomplete pass on first down, so you're all of a sudden in a passing situation. The problem is that all of this conveniently does just fit into a lot of the questions he had about the Ravens going into this game, where, okay, the Ravens had rarely been down by 8 or more points in a game this entire season. They had a lead or were within 1 score the vast majority of the time. They had the lead in the fourth quarter the vast majority of the time, and either through a lack of familiarity with it, or just flat out maybe they're not built to come from behind. It's all that same stuff from 3 and 4 years ago. All right, I don't know, maybe this team just can't come through. But that's with the assumption that you have to pass to come back that amount. I think in some ways, I don't know if Monken didn't trust that the Ravens defense would figure it out, and maybe that's part of it, or that John Harbaugh didn't think that the Ravens defense would figure it out, but they did. They came out in the second half, and they very much limited Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
And the Ravens would have had time if they had perhaps just run more of their normal split of run-pass. And because the Chiefs, especially with the designed QB runs and the QB scrambles over the past couple of years, they've been bad at it. They were bad last week against Josh Allen. And I don't know in what universe you decide that Josh Allen running the ball on designed runs is working, but it's not for us.
Right.
When you've got Lamar freaking Jackson.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that wasn't more of the game plan, given that wasn't. It's almost like a disrespect to the Chiefs defense. If you're sitting there, maybe that's where Todd Monken really screwed up. Maybe he looked at the Chiefs defense and didn't really understand how good they were, and that they were above needing to rely on designed QB runs, when in fact that might have been one of their only weaknesses as a defense.
Yeah. They I was shocked that they went away from running the ball. Even when in the first half, in the second quarter, I'm like, they had Lamar throwing passes that there was some precision involved with. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff a lot of east-west stuff that was quick hit, precision type stuff where, as you pointed out, like even when Lamar, like even when he's completing passes, he's always still just a tick off compared to the Mahomeses and the Strouds of the world, You
look at, some of the plays that Mahomes made on some of those shorter passes in the first quarter, especially, but in the first half, they were. He throws to covered guys routinely, in a way that that's just not Lamar Jackson. I think that is still one of those things where, in a weird way, a comparison I would make maybe is Dwight Howard in trying to force a certain style of play that to defy a narrative. So Dwight Howard, man, remember all the possessions we would sacrifice to him believing that he needed to back somebody up in the low post?
I do.
Like, oh, no, hey, Shaq and Charles are mean to me, so I'm going to prove that I could have played in the 90s. No, be the Euro center that you are. Just run and run and run. Be free, Dwight.
Yeah.
Be free.
Yes.
Like a wild horse, But he would just force these possessions and want these touches in the low post.
Yeah.
And it wasn't him. And, likewise, I just wonder if, man, all right, man, Lamar, don't worry about whatever narratives are. You are an awesome quarterback. You're an MVP, but part of that is because you are lethal with your legs. Embrace that. Don't try to defy what Bill Polian or whoever else might have said back in the day. Those guys are done with. The guys that think that running quarterbacks aren't actual quarterbacks, those guys are rapidly dying off. Quite literally, they're dying. Everybody's ready to embrace a quarterback that's a genuine dual threat. My God, use all the tools at your disposal.
Can I just tell you my favorite thing with this last couple minutes is that now we've compared Lamar Jackson to both James Harden and Dwight Howard. That's pretty good. We compared him to two guys who hate each other and played and couldn't stand each other at the very end.
I don't know if they did. What was the word that the one writer had used? Was it Kelly Eco or somebody else described him as a civil? It was some kind of a civil
cohabitation or something.
Yeah. They didn't necessarily hate each other. They just didn't see eye to eye. But they were both too polite to really make much of it.
Married couple that slept in separate rooms, that kind of thing, probably.
Yeah.
All right. The one of the other storylines from over the weekend. We played the audio and we'll play it here. Kadarius Toney, who was one of the heroes of the Chiefs Super Bowl run last year. He's not one of their heroes this year. Spoiler alert. He's been really bad this year, to the extent that he was inactive. Now, they listed him on the injury report as inactive due to a hip injury, which is one in a series of injuries they've labeled him with this year. Kadarius Toney took to Instagram prior to the game on Sunday to take umbrage with the Chiefs deactivating him because of an injury.
Out of here. All these they try to play me on God, bitch ass. I just don't got to get on this bitch and be on no go clear no up, because I'm ready to give a on no with y'all. Have y'all to really do something. I do something. Hey, I ain't get on that. On God, but hey, look, y'all reading all this cap ass. You feel me? Believe it. I don't give a I ain't never been that to go do all that. But yeah, man, that cap. I'm not hurt. None of that. Say that my too. On God, not hurt. None of that. Hip, been it go from hip to ankle to this to that.
That's some of the greatest audio we've ever played on this show.
That needs to be put on auto-tune and set to music.
It does.
Like the unedited version,
Chef's kiss to you, Kadarius Toney. That is a beautiful piece of audio right
there was a bit of a rhythm to it almost. When he started going into the... It was almost like an R-rated version of head, shoulder, knees, and toes.
Yeah.
Hip, ankle, hip, ankle, toe.
Shoulders, knees, and toes. Who are those guys? The four singers from Australia that had the different, the different colored long sleeve shirts on. Didn't they sing that? Who were they called again?
They sing head, shoulders, knees, and toes?
The guys, they go around tour on the concerts and whatnot. They four kids sing. Text in, you know who I'm talking about.
From Australia?
They're from Australia, I think, yeah.
And they were kids? It was a group of kids?
Yeah, they had some name. I forget the...
were they children's singers?
Yes, they were children's singers. Yeah. And they sang head, shoulders, knees, and toes. I'm pretty sure. Someone will tell. We have a bunch of parents that listen to the show. Probably some of whom are in their car with their kids right now going, why are you playing Kadarius Toney while my kid's in the car right now?
Yeah. I thought you were talking about Men at Work or something.
No,
I was like,
no.
There was a guy in the video that wore like a French sailor's shirt. And that guy, the big guy.
By the time these guys became relevant, it could have been Men at Work reinventing themselves. I mean, let's face it, after Men at Work's first album, we did not hear much from Men at Work anymore. So they might have reinvented the Wiggles. Thank you. The Wiggles.
The Wiggles.
The Wiggles. Yeah, the Wiggles. Thank you. The Monkeys. No, it's not the Monkeys.
These Wiggles. What were the Wiggles? The Wiggles, they had 4 different colored shirts. You said, they had sleeved shirts.
Sleeved shirts,
and they were one color. Okay.
They were. Oh, okay. Were they one color? Maybe I'm thinking of the Teletubbies that were different colors.
No, the shirts were monochromatic. They were all one color.
Yeah.
They had 4 different colors.
So that's what I meant. Yeah.
The way you described it, I was thinking of like baseball shirts.
Gotcha.
You know, like a different colored sleeve.
Gotcha. It's not ABBA. Okay. Everybody's texting in different names of Australian bands. It's not ABBA.
ABBA's not Australian. They're Swedish or something.
The Wiggles.
That's a long ways away from Australia.
To be fair,
climate and everything.
To be fair, the Wiggles might not be from Australia either. I may just be thinking things. Let's get to Andy Reid. We promised this. We just played Kadarius Toney. Here was Andy Reid explaining his side of things, saying, hey, we're just working through some stuff right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's been on the injury report. So, I mean, I got that part as that's not made up by any means, but he's been working through some things, and he'll be back out there.
Yeah. Okay. Translation. That part is not made up. He is injured. Because basically everybody in the NFL is injured at this point in the season. You can put something on there, but he's working through some things.
He's loco.
Yeah, he's got issues beyond the actual injury that's listed on there. So I mean, 2 things can be true. He can be missing games not because of an injury, but he could also still have an injury.
Yeah.
And this is one of those situations where I would say the likeliest scenario, or the most common scenario in this, is that Andy Reid thought he was doing Kadarius Toney a solid by putting the name of an injury on there, so he didn't have to disclose that it might be something more like soap opera worthy on there. But he's like, all right, listen, we're just going to say you got a hip injury or whatever. And Kadarius Toney, sometimes people can't accept even niceties without getting upset about them.
Yes,
somehow.
yes.
Especially people with erratic histories such as Kadarius Toney's.
Let's see. I guess Toney would rather the Chiefs just come out and publicly say he's scratched because he sucks.
Yeah.
Right. Like, they're giving you an excuse to be benched right now. Hide behind the hip injury, man.
Yeah, don't be upset about that. Like, that's a hip injury can be dealt with later. People will look at a hip injury that doesn't need surgery as like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
No big deal. You like being impossible to work with or something. Just for example, that's much worse.
For example,
that's much
yes.
worse.
Yeah. Other leftovers from the conference title games. I forgot about this. I forgot to address this yesterday. The video of dumbass C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the safety for the Lions, waving goodbye to the 49er crowd as they were up 21-7 in the second quarter of the game.
Yeah. That's
what are you doing, dude?
I tell you what, man.
You play for the Lions, okay?
He's never been on Twitter. He's never been a Texans fan on Twitter during a playoff game with the Chiefs. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's true. True.
I went through that pain to teach me a lesson about how I should treat the Texans being tied with the Ravens at the half.
Yes.
Where I had to remind myself, hey, these salad days of being tied with the Ravens, they might not last. They might not last.
Dan Campbell's decision-making was under a ton of scrutiny yesterday. Here's I know you have a big issue with it, Seth. My big issue.
I don't have an issue with Dan Campbell.
No. An issue with what I'm about to. An issue with the people assessing it. Yeah. Mine is the fact that Mike Florio wrote this long piece blaming analytics for Dan Campbell's decision, like going in on analytics in football and how it doesn't really apply the same way it does in baseball, which is true. There is a lot more nuance to football than there is baseball, where it's a lot of one-on-one matchups, individual matchups with pitchers and hitters and so forth. Here's the thing. When you're talking specifically about Dan Campbell, he never used the word analytics once in explaining himself. Not a single time. Not a single time. Dan Campbell actually had what I thought were somewhat sound football reasons for doing what he did, especially the one where he didn't kick to tie the game in the fourth quarter, that he wanted to take a lead in the game as opposed to tying the game because of his defense was kind of collapsing at that point. I thought that was a logical explanation. I don't know that I wouldn't have tried to kick it there, but I thought it was a logical explanation. Dan Campbell did not lean on analytics for this for his excuse for making these decisions.
Right. Well, and I think also like Florio, what he said yesterday was basically he had a really effective takedown of a version of analytics that doesn't really exist.
Yeah.
He was acting like all the analytics dudes do is say go be aggressive all the time.
Yeah.
And I think the problem with using analytics for either of those decisions is that really like. You can do the math in your head for like the actual analytical, the actual like probability reasons and all of that is stuff that any coach from 1952 would have and could have had in his head regarding what to do in that situation. And what's driving me crazy is the number of otherwise intelligent people who are saying in both those field goal situations, you take the points, you take the points, you take the points. That kicker is career 53% from 45 to 50 yards. Like, there is no part of that where you cannot use as your justification, you take the points. And then they go on to describe, I was watching Rich Eisen this morning, goes on to describe how obvious it is because you take the points. And then you have the field goal, and then here you go.
Dude.
No, you attempt a field goal. Okay. You attempt a field goal.
I can only imagine you listening to Eisen say take the points of all people.
You take the points.
In the most condescending way possible.
And then you have that field goal because you attempted the field goal with your crappy kicker. You take the points. Yeah. No, all these people are going to be in Vegas. I can't wait to watch them lose their 401ks like with that minimal understanding of math.
I can't wait to watch you confront all these people like Rich Eisen.
Now, the accurate now because what a lot of people have responded to me with this is they'll say, well, you should have had a better kicker. Like, okay, like I'm not going to base my decision in the moment on pretending I've got a better kicker. So the fact of the matter is, for me, either decision would have been fine. If he had gone for the kick or if he had gone for it. The other part of it, too, is the 49ers are not particularly good in short yardage defense.
Yes.
And Landry came on after he got off yesterday and said that I was ignoring the fact that they were going up against the 49ers defense. Okay, well, in your version where, it's the 49ers defense, yeah, you know who they have to go against after they tie the game? The 49ers defense. Yeah. Like, okay, they tied the game.
Yeah.
Does that mean they win a championship? No. The other part is, Ben Johnson should have been taken to task for passing the ball instead of running it because the 49ers short yardage rushing defense was the worst in the league.
Yeah.
The absolute worst in the league. So it's just it was more of a toss-up. You cannot say, if you say you take the points, you're lying and you're exposing that you haven't actually looked into the situation at all. That's all I get. You can think that they needed to kick the field goal. I'm fine. But don't say you take the points because you're lying.
Headlines. Rockets, big win last night. Somewhat big injury, too, I would say, in advance of the Super Bowl for one of the two defenses that we will get to. Latest on the coaching stuff in the NFL. We go to headlines next.
Payne and Pendergast.
If you lose both of those.
Karam Law.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Rockets from last night. This is actually Rockets were actually a big story nationally last night on SportsCenter because anytime you beat LeBron James and his team like a drum, you're a big story. And anytime Dylan Brooks is involved in a game with LeBron James, there's usually some fireworks, and there were last night. The fireworks on the scoreboard were the Rockets, 135-119, a game they led by 30 at one point, 94-64 in the third quarter. Lakers made a late run at them, got it down to 10 with about 4 minutes to go, but then the Rockets hit a couple shots, and they end up winning by 16 points. The big story from this game in terms of just fireworks between personalities, Dylan Brooks got under the skin of the Lakers again. Jared Vanderbilt this time got him ejected. Dylan Brooks kind of nudged him when he was up in the air at one point. Might have been a slightly dirty play. I don't know. But Jared Vanderbilt took exception to it and wound up getting 2 technicals and getting tossed from the game. Dylan Brooks did not take the bait from Jared Vanderbilt, Seth. Vanderbilt was trying to draw him into a little scuffle.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is, with full transparency, we said when the Rockets signed Dylan Brooks that you know how these things go. His antics are unacceptable when they're with another team. And when they get here, you start to see, okay, hey.
He's our guy.
There's 2 sides to every story.
That's right.
Hey.
That's right. He's misunderstood.
Yes. And we predicted as such beforehand.
For sure.
So I'm not being a hypocrite or anything.
Nope.
I will, as a way of excusing ourselves a little bit, and this is the entire city of Houston. It is curious exactly how far south it went for him with Memphis, and the way that they reportedly wouldn't sign him back for any reasons whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, it suggests that perhaps either Memphis was overly sensitive about something, or maybe Dylan Brooks did have to kind of maybe up the maturity a half notch or something. But
yeah.
So far it has been a positive, much more so than a negative. I think that edge that he brings to it, it's almost like I don't want to make a Draymond Green comparison, but there's an element that Draymond Green brings to the Warriors that he could dial it back 3 notches and would still give them a bit of an edge.
Yeah.
I think that you need a guy like that with a young group like this, and I think Dylan Brooks is good for him.
I'll make a cross-sport analogy in the spirit of what we've been doing this morning. You made the analogy of Lamar Jackson and Dwight Howard a little bit earlier. We've had Lamar Jackson, James Harden analogies. I'll make a Dylan Brooks, Jacoby Jones analogy. I think the feeling in Memphis is that he lost a playoff series for them because of how he went at LeBron. And it got them knocked out of the play. It woke up LeBron, and it got them knocked out of the playoffs. Similarly, when Jacoby Jones let that ball bounce off his face in the AFC divisional round against the Ravens, you couldn't bring him back after that. He wasn't good enough to bring him back to weather that storm. You just had to cut him. Now, the equivalent would have been if Dylan Brooks actually became a Laker and helped them to a champ, because Jacoby Jones actually goes to the Ravens, and it was like he was a secret agent or something like that. But I think that was the thing with Brooks, is I think they felt like you got us knocked out of the playoffs kind of here.
There's a certain element of it's like pooping your pants at school. Sometimes you might just have to transfer.
You can't come back from that.
You're gonna have to, you got to make that decision. All right, what am I going to do? Spend the next 5 years living trying to correct this or
There's
something?
There's a school right down the street. Yes,
down the street might not be far enough, because then word will travel.
Fair enough.
You got to move.
Change towns. Change towns.
Yeah.
All right, so the Rockets win last night. Early news for the Super Bowl involving a former Texan, Charles Omenihu, who had a big play in the AFC title game. A strip sack of Lamar Jackson that George Karlaftis fell on and led to a Kansas City touchdown in that game on Sunday. Later in the game, left with an injury, clearly frustrated when he left the game. Torn ACL for Charles Omenihu, so he will not only miss the Super Bowl, but probably have a fairly lengthy rehab ahead of him this offseason.
Omenihu was one of the people cited alongside Justin Reed and Kyle Hamilton as players that it was hard to watch this weekend, knowing that they either had been Texans at one point and maybe you didn't get the best out of them, or they could have been Texans if you had drafted them.
Yes.
You when I texted you about my own issues with this, I was struggling with this. You said, hey, look, if they'd had those guys on the roster, last year or 2 years ago, then perhaps the Texans never would have been in a position to get C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe not even D'Amico, depending on whether maybe D'Amico, if he's looking at the situation and there's not as good a draft pick. Who knows? So everything happens for a reason, and just leave it at that.
They needed to be bad enough in 2022 to get all the appropriate people fired, and to be picking high enough to get C.J. Stroud. That's how I sleep at night, that they don't have Kyle Hamilton. I tell myself that Kyle Hamilton might have made a couple plays in 2022 that wins you a game or two, and then you don't get C.J. Stroud. So my angst, my ability to sleep at night, or inability to sleep at night, began the day they drafted C.J. Stroud. This is where I will have regret over transactions from here moving forward, C.J. Stroud moving forward. There's before C.J. and after CJ. And now we're in the after
just a
CJ.
clean slate.
Clean slate. Yep.
Just like after you Catholics go to confession, right, Sean? That's how you usually excuse everything to me.
Constantly.
You're like, I just got to be sure I get to confession. And I want
get there by
don't
3.
worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about those corpses from last night.
I've got a standing appointment with the clergy to confess every week. Coaching stuff. Seattle interviewed Ben Johnson, the OC for the Lions, on Monday night. They're interviewing Ravens DC Mike McDonald today. And then from what I've seen on TV this morning, the inverse of that is taking place with Washington, where I believe they interviewed Mike McDonald yesterday, and they're talking again with Ben Johnson today. So these appear to be Ben Johnson and Mike McDonald. They appear to be two guys that are right up at the top of the list, or maybe it's an availability thing. They've actually been coaching for the last couple of weeks, and now they're finally available to do these interviews. Seems like Ben Johnson is still the favorite for Washington, although Adam Schefter was saying on McAfee yesterday, like, hey, don't be surprised if it's not as signed, sealed, and delivered with Ben Johnson in Washington and Dan Quinn in Seattle. There might be some curveballs here at the end.
Yeah, I have never been comfortable with any of those, just because it's not like they came with hard and fast, like one person with an insider, it wasn't like one reporter that you really trust saying that there's a source on the inside that says it's those guys. It just seems like a whole lot of groupthink tends to happen in these situations. And I'm not that far removed back from when the Texans did about 19 different things in a coaching search that you didn't expect.
Bobby Slowick is up for both of these jobs. He's interviewed with both of these teams. I'm wondering what the sequence of events would be that would lead to Bobby Slowick getting one of these two jobs. Ben Johnson flunking the interviews, or maybe, like you said, maybe we're just in a Ben Johnson groupthink mode right now, and Washington really likes Bobby Slowick the best. They're just doing their due diligence with a couple guys who haven't been available for interviews until yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, look at how teams have approached it this year. They've all, it seems like most of them have interviewed like 10 guys at least.
Yes.
And, I mean, Atlanta was very much, Belichick was the favorite for a long time there. Mm-hmm. And then Bobby Slowick started sifting to the top. And, nobody really, I don't know if Raheem Morris was ever the favorite in that, right?
No, he wasn't. Like the betting favorite. No, he never was.
He was never the favorite. He was never really heavily linked as the guy that'll probably get the job. So, theoretically, Washington could have decided on Bobby Slowick 2 weeks ago, and they're just kind of waiting just to be sure that there's consensus and that everybody feels the same about it, negotiating the contract. I don't know. I just don't want to lose, as I've said, I don't want to lose both him and Gerard Johnson all at once.
No, got to keep one. And I think if they lose Slowick, there's a good chance Gerard Johnson probably gets bumped up to OC. He's interviewed for 5 different OC positions outside of the Houston Texans. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Got a lot of stuff to get into with the Super Bowl. We'll be there. We'll be in Vegas. Feet on the ground Sunday night. We'll be doing all our shows from there Monday through Friday next week. Big thanks to Yingling Flight for sponsoring our trip there, the Lotte Center as well. We thank both of them for getting us to Las Vegas next week. We got some good stuff lined up out there for you guys, so should be a whole lot of fun. Speaking of the Super Bowl, be prepared. The storylines for this Super Bowl are going to be unlike any that we've seen in recent history. These were the stories that were getting sent to me in my email yesterday from the various news outlets that were labeled as Super Bowl stories. Be prepared. That is next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Super Bowl coming up, week from Sunday. This is what it's going to be like for the next couple weeks. As Seth, as you know, I get multiple daily updates from, among other pop culture news outlets, People Magazine. And we are into a 2-week period where we're into that whole, like, you dipped your chocolate in my peanut butter. No, you dipped your peanut butter in my chocolate. Like, this is the entertainment world and the sports world are colliding here like a Reese's peanut butter cup. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
Yes, the Reese's peanut butter cup is what I was thinking of when you talked about a peanut in the chocolate.
Peanut butter, yeah, people know. They know the old commercial where the chocolate landed in the peanut butter. Anyways, these were it sounds different orally than it does with the visual. With the visual, my apologies. Yeah. These were the stories, the big stories in the world, according to People Magazine yesterday. Taylor Swift and Tony Romo became fast friends on the field after the AFC title game. That was a headline that Tony Romo, who called Taylor Swift Travis Kelce's wife on a broadcast, that they bumped into each other on the field, and they became, according to People Magazine, they became fast friends. Yeah, they became fast friends because they gave a fist bump to each other. Fist bump?
They risked COVID, Sean.
Or whatever's going around these
fist
days.
Bump,
yeah. So that was a big story yesterday.
Well, so this is the thing. You got to remember, too, there's a little bit of a connection here in that, remember Tony Romo made a lot of news in the playoffs for going off to, is this why Jessica Simpson was trending the other day? Was it Jessica Simpson that Tony Romo was hooked up with during the playoffs?
Yeah, they went to Cabo together.
They went to Cabo during the bye week, and everybody made a big hullabaloo out of it. Is that why Jessica Simpson was trending?
Maybe.
It's one of those things where I saw Jessica Simpson was trending. I wanted to see why, and I got a bunch of different crap. I don't know what
that's
the deal
as
was.
Logical a reason as any right now. You know, that there's a player in the playoffs who has a pop star as a girlfriend. That's a logical reason as any.
So the whole thing was that Romo, a couple weeks ago, accidentally called Swift the wife of Chiefs player Travis Kelce instead of his girlfriend twice.
Yeah.
And in a video posted on X, Swift and Romo chatted it up on the field at the M&T Bank Stadium after the game as they were joined by Travis's mother, Donna Kelce. Quote, "Well, we're doing very different things, aren't we?" Swift said as she smiled and turned to Romo. "It's a different skill set." "Yeah," Romo responded.
Good job, Romo.
The witty banter of these celebrities. It's like Romo. It's like I'm reading something out of The Great Gatsby.
Hey,
you know?
Ever the conversationalist. It feels as awkward as the Tony Romo Jim Nantz exchanges. I'll say that on there. So there's that. The number 2 story in the world, according to People yesterday, Donna Kelce, the mother of Travis Kelce, liked an Instagram post of Travis and Taylor smooching on the field. That was headline worthy. Travis's mom liking a post on Instagram. So in case sometimes I look at these headlines, I'm like, really? Oh, my goodness.
Just to go, the headline writers are that good?
Yeah.
You look at it even though you know it's a silly thing for their
I don't, but I know people do. Like, I don't blame the headline writers. I'm like, even some of them have to be like, all right, I feel like a dolt writing this head. People are going to actually click on this? Okay. And they do.
You know what's notable is that Travis Kelce's mom is 71 years old. So she's pretty late in life she had them, especially for back in the day.
Yeah.
She was on her upper 30s then. He's 34.
Yeah, what's Jason? Jason's like late 30s. Jason's older than Travis.
Yeah.
So Jason's
she would have been 36, I guess, right? Yeah. So when she had Travis?
Yeah.
Probably explains why he's a little bit off. You know? It's the risk goes up with her. Yeah, he's just Travis just a little bit off.
Yeah. Has turned into a Hall of Fame tight end. Physically, it didn't impact him at all.
But he's a little off.
He is a little off, yeah. He is a little off.
He would tell you he's a little off.
Sure. This was the third one that landed in my inbox from People Magazine. This actually made a lot of headlines on the news and whatnot yesterday. That United Airlines, and they're not the only airline that I saw doing this, but in this article, United Airlines is paying special tribute to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift during the Super Bowl. They have created new flight numbers for flights from Kansas City to Vegas.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's exciting.
Yeah, so tell me, Seth, of these flight numbers, which one you would be most likely to want to fly based on your feelings about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. They have a flight number 1989, which Swifties will tell you is the name of her album from 2014 that's been re-recorded in 2023. 1989 is one of her most famous albums, Taylor Swift. So
of course.
So you can fly United 1989. That seems to be just a tribute to just Taylor herself.
Right.
You have flight number, there's two more. 2287 is a nod to Swift's 2012 hit song 22 and Kelce's jersey number 87. So 2287.
Yeah.
Or you can fly a third flight number, 1587, which combines the jersey numbers of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. I'm going to tell you right now, that's the one I'm least likely to fly.
This feels like something that, like, did flight attendants actually get together and threaten to strike if they didn't get this or something? I don't like messing with the FAA or anything like that. All right, this is how accidents happen. This is where Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift end up basically causing an airliner to careen into the earth because somebody misidentifies an airplane by the wrong flight number or something. This is the havoc that we're allowing this celebrity couple to wreak upon the rest of it. Us, damn it.
Yeah. So look, it's good advertising by United. We just talked about them for 3 minutes.
Well, the whole thing about remember Taylor Swift in trying to get to the game might have to fly into L.A. and then drive because there's so many private jets traveling into Las Vegas that the airspace and everything's been the number of flights that can be accepted and allowed has been filled up forever. I have a hard time thinking that Taylor Swift couldn't hop on some Swifties jet that already had a flight planned into Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think, right.
You know?
I'm guessing if she went to Instagram and said, can anybody get me from L.A. to Vegas for the Super Bowl, I'm guessing she'd have plenty of volunteers. Yeah,
plus she could take a helicopter too,
dude,
right? Just land out on the outskirts of town or something.
Or buy a party bus. Like literally, she could buy a party bus, rent a driver, and sleep on a party bus for 5 hours from L.A. to Vegas if she wanted to.
Yeah, I mean that's what people had suggested that she do. She's going to drive that way. I don't know. It seems like if I'm going to, because she's got to go from Tokyo to the Super Bowl, and then from the Super Bowl, I think she's got a string of concerts in Australia.
Yeah,
so it's going to be she'll be ping ponging about the whole earth. The poor girl. Yeah,
I actually like the drive from L.A. to Vegas. There's not a ton of scenery, but it's desert. It's very peaceful. It's easy to think while you're on that trip because it's it's desert scenery, and there is like this oasis of a town called Barstow, exactly halfway in between L.A. and Vegas. Like for most of the trip, there's literally nothing but very impoverished like desert communities.
Yeah.
But in the middle of California, in the middle of nowhere, like out of the sky, Barstow, and you've got In-N-Out Burger there. You've got all sorts of little chain restaurants there, and you stop and you eat and you keep going. Yes.
What was do you know why that town is there?
I don't.
Why originally it ended up being there and why it lasted?
I don't, but now you've got me curious, and I'm right.
I gotta imagine all the peyote has been plucked clean off of like a 5-mile corridor right along that.
Dude,
that
yes, I'm telling you,
thanks, Johnny Depp.
Where it is in California, it feels like okay, there is some sort of nefarious economy going on here. Like there's not. Yeah. It's just so in the middle of nowhere. You know, like it's so. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm always fascinated by that though. Ted Johnson was always when I did the show with him. He was always. He's like. I have this fascination with little small communities in the middle of nowhere. Like, how do these people make their money? Is this just a bunch of money just being traded amongst all these businesses? And Ted Johnson would be like, why do you care? Yeah. Why do you care about this?
Well, this one's pretty. I mean, if it's the one place to stop on the way from Vegas to LA and vice versa, I mean, that's pretty obvious. I guess I just always wonder, like, how did that become the place?
Right.
Well, we have to take a field trip then.
To Barstow?
On like a Tuesday or Wednesday, yeah. Let's go to Barstow.
Okay.
We'll take the helicopter.
Sounds good to me.
It will later lend out to Taylor.
Yeah, the Taylor Swift, how can she get from Tokyo? That's going to be one we get tired of, I would say, if we're not already. By next Sunday, I would say. How's she going to get there? That's a big storyline.
There's a story, and dang it, I'm blanking on the Goo Goo Dolls or the Foo Fighters lead singer there, Dave Grohl. Dave Grohl wrote a book, and honestly, it's by rock star standards, it's a bit tame as an autobiography or as a memoir. And one of the stories he tells in there is about how he had to make it back for his daughter's daddy-daughter dance in L.A. while he was performing in Australia. So he hopped on an international flight, and he happened to have abdominal distension on the flight.
Oh.
And that was the big rock star part of it. Stone Cold sober Dave Grohl sitting on a toilet the whole way from Australia to
dude
the
on
US.
an airplane toilet.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's nice that he's a nice guy. He's a good dude, But it's like a lot of his stories in there are not like your classic rock star stories.
Yeah, that one.
There's not a single group scene in the whole deal.
No, a lot of the rock star stories. I like to be jealous of the rock star stories. That's not one I'm jealous of.
I like to hear something I'm jealous from, and then I like to hear about the fall. And then I like to hear about the reascension.
The redemption,
He's got none of that. It's been a pretty smooth and steady trip for him because he's just such a solid dude.
We got this question on the text page because Gerard Johnson is getting interviewed for a lot of OC jobs. Do the Texans get a draft pick if Gerard Johnson takes an OC job with a team? It would be a bump up for him from quarterback coach to OC. And what the texter's referring to is the Rooney Rule, where you get third-round picks if you get a minority coach who gets promoted to another job in another organization. It's only for GMs and head coaches. It's not for coordinators.
Can we get a hockey assist on it?
That would be awesome if Gerard gets promoted to like the Tampa Bay OC and then he becomes the head coach.
Yeah.
And like 2 years later, we get a fifth-round pick or something.
They're tracking that in the NBA. They got the hockey assist in the NBA now, too. They got the secondary assist.
Do they really?
I say we bring it to the Rooney Rule.
Yes.
Yeah. We get a secondary assist.
Actually, might benefit us.
Yes.
I like that. But the answer to the texter is no. Not unless Seth gets his way and we get hockey
Not until
assist.
I Bill Polian my way into having my own rule.
You're going to have an audience there next week, man. We're going to see a lot of muckety-mucks from the NFL floating around Las Vegas. You'll get a chance to float a lot of your ideas to people.
I got to have Chester pass a word on to Goodell for me.
Oh, yeah.
Chester
Pitts.
I've never seen Roger Goodell laugh like that. As he was during the playoffs when Chester was sitting next to Roger Goodell.
Was he laughing?
And they were laughing about something, and Goodell looked positively giddy. I think that Chester's going to end up having a job in the league office before long.
Oh, it certainly looked like he was working on it. I didn't see the laughter that you did. Did it look like genuine laughter or token laughter?
Oh yeah, no. It looked like they were having a really good time.
Yeah,
like in a way that I've never seen. Roger Goodell did not look like that when he was sitting next to Russell Wilson last year. I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Russell Wilson looked like he was stuck at a cocktail party he didn't want to be at when he was next to Russell Wilson.
Okay. Yes.
Chester, it looked like this guy's all right. This guy's all right with me.
Oh no, Chester can be very charming. I could see that for sure.
Yes, I could totally see. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Mike Sando, long we're talking about the Super Bowl here, obviously Patrick Mahomes and his chase for now doing Tom Brady things is going to be a big storyline. 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, 3 Super Bowl wins in 4 years. He would become the second to do that. Only Tom Brady has done it. Patrick Mahomes, conveniently enough, has played in 17 playoff games in his career. So he's played in the equivalent of a full NFL season now in the postseason. So we can look at his playoff numbers and go, okay, if this were a season, here's what Mahomes would look like. Dude, he's better in the playoffs than he is in the regular season, and this is against good teams. Now, granted, most of them are at home or on a neutral field. Only 2 of these 17 games are in a true road environment. I think that needs to be pointed out. But nevertheless, 14-3, 4,802 passing yards, 458 rushing yards. People forget sometimes. Mahomes, pretty judicious and productive scrambler. 39 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in the playoffs. And he's better in the postseason, Seth, in practically every like percentage stat. Like his interception percentage is lower in the playoffs. His TD percentage is higher. His passer rating, higher. His yards per attempt, higher, all in the postseason. Yeah. He is making a run really, really fast at Tom Brady here.
Well, in the end, obviously, the Super Bowl victories are the thing that, whether you think it's fair or not, it gets used.
Yeah.
And if he wins this Super Bowl, he'll still be 2 years behind Tom Brady in terms of pacing on that. Mm-hmm. But remember, Tom Brady won those 3 Super Bowls in his first 5 years, and then he went on a 10-year drought. Poor Tom, where all he had was 2 Super Bowl appearances and losses. But he went to 5. So Brady went to 5 Super Bowls in his first 12 years. Mm-hmm. This will be Pat Mahomes potentially winning 3 Super Bowls in his first 7 years.
Yep.
And then if you look at like all the other quarterbacks who have won 3 or more Super Bowls, Brady's the only one that won one after year 11 of his career. Joe Montana won one in his 11th year.
Yep.
I guess it's hard right now to envision Pat Mahomes not winning at least 6 Super Bowls, but I think the biggest X factor is that Andy Reid might retire.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it as simple as, all right, you're just going to plug somebody else in there and they're going to be as complete a team as when you've got Andy Reid, just as it would have been with, Tom Brady, obviously won one without Bill Belichick, but I don't know about that extended stretch if he'd had to go through multiple coaches.
Well, here's the thing that gets ignored, and we'll talk more about this either later in the show or later this week, is that while we're all focused on Mahomes and Brady, like Andy Reid is making a run on the outside lane here at Bill Belichick now, too. Yeah. And Andy Reid's only won 2 Super Bowls. Belichick's won 6. It's going to be harder for Andy Reid to catch Bill Belichick just because of age. But if we can take a step back and just have a nuanced argument about it and not just treat it as this guy won this many Super Bowls, this guy won this many, so there's no argument. Now, 6 versus 2 is still a pretty big gap. But let's say Andy Reid wins 2 more Super Bowls and he wins 4. Now we've got sort of a LeBron and MJ thing going on where, MJ won 6, LeBron won 4. But LeBron, ... What I would say about Reid is that unlike Belichick, Reid never really had any extended down periods as a coach in Philadelphia or early on in Kansas City, whereas Belichick has only been a winner with Tom Brady, and that's it. Reid was a winner. Didn't win a Super Bowl, but he won at a pretty high level with Donovan McNabb. He won at a decent level post-Donovan McNabb in Philly before he got fired. With Michael Vick, he turned Michael Vick into an MVP candidate as a quarterback. With Alex Smith, he won at a playoff level. Belichick has never been even at a playoff level other than a Mac Jones random season in 2021 without Tom Brady. That would be my argument.
I know. It's just the hard part about that is just that you're taking such a huge chunk of his career that was Tom Brady. Like, he had Tom Brady for the huge chunk of the best parts of his NFL career.
Yeah.
And like, if you look at the other sojourn he had as a head coach in Cleveland, you could argue that he was making progress, and depending on if it was a different organization or what have you, maybe it would have been different. I don't know. I have a hard time like separating, just acting like the parts that he didn't have Tom Brady were indicative of how he would have been in his entire career with any other quarterback.
Yeah, and I concede Reid needs a couple more Super Bowl wins before you and I could even have this argument. But I can't think of a period of time where Andy Reid's been where his teams have been bad. I'd have to go back and look. Like, he seems like he's always at least been in the playoffs, or at least in the playoff mix. But I think that's kind of that gets buried in the Mahomes Brady stuff, is that Reid is I think really making a late run here, Belichick. All right.
When we had a listener, just real quick, he said, you guys talk about the topics that you think the fans want to hear about. Where do you get this info from that indicates we want to hear about Taylor Swift? I'd say this, my quick answer. Sean and I generally talk about stuff that actually interests us ourselves, and we hope that our interests align with the listeners when it comes to sports type stuff. Like, obviously there's a lot of other stuff that interests us that we don't talk about on this show. But like with the Taylor Swift stuff, I think there's like little oddities about it that are genuinely interesting to both of us.
Yeah.
So that's where we and then some of you might despise it, but some of you might be like, yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. And these actually are big, generally speaking, big stories. So
we're not turning. Don't worry, we're not turning this into. Listen, sweetie, we're not going to turn this into the Taylor Swift show.
No.
All right, we'll be all right. We'll get back to your precious Travis Kelce soon enough.
Ross Tucker was on the sidelines for the AFC title game. We'll get his big takeaways from the Chiefs beating up on the Ravens and get his early assessment of Chiefs-Niners as well. Our Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joins us next.
In the Loop.
This team has SportsRadio610
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, and let's go to the hotline right now. On the line is our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too, and Ross was on sideline duties for Westwood One on the AFC title game this weekend, and we bring him in right now. Ross Tucker. Hey, Ross. Seth and I have been obviously talking about this, the game you were on sidelines for the last couple days now, and I'm curious, as someone who had probably the best view of this game up close, the feeling tell us, the feeling we've had is that it almost like the Ravens were too hyped up for this game, given some of the stupidity that they were executing out there with all the penalties. You were right there on the sidelines. What did you see out there? Did you see anything out there that you thought, man, the Ravens are just they're not mentally dialed in today?
Well, I do think there's some truth to what you said there, Sean. I guess a couple things really jumped out to me. You know, this was kind of a new spot for the Ravens, right? And it was a big spot. Meanwhile, the Chiefs, you know, obviously they're 6 straight, and it started early. I mean, you guys saw the video of Kelce throwing Justin Tucker's helmet. Kelce was clearly talking to the Ravens early and often in the game, trying to get in their head a little bit, and I think it worked, right? I mean, the trash talking from Kelce, he didn't get any penalties from it, but the Ravens ended up getting the very costly penalty by Kyle Van Noy, which I thought was a good call, by the way. I mean, I know a lot of people thought, you shouldn't call that, but you know, you're taught as a player, and the officials will tell you, if you come into the fray from distance, if you're a peacemaker, you're fine. If you're an agitator or an escalator, you're not. And Van Noy came in and was clearly an agitator in that situation. And I thought that was noticeable. I'll tell you something else. You know, and this is sort of insight that other people wouldn't know or realize, but at halftime, I'm walking with Tracy Wolfson, okay, as she is interviewing Andy Reid off camera, asking him a couple questions. And this is right after there had been those penalties at the end of the first half, a couple unnecessary roughness, and it got, you know, it was getting chippy. And Tracy said to Andy Reid, Andy, will you address the chippiness at halftime? And he didn't hear. He goes, what? She said, will you address the chippiness at halftime? And he looked at her and he said, no, I kind of like it. which I thought was great, like a great answer, and also like a pretty good understanding of what the Chiefs were trying to accomplish in the game, and almost like it was like part of their strategy.
We got him. Yeah, we got him.
Yeah, and it worked. I mean, I think the two things that really – I think the Ravens are a better team than the Chiefs this year. But I think the two things that really – I mean, obviously the turnovers were big, and we know that. But the two things are the Chiefs getting ahead with the first drive touchdown, including going for it on 4th down, and Mahomes throwing it to Kelce, and then getting that second drive touchdown. I think the two things that really stood out to me, the Ravens have not trailed much this season. Oh, I forget what the stat is, but it was like only a couple minutes. They had trailed all season. Even like in their 3 losses, you know, those games were tied or whatever, or they had the lead, and then they blew them late, you know, in those 3 close games they lost earlier in the year when they had their starters in. So I think the combination of the Ravens getting behind, the Ravens being down 2 scores, things not going well for them, and the Chiefs trying to get under their skin, I think that was a lethal combo for the Ravens and got those guys to do things they otherwise wouldn't have or shouldn't have done, because clearly, I mean, even if you take away the turnovers, which were obviously the biggest difference in the game, 3 versus none, you know, the Ravens were the team that made the dumb mistakes in terms of stupid penalties and stuff like that, Zay Flowers taunting, not the Chiefs. And, you know, the Chiefs are they're like the Patriots now when they had Brady and Belichick. You can't do that stuff and think you're going to win. You just can't do that stuff. Meanwhile, how about the fact that the Ravens led the league in opposing team false starts this year with 19. You guys saw that when the Texans came in and had 5 of them, and the Chiefs didn't have one, not one. So the Chiefs played like a team that had been there, had done that, and the Ravens didn't.
The other part that was puzzling to me, and I saw Rex Ryan go off on this about how the Ravens were such a good rushing team and they just barely rushed the ball at all. I would go more specific with it and say that the week before, when the Chiefs played the Bills, the Chiefs really didn't have an answer for Josh Allen on designed runs, and the Ravens just didn't even venture into that territory. Were you surprised that Lamar Jackson on designed runs just wasn't even a factor in the game?
Absolutely. Well, and if you remember, there was one design run that I remember, a quarterback power, and he popped it for good yardage.
Yeah.
On like a 3rd and 1 or a 4th and 1. That I was stunned. I don't know if they had 5 or 6 running back carries. They did not handle trailing and the Chiefs controlling time of possession very well. And they did not handle being down 2 scores in the second half very well. I am stunned that they didn't run the ball more in general, that they didn't give the ball to Gus Edwards more, and that they didn't have more design quarterback runs. I thought it was a major, major mistake by Todd Monken and very, very, very costly.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls, of course, brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. Ross, let's flip over to the NFC title game. Obviously, the big story coming out of that one was Dan Campbell's decisions to go for it on 4th down twice in the game instead of kicking field goals. Where do you come out on that?
So the first thing I would say is 2 things. I just posted something on social media about this, so check it out, at Ross Tucker NFL. And I'm writing a longer column about this because don't you guys think, like, even on the first drive the Chiefs had against the Ravens, they went for it on that 4th and 2, and Mahomes was looking right, and he came back to the middle of the field and threw it to Kelsey. Mm-hmm. Teams are going for it in 4th down situations that I swear they never used to go for it before. I mean, it's become more and more common. The thing that really frustrates me with the Dan Campbell conversation is a couple things. Number one, I hope everybody realizes, and I think, Sean, I saw you tweet this and repost this, and Dan has admitted as much, but the decision to run the ball on 3rd and goal at the end of the game, when it was less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock, you cannot do that. Like that is, to me, an inexcusable, unacceptable error. That's the one that jumped out to me. We can have a conversation on the 2 4th downs where they could have kicked field goals, but I've talked to a couple guys in the league that run analytics departments and create the models for these teams. The first thing I'll tell you guys, if you ever hear anybody talk about like the analytics, like it's like the Bible and every team is reading from the same book, that's your first indicator that they don't know what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. Okay, every team has their own model, or at least they should. And what I don't know is, like, how heavily did the Chiefs, for the Chiefs, was it just 4th and 2 at the 28 is a go situation because there's an X percentage chance that we convert the 1st down and a Y percentage chance that we make the field goal? Is it just that simple? Or do they take into account that Michael Badgley hasn't been that great this year? Do they take into account how much time's left on the clock? And the big one for me, and here's the big one, and I'll start with the first decision, guys. Even if they convert that 4th, let's just say Josh Reynolds catches the pass, right, which he should have. There's still a pretty good chance on that drive that they have to settle for a field goal. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what percentage chance that is, but there is. And then even if they do get a touchdown, my argument is the difference between being up 21 if they end up scoring a touchdown drive versus 17 if they got a field goal, that is not as significant. It's 3 scores either way. Mm-hmm. That is not as significant as the difference between being up 14 like they were if they don't get it, or kicking the field goal and going up 17 to make it a 3-score game again, when you're anticipating at that point maybe maybe 4 more possessions for the Niners. It ended up being 5 because Jahmyr Gibbs fumbled. But at that point, you got to think maybe 4 more possessions even for the Niners at that point. So I would have kicked the field goals. I hate the conversation in hindsight after the fact when we have access to the results. But the ability to make it a 3-score game again is so significant that the upside of converting it and maybe getting a touchdown isn't worth it.
Ross, this is the issue I have with it, and the way that people are framing the conversation is like the way you just said it right there. You would have kicked the field goal, or people will say take the points. Badgley from 45 to 50 yards in his career is a 53% success rate. It's a 50-50. So there is no take the points. No, it's 50-50. And if it's 50-50 there, then he's going to get the ball on the 38. The opponent gets the ball on the 38-yard line. It's just I see a lot of people saying that it was a no-brainer to kick the field goal without mentioning just how bad the kicker is.
No, so it was not a no-brainer, and I'm okay with the decision either way. And I would love to know how much the Lions, how they weight their kicker, right? In their model, how much of it is the lack of success he's had, what you just said? How much of it is how much time's left on the clock? How much of it's the 2-score versus 3-score? Because it can't just – my thing is it can't just be 4th and 2 from the 28 is a go.
Yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to
easy.
take into
That's
account.
the thing. You're exactly right. People that I think sometimes these ESPN writers and everything put these charts up there, and people assume that the teams are just going off of these generic charts that aren't individualized for their own guys. Yeah, and that's just, as I understand it, that's simply not the case.
No. They all have their own models.
Yeah.
Which is why, I appreciate what ESPN is trying to do when they say on Monday Night Football, the analytics say go. They're making it sound like there's only one analytic, there's only one model.
Yes.
That's not the case. The ESPN, they need to emphasize, and I think Joe Buck's doing a good job, but they need to emphasize our in-house ESPN analytics say this decision to go. Guess what? I am extremely confident that ESPN's in-house analytics do not take into account who the kicker is or time left on the clock, or if it's a difference between a 2-score game and a 3-score game, or late in the game, if it's a difference between tying the game or not. Interestingly, one of the guys that heads up a team that I was talking to, he felt like, the right decision with the first one was to attempt the field goal. I won't say kick the field goal, but you know what I mean, attempt the field goal.
Yeah.
He felt like the second one, he thought the way the game was going and the way the Lions weren't able to stop the Niners, he liked going for the second one more because his point was, even if he makes it, which there's a pretty good chance he doesn't, but even if he makes it and ties it, they haven't stopped the Niners all half. So you're tying it basically to set up the Niners to go ahead and get the go-ahead score anyway.
Yeah,
that's been my point too. Is that you still have to win the game?
Yeah,
I feel like we dealt with this same thing when Lovie Smith went for 2 at the end of last year's game, where people were acting like if he had kicked the field goal, it was the same as losing the game. No, it's a tie game at that point. The game hasn't been decided yet. It's not. The end of it isn't that you tied the game and then there's nothing left to do.
Yeah, Dan Campbell said as much. He said we were trying. Yeah. They were moving the ball on us. We felt like we needed to go ahead, not tie the game at that point.
The goal is to win the game. Yeah. The goal is not to tie the game. If you tie the game, you then go into overtime on the road against a more talented, heavily favored team. That's not what the goal is to win the game, not to tie the game, not to try to get the game into overtime.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Gentlemen's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Ross, you're going to be in Vegas, right?
I am, yes. Getting there Sunday, and I'll be there till late Thursday night.
Okay.
Because then I have to I was going to be there till late Friday night, but my daughters have a daddy-daughter dance at their new school Friday night. I'm not missing that.
Oh, that's good.
That's just like the story in the Dave Grohl book.
Yes,
that I read
same exact
earlier.
thing. Hopefully Ross's flight is better than Dave Grohl's.
yeah, Dave Grohl had diarrhea on a flight from Australia.
So you go for his daughter's recital.
Ross, how do you feel about coming to see us on Radio Row at 5:40 a.m. local?
Very, very good, actually, because my recording time is 5 to 7 a.m. for my podcast set.
Awesome.
For the Ross Tucker podcast. So 5:40 might not work because I might be doing my stuff. But the answer is I'll already be there and I'll be up early so we can definitely get together in person.
Okay, good.
Sweet.
Good. Well, we'll figure that out then for sure. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, we appreciate you. We'll see you in Vegas.
Yeah, I can't wait. Vegas, baby. Vegas.
Yep,
you guys there.
All right, see you there. Appreciate you, Ross Tucker, the great Ross Tucker, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, top of the hour, our 8 at 8. We'll get to the headlines. 8 stories to get your day going. Mike Sando, in his Monday column yesterday, had some numbers in there related to the AFC title game, and he has me thinking, man, we are way better off with C.J. Stroud than the MVP of the league right now. We'll have that for you next. But first, soda.
And peace of mind.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so pretty excited to have C.J. Stroud as the quarterback here, I would say, right? We like C.J. And Lamar Jackson is going to be the MVP of the league this year. But in reading Mike Sando's piece, Seth, his Monday pick six, look, Lamar Jackson had a great season this year. It's going to get harder and harder for Baltimore to build a team around Lamar Jackson because his cap numbers are going to go way, way up. He's had the benefit of a great defense while he's been there. You know, Mike Sando makes the comparison of Peyton Manning to Lamar Jackson because it took both a long time to get to an AFC title game, Peyton Manning with the Colts. Peyton Manning did it without a good defense, though. They had the 29th ranked scoring defense over his first 6 seasons. Lamar Jackson's been on a team with the 2nd ranked scoring defense, so he's had a lot of help.
Over the course of that's been the average?
For Peyton,
over the course of
yes, I'll read you the sentence. Manning's Colts ranked 29th in scoring defense over his first 6 seasons, while Jackson's Ravens ranked 2nd since he became the starter in Week 10 of the 2018 season.
Damn.
So as a result, he doesn't trail very much. And Ross Tucker just talked about this. Like this, and I don't know how you simulate this. You know what I mean? Like it's actually like intuitively, it's a good thing that you're on a team that rarely trails. It means you're a dominant football team.
Yeah.
However, I think there is something to not being comfortable in that sort of ecosystem where you're in a game where you're trying. It's why the Texans took the ball first against the Ravens, so they could go get a lead. They won the toss and took the ball against one of the best defenses in football because the game script for the Texans, as it is for most teams that succeed against the Ravens, is to get a lead against the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
So this is where I read all this stuff about Lamar Jackson, and he didn't throw a pass trailing by more than 8 points all year. And once he did in that game against the Chiefs, he looked jittery, he looked shaky, he looked hesitant when he was dropping back to pass. There was plenty of times there where he dropped back and he was waiting, and the Lamar Jackson that we watched in the regular season would have taken off and run, and for some reason he sat back there still trying to find open guys that weren't there. And look, I know it wasn't CJ's best day in Baltimore when they lost to them, but there was never a point in that game where I'm like, boy, like CJ looks like the moment's too big for him. You know what I mean? Like,
you're right, yeah.
You know,
and
like,
and I think that what you see in the playoffs, too, is that everything just gets refined and crystallized. Yeah. And whatever little flaws that you have are going to come to the surface, theoretically, or over time they definitely do. And I think the one unnamed coach in here that I think said it accurately. He said, Lamar got a lot better this season. I thought he got more accurate, and they gave him more easy completions. He's still not naturally accurate, and I think the more sped up he gets, the less accurate he is. The problem is the highs and the lows, and then he went on. But I think that that's where you saw that Lamar not being genuinely pinpoint accurate came to hurt if especially he and Todd Monken were hesitant to turn him into a runner. That's, for the life of me, if those two were like fighting against some narrative or something, that if Monken and Lamar Jackson just needed to prove that, no, he's going to do it mostly with his arm, they got to get over that attitude. Like you're allowing the Bill Polians of the world to dictate whether or not you're trying to really win a football game. Josh Allen had destroyed the Chiefs with designed quarterback runs the week before. It was really the only good thing the Bills had going versus the Chiefs' defense. And they barely tried it at all with the Ravens. They had the one QB power that worked, and beyond that, it was scrambling that was limited. I understand, because the Chiefs did a really good job of containing Lamar Jackson within, like, making it hard for him to just pull down and run.
Mm-hmm.
But it felt like even after he passed the line of scrimmage, sometimes he like had his head on a swivel to an extreme degree and was almost looking for reasons to go down instead of just taking off and destroying them when he had opportunities to. It was weird.
Yeah.
Really weird.
I get my big takeaway in this is, if I'm a Texan fan and I'm watching that game on Sunday and then I'm reading some of the comments that Seth just read from these coaches, and then just the sheer numbers of it, of how Lamar performed and how he performs when he's trailing. And this has been a theme with Lamar, not just this year, but throughout his career, that if he's trailing, it's much, much harder. I'm so much more comfortable with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback of my team than I think Baltimore Ravens fans do. If the goal is to win a Super Bowl,
Yeah.
I'm saying the goal is to win a Super Bowl. Look, the Ravens are going to win 12 games every year probably with Lamar as their quarterback, or they'll be competitive every year. Look, C.J. has proven he can win games different types of ways. Like, trailing's not a big deal to him. He's got the skill set to come from behind. Plus, he's just a rookie. Like, there's still things he's going to develop on. Whereas we might have hit the ceiling with Lamar Jackson here, right?
Well, and this is one thing. One of the anonymous coaches in here, a defensive coach, said something that at first I thought it was a prescription, and it sounded odd for a football coach, but I think he was talking about these tiers of quarterbacks where, Pat Mahomes is in a tier above Lamar Jackson right now. And he says one way to clean up those tiers is to let those guys play when they have to pass. They will reveal themselves in those situations. And I'm like, okay, are you advising that the Ravens should just like toy with their prey somehow and like allow them to allow the opponent to get up a couple scores or something? Please present me with the football coach who's going to operate that way. And I think I don't think he meant it quite that way. I think he was just saying that, like, this is what happens in the playoffs. They reveal themselves. What's the solution to getting Lamar Jackson better at playing from behind?
Yeah.
And if they're just going to be so dominant in the regular season, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Good point by a texter. Lamar didn't play terrible Sunday. He had an interception and a lost fumble. Would have had another interception if he wasn't superhuman. That's true.
Yeah.
The deflected pass.
Yeah.
But the texter points out, here's the thing, and I thought this too during the game as well on Sunday. When Lamar was taking deep shots, he had open guys. Those are throws that CJ, more often than not, drops in the bucket. More often than most quarterbacks. Drops. I mean, it's not 80% or anything like that, but Lamar took 4 or 5 deep shots, and they were all overthrown. They were all incomplete. And
It never felt close.
Yeah,
it never felt close. It never felt like, oh yeah, he just missed it a little bit or anything. Yeah.
CJ gives his guy a chance on nearly all those throws. I think.
Yeah.
Gives him a chance.
Yeah, that's it was like he was not nearly up to the same level as the opposing quarterback, that's no sin, obviously. But it was way more of narratives fulfilled than it was defying the narrative.
Yeah.
And I think I genuinely feel bad for Ravens fans, because Ravens fans a lot of them felt like, okay, that Texans game in the playoffs was where Lamar Jackson proved that, okay, yeah, it was all bunk and garbage what they had said about him before. And realistically now it just maybe looks like that one game that he had won a couple years ago where, okay, he's not as bad as a lot of people want to say, but man, he certainly is not at the level that you'd hoped he would be in the playoffs.
Right. Like, I think we're learning that Texans game was probably, the divisional round game was probably more about the Texans than it was about Lamar.
Yeah.
I think that's what we learned. That's a tough thing if you're the Ravens, man. Like, when you've got a quarterback, and Sando points this out, like, over the next handful of years, his cap hit's going to be anywhere from the high 30s millions to it peaks out at like $74 million. Now they can rejigger those numbers with extensions and things like that and so forth. But that's a tough thing, Seth, when you've got a quarterback that occupies that much of your cap space. And the games have to play out a certain way for you to win those games. You don't have one of those guys like a Mahomes or an Allen or a Burrow, or I think ultimately CJ, where, okay, well, we fall behind by 10 points. Not the end of the world. We've got this guy, and he.
I mean, you know what though? Like I said, no football coach would ever try to get a 10-point deficit, and yet maybe that ends up being the best thing for Lamar Jackson.
Yes,
in Todd Monken himself too, because it looked like the play calling as well as the quarterback play. They panicked a little bit that they were down so substantially so early in the game to a team that has a really good defense, and they started thinking that they had to score in leaps and bounds. The crazy thing though too is that it's been proven time and time again that Lamar Jackson with his legs can be more explosive than some of the most explosive passing games in the league.
Yeah.
It's not just a given that, oh, well, now it's time to go to the passing game because we need to be explosive.
Yep.
And you also, when it's the first quarter, you don't need to be explosive. There's plenty of time here. The most, and that goes back to John Harbaugh and everything else. I think I'm a little bit amazed that maybe the Ravens didn't have faith that their defense was going to figure it out. Because that's a hell of a good defense. And they did figure it out. It took longer than they would have thought and expected, but that defense did figure it out.
Yeah.
Just have some faith in that defense. My God, they were awesome.
C.J. Stroud commercial era has started. To my knowledge, I'd not seen C.J. in any commercials until yesterday. Now, he probably did some in Ohio State. He did a lot of NIL stuff with car dealerships and local businesses up there. If he did, I never saw any of those ads, but this popped up on my Twitter timeline yesterday. C.J. Stroud, Cheeto spokesman.
Somebody's out of Buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud? And the second best Buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
Okay, so
what's going on there?
It's a 15-second ad. Okay, I'll replay it. I probably should have set that up better. So C.J. is sitting somewhere remotely by himself, and he gets this signal from above that somebody has run out of buffalo wings. Mm-hmm. So he spontaneously combusts and then pops up in this guy's living room with some buffalo wing flavored Cheetos.
Yeah.
And I think the thing he's saying at the end is, they're making fun of the fact that he was the number 2 overall pick. And CJ is saying, well, the number 2, basically saying the number 2 overall pick is here with the second best solution for someone who needs buffalo wings, aside from the wings themselves. Buffalo wing flavored Cheetos. One more time, Ben. Let's go.
Somebody's out of Buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud? And the second best Buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
Yeah. And they give a promo code after that or something, yeah.
Good for him. It seems like teleportation seemed to be a big theme with the athlete commercials the last year or two. Teleportation, and then also the switching of bodies, big style.
Yeah.
They brought back a lot of that from the 80s. Doesn't Justin Jefferson get teleported into somebody's living room or something?
I think he does. Yeah, I think he does. It's good. I was it's a very short ad, but I was CJ, who's usually a very serious guy, right? I always wondered, he's going to get some commercial opportunities. Will he have the acting chops to live up to, say, a Baker Mayfield? It's only a 12, 15-second ad, but I think he did a good job. He had the right energy.
We've seen it in press conferences. He loosens up sometimes and laughs a little bit, and then he goes right back to being kind of stoic.
Yeah. Which he made.
I think he'll be good.
Yeah.
He's got. He's from SoCal, and I feel like the guys that grow up in Southern California, they just have a natural. It's almost like by osmosis or something. They end up having a little bit of ham to them.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Johnson. I don't, Travis,
a little.
Travis. It's like Travis works in Hollywood or something.
Yeah.
Various celebrities would come by, like then and now, when he was a player or now, and he just seems to know everybody.
Dude,
I could see CJ ended up being kind of like that guy.
Yeah.
Not the same personality as Travis, but just maybe because he's around Southern California in the offseason and everything, he rubs elbows with various people. He's going to get to be known.
Travis Johnson knows everybody. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It really is incredible. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8. 8 stories to get your day going. The Ocho, as we call it.
O.J. Simpson was another one, too.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that guy? You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's start with the Rockets. Speaking of L.A., they destroyed the Lakers last night, 135-119. The big story in this game, the Rockets' 2 young foundational pieces, Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, both went over 30 points last night. Şengün, after he got benched earlier this week by Ime Udoka in a game. Dylan Brooks did what he does best, get under the skin of LeBron James and the Lakers. He got Jared Vanderbilt ejected in this game, and he hit LeBron with a flagrant 1 in the fourth quarter that LeBron, I think by most people's account, went down and writhed in pain on the ground a little longer than the average human being probably would for something like that.
Yeah, I guess it would be I guess there's
LeBron's acting chops have gotten good in LA as well.
Valid flop, but like extended flopping.
Yes, yeah. Drew a flagrant one from the whole thing. Always
my
fun.
favorite. You know what I kind of miss? Like that was a little bit different. I hated it at the time, but the James Harden motionless flop. Remember, he'd be on the ground and he wouldn't move, like where you'd think he had a spinal or something. And it was kind of after the first few times, you start realizing like, oh, okay, he just goes motionless. That's his thing.
Yeah.
He would go down and he would be face down on the court, completely motionless.
Yes,
it's terrifying.
And he never stayed down. Like okay, the guy you've got to rip out of games with the jaws of life is going to stay down. And nope, he got up every single time. Go figure. Good win by the Rockets last night against a team that they might see in the play-in. Both these teams right now in contention for a 7 through 10 seed.
Yeah, the Lakers are 9th and the Rockets are 11th right now.
Yeah.
The Lakers have played 2 more games. They've got the same number of losses. The Lakers have 2 more wins because they've played 2 more games.
This NBA season's kind of flying by. I've enjoyed watching the Rockets this year.
Yeah.
You look up like, oh my God, we're more than halfway through the season already, and they're hanging in there. I think that would be the goal for the team. Would be get in these play-in games and get a little bit of experience.
Sean.
Consistency too.
Dylan Brooks said something about consistency last night. And obviously, they know the challenge.
Yep.
And it's all right. There's going to be 2 steps forward, 1.5 steps back the rest of the way through. But just know, it's kind of like watching the stock market, Sean.
Okay.
You got to don't analyze your results every single day. Just try to just take a broad view approach.
Good luck with that. You've been in the elevator with me before where they got that damn stock ticker. I can't take my eyes off.
This is the problem with you and the Rockets right now. Yeah. This entire season, you've been treating each game like it's a playoff series game. Where you know what happens in the NBA playoffs. You lose one game, and it feels like, oh, they'll never win again. And then you win the next one. You're like, oh, good luck stopping these guys. Yeah.
Can't change the way I'm wired. Charles Omenihu, former Texan, been a productive player for the Chiefs this year. 7 sacks on the season. Big strip sack in the game on Sunday against the Ravens, which I said turned into a touchdown earlier. It actually turned into a turnover on downs by the Chiefs. The Ravens were able to get off the field. Either way, Charles Omenihu, important guy for the Chiefs. He has a torn ACL, and he will miss the Super Bowl. So the Chiefs will be down at least one of their pass rushers in this game against the team where it would really help to have all their pass rushers.
And Omenihu especially, I think, versus a team like the 49ers, where they can kill you with play action, they can run the ball, all of those things. Like Omenihu's that combo player that you can, you can rush the passer but still stop the run.
Yeah.
It's tough. He's built for the playoffs in a lot of respects because he's versatile.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on which type of team you're playing, he's got value there. So huge. I don't know if it's enough to move the betting line or anything, but it's a loss for him.
Yeah, definitely a loss.
3.
Coaching updates. Seattle interviewed Ben Johnson, Detroit OC, last night. They will interview Ravens defensive coordinator Mike Macdonald today. And I believe those two guys are interviewing kind of flip-flop. One's interviewing, Mike Macdonald interviewed with Washington yesterday, Ben Johnson today. Ben Johnson's the betting favorite for Washington, but who knows what happens here with these interviews. Bobby Slowick, we should mention, Seth, in contention for both of these jobs as well. So there is a Texans angle to all these interviews going on right now.
I haven't watched any interviews with Mike Macdonald. I guess I should, because I think when you're a defensive coach nowadays especially, you've got an uphill battle because there's a bias towards hiring an offensive guy, and I get that. I think it makes sense. But the tiebreaker is always going to be, first and foremost with some owners, like, all right, does this guy have like a head coach personality or charisma, or does he have that it factor?
Yep.
So like I watch Mike Macdonald's defenses, and I would say this: if I were to try to transfer some of his defensive coordinator skills to what it means as a head coach, there are a lot of things that his defenses do that are hard to get guys to do. When you disguise looks on defense, when you've got your defensive linemen stemming their alignments and it's in coordination and all of this, there's a way to confuse the offense pre-snap. It's hard to get a lot of guys to do that with discipline, and he does. And it's a huge check in his favor in terms of just his motivational ability and everything. It's one of those little things that guys start getting sloppy with because they're tired and they might not see the value in it, but it really stands out starkly when you do see it, and you see that with Mike Macdonald's defenses. Very disciplined.
4.
Patriots reportedly not picking up the fifth-year option on Mac Jones. Wish I could have bet on this one back after Mac Jones's rookie season where he was the, air quotes, best of all the rookie. Actually, no air quotes. He was the best of all the rookie quarterbacks back in 2021. His career was ruined by the departure of Josh McDaniels and the insertion of Matt Patricia and Joe Judge as a two-headed offensive coordinator. Some of it's on Mac Jones, too, but certainly that didn't help. And then Bill O'Brien was his offensive coordinator in 2023, and that's where Mac Jones eventually, his butt met the bench, and Bailey Zappi became the starting quarterback for the Patriots. Seth, this is the upcoming couple months here is when teams are going to be making decisions on their 2021 first-round picks as to whether or not they're going to get a fifth-year option in a couple of years. Sounds like Mac Jones will not, and I think this is probably the first indicator, too, that the Patriots with the third overall pick might be looking at one of these quarterbacks in this draft.
I think the biggest thing about Mac Jones that's super interesting to me is that we would see these vague reports of him being like formerly having like a tennis brat attitude and throwing tantrums and all this stuff. And we saw him like openly sobbing when he was injured in a game and not crying, sobbing, like screaming like a child when he was injured in a game. And then there's all these various allegations of him being dirty, which are backed up by video. Him like going to kick guys in the groin and then or him hitting Sauce Gardner in the groin with his hand. At least 5 different allegations of him being dirty in games and never owning up to it. At the very least, you can point to other quarterbacks who have kind of done a shady thing and afterwards say like, I shouldn't have done that. I saw the term Grayson Allen being applied to him not too long ago.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Like, do you want Grayson Allen as your quarterback, as the leader of your team? I don't think so. I think that a lot of these questions about just his football character are valid, and I got to imagine his act is worn thin a little bit, especially with all the adversity they've faced in New England.
I'm fascinated to see what the Mac Jones market is. I'm guessing they're going to try to trade him for a draft pick. I can't wait to see what the market is for Mac Jones, or if there is one.
5.
Let's get to some of the audio we didn't get to yesterday. Of course, we know that the big cause célèbre for Mike Florio lately has been Tyreek Hill's pending divorce, ? Tyreek Hill, who had divorce papers filed on his behalf in Florida for his marriage of just a couple of months to Kenny Vaccaro's sister, says that somebody, now this is his excuse now, somebody from his staff, his inner circle, presumably an attorney, filed the papers without his permission. Here is Tyreek Hill on his Twitch stream talking about the divorce filing and the fact that he fired the bleeping bonehead, his words, who works for him.
Now, a lot of people, man, like, I've been in my business lately, like, and me and Key's business. And I just got to say that it sucks that, a lot of our stuff is public record, but behind closed doors, a lot of people got fired too for just for just doing things without a yes, and it sucks that me and my wife got to go through that, man. Like, public record says it, and right now we're in a spot of fixing it. I fired the bonehead that did that mistake, and it sucks. Like, I'm like, hey, we got another vacation coming up. I had to go ask her what's going on. So that's just to clear that out right there. A lot of people be like,
we're good, Ben. We got what we needed.
So to clarify,
I just wanted to get the part out there where he said they're going on vacation.
I guess so he's clarifying that pretty much every area of his personal life is a disaster and a mess right now.
Yeah.
Do people just keep divorce papers laying around just in case? Like, is that like the issue?
It's like,
wait a minute.
It's got a template.
Wait a minute. Like, I don't understand. Like, he had the divorce papers written up and ready to be filed if they needed to be.
Yeah.
But he didn't want the guy to file them yet.
Seth.
So just so everything's cool.
You've been in a happy marriage for a couple of decades now.
Yeah,
Some of us keep the papers lying around just in case.
Can you imagine being the employee?
Not me so much.
I'm not buying a single part of Tyreek Hill's story. Can you imagine being the employee that just sees some divorce papers laying on a table and is like, oh, I bet it'll show initiative if I go file those.
He's the best.
Fill in the blank.
He's the best. Amy, if you're listening,
I'm going to go to LegalZoom and fill some, just in case. I'm going to
LegalZoom.
I heard these two arguing the other day. I'm going to go to LegalZoom and fill out some divorce papers just in case.
And file them.
So Tyreek Hill knows that I'm watching out for him.
I want my wife to know I don't have a template for divorce papers lying around. Just to be clear. Just to be very clear.
Wink. He's winking, Amy.
No, I'm not.
He's winking as
my
he said
fingers
that.
aren't crossed either. Stop it. Trent Baalke. This is pretty funny. Jacksonville Jaguars GM got asked about upgrading the pass rush, and he makes the mistake of asking the media a question that they had answers to at the time. Take a listen to this.
You restructured a lot of big contracts and had plenty of money under the cap. Why didn't you address the pass rush? There were plenty of veterans out there that could have helped this football team.
Well, I think when you say plenty, I'd like to know the names.
Clowney, Floyd.
Well, again, we brought Clowney in. He chose to go in another direction.
So you offered Clowney?
I'm not saying that. We got in discussions with him. I'm not going to talk about what we did or didn't do, but we got into discussions with him and had him on campus. He was here for a visit.
Okay.
That sounds like a mob interview.
My big takeaway was, how does this guy get a general manager's job? Like with that voice.
I'm not going to discuss
Family
where various
business.
people might be buried.
Right. It's maybe Clowney. I like to refer to him as the can of peaches. Okay, maybe we had the can of peaches in. Who knows? Okay, all right.
That was Rick Ballou. I recognize that voice.
Asking the question?
Yeah,
I remember Rick Ballou.
Rick Ballou was the first person I ever did an in-studio radio interview with, and he said I was good at it. So that was, there you go. He gets the hockey assist for me being your co-host right now.
There you go.
He encouraged me. He said, "Yeah, you should do more of this." I was like, "I don't know. I don't really trust the media, Rick." And he's like, "I get it.
Yeah. The lesson here: don't ask somebody a question if you're not sure if they're going to have really good answers for you. You know what I mean? Look, who should we have gotten? And Rick Ballou, if that's who that was. Rattles off 4 names immediately of guys they should have gone after in free agency. It was great. I love that.
I don't know. I mean, again, that's a tough one, though, too, because I think partly is, all right, if you're talking edge rushers, they just drafted a guy number 1 overall a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And they've got Josh Allen, who is good already. I mean, it's kind of in a tough – I guess you're in a tough position there when you're trying to say, we should have added more to guys that – theoretically maybe should have played better.
Well, and Baalke went on to point out we had Chase on who got hurt. They had the injuries happen.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the question comes from. Is they had injuries behind those guys you're talking about, so some veteran depth might have helped.
7.
A couple things here. Close it out. The 8 will start with 7. Houston Sports Awards tonight at 713 Music Hall. If you're going out, hope to see you guys out there. That'll be a lot of fun. The big headliner, Warren Moon, Lance Berkman, Cynthia Cooper, the induction class for the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. So congratulations to all 3 of them. And we'll see if the actual awards that get handed out, we'll see if it's another year of the Astro Invitational or if the Rockets and Texans have made enough headway with their individual players and also team accolades and memories and things like that to win a few of these awards here tonight.
8.
And finally, R.I.P. Jimmy Williams, former Astros manager from 2002 to 2004, passed away yesterday at the age of 80. Jimmy Williams, unfortunately, probably best known for getting fired midway through the 2004 season and replaced by Phil Garner, who then led the Astros to back-to-back NLCS appearances and a World Series appearance in 2005. But R.I.P. Jimmy Williams, longtime manager in MLB.
A little tidbit that I never knew about him was that at some point he had suggested like some kind of promotion to call the Minute Maid Park foul poles the foul poles, like FOWL. And then within a few years, it was Chick-fil-A that would end up sponsoring them. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll dig more into that. We got to go talk to the Astros folks about exactly.
For today, on the heels of him passing away, I choose to believe it without even checking if it's substantiated.
I do. I like the idea of like that feels like old time baseball, like where the manager chips in with the idea for a promotion.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yes.
Hey guys, what do you think of this? Like back when it was still like the organizations were relatively small and you didn't have to clear it through lawyers and 29 analysts before you called them the foul polls.
That's right. That was the 8 at 8, so 8 stories to send you to the water cooler with today. All right, up next, we're headed to Vegas on Sunday. Which person in the Sports Radio 610 crew is most likely to find trouble in Vegas?
It feels like it's weighted against somebody.
It's not actually. Well, not you. I'll say that. I've got a couple answers to this one.
Well, I've got. Look, if I am the subject of a smear campaign, Mokaram Law, they're on my side. They can be on your side.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There was an interesting conversation Kyle Brandt of the NFL Network had, I think, with Jimmy Traina. I saw the quotes from it on Barrett Sports Media yesterday. Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football, really good show. Kyle Brandt's really funny too, man. He had a hilarious. Well, I'll get to that in a second. He did the interview, and I didn't realize this as an employee of the NFL Network. He's an employee of the NFL. And we know that there's very strict rules against employees of NFL teams, not just players, employees of NFL teams gambling, particularly on football. And Kyle Brandt, Seth, said in this interview, he's not even allowed to go into a sports book. Like, he's not allowed, like, to even walk in and just look at the lines in a sports book as part of his contract.
That feels like, I wonder if that's an antiquated interview contract from when he first signed or something. They just like kept redoing the contract or something, because that is something. Remember a few years ago that Tony Romo was going to do some kind of promotion at when the
he was going to do a fantasy.
Casino.
It was a fantasy football thing at a casino.
Yeah, it was a fantasy football thing, and it was going to be at a casino hotel, and he couldn't even use that hotel because it was connected to a casino.
Yeah.
So like obviously the things have changed a lot in a few years. I wonder if somebody, you know what I might have to claim here with Kyle Brandt is that he's maybe claiming a little bit of false nobility here. That he's held to a higher standard when in fact maybe the league has told him, like, yeah, whatever, Kyle, it's cool. We do business with Vegas.
I have no idea. I didn't listen to the podcast. I do know from talking to people with the Texans, like, they are super vigilant, even people that work like in the marketing department. You know what I mean? Like, it's a big deal for NFL teams to not have anybody gambling on football.
To not have anybody gambling, but to not even step in house in a casino at all. Like, I wonder,
a sports book. Just the sports book.
So wait, so he can be in the casino, just not in the sports book?
He can be in a casino, not in the sports book, but he says that he doesn't even play cards when he goes because he quote doesn't want to fly too close to the sun.
And it could be a bad image too. You know, you have one or two drinks too many, and somebody sees you drunk at the tables or something, and then you gotta be careful. With
that. So
even Kyle, when he's doing his angriest run segment, like, people would think he was coked up or something. You know, like, that's not the guy you want with privy to potential gambling information. This cokehead with the angry run segment.
Did you see the video Kyle Brandt did? And we're going to get to the question of which of us is going to get into trouble in Vegas in just a second. But that was my impetus for that question, was the Kyle Brandt thing, because I found it. I found it really interesting. Like, they're not even allowed in a sports book is crazy vigilant. There's a video Kyle Brandt did. Stop me if you saw it, Seth. Where he's jogging, like, through a park somewhere, probably through Central Park, and he's in a jogging suit, and he's in Angry Run voice mode. At least he's not sprinting like he is. He's just jogging with a ski cap on, and he's jogging past individual runners, each of whom are wearing logoed gear from the 32 NFL teams, and he's making fun of each of them as he's jogging by them, like doing little one-liners towards each of them. You got to watch it. It's really, really funny. Kyle Brandt does some good stuff, some good content. Okay, so which person in the sports radio?
I feel like you're offended that I was trying to strip away a little bit of his nobility there. I applaud him for not stepping foot in a casino.
No, I just found the rule interesting. That's all. I just thought the rule was interesting.
I was thinking casino. I thought casino would be over the top, especially given that they're having it in Las Vegas. I think the sportsbook makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
that's just too close. That's just too close.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which person in the Sports Radio 610 crew is most likely to find trouble in Vegas? I've got my answer, but I'm curious what your answer is.
I honestly, is Tyler coming?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, Tyler was my first thought.
That would have been the one.
Yeah. I don't know. Tyler's just got... I don't think he ever really gets in trouble or anything, but I also feel like he's got a capacity for sleep deprivation and that he might fly too close to the sun.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Tyler could end up in Vegas and not sleep for 72 hours and end up being on somebody's video of, you know, he's trying to talk to a statue or something just because he's completely out of it.
Mine is Clint Stoerner, and here's why.
Yeah.
One, he has been kind of cooped up taking care of a newborn and a 2-year-old over the last several weeks and months at various times. Like he's not been able to. He and Lauren both. I mean, and they love being parents. I'm not sitting here saying Clint's miserable because he's doing that. You talk to him privately, he's a very happy dad for sure. But Clint used to like to get out and run a little bit, and he's now in Vegas, and there's no newborn waking up.
Yeah.
There's no,
Yeah.
He's a little unchecked. I will also say this. Clint seems to have a little bit of Vegas naivete going on. When we were out, a bunch of us were out last week on a Tuesday or Wednesday night, and Clint asked the question about, okay, what's the closest casino to our hotel? And Landry kind of laughed and said, Clint, there's a casino in our hotel. There's a casino in every hotel.
Has he never been to Vegas?
He's been to Vegas, but the way he laid it out, not like
He's probably like
Vegas,
been there for an event or something.
That's what it seemed like.
Or staying out in the suburbs with somebody in one of the residential areas.
Yeah. So I just feel like I feel like Clint, like life-wise, it's going to feel a little bit like for the last few months he's been swinging the bat with the donut on it, and you get to Vegas and you knock the donut off of there, like, wow, I got all this free time. I don't have any crying kids. I'm a good-looking guy.
Group of people that, or just like a group of nice European people that like, hey, they invited me to this party. Yeah, sure, I'll go with him. And then all of a sudden he wakes up without a kidney in a bathtub or something.
And he might be a hero in parts of Europe because he used to play in NFL Europe back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You better be careful with that.
There's some
Rhine
Fire fans over here for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So
they'll get him in an international incident of some sort.
Clint, number 1. Ron, the show Hughley, number 2. And I wouldn't have put him at 2 probably unless if the Chiefs had lost. But we know he's a Chiefs fan, and he could get swept up into some Chief chicanery while he's out there at certain parties and things like that. I just feel like he's going to have more people he's connected with out there, and thus a higher chance that he gets dragged into something salacious. Plus, the two of them are on in afternoons, which is really just, it's noon to 4 out there. I mean, that is a perfect time slot to get into trouble. You're done at 4.
Well, it's an open invitation to, you can go to an event or something
every
around
party.
Dinner time, and then there's no need to go to like you and I are either going to actually have a really good time. We'd have to pretty much just stay up right up until the show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like it's our show starts at 4 a.m. I don't know. I'm going to be boring as hell. I'll probably go to bed at like 7 p.m. So any of the fun stuff I do will be mid-afternoon.
Okay, I'll carry the fun burden for this show. You're going to walk from our hotel to Radio Row, you said, right?
It's a 2-mile walk, so
Okay.
I figured. And it's only it's highs of like mid-60s right now these days, so I feel like it'll actually be a pleasant walk. I'm just curious, but I'll be walking down the strip the whole time.
It'll be dark out. I don't think you need to worry about what the high is.
I mean, Vegas dark, yeah. As far as the temperature, right?
Yeah.
No, I was just saying that to illustrate it's not going to be hot at all.
Oh, I got you.
The whole time. Like, there's nothing that's going to keep me from wanting to
It might be
walk.
chilly. It might be chilly at night.
Yeah.
Who knows?
So like walking the strip at 3 a.m., the only thing I worry about is that I might find something that is either like I might get swept up in something, or I might find something too enticing and end up being late to the show. But other than that, I think I'll be cool.
I think there's the chance for at least one really, really ratchet show for us, because there's a good chance that on one of those nights I probably will pull an all-nighter. If I'm out, if I'm at the media party and I see people I know and I go out, once it gets to be like 11 or 11:30, you're kind of in the range at that point of like, all right, well, I got to get up at 2:30, to get up and get ready and be at Radio Row, because I don't want to get there at 3:55 a.m. local time for a 4 o'clock show.
But plus, your melatonin's all screwed up when you're out there. Those bright lights your sleep cycle gets so screwed up.
Yeah,
I know. Like I go to bed early, but I always end up finding myself out to dinner at like 11:30 p.m. feeling like as awake as could be, because you're just there's so much stimuli being pumped into your brain at all times.
Yep. Text message, Ron for sure getting into the most trouble. He asked if Vegas has casinos on their show last week. He's in big trouble. Somebody hold his wallet. Did he ask that? I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 second that he asked that.
I can't believe that he'd be so naive to ask if there were casinos on the trip.
Yeah,
in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think that.
It's like he's watched movies before at the very least. Yeah.
Irwin is saying Landry is his vote.
Landry's kind of a pro. He goes to Vegas a lot.
He does, and Landry's got that dynamic going too, where he's got a fairly newborn in the house as well.
Yeah.
Like, he's
but that means he might be ready to bust out.
Okay. Just to be clear, I equate having very young kids in your house, and then getting the chance to go to Vegas as an increase in the likelihood of trouble.
Especially if you're a new parent, you might feel like you need to push back against these boundaries that are pressing in on you, like you're stuck in that trash compactor in Star Wars. You're feeling the walls closing in on you as you realize, everything's laid out for me for the next 20 plus years, and I've got all these responsibilities and everything. No, I'm gonna rebel against this.
Yes,
St. Landry's gonna do that.
Yeah, rail against it. Absolutely.
Rage against the machine, Landry.
Indeed. Are the Texans unveiling their new uniforms at the Houston Sports Awards tonight? They are not. I believe they're unveiling them at the draft in April. So you get to see those in April. Not tonight at the Houston Sports Awards.
Landry is saying that Landry planned out a route for me to walk that's really cool.
Landry's become like our travel agent for this trip. When we were out the other night, a handful of us were out the other night. If you brought up anything, Landry immediately, it was like having Siri sitting next to you, but it was a person. Like, hey Siri, where's a good Italian restaurant to go in Vegas on Tuesday night? Landry's like, opens up Open Table, and next thing you know, sorry Siri, don't shut up Siri, I'm not talking to you. Next thing you know, we had a reservation for 9 at some really cool Italian place.
He might know Vegas a little too well though, because he just gave me the directions. The same way when you talk to somebody in a small town, and they're like, well, go out and cross the street back where the old post office used to be, and then you need to turn right where Mrs. Abigail got murdered in 1942. And you're like, I don't know any of these things. So he told me to keep walking to the Old Valleys. Does it say Old Valleys on it? I don't know where the Old Valleys
I'm on the text. Cross bridge from Cromwell to the Old Valleys. Keep walking. Okay. Cross after Planet Hollywood. Then go all the way down and cross near the MGM across the street.
I feel like I could do all those, except I don't know if is the Old Valleys like still the original Valleys or something?
I think so. I don't know that there's a new Valleys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, we played this earlier. We'll play it in the next segment. C.J. Stroud has a commercial. Is this commercial a shot at Bryce Young? We will have that for you next.
Like anything else we wear every day, your watches and jewelry might need a little tender love and care from
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, people are weighing in. Landry insists that he's not going to be the one who gets in trouble. I believe that.
I think that your theory of the way that people behave when they have newborns at home, I think that's I don't know. I would think it's a minority of dudes that, like, when given the chance to get away from the newborn, like, go rage. Like, I think mostly they just want to sleep. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'm projecting.
You don't sleep a lot.
I don't sleep.
So you don't have the natural sleep needs that most people do.
No, I get my 5-6 hours and I'm good to go. I also think it probably is worth pointing out that my newborn situation back in the early 2000s, when I used to travel quite a bit for work in my previous life, I was a sales director and then a VP of sales. The whole country was my territory, so I traveled a lot. So I'd wind up in Vegas every now and then. Who knew? I had customers there. What do you want? My young kid situation in my house back then was probably different than a lot of people's. I had twins right out of the chute, and then Sammy was born 17 months later. So I had 3 that were all within 17 months of each other. So that was a hectic household, man. I'm telling you, that was a crazy household. So
Plus, how old were you?
I was in my early 30s.
Okay.
Yeah. My kids were born. My kids. I share a birthday with my older 2. Our birthday was last Monday, and I was 29 when they were born, and I was 30 when Sammy was born.
Yeah, you weren't young, you weren't old. Yeah.
I was in the age where a lot of people like to go to Vegas and cut loose. You know.
I think the people that have babies when they're like in their early 20s, as long as they can make it work, because it's sometimes that's stressful on the marriage at that age, especially. But the people that can make it work, that's not a bad way to do it at all. Because I've got friends that got married young, and everybody thought that it would fail, and they ended up like having an awesome relationship. And their kids, by the time they were 40, their kids were up and moved out and independent and everything, and they've got the life. It's really not bad at all. Yeah. But you got to be sure you get it right.
Yes.
Don't go rushing into it like for the purpose of timing. It's
right. Exactly. Which
I want to get divorced when I'm young, so let's get married fast.
Which Sports Radio 610 member is most likely to hit up a brothel? Lopez for sure. I'm just kidding, Jan. I think Lopez would, just to observe. Lopez
for the journalistic, out of journalistic integrity.
Yeah.
I can't write about this without having experience.
With a think piece coming on legalization of prostitution in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
That would be his study.
Lopez is going to go all Hunter Thompson on us.
Right.
Hunter S. Thompson on us. Yeah.
Right.
No, I think that's a tough one. Boy, we got. Wait, who's not married?
We don't have any single
guys. On-air guys. Everybody's married.
Everybody's married amongst the on-air guys. Yeah.
Yep. We got okay.
Yeah. Landry was our last hope, and now Landry's our last hope to wind up at a brothel in Vegas, and now he's happily married.
How many single guys are even at because Tyler's married and Figgy's married? Is Ben the only?
Ben, are you? Yeah, Ben, you might be the only one.
I honestly don't know. I might be. I'd imagine some of the young.
You got anything in the hopper, Ben?
No.
Okay, good job.
Not even a little bit.
Aaron Raybald's going on the trip.
Yeah, he's married.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, to a ringer. His wife's an engineer or something.
Yeah. Okay, that's right.
He's not going to mess that up.
No, I know. That's the other thing. Those of us in this business who are married and have wives that make more money, I'm not throwing shade at my wife. My wife's a teacher, so I don't have that dynamic going on. But you got to be careful, man.
She's an engineer or a scientist or something impressive.
Yeah.
People pointing out that Seth and Landry do have a history with Radio Row drama. Yeah, I think that for the most part, that's where I first learned my lesson about drinking and being careful with that I don't get hungover, I get moody, and that I get a hair trigger if I have a few too many that next day, I've just got a hair trigger on me. I was hair triggered that morning.
You were?
And I do not accept full responsibility for the events of that morning.
No.
I do admit that it probably would have gone differently if I were in a little bit different state of mind.
Didn't help, right?
Yeah. So ever since that day, it's been hard to. I don't usually find myself in that situation anymore.
Yep.
And then Josh and I've been on Josh's podcast since then.
Yeah. No, you've laid your weapons down. It's all good. Okay, so C.J. Stroud did an ad for Cheetos. It's a short ad. We've got the short blurb from it. And I knew the joke about him being second overall, and we'll play it here in a second. I'll set this up. There's a joke in here about the Buffalo Wing Cheetos being the second best solution next to actual buffalo wings. And to set the scene here, CJ is standing in some area by himself, and he gets some sort of signal from the gods that somebody's out of buffalo wings, and he must help them. And he goes and he shows up with buffalo wing flavored Cheetos to this guy. And
are they buffalo wing flavored Cheetos?
Yes.
Or Cheeto flavored buffalo wings?
They're buffalo wing flavors. It's an ad for Cheetos.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a buffalo wing flavored Cheetos. And take a listen. Do you hear a shot at Bryce Young in this ad?
Somebody's out of buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud, and the second best buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
Did you say second best buffalo thing?
Yes. Cheetos. Behind the actual wings. And then the
behind
guy
the
says,
wing, the second best with the best of okay.
And then the guy validates,
so CJ,
wow, this is
the second best buffalo thing. Okay.
So we got text.
Yeah.
Is second best is the best a shot at Bryce Young?
It could be interpreted as such.
I
felt actually when the guy texted that, I felt kind of stupid for not having thought of it myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it probably is. I don't know if CJ would have realized it was. Maybe they're just like, hey CJ, we're just making a play on you being the second draft pick, right? No big deal.
Yeah.
And then they take a little jab in there too. Yeah.
Or he might not have liked it, might have thought it was a shot at Bryce Young, but then he looked down and saw the contract and how much he's getting paid to talk about Cheetos. And I'm like, I'll talk about his mom. What do you want me to do? Second best is the best, and your mom's a whore. $500,000?
You want
sure.
You got short jokes in here? What? Anything? I'll do anything. Whatever.
Yes.
Hey
guys, how you doing?
You know what? I actually feel a little bit like if we painted a brow across him, there's a little bit of an AD element to him too.
There is.
Little tiny AD.
Yeah. Mustache and beard don't even look real. They look taped to his face.
They do almost. You know what? He's got Bryce Young, if he weren't such a soft-spoken guy, would actually almost have kind of like a sinister look to him with that mustache and goatee.
Like a vaudeville villain?
Like, not a vaudeville villain, like some dude from the 70s. Like he looks like a guy that was driving like a cheap-ass Camaro in like the early 80s or something.
Yeah.
Like one of the, like when the Camaros got the little rubber band engines.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's something about him. It's just that he balances it out with the rest of his personality.
He does. Text message, you're reaching on this one, Pendy. LOL. Okay, I see what you did there with the Pendy thing. Trying to get under my skin. It's not going to work today. I'm in a good mood today. I'm just asking the question, is this a shot at Bryce Young? There's several of your fellow texter, that asked the question. We'll play it one more time. It's only 10 seconds long.
Somebody's out of buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud, and the second best buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. We're not reaching.
Kind of a shot at buffalo wings too, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Like those Doritos are somehow better than buffalo wings. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have. CJ shouldn't have. This is where it all starts going south. Yeah, CJ. I don't know. CJ approving the script for that. I don't know. I feel like everything's gone to his. You start getting that Doritos money, and all of a sudden you start making the decisions based on the Doritos instead of winning football games.
Cheetos, just to be clear.
Cheetos.
Cheetos.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, the reason I'm bringing it up, where do Cheetos stack rank on your salty snacks list?
Probably about like 98.
Yeah, I'm not a Cheeto guy at all.
Yeah. When they made? Remember when Cheetos was going to make those? Was it Cheetos or Doritos that was going to make the ones for the ladies to where you didn't get the green stuff on your fingers?
I have not heard about this.
Oh, it was a big thing. It was a big thing because people got pissed because they felt like they were being sexist because the women don't want to get the powder on their fingers. And so they got all angry at, who they assumed the CEO of Frito-Lay's was, and turns out is this lady.
It's a woman.
And, who thought it was a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. People got angry at the middle-aged white. Oh, no, she's actually a woman of color. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you know who you're going after before you go after them.
It's a dig against the Bills, too, perhaps, as people point out.
Oh, because they finished second all those years. Yeah. Someone says, okay, this is true. If you haven't seen the video, it's a jab. After the guy says second best is the best, CJ does look at the camera and wink.
So he winks, yeah.
It's a shot.
All right.
It's a shot.
It's going to be tough for Bryce Young to come back from this one.
You got that right.
This is
Bryce has got to. Can you imagine as much as Bryce has on his plate from just sucking this year? Someone coming up to him, did you see the shot CJ took at you in a Cheetos commercial? I'd be like, dude, I've got 50 other things I got to worry about right now. I don't know jack squat about this Brian Callahan guy.
Yeah. Two things. Did I say green stuff? I meant orange stuff, obviously.
You said green.
Why didn't you correct me?
Because I didn't know. Maybe there's a green Dorito
there's like
out
a green
there.
Doritos or something.
They've got other flavors.
That's a weird form of color blindness. What kind of weird dyslexic color blindness? I'm in my head. I'm seeing orange,
right?
And yet I'm saying green with my mouth.
Yeah.
And somebody else says that Bryce Young looks like a villain in a Bugs Bunny movie.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yes.
Yeah. Or in like Space Jam or something. There's a cartoony villainy to the way that Bryce Young looks. Yes.
Yeah, then he opens his mouth.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
You're like, oh yeah, this guy ain't beating my ass. Unless he's got a gun, he's not winning this battle. His voice just cracked. Hey guys, how you doing?
Bryce Young's mom could beat up Bryce Young.
Yes.
Is the appropriate thing. That's what CJ would say most likely.
Yep. CJ called Bryce and let him know not to take this commercial personal. He might have. I feel like CJ might. Like, hey, Bryce, this commercial's coming out, I know we're homeboys.
What if Bryce Young's people were like, hey, we could do it kind of like, back like when Magic Johnson and Larry Bird did that thing with McDonald's? And CJ's people would have to be like, listen,
yes.
Who exactly is the Larry Bird and the Magic Johnson in this one?
That's where if that ever happened, the blame would be on David Mulligetta and Brian Burney, CJ's agent and marketing guy, because CJ is too nice to say no probably to something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So if that ever got out there, I'd be like, why are his people letting him do this? Absolutely.
Why is Bryce Young somehow all of a sudden elevated to the same level as CJ Stroud?
Yeah,
You've got to earn that, Bryce Young.
That's right, man.
Sorry, they're not just going to hand this to you the way they did the number 1 overall draft pick because of your S2 scores.
That's right, man. You can't just step onto these salty snack commercials like CJ Stroud and think you're equal.
Somebody says, there's disorganized attachment syndrome attaching orange to green. Son of a bitch. I always knew I was going to get disorganized attachment syndrome.
We've been saying it for years.
I got hit with the DAS.
We've been saying it for years. No, Seth has been saying off the air he's so afraid he has this. Sean,
I've been
don't
pre-DAS for documented for 7 years, and now it's hit.
Got to figure it out. All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, new Super Bowl odds are out. I think these odds are a little more realistic about the Texans than the ones we had last week. The bottom 7 teams in this, though, that's where the Texans were last year. Which one of these can be the Texans of 2024? That is next.
Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch strip, which come, Sean?
Yeah.
In a beautiful white container.
I was going to say, you can dip your green chips in there.
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. The BetOnline.ag put out Super Bowl odds yesterday for next year. I think they're looking at the Texans a little more realistically than the ones we saw come out last week. And I forget. Well, you remember the ones we looked at last week, Seth? They had the Texans at 20-1 and 8th on the list.
Yeah.
And I think it was the 8th probably, that part of it that felt maybe like, okay, we're maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves. Even though they were one of the final 8 teams standing this year. So, maybe I'm off base. This particular set of odds had the Texans at 25-1, so not drastically different. And they had them at 13th, tied for 13th in the league, a little closer to the middle of the pack. And that's where I am right until I see what this offseason looks like and how they replace all these free agents and how they, via the draft and free agency itself. That I need to wait and see how that goes first.
You know where I am though with it, Sean? If you look at it as the teams that are remaining in the playoffs right now, we know that not everybody that makes the playoffs obviously makes it back to the playoffs. But I think if you generally look at, like, if I were to start maybe with the Buccaneers, like, okay, I feel like that let's call them the 12th favorite just because they made the playoffs. I think the Texans will have a better shot than them. The Steelers, until they find a quarterback, I just don't know. The Browns, Browns are an interesting one. I would probably put them. Boy, I don't know. Right now, they might be even with the Texans. The Rams, the Dolphins, the Packers. I feel like that. I don't know. I could make a case for like 6th or 7th or so best odds to make the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I would put all those teams as either below or right at the Texans level.
Yeah, I think, I guess one thought is like, okay, who are the teams that didn't make the playoffs this year that we feel like, okay, well, something bad happened to them? Like Cincinnati comes to mind immediately. Like, yeah, they lost Joe Burrow halfway through the season. Like, if Joe Burrow's healthy, big if, by the way, like he's only been healthy 2 of his 4 seasons in the league so far. But if Joe Burrow's healthy, that's probably one of the 5 or 6 best teams in football, right? The Bengals are up there. Even though the Texans beat them this year, I think the odds makers are going to look at Joe Burrow and Cincinnati as a more complete team going into the season than the Texans.
Which point? Yeah, you don't remember which game he got hurt in, do you?
It was right after it was shortly after the Texans game. The Texans played them in Week 10, and it might have been the very next week he got hurt. Week 11 or 12, thereabouts.
Yeah, I want to say it was against the Ravens the next week.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, at that point, they were 4-5 after playing the Texans. It's not like they'd been just dominating people or anything in that game or leading up to that point.
Yeah.
So, and the Texans beat them with Joe Burrow. I don't know. I think the biggest thing that we as Texans fans might be guilty of is actually forgetting just what a difference maker Tank Dell is to that offense and for C.J. Stroud. That's a part that I'm trying to be honest with myself. Like, am I actually kind of more pessimistic about next year than I should be because I'm forgetting about Tank Dell? Because the Texans face theoretically a tougher schedule. At the very least, they're going to face a tougher slate of quarterbacks. And usually that stays pretty consistent. Good quarterbacks are good quarterbacks year to year. But so the level of difficulty gets tougher. You're playing the division winners, all of that. But the return of Tank Dell makes me I keep reminding myself that's a big, big difference.
Yeah, it's way up there, I would say, without having the list of injuries in front of me. I think you'd have a hard time finding a slew of injuries that non-quarterback that impacted a team more than losing Tank Dell impacted the Texans. It's funny, Seth. They put out somebody put an 18-minute cut-up together this weekend of most of C.J. Stroud's really good throws from the season. Mm-hmm. And it's really nice to have a quarterback where it takes 18 minutes to do that. There were a lot of them. And it was really interesting. It's on my Twitter timeline from Saturday or Sunday if you want to go find it. It's actually, if you're a Texan fan, it's 18 minutes well spent because you really do get to enjoy oh my God, this guy's our quarterback. But there were a couple interesting things about this video. It was all TV cut up. So what was really funny was the first few weeks of highlights are all like Spiro Didis, Chris Myers from Fox, Andrew Catalan.
Yeah.
And then by like midway through the season, it's like, oh, Ian Eagle makes an appearance. Kevin Harlan is doing the games. That part was very funny. But the other thing that you notice that's not quite as funny is, and I know Tank Dell got hurt in week 13, so he was here for a majority of the season, but of the 18 minutes, like 16 of the 18 minutes were during the Tank Dell era.
Yeah,
and there's very few highlights after the Denver game. There's practically nothing from the Jets game. CJ didn't play in the Titans and then the Browns game. There's really not much from the win over the Titans, the 26-3 win, because that was just a very methodical sort of workmanlike win. And then really a couple throws from the Colts game. But that's what you notice. Like, holy crap, these Tank Dell, CJ Stroud plays are incredible.
They're incredible, and it also just it added an explosiveness to the offense. It's hard to get that level of explosiveness in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think that even with that speed, though, when you lose Tank Dell, what really started to stick out was, man, you also don't have speed, like genuine speed or athleticism. Well, at the tight end position, you have Brevin Jordan, but Brevin's not a complete tight end. Like, if you had a prototype type tight end, then that would make a big difference. Then you'd be more well-rounded. And then a rushing attack, like explosivity in the rushing game. Can you actually hurt teams with your run game? Can you break out a 50-yard run or something? I would sacrifice quite a few explosive passes if you could also have the danger and threat of explosive runs.
No doubt.
That's the part that's tough, and it's dicey to maybe bank too much on Tank Dell when you've seen what happens. You see what happened to him this year, and you lost him. And like, okay, was that a fluke situation? Is Bobby Slowick not going to have him in that situation again? Did his size have anything to do at all with a large man falling on his leg and breaking? It's impossible to say. But like that, my natural reaction is when you see a tiny guy break his leg with a big guy falling on top of him, it's hard not to think that size had something to do with it.
Well, and to that end, they need to go into next season with better solutions, non-Nico and non-Tank at wide receiver, than older guys, older journeymen like Noah Brown and Robert Woods, and counting on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. Like, they've got to find a better, more durable solution as a third and maybe even a fourth wide receiver, too.
Like guys that are scary in some regard. Like either they're fast or they're big or whatever it might be. They're your third or fourth option, but you can use them in specific instances where they can hurt a defense.
Yes.
And in complement to Tank Dell and Nico Collins, all of that. The other part too is I wonder with Tank Dell, I'm curious whether on that goal line play where he got injured, whether he was actually supposed to be searching for work where he was. He went to go block the same guy that Nico Collins was blocking, and then Nico had the dude. So Tank ended up going like underneath and around Nico to get further inside there.
Yeah.
I'm doubtful that the play was designed that way.
Yeah.
So I know. Look, Tank Dell really needs to know and understand that we know he's tougher than people might assume based on his size, okay? Like, you're plenty tough, man. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. You're
believe
a badass, okay?
We believe you, yes.
Yeah, you don't, please don't try to prove it to us. We know you are.
These are the 7 teams on the odds board that are inhabiting the same space the Texans did a year ago, i.e. the bottom. There are 6 teams tied at 100-1, and then Carolina is at the bottom at 150-1. Here are the teams.
Oh, embarrassing.
Here are the teams. Well, and this is the question. Of these teams that I'm about to read, which one could be the Texans of 2024? Where they're bottom of the league heading into the year, and then it turns out they're pretty freaking competitive.
Yeah.
These are the 6 teams that are 100-1. Denver, New England, New Orleans, the Giants, the Titans, Washington, and then Carolina's 150-1. So those are the bottom 7.
I think Washington's the one that could be a surprise to people. Offensively, they had. It was weird. They amassed yardage without necessarily amassing points and everything else that goes along with it. But they were able to do a lot of things, and I think they still have the bones and the infrastructure of a team that could be more quickly remedied. They've just flown under the radar like the Texans had for years for various reasons. The other one, New England, just because they have a really good defense, and Gerard Mayo claims that they're going to go out and spend in free agency. I don't know. That's an easy promise to make until the owner, who's not known as like the most free spending guy in the world, decides to pull in the reins on you. But I guess I wouldn't sleep on New England. And then Denver, I have no clue. I have no clue about Denver.
Yeah, I don't. I just think Russell Wilson. If the marriage is Russell Wilson, it's not going to be Russell Wilson. He's going to get cut. So I have to wait and see what the solution is at quarterback for Denver. But New England and Washington were the two I thought of, Seth. And I was getting, in my mind, I'm getting like super specific. Like, okay, which one can be the Texans? Texans had a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback. And these are two teams that are going to have probably, we know New England has a first-time head coach. By the way, a former linebacker, former Pro Bowl linebacker, like D'Amico, who played for the team that he's coaching, New England, like D'Amico did. And they've got the third pick in the draft. We just said in headlines an hour or so ago, Mac Jones is not going to get his fifth-year option, which means they're probably moving on from Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And there might be a quarterback at 3 that they like. Similarly, Washington is probably going to hire a first-time head coach, it looks like. Who knows, maybe even Bobby Slowick. And I would expect them to draft a quarterback with the second overall pick. That would be my bet right now. Maybe they don't. Maybe they draft Marvin Harrison Jr. and roll with Sam Howell for another year. Who knows? But I think those are two teams that are going to have rookie quarterbacks, rookie head coaches, and especially New England. Like, New England's got way more on the defensive side of the ball right now than the Texans did coming into this season. That's a good defense in New England. I mean, they played really well at times this past year.
Yeah, no, they've got they retained Baby Belichick there, right, too. So Gerard Mayo was Mayo's still
Mayo's
there.
Good friends with him.
Yeah,
so
and they and the word out of New England is that, like, okay, this isn't just sheer nepotism. The kid actually,
he can coach.
He's probably like 38 by now, right?
He's got a mullet, so he stays young.
Yeah, I know, but even the mullet isn't, like, the mullet's been back for long enough now that guys in their 30s have mullets. So I don't know exactly how old he is, but I don't know. And then there's always a part of me that just always wanted the Saints. The Saints are perpetually a team that you look at and you're like, well, some of the personnel they have is pretty damn good. Like, in terms of width and depth of their wide receiving core, and like the wild card that is Derek Carr and Kamara and everything else that goes along with it, if they get the right offensive coordinator plugging in there and the guys on defense play up to their ability and they're in that division, I think the Saints could make a push that either nobody expects or everybody expects. I can never figure out the Saints.
Yeah, well, I mean, the odds makers expect them to suck really bad this year. They've got them with the Titans and the Giants and the Commanders.
But if you look at their roster and you look at just their depth chart, it's not horrendous.
No.
Like, there are other teams out there that don't have nearly the talent that they do.
I agree.
So I just is it just a matter of having a new offensive coordinator and having Dennis Allen tweak a few things, and then also being in the NFC South? And yet they haven't made that push since Payton left.
Nope.
Even despite all those things being, I feel like you could say that about the roster every year over the past couple of years.
Yes, yeah, they've got talent. Okay, Seth had said in the previous segment, we were talking about Doritos, and you mentioned the green dust getting underneath people's fingernails when it's
I made a mistake.
You made a mistake.
I was thinking about orange dust, and I said green dust.
You said green, but somebody's got your back. They said Doritos did have a salsa verde flavor for a while. Looking out for you, big dog.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly
good.
what I was thinking there.
Okay.
Yeah, the salsa verde.
We've got somebody texting in about the Bryce Young Cheetos commercial, which launched our Doritos talk. One more time because it's short. Here's the commercial in question.
C.J. Stroud, yeah.
Did I say Bryce Young? Yeah, sorry, C.J.
Okay.
Stroud. Did C.J. Stroud take a shot at Bryce Young in this commercial?
Somebody's out of Buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud, and the second best Buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
Okay, second best is the best. Is that a shot at Bryce Young by C.J. Stroud? Text message. It's the other guy in the commercial taking a shot at Bryce Young, because if you listen, CJ says the second best Buffalo thing. He's staying true to his humble self and letting everyone else decide.
Yeah, that's a valid point by the listener. That's a valid point.
I like that we have listeners that are breaking down this commercial like it's a Shakespeare play or something like that.
This is it's the other dude who does a good job in this commercial who is saying that second best is the best.
Yes.
I like that it's also got a little bit of a Ricky Bobby flair to it, too. It's almost like in defiance of Ricky Bobby saying second best. No, second place isn't last. Second place, in fact, in some respects, is the best. Yeah.
Now again, I'll point out, CJ did wink at the camera after that guy said second best is the best.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
you can interpret that any number of ways, I suppose.
Yeah, that's just him just
being friendly.
Feeling good that he just gave you a tip to go try these Cheetos.
Yeah.
Buffalo chicken wing flavored Cheetos?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm not sure I'm crazy about that concept. I like the only thing I like to be flavored like meat for me is actual meat. I don't like adding meat flavor to things. It's you know what I had? You know what I had was an Impossible Burger the other day.
Yeah, they're not bad.
No, well, this is the problem, though. I was kind of pleasantly surprised that it has the texture and everything.
Yeah.
That you'd expect. Like if somebody were to give it to me and I didn't say anything about it, I wouldn't have thought, what is this, a veggie burger?
Right.
And yet, whatever they do to give it a bit of a meat flavor, that was the part that was off-putting to me.
Yeah.
It was almost a little too accurate while knowing that it's not actually beef. That bothered me. If it tasted a little bit more like a veggie burger, I might actually like it.
They're pretty good.
That's not what they're going for. But,
right. I like generally speaking though, they're not. I mean, they're not like my first choice. But Amy and I bought them and thrown them in the freezer before, and eaten them. They're not bad. They're not bad.
Yeah, I got no objections. So like, I'm a carnivore. Don't get me wrong. But I'll eat a veggie burger. When I look at the Impossible Burger, it's a little bit too. It feels a little too like processed and manufactured.
A little bit.
Know? Versus like, oh no, give me some bean concoction that a hippie made for me. I don't know.
Perfectly shaped.
Yeah,
it's perfectly shaped to where the edges are almost like 90 degrees on each part of it. You know, it needs to feel
but I did. Otherwise, I liked it. I just didn't like exactly. It was almost a little too close to the real deal.
6.5 out of 10. 6.5 out of 10. All right, coaching stuff we got to get to. There's some important coaching stuff going on yesterday and today that has to do with the Texans. And what do we make of Bill Belichick? Boy, Ryan Clark went in on Bill Belichick over the weekend. We've got that for you coming up next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to Vegas.
Louis, Missouri. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, someone points out Super Bowl 59, the perfect storyline for DeMeco Ryans and the Texans. Yeah, that's next year. Super Bowl 59, matching DeMeco's jersey number. Yeah, I like that. Like that little wrinkle.
What is it?
Super Bowl 59 is next year, so the texter said that would be perfect for DeMeco and the Texans. Super Bowl 59. Yeah, I like that.
DeMeco and his hijacking the number 59 back from his left guard, Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green, and Whitney Merciless before him, yes.
It's a very awkward Whitney.
Can you imagine Kenyon Green gets cut in training camp and DeMeco steps up to the podium that day? They're like, why did it not work out with Kenyon Green? Like, he wouldn't give up the number 59.
Dude, I tried to buy it back from him. His price was too high, so I cut him.
I cut his ass. That's great.
What if he stood up? What if DeMeco got up to the podium wearing his jersey? From then on, from that point forward, like he goes baseball manager, and he's wearing his uniform on the sideline.
He goes, "We're back."
DeMeco could get away with it. He does. He looks as much like a player now as he did when he was a player.
Hell yeah,
because he might be leaner now.
Yeah,
because he doesn't have to worry about carrying maybe a little extra, just for the durability's sake. Yeah.
Yep.
And he's working the coach's hours, where as long as you can stay away from the junk food, you can actually get pretty damn gaunt working as a coach.
True.
You just got to stay away from the snacks, kids, and you'll get that heroin chic physique that every coach wants.
In a building where I'm guessing there's unlimited snacks, I would think, right?
That's tough. Yeah, they're healthy snacks, but you know how that goes.
Sure.
You can OD on healthy snacks.
Yeah, they've got calories.
Right.
Yeah. So it looks like Bill Belichick is going to get snubbed this coaching cycle. So the question is, what happens in 2025? Before we get to that, Ryan Clark of ESPN, he seems to think that, forget if it's 2024, 2025, or 2020 anything, Bill Belichick's time is up.
Matt Patricia, Josh McDaniels, Bill O'Brien to some extent in Houston. We've seen all of these people leave, and nobody's successful. So now all of a sudden we want to go back to that? Or are we going to assess the current head coaching climate? What coaches go to teams and do well? Mike McDaniels, he did a good job. Bill Belichick ain't like him. Sean McVay, he did a great job. Bill Belichick ain't like him. Matt LaFleur now moving on from Aaron Rodgers and getting to make the team his team. Bill Belichick ain't like him. Dan Campbell, Bill Belichick isn't like him. And does any of us think that when you sit and have a meeting with Bill Belichick, you are wowed by his personality and his ability to connect? So if it's just not that you're worried about history or that you're worried about resume or that you're trophy case watching, he ain't the dude. And I think that the day it happened, Adam Schefter said that the Atlanta Falcons could be players for Bill Belichick, which said to me it was Bill Belichick's job to lose. Well, guess what? He lost it.
Okay. So Ryan Clark, demonstrably not a Bill Belichick guy.
Okay, there's a couple of I agree with some of it. I disagree with some other parts. For one, I don't think that you can really use the Belichick tree and include Belichick himself on that tree. I think they're two separate things. That, hey, look, Belichick's for whatever reason, Belichick's assistant coaches don't seem to make very good head coaches in general, whether it's because it's the type of guy that he hires, like a Joe Judge personality or a Matt Patricia personality or whatever else it might be, or if it's because of some way that he trains them or something that they don't go on to be good head coaches. Who knows? There's that. I get nervous if you try to start to find common themes amongst successful head coaches. Because the fact of the matter is there are very, very few genuinely successful head coaches. They're outliers. So it's the same as if you start trying to act like NFL quarterbacks, like no good quarterbacks come from certain colleges because of whatever reason. The fact of the matter is they're an outlier. There's very, very few good quarterbacks in general. So, yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to where they come from. I wonder, though, the one thing that rings true with that is if you look at a Belichickian personality, like how many of those types of guys exist anymore in the NFL? Mm-hmm. Where it used to be like, I played for Tom Coughlin. He was a grumpy old dude, and he was out of that Parcells tree. But it wasn't like it was that crazy by coaching standards or by NFL coach standards. There were a lot of old school grumpy dudes back in the day. I don't know how many more there are, really. You know, like Schottenheimer's not from the Parcells tree, but Schottenheimer is an old school grumpy dude.
Yeah.
So I don't. If that's what Ryan Clark is pointing out, that you need somebody that can relate to Gen Z and some of the younger millennials or whatever. Is that a requirement? Is it a job requirement right now?
Yeah, I don't know that it is. I was thinking the same thing, Seth. Like, yeah, you're rattling off all the guys who have that type of personality and are younger guys. But yeah, there's plenty of like Sean McDermott's been very successful in Buffalo. Like, I don't think of him as one of the guys that Ryan Clark is putting into a bucket. Hell, Tyler Dunn
he's not like
did
he's not a player's coach.
A three-part series on what a jerk the guy is behind the scenes sometimes.
He's not wearing Yeezys like Kyle Shanahan or whatever. You know, like it's the other guy too. I like Tomlin. Tomlin's like a pretty gruff guy, and his players. I feel like players like him not because he pals around with him or anything, but because they respect him.
Yeah.
So I feel like Tomlin's old school in a lot of regards. Now, look, Ryan Clark obviously knows Mike Tomlin pretty well, so he might really, really disagree with that putting him and Belichick in the same bucket.
Yep. So we'll see what happens with Belichick next year. There was a piece that listed on The Athletic the teams that could be interested in Belichick next year, seemingly in some order of likelihood, because at the very bottom was the New York Jets of these 9 teams, which it would be, you know, Belichick jilted the Jets back in the day. For those who don't remember, he was the coach for like a day and then quit to go to the New England Patriots. Dallas, the Giants. Stop when you get to one that you find intriguing here, Seth.
The Giants make sense just because of his history with the Giants and whatever emotional attachments he would have to that. Like, he does have a sentimental side to him, it seems, that people might not expect. And then he's got ties to the owners there and everything.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of mutual respect between him and the Giants.
And I'm assuming that people are looking at the writer of this article is looking at these jobs as ones that have a fair likelihood of being open next year. The Giants, Cleveland, which would be another place he's got history. He was the head coach there back in
unfinished business in the
mid-90s.
Yes.
Chicago, if they move on from Matt Eberflus, that would be a risky one, I think. If you're drafting Caleb Williams and you fire Matt Eberflus and then bring in another defensive head coach, I would think at that point, like, you're probably going to be of mind in Chicago to go to the other side of the ball for your head coach.
You know, the only thing I wonder is that, honestly, what is it about Josh McDaniels that perhaps just is that he's best as an offensive coordinator? I mean, Mac Jones looked really good under Josh McDaniels when Josh McDaniels was working for Bill Belichick. And I'm open to that being just the scenario that works for both Belichick and McDaniels. If you're going to try to rehash anything from New England, I would say, all right, look, those two together when both Matt Castle had his year, and then when Mac Jones had his very promising rookie year, that was with Belichick as a head coach and Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator. Do you know I don't like to invoke the Matt Castle year too much because a couple years later, Todd Haley had almost the identical season with Matt Castle.
Yes.
So it's not as simple as like, oh, wow, you won 11 games with Matt Castle, huh? Incredible. Like, oh, Todd Haley did it.
Yeah, in Kansas City.
But, yeah, that's I almost don't want Belichick unless he comes with McDaniels.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Then you have a known commodity offensive coordinator who's been good, to your point.
And who seems to operate all right under Belichick. It's just different when he goes elsewhere.
Yep. The most intriguing one to me, if Andy Reid were to retire in Kansas City, how do you think that would work? Bill Belichick in Kansas City. And then I guess, to your point, Josh McDaniels as the OC for Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, the problem is right now they've got the dream scenario, which is a defensive coordinator who, much like Dick LeBeau back in the day, may not have any designs on wanting to be a head coach again.
He's been one already. Yeah.
I think Spagnuolo. I've met Spagnuolo. He's a really likable guy, and he almost has that vibe of like a guy's guy who's meant to be a defense. Like he's awesome, but might be too awesome of a dude to be an actual head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know there was some kind of issue, whatever the story was, but I don't know. I think he might be like Dick LeBeau in that he'll stay in Kansas City and be the defensive coordinator forever. So get an offensive dude. And now, ironically enough, when Mike Tomlin was hired to the Chiefs or to the Steelers, Mike Tomlin was a defensive guy, and he kept Dick LeBeau as his defensive coordinator forever.
Good move,
because that's how good Dick LeBeau was.
Yeah.
I don't know if that same dynamic works with Belichick and Spagnuolo.
Yeah, that would be an interesting dynamic for sure. That's the way. Like if you feel like Kansas City is chasing your legacy in New England, that's what you do. You just jump on board with Kansas City. Like, hey, now I've got all my bases covered here. I'm going to go get 3 more Super Bowls with Mahomes.
If I were Belichick, and this will tell you exactly why I'm not Belichick, I would be like, I would just like, hey man, like I kind of miss being just a defensive coordinator. I'm going to go and just actually get to enjoy being a defensive coordinator. Yeah,
call my ball plays.
I have a feeling that Belichick and I just aren't wired the same way.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and
That's what I remember talking to Dom Capers about that when he was a head coach, about like the difference between being a coordinator and being a head coach. And he said that like there is a part of being a coordinator that's just after having been a head coach, you just feel like almost like a carpenter that gets to work with his tools again after he hadn't been able to touch his tools. You get to actually get down and get into the craft of the thing instead of all the stuff that comes with being a head coach.
All the CEO stuff. Yeah. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Early Super Bowl storylines, including one that makes me say, are we really doing this again a decade later? We'll tell you what that is coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I do that every week. I go there on Fridays. I get my testosterone boost, and boom, I'm
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, early Super Bowl storylines. Patrick Mahomes chasing Tom Brady. Taylor Swift trying to get from Tokyo to Vegas in time for the game. And Seth, one that I heard from at least 2 outlets in the last 24 hours. We're doing this again, 10 years later, celebrating the 11-year anniversary of Joe Flacco winning a Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Is Brock Purdy elite?
Is he elite?
Is Brock Purdy? He's an MVP finalist. He's a Pro Bowler. Is Brock Purdy elite? I think we learned that Joe Flacco, it turns out, was not elite. He won a Super Bowl, but he was not elite.
He wasn't elite, no, especially given how many interceptions he had thrown in the regular season as well as the playoffs. So it wasn't just a matter of in the regular season he did. He's no longer elite.
Yeah,
and is Brock Purdy elite? I don't know. I guess I would put him more in the category of I don't think he's elite, bona fide elite. He's got to do it for multiple seasons in a row.
Yeah,
is he better than Lamar Jackson?
He's further in the playoffs.
The MVP of the NFL.
Yeah,
the MVP of the NFL this year.
Well,
is he better than?
I'll say this: he's obviously not more physically talented than Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
He came back from a 17-point deficit in a playoff game, which, by the way, is a record for a conference title game. Lamar Jackson fell behind 7-0 and looked like he was the second quarterback of a preseason Week 1 game at times in that game.
The weird thing about that comeback was that it just seemed like it hinged on a few pretty flukish events, more so than Brock Purdy awesomeness or anything. And not even flukish, but it involved a turnover. It involved that would-be interception that ended up being a reception to Brandon Ayuk. That right there might be the one thing that determines in your mind whether or not Brock Purdy is elite or not. Was it actually a well-thrown ball, but there was interference on the play? And that Ayuk would have had a shot at, a 50-50 ball if not for the interference.
You know who was taking that point of view yesterday? Clint Stoerner. Clint Stoerner. Yeah. He retweeted somebody that had said that actually posted the video of the play, like the all-22 video where you could see everything of that play. And I don't know, because I don't know if it was interference. That's the thing. Like it looked to me like it was Vilder, the cornerback's name. He's a backup cornerback on the Lions who was covering Brandon Ayuk. Like it looked like incidental contact to me. It didn't look like he was. He looked like he was playing the ball just like Brandon Ayuk was. He was looking up at the ball as they bumped into each other.
But he was slowing down and then had to speed up. It's that whole he was an impediment. Even if that's not what his intent was. He was slowing down the receiver.
Well, they threw a flag,
Yeah, and so I don't know. That's a tough one. And likewise. No, I don't want to cross over to the other game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he's right there. And as a couple people have pointed out, they hate the elite discussion.
I know.
Yeah. We made fun of it, and then we dragged ourselves right into it.
Well, I'm posing this question somewhat tongue-in-cheek. And I'm also posing the question.
Well, if you're asking it tongue-in-cheek, though, then because it's tongue-in-cheek because he's not elite, obviously, or he is?
Well, I don't, because I think the whole elite thing, it became a meme with Joe Flacco almost through these last decade. And, here we are again with a quarterback who is, clearly not at a stage where we should be having this argument, and we're having this argument. I will say this about, and I put this out there half tongue-in-cheek and half as a confession / mea culpa. I felt like you and I had a conversation last week where I may have been, and you certainly, it looked like felt I may have been denigrating Brock Purdy.
Oh, yeah.
Where I said I will be very curious over the next year or so if Brock Purdy gets paid. If after year 3, which will be next year, especially if he's won a Super Bowl, do they give him an elite quarterback contract, or do they do what they did with Jimmy Garoppolo, which is try to move on from him even though he got them to a Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. Now, granted, they did it with Trey Lance, and it didn't work. They just picked the wrong guy, but they've shown that they are willing to do that before. I'll say this about Brock Purdy, Seth. I probably am not giving him enough credit for stuff he does outside of the Kubshanistan comfy ecosystem that gets created for quarterbacks there. I think his improvisational skills are pretty good. I don't think it's like scary like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are at times, but the way he used his legs in that NFC title game, I thought was something that's something where you look at, okay, that guy's a good quarterback right there. He made some throws and has made some throws where I go, okay, he's got maybe not an elite level arm, but a good arm. He's not scared to use it. He's not a dinker and a dunker. He'll throw downfield. So I'm not saying I'm all the way there that he belongs on the same tier as the tippy-top guys, but he's certainly a good starting quarterback.
I think it's tough because, look, he's had 5 playoff games. And just off the top line, if you look at it in his 5 playoff games, 63% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yeah.
8.18 yards per attempt. But it's in some of it's a little bit lopsided because they beat up on the Seahawks last year. He had 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in that game. Beyond that, he hasn't had like a genuinely really impressive game in the playoffs. But I think it's just that he had 2 really bad games that, you look at the NFC Championship game last year, he was injured. He was out there trying to play with a numb hand.
Yep.
They weren't passing the ball at all. And I think that almost in people's minds when they think about Brock Purdy, they kind of lump that performance in there without thinking too much about it and without realizing, like, okay, they had gotten to the NFC Championship game and it could have been completely different if he was actually healthy. So I think he's a very good NFL quarterback. He's in the perfect scheme for him. Does that mean he's just a system guy or not? I don't know until you find out a couple more playoff games and or a Super Bowl.
Well, the problem with evaluating him, especially if you're the 49ers, and he's a young player, he's in his second year in the league, and if you hope he's that guy, then he's around for the next decade, is, okay, he's never, ever going to have as good a weapons around him as he has right now. I feel comfortable in saying that. He's never going to have 2 wide receivers that are Pro Bowl caliber, a tight end who's one of the 3 best tight ends in football, a running back who is also a finalist for the MVP, and a left tackle who is the best left tackle in football. And a fullback who's the best fullback in football too.
It feels, in a weird way, it feels a lot like when the Texans extended Schaub.
Yes.
You just don't know what to make of him because, man, you got Arian Foster, you got Andre Johnson, you got this defense that all of a sudden is playing their guts out. And it was a really good team around Matt Schaub in this Kubiak Shanahan with a system of sorts. And, okay, just exactly how much of it is tied to the quarterback. I think times have changed since then. That was right on the brink of when just every quarterback started getting paid, to where the Texans were able to work out a deal with Schaub that they could get out of. It really wasn't something that tied them to Schaub forever. I don't know if the 49ers can pull that off with Brock Purdy because it's just it's a different world now with quarterbacks and veterans when they get their new deal.
Yeah. I'm fascinated to see how this next year plays out in San Francisco, especially if they win on Sunday. Then at that point, okay, if they win and then next year they backslide a little bit and it's because of Brock Purdy, then after year 3, what are you doing? Are you rewarding him for a Super Bowl that was a year ago, especially if they win the Super Bowl and it's maybe one of those games that's in spite of Brock Purdy instead of because of Brock Purdy?
Yeah, and the other thing, okay, so he's part of that comeback in this game this last week, but that's also when Deebo Samuel was healthy and available.
Yeah.
Compared to, okay, what is he without just Deebo Samuel, much less multiple members of that weaponry. And George Kittle, you can't trust to stay healthy from year to year.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and they're all just going to get old.
That's why I'm glad I'm not an NFL GM. It's one of 19 reasons I'm glad I'm not an NFL GM.
I think it'd be fun.
Oh, God, no. Oh, no, God, no. People ask me all the time, why I didn't go into coaching, and I just oh, God, no.
Yeah.
That's just me. Because unless that's one of those things that's either hell yes or hell no. If you're not hell yes, then it's hell no with coaching. You got to be 100% balls deep in it. Hey, Ben, go ahead and dump that, Ben. Yeah.
He did.
Okay. Thank you for dumping that, Ben. That was the right choice.
Yeah, it was blinking before you told him to dump.
What I meant to say was you need to be passionately in favor of being a
that's
coach.
what I heard you say.
You got to really feel it in your blood that you need to be a coach, and I've never felt that.
So are you telling me you wouldn't want to be spending this week down in Mobile, Alabama, looking at draft prospects at the Senior Bowl? That's what's going on this week. Senior
that
Bowl.
I would enjoy.
Yeah.
That part I would enjoy because I'd be able to get out and get some variety in my life. That would like if I could do it. If I could string it into just 50 weeks of doing different things every week. Yeah, it'd be awesome. But I'd just be awful. I would go crazy as a coach. I would just. There's a certain level of ability to grind and grind and grind, like through a lot of drudgery and monotony at times. That I just don't have that ability. It's yeah.
Do you watch any of the Senior Bowl stuff?
I need to watch more of it. I like watching the practices.
Yeah.
Usually what I end up doing is watching. Usually it's the offensive and defensive linemen, and I end up watching like the individual drills. And you go through, and I would get kind of. I was against the Senior Bowl almost because so many of the reports coming out of the Senior Bowl were so inaccurate, like the Trevor Penning stuff. I would read all these things about how Trevor Penning was just destroying the Senior Bowl. And then I go and watch it. I'm like, he's getting his ass beat continually.
Yeah.
But he's jumping up and then getting in fights after he gets his ass beat. So I've learned I got to separate that from it and actually, do more of just going back and watching it myself.
That's part of why I ask is because of the Trevor Penning stuff from a year ago, because that was some of the more entertaining radio.
Ago.
It was 2 years ago? Yeah, whatever it was. I mean, that was some of the more entertaining radio was you going off on Trevor Penning every chance you had.
I felt bad. I didn't feel bad for Trevor Penning because he tried to put that image out there of like him being this big bad bully and everything.
Favorite movie, Saw. Ooh.
But it did. It really frustrated me that I saw NFL people themselves like that should know better that were acting like Trevor Penning was this tough guy, and I'm watching him.
Fell for it.
He was either beating tiny people from his small college conference, or he was getting his ass beat at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, he was getting destroyed, and people were acting like he was a tough guy because after he got destroyed, he would, like, grab them from behind and pull them down.
Yeah.
It was, like, that's the kind of stuff that Bill O'Brien looks at and thinks, oh, that guy's tough.
Right.
Like, what are you looking at? What on earth are you looking at? He's getting his ass beat.
2 first-rounders to move up and take him. PFF on YouTube had Jim Nagy, who heads up the Senior Bowl, on for an interview. This is the first. Oh, that's a good point. This is the first year that juniors are allowed in the Senior Bowl. So you're going to have some of the legit guys, presumably playing in this Senior Bowl.
I wonder. Yeah, is there more incentive for the juniors too because there's less film on them? Also, that
Maybe.
Like, okay, you're coming out early, but you still should be proving yourself.
Yeah, there's probably a sweet spot for juniors. I doubt Marvin. I would have a hard time thinking like Marvin Harrison's playing in the Senior Bowl, that kind of thing. NFL teams have control of which players they want to see in the game. One of the players Nagy was discussing was Malachi Conley from Western Kentucky. He sounded like a bigger-bodied Tank Dell. Watch the interview if you get a chance. Practices begin today. Okay, good suggestion. That's what I need. I need a list of guys to watch there that would be on the Texans' radar. Maybe Casario will tell us. Hey, which guys are you watching at the Senior Bowl? I promise that I won't say on the air.
This is my biggest most of you know my biggest objection with the NFL draft is that the majority of these guys suck and will suck forever. Like you spend a lot of time getting excited about guys who are going to suck.
It's fun to pretend.
The vast majority of guys drafted into the NFL this year will suck. And it's almost impossible to really tell who will and won't suck.
So
that's where it's tough.
Shut your mouth.
I get excited. I do get excited about the potential for guys to not suck.
Yeah, it's fun to dream. John Lopez jumping in studio with us. John, which 6'10" personality is most likely to get in trouble at the Super Bowl next week?
Trouble, not legal trouble. Just
general chicanery.
I got to go with Clint, man.
Yeah?
I got to go with Clint
Okay,
Stoerner.
give me your theory on that.
Well, 2 babies at home.
That's my theory, too.
He's going to be able to cut loose. And I'm not sure he's ready for what's in store for him.
He's very naive. He's got a cute Vegas naivete about him.
Yes. Afraid he doesn't know about this whole fentanyl problem? Is that the name?
Oh, wait. Weed is legal?
You're gonna see the live stream and it'll be Clint on fentanyl.
Chief, I feel funny.
Slumped over.
Show, you got this. I feel funny. I think Show's right behind him on the list because one, they both have this in common. Ideal hours to get in trouble.
Yes.
12 to 4 local time to do a show is ideal get in trouble hours.
Come on now.
There's going to be a lot of Kansas City people out there.
This is true.
And so I feel like there's going to be a lot of people It just increases the potential for Ron to get dragged into something.
Absolutely, it does. Those are probably the two biggest.
Yeah, and I feel like neither of them are strong enough to refuse.
No, they're
the
weak
chicanery
men.
offer
They
to
are
them.
weak men.
Right.
I wonder if the whole thing about the Kansas City crowd, though, is that I think I noticed this in the Houston Super Bowl when the Patriots fans are almost kind of blasé about everything. They're kind of like, yeah, I figured I'd come to another one. So I wonder if Kansas City fans have gotten to the point where they're kind of like, it's kind of getting to be a pain in the butt, you know? I'd like to take a vacation other than a Super Bowl every now and then.
How long until we see Clint Stoerner at an ATM machine in a casino? I think 2 hours.
Yeah,
Lauren, what's the pin on our credit card?
Wait a minute, that's a $75 surcharge.
Got any of those convenience checks they send with a credit card statement?
The question isn't when do we see his first trip to the ATM; it's when do we see his second trip to the ATM. Yes, that's the big one. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station Crosstalk. Brought to you, as always, by D&M Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Anti-BDs.
And green dust Doritos to you, Sean.
Thank you, my friend.
And fentanyl, man.
It's called Salsa Verde to the people out there. All right, we have fentanyl-flavored Doritos. We're done. We're out of time. We will see all of you tomorrow. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they are up now.
All right, Hollywood, man.
Hollywood, baby.
CJ Stroud, Hollywood. He's going to be on Radio Row. He's pushing Cheetos. I'm kind of questioning if he actually likes these chips or not. I don't know if he has sacrificed his dignity or not. I just, you tell me that there's Buffalo Cheetos out there. I'm a little bit skeptical about it. But let's hear the commercial that is sweeping the nation, and then we'll get into... Hell, we've seen a quarterback go Hollywood for the worst. All the other stuff aside, we've seen a quarterback go Hollywood for the worst. Here's C.J. Stroud, his first national commercial.
Somebody's out of buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud. And the second best buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
Okay, second best is the best.
I get what they did there.
Shout out Carolina, I guess.
Yeah, I get what they did there.
So where are we at here? Are you at all concerned? I mean, I know I don't think CJ is gonna lose himself and get lost in the sauce like Deshaun did. Not the sauce, not that sauce, but like the Hollywood, the materialism, all that type of stuff, like Deshaun did. But how do you think CJ's going to handle this Hollywood attention, man? My man's going to be a big deal. This is going to be the biggest deal that he's been. You think he's okay?
You and I were on the same vibe this morning. Absolutely. For those who don't know, pulling back the curtain, I do all my stuff at home. He does his stuff here mostly, a lot at home as well. And separately, we kind of came to the same general vicinity. I saw this commercial, and I started thinking, he said it. He told us, this is the first offseason I have a chance to chill since forever. I think he said since he was a youth football. Like he's always been work, family, et cetera. And he said it. I'm a chill, man. And I saw the commercial and I started thinking, all right, it's going to be all around him. It's going to be all around him. I kind of went down a different path than you did.
Okay.
You're saying Hollywood, and I think that's valid. I'm thinking, he's 22 years old.
Okay, what does that mean?
He's a guy.
What does that mean?
You know what it means.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. You were 22 and a guy once. So you didn't have
I'm not CJ.
$18 million, but whatever it was, $30 million, whatever it is.
He doesn't live on social media.
He doesn't live on social media.
He doesn't live on social media. He doesn't seem like he doesn't seem like to go out of his way. He's not like addicted to the attention. It doesn't seem like.
No, I don't think he's going to go over the top with anything. But the guy's he's gonna have a social life. Let me put it that way.
You think?
Yeah, he's got to.
I don't know that he does.
He needs
I don't even
to.
think CJ drinks.
I don't think he drinks either.
Like I don't think he doesn't drink.
You know, one thing about he and Gerard is they're kind of cut from the same cloth that way.
Let's not overdo it.
No,
one's really, really good at quarterback.
No, I'm saying I said that way. Like they
always wants to bring Gerard in the combo,
No.
Man.
I'm getting somewhere with this. Like neither drinks. They're both very much God-fearing men. They'll tell you about it. Their values are extremely high. I think that's why they connect so well. Gerard had a social life. That's where I'm going with this. I mean, Gerard, it's not like you're just
but Gerard didn't deal with this. Gerard wasn't. I mean, like.
Well, I mean, he did in college.
I mean, not like this though. I mean, this is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, but I'm saying they were coming at him. I think it's time for C.J. to get a girlfriend.
What?
I think he's probably thinking he's going to date. Why would he not? Why would he
This
not?
goes to he needs to get a girlfriend?
He's going to.
I'm just worried about him handling the rat poison, as D'Amico Ryan says. And you're talking about get a girlfriend?
Dude, he's a guy. He's young. He's rich. He's going to have a social life. What's wrong with dating?
Nothing's wrong. I wasn't trying to get that much in. I'm just talking about all the attention. I'm talking about the rat poison.
I'm not going to get in his business, nor should I.
You just did.
No, I'm just saying.
It's time for him to get a girlfriend.
I think
you want to set him up?
I think this is an off season where things are going to change for him on a personal level. That's what I'm saying.
He's getting a lot more attention.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot more attention now. How do you handle that? I don't know. I don't know how you handle all the attention.
I'm not worried.
One quarterback changed like the second that he got an ounce of attention and the money and all that stuff. His whole image changed. I don't worry about that with CJ at all. But it is the test that D'Amico Ryan speaks of, the rat poison. D'Amico Ryan speaks on, Don't eat the rat poison. Don't eat the cheese. Don't believe your own hype. C.J. Stroud came into last year. I guess he could convince himself he was a little bit doubted, right? He wasn't
absolutely.
The first pick. There was a little bit of question marks. Yeah. You wonder what he was going to do. The Texans were looked at as one of the worst organizations. Now, the Texans are suddenly a team that people seem to believe in. The Super Bowl odds have gone from 200-1 to 20-1 preseason. I got a sneaking suspicion that next year there'll probably be like a dark horse type of Super Bowl pick. C.J. Stroud's going to be put on a bigger pedestal, so it's kind of a little bit of it's going to be a little bit new for him, and I don't know how you combat it. I don't know the right way to do this. It's just going to be different. My man's going to be walking around in Vegas. He's going to be the man. Thursday he's going to be the rookie of the year. He's going to be walking around and all that. I don't know how he handles it. You're talking about him getting a girlfriend. He might have a girlfriend for all I know. I have no idea.
And all I'm saying is I'm not saying he needs to date this or that girl. I'm just saying this is a different offseason than he's ever had. Like, you guys can laugh. The world is changing for him.
He needs a girlfriend.
I didn't say that. I said he might.
You might get Brittany Renner or something. Chill out.
I'm just saying the world is changing as it would. You and I and Figgy, we can't relate to what is going on in his life right now. Just can't.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying, I'm not worried about him, but this is an offseason where he's going to be surrounded by Hollywood superstars. Radio Row, he's going to be turning heads from radio hosts across the country. They're going to be trying to interview him. He's going to be in high demand at a lot of events. Don't worry about C.J. Stroud, but things are going to change, and the question becomes,
how do you handle it?
Exactly.
How do you handle it? Like the rat poison, I don't know. Like, for me, like the biggest threat to rat poison for C.J. Stroud that I look at is the local media, man. Like, I'm sorry, but like the way that he gets talked to at press conferences, like from week 3 to the end of the season, it was almost like the Texans won the Super Bowl. Like, everything was about, what do you say to your doubters? Did you anticipate that they would get to the point that they are? Like, that would be like, if D'Amico's main thing is, because I think CJ in his personal life, he seems to have a good foundation, seems to have a good circle, seems to have a level head, but I mean, he's going up there and he's getting treated like he won the Super Bowl every 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
How about shaking them haters off?
The thing with C.J. Stroud is you don't have to worry about him. It is going to be different. He is going to have to handle things differently. He's going to have to kind of close ranks with those people that he trusts that are around him. But life has changed for him this year. It's not about doubters. It's about all of a sudden you're an elite player in sports, and you're going to have to deal with everything that comes with that.
713-572-4610. If you want to get in, it is Super Bowl countdown. We're 12 days away. John McClain is going to join us. We'll hear what John McClain has to say, his localized thoughts on what's going on with the big game. Might also have him explain himself on this C.J. Stroud type of thing. I don't know. I don't know what the hell McClain was talking about with the Rookie of the Year thing, where He said CJ didn't have the best rookie year. Then he laid out stats that kind of backed up that he did have the best rookie year. Kind of need somewhat of an explanation from the general on that. The Drive guys yesterday, I was listening to The Drive, 2 to 6 right here on Sports Radio 610. They quit someone on this Texans team that was actually a pretty important piece to their success. And it got me thinking, should we quit him too? We'll take a trip in history. Could there be an opportunity for the Texans to perhaps upgrade at a very important position for C.J. Stroud, in a position that if you've watched football the last few days, you might need to be good for more reasons than one. We'll get into that at 10:20. I heard Sean and Seth talking about Super Bowl next week in Las Vegas and, all the shenanigans and stuff. We're going out there courtesy of our friends at Yingling Flight and the Low T Center. And I don't know what they think that the text line, Team Mill, Tyler Milner, afternoon producer, texts me and says that I'm the one that they're mentioning the most that you have to be worried about in Vegas. And I'm like, brother.
Yeah. I wish I could bet them on that.
I am like the least. I'm hearing like, well, you got out of the house. Brother, I went there during the Texans bye week with my dad.
Mm-hmm.
We had already had the baby. My wife let me go there with my dad. I went there and chilled. Like I can't even count on 6 hands how many times I've stayed in this area that we're staying in. So
they think you gonna wild out?
I guess the people do, which I guess y'all might see. Look, here's the thing.
I wouldn't bet on that, man.
As soon as
I feel like you focus.
If you catch me, dude, I'm focused on the show. Dude, I already have the rundown started.
I know. I feel like you focus.
I already have the rundown started.
You talking about eating clean. You talking about not drinking anything.
Yeah, if I drink anything, it's going to be between noon and 6.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine. The other guys, I think you need to worry about. Lopez will be fine. He'll be sitting there
gambling,
doing his thing.
I'll be.
Is that fine?
Yeah, he's fine.
That's fine.
But
I landed on $2,500.
There you go. Good bankroll.
I'm gonna take $2,500 for the week. That's my bankroll.
And
go ahead.
But the other 4 guys are the ones you got to worry about. I'm like so far down this list.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so far down this list.
Clint.
I think all 4 of them. You can make a case for all 4 of these guys. 100%.
Yeah.
All 4.
So this the safe show.
I think. I mean, I think so. Yes, I do.
Well,
think so.
It's not like we're not going to do dumb stuff,
dude. I'm all right. So I might
lose my ass, but that's not going to get me in trouble.
On the drive home, or on the walk home. So I'm going to walk there and I'm going to walk back. Yeah, I might be carrying a 2 mile on the 2 mile walk. I might be carrying a 6-pack down the strip, just drinking a 6-pack on the way to the place. But that's it. I'm going to day drink.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing any of this other silliness. Okay, and I know where to go. I already got the dinner laid out, and I'm worried about the show, man. I got 5 rundowns already. I got some good ass ideas.
Good for you.
Laid out. So yeah,
I'm going to go fishing one day.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to.
How
Lake
are we
Mead.
even in this conversation?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if we're talking about the Super Bowl jackass for Sports Radio 610, like I feel like I'm the Carolina Panthers, and you're like the. I don't know, like what, like you're the Washington Commanders. There's no.
Hey,
ain't got to worry about those 2.
It's very much on the table that I lose every dollar I take. But she knows what I'm taking. It's not going to get me in trouble. I'm not going to, as soon as I say this, I will. But I'm not going to get arrested. I'm not going to, it's just not. It's not. I think you and I probably, maybe Sean, have been to Las Vegas more than anybody else. So we know the system. We know how it works. We know what we like.
It's good for me to relax, man.
Yeah.
I can go there without drinking. Like I can go there without.
I cannot.
Go there without taking a sip.
I do that.
It's easy. Well, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not. We got shows to do, man.
Yeah.
And really, it's these shows. Like some people go there and it's like, oh wow, I'm around all these celebs. No, I think it's more of a challenge to not do a crappy show.
Yeah.
Like just throw some guest on just to throw some guest on. And I know a lot of y'all hate that. We won't do that. I mean, I'm sure they'll throw us some. Who knows? Who knows who we'll talk to? Maybe we'll talk to freaking
I don't know.
Don't even say it, man.
I don't know. Roger Craig or something. Like, hopefully not. But yeah, it's easy because you're just trying not to suck.
Yes, and it's hard in Las Vegas to not mail in a segment.
And at Radio Row.
Yeah, I mean at Radio Row.
We'll give you as good of an idea of what's going on, and we'll keep it going. But if you're betting on me, that's probably not the smartest bet to.
I think Seth is on the board.
Oh, he's way on the board.
Yeah, Seth is on the board.
He's way on the board.
Mm-hmm. Coming off.
So rank them.
I would say 1, Clint. I thought Sean made a great point. 2 might be Ron Hughley, just because he's going to have a lot of people that he knows from Kansas City going to be there. There's going to be a lot of stuff pulling him in a lot of directions. It's going to be wild times. He's
celebrating.
He's getting away from the kids. He's celebrating. I would go 1, Clint. The afternoon show is screwed, basically. 1, Clint, 2, Ron, 3, Seth, 4, Sean, 5, me. I'll put me ahead of you, and 6, you.
Yeah, I feel like Landry focused, man.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be chilling, man. I mean, I might be zen, but you're not really gonna find me acting
by
full.
Zen.
I mean, dude, I'm not. Maybe by 10 I'll be chilling. But my so on Wednesday I was like, man, do I want to go old school? Do I want to walk from Mandalay Bay to Hooters, because there's Hooters is kind of a dying breed here, and it's the one last good Hooters. Do I just want to go to Hooters and have lunch and day drink at Hooters and then walk back to the link on Wednesday and figure something out? Maybe, but it's gonna be early, man. It's gonna be early. It's gonna be early. And the other thing is, Sean has the theory about when you have kids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but for me, that just makes me want to sleep more. Getting 9 hours or 8 hours of sleep all the way through, that makes me want to do that.
That's a great, especially at your age with the young ones,
dude. It doesn't make me want to go take shots and all that type of stuff. It makes me actually want to go to bed at 9.
Yeah,
without is that an older age thing too, man?
No,
because
it's the 30s.
That's how I feel, man. I ain't got no kids, but I feel like I just rather sleep. I never wanted to party. I can't tell you last time I just wanted to go out and party.
I will say this: I've never stayed at the link.
The link is here's what the link is. The hotel rooms in the link are not. See, it's in the family that I frequent, which is Caesars, and Caesars is Planet Hollywood all the way to the link, all the way to Harrah's, Paris. Across the street, you got Caesar's Palace. It's all in that area. So I
love that area.
That's the family. That's where I go. I stay at a Caesar's hotel when I go. The link hotel room is not great. The casino is it's kind of compact, but it's clean. It's the cleanest. It's one of the cleanest on the strip that you'll find. It's one of the cleanest on the strip that you find. The room's not great, but the reason it's called the link is because it basically links everything out. So when you go outside of the link, there's a shopping center, and you'll see all these restaurants. You'll see a zip line. But if you go out the front and you take a left, then that's where you head towards the MGM, Planet Hollywood, all that type of stuff. But you can also go across the street to Caesars and check that out. But as far as there's restaurants in our spot, there's all that stuff. But it's right there. It's called the link because it technically links the strip. It's a big.
Is it by the train?
Big thing that they built. The train, you got to go across the street.
Ah, that's cool.
The train's not.
It's convenient.
You can just walk.
I'll probably end up walking, but some places I'd probably
train
want to
that
take
will help.
Yeah, take the train.
It can definitely help you. Seth said he's going to walk. That's a walking SOB right there.
No, he does do that.
That's a walking SOB right there. That dude can walk his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
But if you walk there and back every day, that's a guaranteed 20 miles at least. So,
that's good.
And that's usually
what you want.
About the average.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We'll see how all of that goes. We'll be out there at the big game courtesy of Yingling Flight and the Low T Center. Coming up, speaking of the drive guys, they quit yesterday.
They quit?
They quit. They quit one of the most important pieces for C.J. Stroud this season, and it got me thinking. Are their heads in the right space, and what could the Texans do to upgrade that position? There's dream scenarios. We'll lay them out next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
get that big fitness energy. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so yesterday the Drive quit a member of the Houston Texans, and I feel like there's a decent lean in this direction, despite this guy being a pretty important piece of what C.J. Stroud did this season. And I'm talking about Dalton Schultz. 59 catches, 635 yards, 5 touchdowns for the Texans this season. Inconsistent blocking, to say the very least. And 2 guys who follow us here on Sports Radio 610, the Drive guys, who quit Dalton Schultz. I want to hear what they had to say, and then I want to get into this tight end position because it is intriguing, and there could be a dream scenario that John Lopez is down with. I'm a little bit skeptical for a petty reason. But we'll talk about that. But first, this was Clint and Ron talking about Dalton Schultz.
You've got to get significantly better at the tight end position, boys. And
that's something jump at you over the playoff.
Yes. It's two-way for me. He's not making, like Isaiah Likely jumping over Stingley last week. That you want your second tight end to be a guy that brings something to the table athletically in the pass game or physically in the run game. That guy's got it. Like, you can't be a middle of the road guy. And I feel like this team's got an opportunity to improve their pass game and their run game. Really, if we want to get down to the I think one of the best chances the Texans are going to have to improve their run game is going to be the tight end, and you're not doing it with Dalton Schultz. He doesn't bring either of those. Average in the pass game. And to be honest with you, I expected him to take a much bigger step this year in the pass game. And then you're talking about in the run game, like I saw Jadeveon Clowney just bucking multiple times in that Baltimore game. For me, if you want to bring Dalton Schultz back as your second guy, and whatever the money matches that, then cool. But to bring Dalton Schultz back at the tight end position as the answer for this football team, I'm out.
I'll be honest, I've been out for weeks. I knew that was one where when I look at this offense, they can absolutely upgrade. You can't have him and Brevin Jordan on the team together and then try to have them on the field together, because that blocking is and being physical is not either one of their strengths.
All right, so they're out on Dalton Schultz, which some people may find interesting. I'm starting to lean that way, and I think the Dalton Schultz thing, it could work out to where the market could speak to Dalton Schultz, and we can find out what the NFL thinks of him. And I think that's a big reason that he was here. And I was glad he was here this year because he was a good safety blanket for CJ at times, and when they needed a play the most, he was able to make that play. And maybe the market speaks to him, but I am with them on the upgrade. The Cowboys let him go for a second-year guy, Jake Ferguson out of Wisconsin. And Jake Ferguson this year had 71 catches, 761 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And that's a guy who was in his second season. He was 129th pick in the draft. So we see Dalton Schultz, and we compare him to, what the other options are. Mm-hmm. But I can absolutely understand, perhaps you can do better than Dalton Schultz on this squad.
You absolutely can. Let me put it this way. I'm not going to quit on Dalton Schultz, but the league has quit on him as a number 1 tight end. He's not a number 1 tight end. I think he has value on this squad, but in order to get to where we are right now with the championship games last weekend and the Super Bowl coming up, you've got to have better than Dalton Schultz. So kind of somewhere in between, oh no, he's our guy, and quitting on Dalton Schultz is where I am, because I think the Texans, the league has spoken. The Cowboys did it. The Texans have played him as a number 1 tight end. I know he was not healthy the whole time, but still, he's not the guy. I think the drops, key drops down the stretch, are kind of haunting him, and maybe bias. There's a little bias there because of it. But he's not a number one tight end. Don't quit on Dalton Schultz. Understand that there's someone else you got to get ahead of him.
Now, let's just look at the numbers of the tight end, because the tight end market, like as far as free agency, it's not great. Like you could kick the tires on some projects.
Mm-hmm.
You could go with Noah Fant, Hunter Henry, which are same caliber-ish type of players. Might actually be a little bit better blocking, both of those guys.
Hard pass.
Than Dalton Schultz, but those are kind of like projects.
Yeah.
But in the draft, last year the draft was stacked with tight ends, stacked and loaded with tight ends. In the draft, there's a guy whose name is going to be mentioned a lot, and there's really two guys. But the one guy, like if you're looking at perhaps drafting a tight end in the first round, Brock Bowers out of Georgia is the name that comes up. He's a complete tight end. He can block. Hell, they run sweeps with him. Bobby might run 6 reverses a game with with Brock Bowers, if we're being honest. But I mean, he's been that dude since he went to Georgia. I don't know where he falls and where he's going to be available. Some people are saying top 15. Some are saying he could fall. It's the old positional value argument. But I will give you some stats that might kind of show how people feel about tight ends when it comes to drafting them in the first round. In the last 20 years, this is going back to 2004, there have been 19 tight ends taken in the first round. Just 19. And it's pretty bust heavy, especially when you look at guys taken really, really early. Like, I'll just go through the guys taken in the top 15. Kellen Winslow was selected 6th in 2004. Vernon Davis, 6th in 2006. You have Eric Ebron going 10th in 2014. Hawkinson 8th in 2019, and then Pitts 4 in 2021. And none of those really worked out. So I don't know if positional value comes into play. Would Brock Bowers be someone that you would look at if you're the Texans? Is it that important? Because for me, there's a couple of arguments for. Number one, the obvious, like he could end up just being a complete baller. Number two, he's a complete tight end who can also block, which will help your offensive line, which you're kind of stuck with for better or worse. And also, I think he could be a security blanket for C.J. Stroud. And we're seeing all these teams that are up to this point, they have elite tight ends. How do you feel about Brock Bowers? And the Texans might have to move up a little bit if they want to get him.
Yeah, I'm all about Brock Bowers, and really Sanders too from Texas. But I think it's a 1 and a 2, and then a big drop off to everybody else. But Brock Bowers, I'm all about it for one reason more than any other. Like if you're saying what are the most important positions in the NFL, well, 1, 2, 3 are quarterback, left tackle, and then either a receiver or an edge rusher.
Yeah.
You got all 4.
Yeah.
You got all 4 of those here.
Yeah.
And we can maybe, parse a little bit with Nico Collins, and maybe that's something that I certainly want to upgrade, but some people might want to upgrade. But you've got the pieces proven this year. Quarterback, left tackle, receiver, edge rusher.
Yes.
Those are done.
Yes.
Get the other one. Get an elite.
I wonder if he falls to 20. I mean, I don't know what the positional value thing is.
I've seen him everywhere from 5 to 15.
If they take him at 5, then that's hilarious. Then tip the cap.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's where he's falling.
And if it's not him, the other name that I would look at, and I'm not studying these other guys, is Jatavian Sanders out of Texas. That's a day 2, perhaps second or third round pick. I would compare him, like he's not a great blocker. He's better than he gets credit for. But he's an elite receiver. And I would compare him to like Dalton Kincaid that Buffalo got, and it kind of elevated their play. So if you want to upgrade, like you could look at Bowers in the first, don't know when that happens, or Sanders in the second or third, depending on how things go for him. We'll take a trip to Mobile, Alabama. Cody Stutes is out there covering the Combine, so we'll talk to him at 12:25. But I do think this is interesting. There is one thing that kind of makes me feel a little bit weird about Brock Bowers.
What's that?
And this is just me. This is the most me opinion ever.
And that is,
he looks like he's 40, man.
I know he does. He's the finished
Like,
product,
he's like going
man.
bald, man.
Like, he's one of those guys that I just think the world of.
Man,
Like,
he looks old.
Well, okay. He looks old. He's not. I think he's 21, right? Something like that. But no, I'm. If you admit to yourself, we are there.
Yeah.
We just need, we're not playing for, hey, let's have a good year. Hey, maybe we get into the playoffs anymore.
Right.
We're playing for, let's make a run.
Well, I also think there's the versatility aspect in that, we're talking about they need to run the ball better. We're talking about maybe they need more weapons, like at wide receiver and stuff like that. Like, this is if Brock Bowers is what we've been talking about him being for the last few years, then it's
out of Georgia,
it's almost
by the
like
way,
a two.
for those who don't
It's almost
know.
like a 2-1. Yeah, number 19, the white guy.
Yeah,
y'all have seen him. Y'all
yeah.
might not know his name, but you always see him in the highlights. Number 19, they're running sweeps with him and stuff. I am worried about Bobby with the reverses too. I might see about 7 Brock Bowers.
It would be out of control.
Reverses.
It would be out of control. But and the other thing is Nick Caserio has seen what tight end play can do. I mean, up close and personal.
Yeah, I mean, hell, they had a murderer on their team making plays.
They did that, and they had Gronk, who just still can't get USAA insurance. But he knows what a tight end can do, and you got the other pieces. Like, be bold, make a move if you have to.
I just wonder when he goes.
If he's there at 16, 17,
go up, get him,
do it.
Yeah, just don't trade that second, please. Please.
Yeah, no, don't trade the second.
I need a second this year.
You know how into getting a tight end like Brock Bowers I am? I was actually on the ESPN trade machine this morning.
Okay.
Like, see what they could trade to move up to 5, to move up to 10, to move up to 15. I think he's one of the final pieces. I really do.
Yeah.
A guy like that. And it might be Sanders.
Yeah.
By the way, Sanders is bigger.
Sanders is nasty.
He's
bro.
bigger than Brock
Sanders
Bowers.
nasty,
They're both
bro.
6'4".
I have a picture standing by him if you want to compare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I at the fair, I saw him at the fair. Like, he's I'm 6'5".
I think Bowers is 6'4", 240. Sanders is 6'4",
Dude, and they put him in the weight room this year,
245.
like crazy. Yeah, and he was hurt. He was hurt this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sanders. Hell, if you want to go Gronk, Aaron Hernandez draft, take them both. Take them both.
Yeah.
Just tight ends, weapons, whatever.
Get your running back on
Make
the free
it happen.
agency.
But I can quit Dalton Schultz. If you want to kick the tires on someone else, I can quit Dalton Schultz too. I'm fine with that. Although I think he might be cheaper than we think. The league spoke to him last year. I think they might speak to him this year.
According to SpotRack, for what it's worth, I went and got market values for all the top free agents.
They probably have him like last year. They had him at 3 years, 36.
3 years, 34.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, so his values have gone up.
It's gone down.
They like him. He must know someone there.
Yeah. No. His value is 3 years, $34 million.
So it went down $2 million.
Yeah.
And he had 1 year, 9 last year when they had him at 336.
Yeah.
Man, he might play video games with the guy on that site. Coming up, speaking of video games, let's play some Madden. You get to pick one player to add to the Texans from each participant in the Super Bowl. Who would you choose? Plus, let's go in the sticks. Is the Texans' top priority something that nobody's talking about when it comes to keeping their own players? In the Loop continues next.
EA Sports. It's in the game. 610.
All right, so if you could have one player from each team participating in the big game 2 Sundays from now, and you could add them to this Texans roster, which would you choose? And would Patrick Mahomes be one?
I was thinking non-quarterback.
You can go quarterback if you'd like. If you would like to replace Patrick Mahomes,
both.
He's 28.
I think Patrick Mahomes.
6 years older.
I think Patrick Mahomes.
So you'd go Mahomes over CJ right now, no problem.
Yes.
Okay. 6 years?
That's not controversial, I don't think.
No, I'm just okay.
Yeah.
So you want to, but you're inheriting that contract too, so it's going to be harder to build.
I'm
your
not worried
squad.
about money, man. It's not my money.
Yeah, well. All right, so you're getting rid of CJ. The next 6 years don't excite you about CJ.
No. None of that is true. I respect him so much. I didn't even consider quarterback. I'm gonna go non-quarterback
Until you did.
Until you asked, and I did. You're good at this putting words in people's mouths thing.
I didn't put anything in your mouth.
I'm gonna go non-quarterback. Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce won.
At this age, he's 34, man.
You're asking, I'm like, this is it. So you need to start thinking like I am.
He's 34.
You need to start thinking like I do.
He's old.
Win now.
He's old.
Win now.
I am thinking win now, but I'm not thinking old.
Win now.
He's old.
So you don't think Travis Kelce would help this team next year?
Well, sure, but I would go with Chris Jones.
Chris Jones was my second pick.
I think the game breaker in the defensive line would add a complete new element to this squad. I would go Chris Jones.
Chris Jones was my second pick because I'm not considering quarterbacks. For the Niners, I actually wrote down McCaffrey first.
Yeah.
And I probably, gun to my head, would stay with McCaffrey. Put Fred Warner on this defense, man. And see what
about Bosa?
Bosa.
That was my first pick.
I think the linebacker.
Bosa and Will Anderson?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
How about Trent Williams?
He's old.
See, I'm not worried about age right
He's
now.
old.
I think you and I are looking at this differently. I'm just like, okay, help this team.
It'd be McCaffrey or Bosa with the Niners.
Bosa's on there as well.
Yeah, McCaffrey or Bosa.
Yeah. Figgy?
I would say Bosa, McCaffrey, and I know he old, but Trent Williams, man, I think he can make a big difference.
So you just where are you putting Tunsil? Is he your swing tackle now?
Right tackle. Maybe he can make all pro there.
Is Tunsil your swing tackle?
I mess around, put him at guard, man. Give me Trent Williams, man.
Chris Jones would be nice. Chris Jones would be nice.
And that's what I do wonder, in the draft, what are they going to be looking to? But for me, I wouldn't even consider Mahomes if you could take him at this point.
Really?
I just roll the dice.
I wouldn't either, man.
I'd roll the dice. No, I'm fine. I'll take the 6 years. I'll take the over half decade of CJ Stroud and the ability to build a squad around him and the culture over what Mahomes is right now.
I think I'm just looking
at 28.
I'm just looking at it like on this team to add pieces.
So you think if this team had Patrick Mahomes, they would be further along?
No, I'm not even considering quarterback.
Yeah.
I think the way I looked at it is to add pieces around CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
To add pieces to the defense.
Right.
So that's why I think offensively McCaffrey, no brainer.
Yeah.
And really Kelce.
So when we talk about this, though, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. John McClain joining us in 13 minutes. When you talk about this, though, it's unrealistic for them to add a Chris Jones caliber player in the offseason. Like they're not going to sign Chris Jones. They're not going to be able to sign Chris Jones, and you don't find guys like that unless you get really lucky.
Yes, I agree.
It's not necessarily the craziest thing to think that they could add a Christian McCaffrey type if Saquon Barkley is on the market.
I agree, and Saquon would be the guy.
Yeah, and if Saquon hits free agency, then of all the options we're talking about, and perhaps realistic, that Saquon would be the guy. I do wonder, are the Giants going to franchise tag him again? What are we getting here?
Man, that is a bitter relationship up there right now, though. He doesn't have much say in it, but if they let him
You got to think that was part of the agreement, right?
Yeah.
When they
I
finally
thought that
agreed.
was.
Yeah,
I thought that was going to be the last time.
Because I don't know if you can put that in writing or not, but I don't. You got to think that was part of the agreement, right?
Yeah.
I'll come through, but we're not doing this again.
Like
if they did franchise tag him again, I don't think he'll play for him.
My goodness.
I think he will sit out before he play again.
He might. They always threaten it, but they don't always follow through. But I think he might. I think right now, the plan for me is you can win, you can get there next year. So I'm thinking running back, hit the free agent market. If not Saquon, maybe Jacobs. You know, I'm not against Derek.
I like Jacobs, man.
I'm not against Derrick Henry, but I would put him third.
Yeah, he's not the complete back.
Exactly. So Saquon there, and then in the draft, do whatever it takes to get a badass tight end. Do whatever it takes to get another running back.
Jatavian Sanders and Brock Bowers are the guys that we're having to hear.
Like, there's a long way between now and the draft and free agency and all that stuff. Not as long for free agency, but I'm already at a place where I think these are the moves that need to be made. And it's not like, you know, reinventing the wheel or anything. It's a running back like that and a badass tight end. And you're well ahead of the game.
So we're talking offense, defense. I think that two things that the Texans need to do immediately in free agency and just eliminate all doubt is they need to sign their kicker and punter. And I know that that's not something that we're like going to speculate about, but the Texans the last 2 years in the most celebrated, respected special teams rankings, on top of DVOA, they've been top 5 and they've been number 1 in special teams the last 2 years. Those have been two of the main catalysts for it. Just get the Cam Johnston, Kaimi Fairbairn situation over with. I don't want to mess with the kicker situation. We saw what happened with the Lions, where I guess some people say they didn't trust their kicker, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess with that. And I lived without Cam Johnston for 4 days. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy living 4 days without Kaimi Fairbairn either.
Not either, yeah.
Seeing that Bowflex athlete
4
out there
days or
trying
4
to kick.
weeks?
4 weeks, yeah. 4 games, 4 weeks, whatever. Yeah, I got a taste this year of what it was like, life without Cam Johnston, and I got a taste of what it was like without Kaimi Fairbairn.
And you know why you need to sign those two guys? Because you're not just playing regular season games and hoping and crossing your fingers. You're planning on being in the postseason in big games where kicking and punting is exponentially more important. So, yes, I think Kaimi Fairbairn and Cameron Johnston are huge for it. I mean, we saw it, like you said, in the Lions game.
Just take care of it.
4 years, $17 million market for
whatever.
Kaimi,
Just take
right?
care of it.
Yeah.
Just take care of it.
Yeah.
Like, even if you have to franchise tag Cam Johnston, screw it. I don't care. And then negotiate with him. But those are take care of that, and then we can figure everything else out.
Yeah.
Accordingly. And Nick Caserio can go in the market. He's shopping at a higher level. Just make that happen. Seriously.
Yeah.
100%. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. John McClain about to join us for his weekly visit. We're going to talk about the Super Bowl. We're going to talk about the Texans. We're going to look at it through localized lenses with the general. That's coming up next.
Low T Center right now. LowTCenter.com is where you go to start feeling better. You're in your late 30s.
Oh man, John McClain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up, everybody. Stand up straight, make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come. Women salute him.
John McClain in the building. Offseason upon us, 12 days from the Super Bowl. How the heck did the Texans get to where the 49ers and Chiefs are? What's the plan? What do we got to do? Lay it out for me, John.
Well, Kyle Shanahan had a terrible first season, lost his first 9, won his last 5, where D'Amico won 10. And so one of the things they did this year, like we didn't have any idea Nico Collins was going to be as good as he was. We didn't have any idea Derek Stingley would bounce back and be healthy at some point and be the player they wanted him to be. Jonathan Grenard had a great year. So you have to develop those guys, and then you need more talent. You know, the 49ers have more talent at every level than the Chiefs, but they got this one little thing of Patrick Mahomes. And so I think the Chiefs will win a game for the Texans to take the next step. They just need to add more players.
Obviously, Dan Campbell made big news in the NFC Championship game. What were your thoughts on that? Let's get that out of the way.
I thought, first of all, everybody's letting him off the hook that he played that way. Analytics against a team like San Francisco should be different against, say, you're playing the Panthers.
Thank you.
Yeah, so how can you go, okay, you're supposed to go for it on 4th and 2 at your own 38 because you make it 49% of the time. Okay, you got to think, okay, now I'm going against a great front 7. Mm-hmm. My odds are a whole lot worse than doing it here as if I was playing the Panthers. And so sometimes you got to exercise common sense. A lot of coaches don't do it. He didn't do it. Mm-hmm. I thought they choked a 24-7 lead, and I thought he made bad calls, but they made a lot of bad plays. But I certainly don't think you can say, oh, well, that's what he did all year to get there. Sometimes you've got to use common sense.
D'Amico Ryan said after they lost to the Browns that we don't have the cornerback follow their top receiver. And when they got in the playoffs, they had their top corner follow Amari Cooper. So you've got to adjust accordingly.
Absolutely, you have to make adjustments. The NFL is a game of adjustments. You can't do things every week based on analytics. It's stupid to do it, and so many coaches today do it, and you see it backfire.
And I'm just glad that the Texans don't have a bit coach, because I think Dan Campbell's a bit coach. I think he's screwed once his assistants leave. I think if Ed Orgeron and Nick Sirianni had a baby, he would be Dan Campbell. Like that, I think he is going to be screwed just like Nick Sirianni was when his coordinators leave. And I just thought it was an embarrassing decision by him. And I mean, some people say, would you rather lose before, or would you rather lose the way the Lions did? How do you feel on that? How would you feel?
What do you mean lose before?
I said it yesterday.
Would you rather be the Rams?
No, I said I'd rather have lost like the Texans than lost in the conference championship like the Lions.
No, you want to win.
You can't come back from that.
You want to win that extra game.
Well, you want to win, but you can't. Dan Campbell can't come back from this.
How do you know that?
Because it's going to have to be a Super Bowl win. He's going to have to win like Andy Reid.
He'd have to win a championship game to get to the Super Bowl. Then he's come back from it. And the next year, win a Super Bowl. Everybody writes off so many coaches. You mentioned Andy Reid. Everybody kind of wrote off Andy as a
but it took a long time.
Buffoon. It took till Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Isn't
That's
it
what
amazing
my point is.
The way all the great coaches have great quarterbacks except Joe Gibbs
and Kyle Shanahan.
And Kyle Shanahan, yes. You know, if you look at this game under the prism of quarterbacks, it's a mismatch. If you look at defense, Chiefs are playing better defense than the 49ers.
It's close.
Mm-hmm. Spagnuolo's doing a great coaching job, and that's why I don't care what the spread is. I'm going with the Chiefs. I picked them to lose at Buffalo, lose at Baltimore.
Me too.
I ain't picking against the Chiefs again.
I'm going to do it again. I'm going to go for third time. Third time's a charm. I'm gonna let Patrick Mahomes be my new Tom Brady. John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. The afternoon guys yesterday, they moved on from Dalton Schultz. Are you ready to move on from Dalton Schultz?
Why would you move on for him if you can get him back in a good contract?
Can't block, not electric in the receiving game. I'm talking about from.
So who are you going to get to take his place?
Draft. Kid from Texas or Brock Bowers?
Bowers, Jatavian Sanders.
They're not getting Brock Bowers. He's a top 6 pick.
Anything is possible.
Do you want to bet $100
No, it's
on
not.
that?
Well, that they're going to get Brock Bowers?
No, that he's not going to be a top 6 pick. He won't go in the top 10.
You think Brock Bowers not going to the top 10?
Yeah.
You got it.
There's another 100. That's
got it.
$100. $100 on Bo Nix. $100
You got to
top
stop
10.
doing that, man. Stop taking his money.
I like McLean on this bet.
I love
I like
all
You want to take
these.
it too?
I'll take it too.
Okay, let's
$100.
go. Yeah, good.
I love all these draft experts except draft expert Landry Locker.
You got 200 on the line. You know, erase my bet.
No,
I don't
that's
want you
easy.
To, I don't want you to.
He can afford it.
$200. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
No, I mean I don't make $100 bets.
I just thought
so
I was
don't
unfair
win.
to you.
No, I mean last year I took McLean on Hendon Hooker or what's his name? Yeah, Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
And this year it's going to be Bo Nix not going first round. I'm fine. I'm good on this. I know what I'm talking about.
All right.
Yeah, mark that.
How do you know what you're talking about? When all these draft analysts who watch tape over and over have him going in the first round.
It's called positional value, my friend. let me lay this out
Mr.
for you.
Analytics.
Hey, this is not some shoot from the hip show. I don't start Googling after the fact. I have this ready. So in the last 20 years, there have been 19 tight ends taken in the first round. Let me go through the tight ends who've been drafted top 10, and none of these picks ended up looking good. Vernon Davis in 2006, he was selected 6 overall. Eric Ebron in 2014, he was selected 10 overall. Kyle Pitts was selected 4 overall. It never really works out, man. It just never really works out when you draft a tight end.
I would have said
10.
top 6, and you said top 10. I feel good about it.
Yeah, you should.
Brock Bowers is going in the top 10.
Okay, I think it's going to be right there in the 15-ish range.
I mean,
One other
look,
thing,
it's not a stupid bet. I just have I value Brock Bowers so highly.
everybody does.
I really do.
One of the things that you have to keep in mind, teams fall in love with players from this point on. They don't pay attention to what they do in college. If you meet with a guy and he looks good in shorts and T-shirts at the combine, pro days, private workouts, you just fall in love with him. And everybody tells me that Bo Nix is the kind of guy you're going to fall in love with.
You might get,
and in fact, there's such a shortage.
I think your best bet could be at 10 with the Jets. I think you could get it right at 10.
Was it Bowers?
Yeah, I think the Jets.
I'm thinking maybe the Chargers too.
That's what I said.
If they take him at 5, Jim Harbaugh just ain't trying to be great.
No, I said the Chargers too, John. That I
he ain't
think,
trying to be great.
That's something that he's going to love. Is that position? That guy at that position.
5.
So
you heard me right.
Let me run something by y'all.
Right. 5.
That I heard yesterday on ESPN. All the hosts were saying they take Mahomes over Brady. And I'm thinking Mahomes lost to Brady. He's won 2 Super Bowls. Brady won 7. And yes, at this point, he's in a great position to win more Super Bowls than Brady. But how can anybody take Mahomes right now over Tom Brady?
I'll tell you what Landry said yesterday, and I thought it was pretty good. At his best, Patrick Mahomes is better than Tom Brady. I don't disagree with that.
But so much of that is beyond being a great passer. Brady was accurate. Brady brought his team from behind better than any quarterback in history. He never played with Gronk was the best player he ever played with, just like Kelsey's the best player Mahomes has ever played with. Mahomes may win 8 Super Bowls, but until you got the hardware, you ain't the greatest.
Well, my thing is but do you think Brady had better weapons than Mahomes?
Yeah, I think they came and went for Brady. He had Edelman and
Wes
Welker and
Randy Moss.
Hogan.
Randy
Moss was there, 2 years?
They were pretty good years.
Yeah, they were.
Like 18 touchdowns.
And Kelsey's first ballot Hall of Famer, too. Gronk should be. But no, I don't think Brady had better weapons in the whole scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, he had Tyreek early on, Mahomes. My thing with the Chiefs that I think is, and it's going to be interesting to see if the Texans, they have to transition into, a new identity over time, over a 5 or 10 year time. But the Chiefs in 2018, they were a gold medal track and field and swim team. They could outrun you. They could outswim you. That now, this year, they are a gold medal wrestling and boxing team. They're just ready to fight, man.
Mm-hmm.
That defense, I heard Show say this yesterday. I thought it was interesting. And you'll laugh when you hear it, but if you really think about it, what he's trying to say is deeper than what He said Patrick Mahomes might be getting too much credit for what they're doing right now.
Well, I think the defense is getting a lot of credit.
But how much though? Like how
A
much
lot.
credit?
Like during the games, they're talking about the defense, but like it's all about Mahomes. Otherwise, in
No,
terms
it's
of-
about Kelsey and Taylor Swift too.
Well, that too. that
Hey,
will.
if he's going to play like that, he can do whatever the hell he wants.
She's
My
been good
God.
for him. She has.
There was a study done last week I read by a company that said she's brought $331 million
I mentioned
worth
that
of
yesterday,
pub
yeah.
for the NFL, and the NFL loves it. I love these people think that the league rigged it to get her in there, and the Chiefs, telling Zay Flowers, fumble at the one, tell him commit that penalty. That, of course, is ridiculous. But if people don't like it, you better close your eyes because she's going to get a lot of attention.
It was also the most watched season ever by women. Well, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
What?
She's part of the reason for that. You don't think so?
Guys like Taylor Swift, too.
I feel like the ratings have been gradually jumping up, right?
But it's the highest percentage of women that's ever watched the NFL.
Since when?
I'd like to know.
Highest.
But was
ages,
last year the highest too?
You can parse this all you want. If you don't think Taylor Swift is getting women to watch the NFL, I can't help you.
She's getting a lot of young
Yeah.
guys, too.
Yeah.
The hope is from
Yeah.
the league that they're watching to see shots of her, and they're going, this game's pretty good.
Yeah.
I may watch another game.
Are you a Tony Romo guy?
I was, not now.
Is he as bad as people say?
You talk about a guy that is kind of like not aging gracefully as a broadcaster.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I love Greg Olson, and he's being demoted for Brady. I was listening to Brady on Let's Go and how he tiptoed around Dan Campbell. That's not what Fox is giving.
Brady's going to be so bad.
$337 million.
I meant to bring that up.
They
Brady's gonna
want
be so
opinions like Troy Aikman has.
Yeah.
When I remember everybody I knew, and you were in Dallas, they thought Aikman would be pablum because he was pablum with the Cowboys, and then he started giving his opinion, and he's been great. Maybe Brady will do it, but Greg Olson, his salary goes way down from like $12 million to $3 million. So when his contract's up, somebody else is going to hire him because he's good.
CBS. I meant to mention that. I heard that Brady was like very milquetoast, very. Yeah, I think he should have gone for
Maybe
the point.
he's saving it for Fox.
No, he's going to be terrible.
I was like, oh wow,
He's going to be awful.
300. What is it? $37 million a year.
Yeah, something like that. He's going to be terrible. Like it's
was not
ridiculous.
great.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, it's just it's a jock sniffing hire. That's
Wouldn't
what
it be
is. It's a
great
jock sniffing hire?
if they made him come and do Radio Row to promote his? Now they don't have a Super Bowl, but to promote.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing
He's the
ain't
worst
gonna,
interview in
you
sports.
ain't going to be seeing Tom Brady walking around doing Radio Row.
He's the worst interview in sports.
What do y'all think about this one that somebody threw out there? And I think it's great to offset the Manning cast, the coach cast with Saban and Belichick.
No thanks.
They had a deal
I'd have
on,
to see it.
They had a deal on NFL Network, just the two of them. They were outstanding.
Well, Saban's going on College Game Day.
He is, but he could still do
that's
that.
obvious. They just got the SEC.
You could
Nick
put him on
Saban's there.
college football. You could put him on the NFL.
You watched Bill Belichick and said, "Damn, I really want to hear him talk for 3.5
Oh, my
hours."
goodness. Belichick is tremendous when he wants to be.
Come on, tremendous for 3.5 hours.
I listen to. No, he's not going to be.
Don't big body me either and talk
he's,
about all your
He's
beers
not
that
going
you
to be
drank with
doing
him.
games.
He's going to be Manning casting.
Yeah,
Bill
but not
Belichick?
by himself.
Oh my God,
Belichick is outstanding.
sounds awful.
Outstanding.
That sounds
You're one of
awful.
those people only judges him by his press conferences.
No, I'm just. I mean, I don't need to hear Bill Belichick talk for 3 hours. That sounds. I don't even like Manning cast. I think Manning cast sucks.
I don't like it because they bring in guests.
Yeah, let's
If
have
it's
Sue
just-
Bird come in and
If
break
it's
it down
just
for me.
them, I'd want to watch it, but I don't like the guests.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand the guests either. Hey, Kevin Hart, what do you think?
Who gives a damn?
Let's go plug something, Weasel.
So Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson back?
Slowick needs another year as a play caller, and I'm guessing he didn't get offered a job, but we never know. I'm guessing he didn't. And then Gerard, I'm thinking it would be really smart to come back here, have another year as a quarterback coach. Slowick leaves next year, then Gerard gets promoted to offensive coordinator and play caller, which puts him closer to being a head coach. And I don't think any of the jobs he interviewed for was ideal for a guy who wants to be eventually a head coach and has everything it takes to be a head coach, according to everybody over there.
My theory is that if Gerard goes to New Orleans, then he'll just be back here next year because the coaching staff will get fired and then they'll just bring him right back. So he can go get some experience if he wants. But if you go to New Orleans or something like that, we'll see. All right, don't sell your house, man.
Derek Carr,
keep it down.
It's not like he's going to get better, and everybody loves CJ, and they'll bring in more weapons. Tank's back, so he's still going to play well. And everybody knows Gerard Johnson did a great job with him, spends more time with him than anybody. So just don't have ants in your pants about leaving. What do you think?
I agree, actually.
You think Gerard will be back?
I don't know, but I think the most likely offer is the Saints, and that's maybe something that he would pass on.
I sure hope he would pass on the Saints. Like if he'd gone to Cleveland, then Stefanski's calling the plays. You're working with Watson instead of Stroud, and
that's sick.
I just think this is the perfect. He's home.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody over there loves him.
Yep.
They got a good setup. D'Amico leaves them alone. It's an ideal situation if you want to be a coordinator and a play caller and hopefully eventually a head coach.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So Slowick's getting shut out, right? Like there's no Seattle possibility or Washington.
I don't know that Bobby's even been contacted by Seattle. Washington, he was contacted and he interviewed, but everybody thinks they're hiring Ben Johnson.
I think he interviewed with Seattle, if I'm not mistaken.
And I'm guessing Seattle's going to want a if not a veteran coach, somebody that's been a play caller longer.
Yeah. So you think Ben Johnson ends up in Seattle?
No, they're talking about Ben Johnson in Washington.
I know.
And everybody said that's a done deal. Adam Schefter said a while ago he didn't think it was a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't mean that he wouldn't get it. The Washington people are in Detroit today to interview Aaron Glenn and to interview Ben Johnson. And Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, he's only 36 years old. He's been a coordinator 2 years. He was with them a long time, went to Michigan for 1 year. I'm guessing John recommended him to Jim as a coordinator, and then he came back, probably because I'd rather work with John than Jim. And he's got a chance to be a head coach because we know the Ravens are going to be good, and he's getting some interviews too, but I'm guessing that he'll go back to Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't know if Slowick talked to Seattle or not. They spent the night talking to Dan Campbell, or not Dan Campbell, Dan Quinn.
Oh, Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn.
Do you think they would have hired Quinn if they were going to hire him? It's not like they don't know him.
I think they're just. I think it makes you look better when you just talk to everybody. They talked to Ben Johnson yesterday. He's gone, and I mean, I would. I'll throw it your way at leg hiking because I know how I'd handle that situation.
I stayed away from that because I knew you would.
Oh yeah, I'm getting right into that. John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
There's a guy up there right there.
Yeah, Tom Brady. That people can't see that, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you are you not going to the Super Bowl, Radio Row?
Nope.
You love Radio Row.
Why would I go? Why would I pay my own way?
Because you're rich. You're rich.
I'm not paying my own way, I can tell you that.
Don't you love Radio Row?
I used to if that's all I had to do was Radio Row, but I've never been to a Super Bowl when I wasn't writing columns and notes and everything else.
Do you feel like a celeb when you walk down Radio Row?
Nope.
Come on.
What I do when I'm walking down Radio Row, people say,
more than a
can
beauty
you help me
pageant.
get this guy? There's so-and-so.
Can
you help me get him? Do you know that guy? Do you know this one?
I ain't going to help anybody.
John McClain.
I'll be listening to you guys, and I will be covering the Super Bowl for SportsRadio610.com from afar.
There you go. Do your thing.
And while you guys are out partying every night,
not me,
coming in hungover,
not me.
Who do you think is going to be the roughest? Who's going to have the roughest time of all the hosts in Las Vegas?
Here,
yeah, of our hosts.
Well, considering that Sean and Seth have to get up so early, I'm guessing they'll take good care of themselves. Considering Clint and Ron don't, I'm guessing it's
almost
going to be
unanimous.
Clint and Ron.
Yeah, it's almost.
And since the Chiefs are in it, Ron's going to spend all of his time with his Kansas City buddies, wearing his Kansas City stuff underneath when he comes to work.
Yep.
And like the first time I met Ron, he was subbing here and he was wearing a Kansas City thing. And I didn't know him, but I gave him all kind of grief about it. And so I'm guessing Ron, having worked there and loving the Chiefs, that he's going to be doing the most
that makes it about unanimous.
Partying.
And I don't know about his tolerance either. I think it might be a little lighter than we would guess.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
We'll
see.
Clint's going to have a good time too.
Yeah.
But he's not like Ron. Now, if Arkansas was a national championship game and Arkansas was in it,
he might not make it.
He'd be out there wearing that hog hat down in those Coors Lights about a case a night.
Yeah, there you go. Coming up, world famous McLean leg hiking. Coming up next, what does he think about my GM approach involving a polarizing figure in the NFL? We'll talk about that, but I want to get into this soda thing, John. We talk about soda weight loss a lot, and you're becoming kind of the face of it, my friend. Tell the people what you did, how they can do it, and how great you're feeling.
Landry, if I were going to the Super Bowl, I would have no problem staying.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
John McClain said, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous McLean leg hiking concept, very simple. We throw takes at John McLean, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg.
John McClain gave a much better Hall of Fame presentation for Andre Johnson than he did last year.
Hike it, Faggy. I did the same thing. I just changed some things around.
Is that good news?
It's hard to give a better one when you give everything you got for each of them.
All of Nick Casario's sins of the past have been forgiven because of the C.J. Stroud selection.
As well as his Will Anderson trade and other moves he made in the team's record, and hiring D'Amico Ryan. So, yes, all the sins of the past, that's the fact.
Dan Campbell hits 17 in Las Vegas.
That's the truth.
The Lions should fire Dan Campbell and promote Ben Johnson.
Hike it, Faggy. You don't fire a coach after that kind of season.
What if the Falcons had done that?
You don't
with Dan
like him
Quinn?
because he's an Aggie, and you should like him because he's an Aggie.
No, I don't care. That doesn't even matter. That doesn't matter. I think if the Falcons should have done it with Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan, I think it's the right approach.
It was a bad day for Aggies. Aaron Glenn had a tough day.
Yep.
Dan Campbell had a tough day.
Josh Reynolds.
Oh, Josh Reynolds, I forgot went to A&M. Condolences.
Good. Yes, that's all right. I somehow I survived. Dalton Schultz has played his last down of football for the Texans.
Oh boy, if they don't sign him, and can't imagine somebody giving him a lot of money, but then they got to start over. But I'm going to say hike it, Figgy. I just don't think he'll get a lot, but I don't think he'll get a big offer from anybody.
Texans will be in the Super Bowl within the next 5 years.
I agree. Since I tweeted that, I got to stand behind it, but I really believe it. That this team's headed in the right direction, and someday we're going to see them preparing for this week coming up, Super Bowl week, and it'll be like nothing we've ever seen in this city.
I think it could be 3 years. Brock Purdy is elite.
Hike it, Figgy. I think, Patrick Mahomes is elite.
Yes.
Do you put him up there with Mahomes? No.
A different kind of elite?
No. He is.
I don't believe it either.
He makes some big plays. He's not a game manager, but he's blessed, too, to have great receivers at every level who get a lot of yak. His average per attempt was 9.13, best in the league, and they had a lot to do with it. And he had 2 big runs, but is he elite? Not yet.
Christian McCaffrey is the best honky running back of all time.
Okay, let me think a minute. All those old guys, they didn't have his speed. They didn't have his receiving skills. So I'll say yes.
There you go. The Super Bowl ratings will be the highest ever, in part because of Taylor Swift.
Oh, God.
Hike it, Figgy. I think there's just not that many people watching as there used to be when there were 4 stations and people.
Oh, you don't think it will even be the highest ever?
No, I don't think it'll be the highest ever. What's weird is they put streaming numbers in there. How do they know? And
there are ways, I guess.
Now
I think it's easier to do than.
Yeah, there are ways.
Counting sports bars and all that.
Yeah.
They'll put out some monster number. What is the biggest in
come
history?
around, though?
No, but the streaming numbers I think are easy.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's got a chance to be the most watched ever.
They follow you.
I think it's got a chance.
They're on these devices.
2 weeks off is too long between the Super Bowl.
I get Figgy. They need it for injuries. They need it for hype. It doesn't get enough hype as it is.
Bill Belichick and Mike Vrabel will not be hired this cycle.
I agree. Belichick, I don't think he'll ever be hired again, and Vrabel will sit out a year.
Why?
What about him?
Why never again?
Yeah.
I think because he'll be 73, and his team was terrible without Brady, and his offense was awful, and nobody wants to give him total control like he had with the Patriots.
What if he's waiting for the Cowboys?
Then that'd be great. I'd love to see Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones. And I was thinking today, how old's Biden? If we put an 80-year-old in charge of our country, is it too much to ask a 72 and 71-year-old to be in charge of a football team?
72 is the new 52.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I'm stunned. Pete Carroll hadn't got any feelers, and he wants to coach, and supposedly he or his agent would call in trying to get interviews.
Do you want to weigh in on Border Patrol too? Like, since we're here, go ahead. You want to lay in on? You want to lay in on that?
I'll stick to sports.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh,
good.
you do?
Stick to sports.
Could have fooled me. Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. John McClane should be like Al Pacino, Mick Jagger, and Robert De Niro, and have a baby this next year.
Hi, Kid Figgy.
Don't you think you would be like the best?
Oh, he'd be a great dad.
Don't you? You'd be the man.
Hi, Kid Figgy.
God, he'd be good, man. You imagine McClane?
I think he'd be a great dad. Yes.
Man.
Ben Johnson is off the hook because of Dan Campbell for abandoning the run in the second half and that stupid running play down on the goal line.
Well, he's getting some negativity because of bad play calling, like Kyle Shanahan did. It's not going to keep him from getting a head coaching job, but people are not talking much about that as they are about Dan Campbell and all the mistakes.
I feel like I say this. I've said this the last 5 years to you, John.
Hike it, Figgy.
And I think you've hiked it. I think you've hiked it every year.
Hike it again, Figgy.
The Super Bowl should be played on a Saturday.
Hike it, Figgy. Then it couldn't be Super Sunday, could it?
Who cares? Super Saturday is an easy edit. That is an easy edit.
Just doesn't have that ring to it.
Saturday
First
night,
couple of years, it wasn't even a Super Bowl.
Saturday, dude.
I love the 7-hour pregame Super
well,
Bowl.
you can do
I just
that on
turn the
Saturday.
volume all the way up, open it. Now I got a grill.
You're going to be out of control. But you could do that on a Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Carol and I, every year, when it came Sunday, and I didn't have to do any work till after the game, after working all week, we would sit in our room and order all kind of room service and watch the pregame all day.
Damn.
And it was a lot of fun, a lot of relaxing.
I love
it. Since John McClane is not going to the Super Bowl this year, he and Carol are going to make a charcuterie board and have a Super Bowl party.
She is going to, while I watch the game and take notes and write a column for SportsRadio610.com afterward, she's going to have things like you'd have at a ballpark, different levels.
Oh, so she's already planning.
Oh, yeah.
Like hot dogs and hamburgers?
Shh. I got to be careful about soda, but I'm going to take a day off.
Okay.
So hot dogs, hamburgers, nachos, all that stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever she puts out there, you know me, I'll eat.
I do know you, and you haven't been eating very much, sir.
No, I eat a lot of good things on the soda plant. I can eat steak, chicken, fish. Can't eat ham, and I can eat only thing I'm not supposed to eat is the bread on a burger. So I ordered a cheeseburger, chunk the bread, and eat everything else.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I still do that occasionally
and
when I'm feeling fat.
You're only going
fat.
organic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what organic means.
Lopez got called fat the other day.
I did not.
By you?
I did not.
Lopez. Someone called Lopez fat the other day.
No, he's not fat.
I was offended. He wasn't.
They did not call me
He's living his
fat.
best life. He's okay.
Yeah, I try to.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm happy.
He's happy, man.
And hopefully,
about to get happier, actually.
Hopefully next week on Thursday night.
What's that mean?
On the NFL Honors Show, when they announce the class of Hall of Fame 2024.
Put the rub one out at the break.
Hopefully Andre Johnson.
Yeah, I was about to say, why is he looking down?
C.J. Stroud will win his award. Maybe D'Amico Ryan.
What are you talking about?
I'm
brother?
about to be a grandpa for the second
you're being
time.
vague, man. You could have
So
just
you're
said I'm about to
eating
be
for
a
your
grandpa.
granddaughter?
I'm going to eat for my granddaughter.
See, he's calling you fat now too.
So, grandbaby number 2, she went in yesterday about 11 a.m. and is still trying to have a baby.
I feel so bad for your. I feel bad for your son because they at least get the bed.
He took a switch though.
They at least get the bed.
Eventually,
he was playing video games with my son last night all night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, while she's in labor.
Hey, why not?
While y'all were talking about babies, I'll slip out of here. Thank you. Have fun in Vegas.
All right, sir.
There you go. The man, John McClane, the myth, the legend, here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the hits or lits. And an epic rant that I might need a translator for. That's next.
Place your
or lose. Call 800-973-7809. Again, 800-973-7809.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Super Bowl 12 days away. Do you think 2 weeks is too long of a layoff? I'm actually kind of okay with it.
I like it. I've always liked it. Didn't a couple of years they had it 1 week?
Maybe.
Once?
Maybe. Yeah, I think they experimented with one. You need two. You need two.
Yeah, I think you need two.
You need two.
For nothing else, the people say it's too long. Heck, it gets guys healthy. Like you get everybody back.
Yeah.
And the hype machine is, come on, you can't top it.
Well, not everybody. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Charles Omenihu, man. Former Houston Texan.
ACL.
Kansas City Chief. Not the music festival.
Mm-hmm.
The ligament. He has torn his ACL.
Like, what are you talking
Charles Omenihu is out for the Super Bowl.
He's not performing at Austin City?
He is not,
Okay.
and he's not performing at the Super Bowl either. He has torn his ACL. Yesterday, he was kind of gloating. Now, he is gone. Charles Omenihu, we hardly knew you.
Pretty significant hit. He's been good. He's been good.
Kadarius Toney, he might not be performing at the Super Bowl either. I don't know what he was saying here. I'll be honest. I need some help.
Is it wrong that I believe him?
Obviously, they don't want him on the field.
Right.
No matter what, they don't want his ass on the field. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Giants got rid of him for peanuts. He was a contributor last year for the Chiefs, but he's been a disaster this year. He's been one of the worst players in the league. A lot of drop balls. He's actually cost the Chiefs 1 or 2 games. And he went on Instagram Live, and he was talking about his alleged injury. And this is – I need you to translate this for me, Lopez. This is what Kadarius Toney had to say, and there's going to be a few beeps here, about his alleged injury that kept him off the field on Sunday.
All these play me on God, because I just don't got to get on this, be on no go clear no because I'm ready to give a I don't with y'all. Have y'all let do something. I do something. Hey, I ain't get on that on God. But hey, look, y'all reading all this cap. You feel me? Believe it. I don't give a I ain't never been that go do all that. But yeah, man, that cap. I'm not hurt. None of that Say that my too. On God, not hurt. None of that. Hip, been, what? It go from hip to ankle to this to that. What else? I'm in a body cast right now, huh? At this point, huh? Fuck out of there. Man, they don't need man, go run out and tell the information that ain't Go tell them what's going on with this I want to sit and play with it. I don't know.
What?
I'm fine. That's what he said.
So what did he say? I'm not hurt?
I'm fine. That's what he said.
That was it?
God almighty.
Dude, stay off Instagram Live, young men.
Yeah.
You're not going to be in the league again after this year.
No.
Like the Giants gave up on you. The Chiefs are giving up on you. And now you just be quiet. You take the check. You maybe get your second ring, even if you're not going to be on the field.
Yeah.
Keep it to yourself, and then maybe you'll be on another team. Nobody's picking this guy up now.
Why would they?
What is he doing?
Why would they?
I mean, on top of the on-field, like the performance, like what are you doing?
Like you can be outspoken and you can be yourself. You can talk about the general manager's vest, but you can't say they're lying. I'm not hurt. You can't do that. Even though...
Sound like he should be on King of the Hill or something like that.
What's that guy's name?
Boomheimer?
Boomhauer.
Boomhauer?
Yeah.
Whatever his name is.
Something like that.
Here was Andy Reid. He was on 8:10 a.m., and he replied to the Toney thing. My favorite thing is the host is like, I'll be honest, it was kind of hard to understand what he was saying, Andy.
Status with the team is unchanged. It remains just an injury situation. I found it difficult to follow what he was saying, but it did seem to be that he was saying he was not hurt. Can you expand upon what his situation is a little more, Coach?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's been on the injury report, so I mean, I got that part as that's not made up by any means, but he's been working through some things, and he'll be back out there.
All right, there you go. So he'll be out where?
Yeah, I don't know. Not there.
You're going to put him on the Super Bowl field?
Not in Kansas City. I actually believe that he's probably not hurt. But the video, the Instagram Live, actually tells you why he's not playing at the same time.
Why?
Because they don't want him on their squad. They don't want him there. And he hadn't been real good either. So.
What? What is with these kids? How much like foolishness is voluntarily these days? Like you used to have to try to catch someone slipping.
Yeah.
Now it's
just
Twitter,
jumping
it's
into
Instagram,
trouble.
all that.
Yeah, they're willingly jumping into trouble or controversy or whatever.
Yeah.
When they could just say, I'm not going to say anything. You know? I'm just going to bide my time here. It's ridiculous.
Just imagine
the kids these days, Landry.
I don't understand this.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely sounded like he belonged on King of the Hill. I don't know what the hell was going on there at all. CJ Stroud has a new commercial. We'll talk about it more when the internet goes nuts. The Buffalo Cheetos. He says it's the second best option to the wing. So they're playing it off of him being the second pick.
Yeah.
In the draft. Do you think, how many times do you think, like in his own time, CJ Stroud's eaten a bag of Buffalo Cheetos?
Oh, for sure. Oh,
really?
Of these new ones?
Yeah.
He's probably tasted them. I don't know if he really thinks they're good or not, or how good they are. But no, I think he's been a chip guy, junk food guy at some point. He's a young guy. He's a young man.
Okay, so do you think he's down with these Buffalo Cheetos?
I think he likes them.
Technically he can eat the other Cheetos and not be selling out. He can eat normal,
right?
Hot Cheetos, all that type of stuff. He can do that. The fakest commercial in the world right now is why is like Kris Jenner selling Oreos? I'm boycotting them. I don't like Oreos anyways. Like her acting like she likes Oreos. Give me a break.
I've never been an Oreo guy.
What about when Tom Brady was talking about he wouldn't eat
Subway?
anything and he did Subway?
Yeah.
I mean, are y'all kidding me?
No.
He has a whole damn book about not eating crap like that.
He just signed a partnership yesterday. He sold his company or partnered with another company, the TB12.
Yeah. You literally wrote a whole book about a lifestyle and not eating bread and all that type of stuff, and then you're doing Subway commercials.
Yeah.
Might be the fakest thing I've ever seen.
Breaking news: Tom Brady's going to make even more money now. So, here's the thing with CJ Stroud. He's making a lot of money on his rookie contract as opposed to most rookie contracts. But there's a lot of money on the table for endorsements. You're going to see, 3, 4, 5 national commercials that he's in the next year or so?
I'm hearing him and Tank will be at Radio Row.
I have heard the same thing. I think I heard it from you.
Yeah, I don't know what time or anything like that. Hopefully.
Well, he's going to get Rookie of the Year, so he's going to be around.
Yeah, well, he's promoting Cheetos, sir.
And he's promoting Cheetos.
Yeah, so he'll have a Cheeto spokesperson, and they'll say, here's some Buffalo Cheetos.
Yeah, but even if he wasn't, he's going to be there.
And I'm going to say no thanks. If it's on our show, I'm going to say, CJ, come on, bro. You don't like those. Let's be real. I want to see you eat a couple of those right now. Come on.
That would be good.
Yeah.
And he'll go, these are delicious. Yummy.
I eat 5 bags every day.
What if he really falls in love with him and it becomes an addiction?
Do you think Lopez is a fake endorser?
Hell no. I turned one down last week.
You think Lopez is a fake endorser?
I don't think so.
Hell no.
Okay.
So I've turned down in the last year. I've turned down 3.
Yeah, I'm very, very. I'm not going to endorse something just to endorse it.
Exactly. I mean, at one point in my life, I might have.
Yeah.
Because you need money.
Yeah.
But not that I don't need money now. But I'm just saying,
Sometimes I like.
You got to be sincere.
Yeah. Sometimes I hear guys and I'm like, man,
there's no way
you're putting more in that endorsement than you did that last segment.
There's no way.
Like you just kind of umped it up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you doing, man? Come on, bro.
No, that's not me, man.
Text line 832 says OG sauce is imported.
Shh. Get the heck out of here.
Someone says it's imported, man.
You know how many years I've been making that in my kitchen?
I'm just telling you with the text line. I just read the text line, John. I don't try to instigate. I just read the text line.
Going to be a nice add-on for your Super Bowl. Just saying, ogsauce.com. You brought it up.
College basketball yesterday. The Longhorns fall to the number 4 Cougs last night in overtime, 76-22. Cougs now 19-2. Horns are 14-7. That Rodney Terry momentum kind of dying down a little bit.
They're really good though.
Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably get in, I think. But yeah, Cougs are really, really, really good. So
yeah,
shout out to.
I
Kelvin
wish it wasn't as
Sampson
late a game. I actually went to bed.
Continuing to do what he did. Oh, you did not participate in this game?
I didn't watch the end of it. Just
wow,
just a little bit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, you didn't check it out.
I did check it out.
Real meaningful game, you know.
I did check it out.
Like the Cougs would have lost that, they would have been a 1 or 2 seed.
I just
they won it. They had probably a 1 or 2 seed. So.
I just decided
a lot of magnitude in college hoops.
I just decided to go.
How many
ahead.
teams are in the tournament now? 80.
Yeah, something like that. No, I decided to go to bed early. Dude, I'm on baby watch here, man. I'm on baby watch here. I'm trying to figure it all out.
You're not watching anything, John.
I was at the hospital last night for hours.
But you're not watching?
Well, I was watching her.
Yeah, they're going to text you. You're going to show up.
I was giving her advice.
Come on.
Let me tell you about having a baby.
Yeah, okay. Rockets beat the Lakers last night. LeBron and AD both played. Rockets topped the Lakers 135-119. They improve to 22-24. Alfie Şengün 31-12. Jalen Green 34-12. Jalen Green finding his groove, man.
How you feeling? I was just going to ask you, how you feeling about Jalen Green?
He's fine. I mean, he's okay. He's not elite, but I mean, there's games where it's going to be like an AAU up and down. He's going to be able to score like he did on Friday, and then it's going to take a step back. But yeah, I mean, nobody ever said he wasn't a bucket. He can score. I'll give you 20.
Yeah.
Give you 20 a night. But I mean, he's not. I don't think he's a winning piece. I don't think when the game slows down and push comes to shove, he's that dude.
I'm starting to change my view on him a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
I don't disagree.
I don't think he's trash. I just don't think he's a max player.
Okay, well then I'm there with you.
No, I don't. I think he's a guy who can roll out of bed and give you 20 points. But when the game slows down and when you need consistency from someone that might demand based on talent the amount of money he gets, I don't think he's there. I don't think he's ever going to be there.
I'm pretty much there with you. I just think Udoka's been so good for him, man. He's been really good for him.
Oh, Udoka's been good for everybody.
Yeah.
There's nobody that Udoka hadn't been good for.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. Dylan Brooks, LeBron, they still kind of hate each other a little bit. He kind of embraces it.
Dylan Brooks is a crazy man.
Yeah, he's a nut.
He is a crazy man.
Absolute nut job. Those are the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, yesterday was a 3-year anniversary that most of us would like to forget. Next.
The Odyssey app.
David Coley. 3 years ago yesterday, David Coley was introduced as head coach of your Houston Texans. I'm going to ask you this because I was thinking about this. Does it seem longer ago or does it seem like yesterday? Like,
seems
where
like
are
yesterday.
We? It seems like yesterday that David Coley was here. It's been Biggie, 3 damn years. It's been over 1,000 days.
It seemed like it was a long time ago, to be honest.
Nah, it's so vivid. Maybe that's why. I just remember how I felt. Oh, boy, David Culley. What is he doing now? Besides sitting on money.
Watching this former team.
Yeah.
Or not. Yeah, his former team, because he used to coach with Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear some of
really
that.
Coached up those wide receivers. Remember
Let's
that?
hear some of that memorable press conference from David Culley. And he also did an exclusive interview with Texans Radio. This is kind of just to enjoy where we are right now. This is really just kind of to enjoy where we are right now. Here is the best of David Culley, who was introduced as, I cannot believe, he was introduced as head coach of your Houston Texans about 3 years ago yesterday.
Jim, what about the penalty on that final Patriots scoring drive? You decided to decline, to accept the penalty, and they had a few more plays after that and ground the clock down. Did you give any thought to the decline?
This was when he was this was when that was the New England. This is when he didn't even know what he did in a game.
Yeah.
More time on the field for your team.
We thought about that. We did think about that.
You did.
Well, because of what happening is obviously they threw the ball. They threw the ball one time, which actually helped us, And had they ran the ball, there was a possibility that we were going to end up letting them score. We had talked about that.
David, the punt that went into Terrence Brooks' back, what was the call there for that, and why a little bit of trickery there, and what went into that call?
Well, that was a possibility that if we gave us the right look when we did what we did there, that if they gave us the right look, we were possibly going to fake it. They didn't give us the look, so we were going to back out and then just re-punt. And, it didn't work out. We ended up having a leakage up the middle and ended up getting blocked.
Consideration about 158 and started
That's enough of this. Good Lord. What were his best clips from the introductory press conference? We have a few of those gems that David Culley provided us with. Man, that was tough. God. I took this job because it's one of 32.
Yeah. It was amazing.
We'll have a chance to win football games. How many? I don't know.
It's more amazing now even than then.
That we got to go 3 and out and punt it. We're good.
That actually happened. And people were taking it serious or acting like they were taking it serious. I'm proud of this show. We never took him serious. Like the day he was hired. No, I'm proud of our show. We knew what was going on. How many times did I call him an empty suit? That's what he was from the day they hired him. So I'm proud of us.
I felt like you were pretty mean.
I was mean.
I felt like that was unnecessary.
But it was necessary.
The most important thing about football is the football.
I was mean, but it was necessary. Because you had to rattle some cages, man. You're not fooling us with what you were doing. I got to practice what I preach.
The worst thing was when there was like a narrative that, this is unfair. This guy set up to. This guy would have never gotten hired anywhere else. He got a chance that he would never get. You know how rich he is now?
Yeah.
It's like Jim Tom Sula, man.
It's worse. Like, the things that he said and did were guys that high school coaches would know more. And it's amazing that he even coached in the NFL, because he did, not successfully. Wasn't it the Chiefs where he was wide receiver coach and they didn't have any touchdowns?
Yeah, the whole season without any touchdowns. Yeah, it was rough. So just reliving 3 years ago, David Culley being introduced. We got some big news out of the NFL.
Yeah, we do.
And this could impact what's going on with the Texans. Ben Johnson of the Detroit Lions. He was a candidate for the Seahawks and Commanders gig. He has informed both organizations that he is staying in Detroit.
Yeah.
So Ben Johnson will not be taking one of those head coaching gigs. It should be mentioned Bobby Slowick has interviewed for each of them. So It appeared that Ben Johnson was going to be the guy in Washington. Boomer Esiason had kind of tried to call the shot. Now he is not. And now if they'd like to go that route, and we don't know if he rejected the job. Sometimes it's like, all right, I can tell they don't want me, or it leaks through. Oh, hey, they're going to hire Dan Quinn, or they're going to hire this guy. So sometimes it kind of leaks through. But for whatever reason, he's not there. And if they were considering the Ben Johnson scenario, that then naturally the next progression would be Bobby Slowick. But does Bobby Slowick now be selective? If Ben Johnson didn't want those jobs, why would Bobby Slowick want those jobs?
We don't know why Ben Johnson is saying he's going back to Detroit. From the very start, and again, this is just me. I thought Washington was very intriguing for Bobby Slowick, and I haven't gotten off of that. I thought Washington has been one. He has relationships there. He's coached there. His dad coached there. They have the number 3 overall pick. He can find the quarterback he wants there. Washington's
Danny?
He's going to have our number 2. Is it number 2 overall? Yeah,
so it's Drake May or Daniels.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Something about that job and Bobby Slowick from the very beginning is just I could see a connection there. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It could be someone totally different.
They might also want to get romantic. That picture that you always see of
him and his dad.
No, Shanahan and all them.
Oh,
as
the one
kids.
from 2015 or whatever it was, 2017, whatever. But it's just something about it is intriguing. It does put a twist in things now. Now they could just say no, we're going with someone more established. But I mean, he's definitely still in play. I mean, there haven't been any decisions like that here. You know, he hadn't come out and said, I'm
so
coming.
Glad I'm not in this coaching search business right now.
Yeah. But he has not said I'm coming back to or reported.
You probably missed the coaching search knowing you. You probably wish the Texans were selecting 2 in this draft and needed a coach knowing you. You don't even like where we're at.
All right, a lot of times when you say this crap, I just kind of move past it. I tell people that you're wrong, and I move past it. I'm very much intrigued on why you say that this time. I'm very intrigued why you think I would be all about a coaching search.
I don't know, man. I like where my head's at.
Explain yourself.
I like where my head's at, man. I like having CJ and picking a little later in the first round and trying to fill some holes. I just kind of feel like you look at all these coaching searches and you look at this quarterback talk, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and you're just kind of miss the old days, John.
Why?
Because you just said it only feels like yesterday, David Culley.
That's why?
Feels like yesterday, man.
It does. Why does that correlate with me wanting to be in a coaching search here and a number 2 overall pick?
I don't know, man.
Who would be y'all coaching crushes right now if we was?
Do we get to start over? Are we living in a hypothetical world that we've been living in the last 3 years? Like we're not right now, right? Like can I hire any of the guys that have been hired?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Who would you want?
I feel like Lopez be going for Bill Belichick.
Nah.
Oh, yeah.
Nah.
Oh, easily.
I'm not a big Belichick guy, especially the last couple of years.
Easily.
Again, why? Because I just said
he got 7 rings, guys.
I just
stop selling ourselves short.
You like Sean Payton?
You want to win, right?
Yeah. Well, that has nothing to do with Bill Belichick.
So, if we were in the coaching and quarterback business, do we have the number 1 or number 2 overall pick?
Let's say number 2.
2.
Oh, God. Okay. With the coach, I would have been all in on perhaps Jim Harbaugh.
I wanted Jim Harbaugh 6-7 years ago.
I've been a big Harbaugh.
I'd be on Harbaugh before Belichick.
Yeah, I would perhaps be on Jim Harbaugh.
I'd be in on Ben Johnson.
I would like Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I'd be in on Ben Johnson.
Yeah, that's where I'd be between those two, Harbaugh or Ben Johnson.
What about the number 2 overall pick?
God. Oh my God.
I'm gonna throw a curveball at you, and this would be like
Marvin Harrison Jr.
No, this would be like when 2.5 months.
You can trade
of controversy between you and me.
Trade back
of wild.
You gonna say Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels
to justify your Heisman vote?
No, because I like him a lot. Jaden Daniels. Because Caleb Williams going 1. I'll trust.
You don't like Drake?
I'll trust Jaden Daniels before I trust Drake May.
I would be Man, I would probably be oh, God. I guess Drake May.
Well, you don't seem very confident in that.
I'm just glad I'm not in this, man.
Man.
I'm glad I'm not
I
in
guess
this
Drake
situation.
May.
I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it.
Definitely not Michael Penix Jr. He's incredible, but what, 2 ACLs?
I mean, I don't even know why that's a thing. I don't even know why that's
he's
a
up there.
conversation. I don't know why.
Yeah, he's up there.
I don't get it.
I'd be about Jaden Daniels. Yeah. And probably Harbaugh and then Van Johnson. Boy, I'm glad we're not doing this.
They got in at the
No
right
Mike
time.
Vrabel?
I am so glad. He would be mentioned, but he wouldn't be my top 2.
Bring him back.
Yeah.
I think they would hire Vrabel.
He would be kind of a D'Amico type.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, because they have
he's been here.
Well, Casario knows him.
He's been here. Casario
But then
knows
people
him.
would be pissed because they'd be like, we're copying the Patriot way.
Yeah, but then you have the Callahan factor. They would like him, They
would?
They've been around. Well, he's been here before. He's, like I said,
Yeah.
kind of like D'Amico.
Is he popular?
Yeah, he's popular.
It's a pretty crappy coordinator.
But he's popular. How is he a crappy coordinator? He hadn't been coordinator here. No, I thought you meant like in Tennessee with his defense.
They were dead last, John.
No, I said it. I mean, I talked about that a lot.
They lost all their guys, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's where we're at. Super Bowl countdown officially upon us, 12 days away. How do the Texans get to this situation? How do they get to the big game? C.J. Stroud, pretty popular right now. C.J. Stroud, he's got the Cheetos endorsement deal. He's going to win Rookie of the Year next Thursday. Mm-hmm. He's going to be one of the big guys walking around Radio Row. Everyone's going to want to talk to him. This is like something C.J. Stroud has never really – I mean, he's been the big man on campus, don't get me wrong, but, the chip on shoulder underdog thing, it perhaps was probably easier to develop last year than it's going to be this upcoming year with C.J. Stroud. I think he's built the right way. But it's definitely a change in life.
Don't worry about C.J. Stroud, but do realize that his world he's living in a different world now. Like, he's living in a world of national popularity, national endorsements. You mentioned the Cheetos thing. Having an off season, and in his own words, being away and not working. What do you say? Ready to relax. Ready to take some time away for the first time in maybe his entire life since he was like 7-8 years old. So it's a different world right now for C.J. Stroud. He'll handle it. I don't have any doubt about that. But man, it's all going to be coming at him this offseason. Endorsements, opportunities, business opportunities, everything. So it's going to be different. It'll be an adjustment. He's no longer the underdog.
If you could endorse any chip and the price is going to be the same, what chip are you endorsing?
I like Cheetos. I like the Puffs. The ones that get all over. Yeah. Cheetos Puffs or Lay's Sour Cream.
Just normal-ass Lay's or Cheetos Puffs?
Lay's Sour Cream and Onion. Those.
The green bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
That's nice, dude. Good job.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Biggie?
I will probably do some type of Flamin' Hot chip. So even if it's like a Lay's Flamin' Hot, I feel like that give you a little more oomph to it. Like, okay, Flamin' Hot. Ooh.
Okay.
I feel like that's kind of badass.
All right, there you go, man.
I'm stunned that Lay's Sour Cream and Onion is a controversial thing.
I mean, they're not even a consideration for me, sir.
Really? God, they're good.
Nah.
And Cheetos, the Puffs?
Yeah, those are just kind of there. Both of those. Yeah. It's at the kids' table.
Okay. It's at a lot of kids' tables.
Got to go kettle cook. You got to go like kettle cooked or something.
Yeah.
Jalapeno, Lay's kettle cooked jalapeno, dipped in hell of a good dip. Very good combo. Are Gardetto's chips?
Oh, brother.
You don't like Gardetto's?
And you're criticizing me?
You don't like Gardetto's?
Okay, hipster.
You don't like Gardetto's?
So at least both those chips you mentioned are hipster chips.
Kettle cooked jalapeno?
Yeah.
Those
are hipster chips.
No, those are some of the most popular chips.
You're criticizing my chips and you're coming up with kettle cooked jalapeno
kettle cooked
and
Lay's,
Gardetto's?
Kettle cooked Lay's jalapeno?
Yes.
Brother, those are like the most popular chip right now.
No, they're not.
He's crazy.
No, they're not.
Dip them in hell of a good, too. It's a good combo.
No,
Yeah.
they're not.
So Gardettos don't count as chips, right? That's like a snack,
It's
right?
kind of like a cracker.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, kind of in the ballpark of the
Who
trail
you calling
mix.
a cracker?
Nice car.
That is a pretty cracker snack, though. Gardettos.
Yeah, it is. It's a hipster chip.
Have
You're
you tried the new
criticizing
pumpkin
me.
spice flavor?
Oh my God!
Oh,
You're
my
a
goodness.
hipster. You're criticizing mine.
No, and I would have to go with like some toast. Those God, they used to have the hint of jalapeno, but the Tostitos hint of lime,
Dude,
are off the chain.
I'm looking at
The Tostitos hint of lime with some like salsa. Woo-wee.
Do you think Food Magazine is a reputable source?
I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Food Magazine? Never
Yes.
heard of it.
It's enormously, it's very reputable.
Food Magazine?
Yes.
Okay.
Top 10 chips. You ain't gonna find Gardettos in the jalapeno
They're
crap
not
you're
chips,
talking about.
okay? All right, I'm going Tostitos hint of lime and kettle cooked jalapeno.
Number 10, Lay's barbecue. I love those. You don't like those?
They're normal.
9, Tostitos, the regular Tostitos.
Okay.
Okay. 8, Sun Chips.
Who made this list?
Food Magazine, one of the most popular magazines in the
All right.
world. 7, Takis.
Okay.
6, Cheetos. 5, Zaps potato chips. Those are popular.
Those chips are good.
Those are popular.
Those chips are good.
4, Fritos.
Oh yeah, Zaps like voodoo.
Yeah.
Voodoo Zaps.
Yeah,
are the
they're
ones.
good.
those
Yeah,
are
they're
good.
Yeah, Voodoo Zaps, and they have spicy voodoo.
Yeah.
Those go in. Those go in. See, those are kettle cooked though.
4 Fritos.
Yeah.
3 Ruffles.
Chili cheese
The
Fritos?
regular. Yeah, what flavor?
Let's see.
Chili cheese Fritos are top 4.
Original.
man.
Come on.
3 Ruffles.
Come on.
2 Pringles.
Okay.
And 1 Doritos.
Yeah, Doritos, you can't go wrong.
What was that jalapeno crap you talked about, hipster?
Kettle cooked jalapeno? Yeah.
Do they even sell those in grocery
Bro,
stores?
those are voodoos, homie.
No, you said kettle cooked.
No, but they're the Lay's type.
Yeah.
Why are you getting the normal chips if they have kettle cooked now? That's what I don't understand. Like the normal ass, like yellow Lay's.
You're talking
and
about
the
Lay's kettle cooked.
Yes.
Jalapeno.
Yes, and barbecue. They got that. They got sea salt and vinegar too.
Good luck finding them.
Okay. Find them anywhere.
No, yeah, you can find
Those are all over.
Yeah.
No, but why are you getting the normal ass chip when they have kettle cooked now? That's my question to you.
Because it goes with everything. Like a Ruffles at the Super Bowl, I bet you can be all over. Because you can do dips, you can do
No, but
salsa,
a Ruffles not a normal ass little.
That's a harder chip. Though,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I'm talking about these
The yellow Lay's.
and then the green sour cream and onion. Why are we doing that?
Dude,
if we
sour
got
cream and
kettle
onion
cooked?
is not a regular chip. That's sour cream and onion.
Yeah, but it's like a thin ass like thing. Why would you not want it kettle cooked? You get sour
Because
cream and
you
onion
like
kettle
the
cooked.
thin crisp.
Why?
Hey, man. It's awesome.
So you're dipping that?
You can, I guess. Maybe in some French onion.
See, I want to dip the chip in like some hell of a good. Which, by
well,
the way,
then you want Fritos. Fritos can go in everything.
chili cheese Fritos.
A regular, either one.
No, you got to go scoops if you're going to do that.
Scoops. I'm a big scoops
Put
guy.
it in there.
Yeah,
Scoop.
I'm a big scoops guy.
Man,
you're criticizing my chips and you come up with this nonsense? You're coming up with crackers. Cracker?
Someone said, "How does Sun Chips make the list, dude? Like, come on."
I think they're just popular.
Man,
Like, come on, bro.
hey,
When's the last
you know
time?
what? I have
When's
a
the last
theory.
time you went to a party
Is
and
that
they
a-
had Sun Chips?
Is that a health reason? Is that a healthier chip?
Thank you. I'm going down that road. I have a theory on Sun
Come
Chips.
on.
People think they're healthier.
And they're not.
They're
You look at the
not.
bag, they're still in the 200 category.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I'll just get some Sun Chips.
Yeah, you know, I really
Dude, you're
feel like
getting the
watching-
same
Yeah,
amount of
look at
fat
the
and
calorie on
calories.
the back.
Yeah, you're getting the
Yeah.
same amount.
It's the exact. It's literally like it's like 190 versus 200.
This
and who
dude-
knows what the hell else is going
This
on?
dude said Gardettos.
Gardettos is elite, man.
Dude, look at what's in it. Anything like a chip in there?
No, I agree. It's a snack mix, but it's in the aisle to the right at HEB. It's across.
Yeah.
Hey, how come Pringles don't get more love?
Pringles was number 2 on their list.
Pringles dunk on regular Lay's.
It's a mood, man. It's about. I'll agree with you sometimes, and sometimes I won't.
If you're going sour cream and onion, you got to go Pringles.
I've done
I
it.
would endorse those.
I've done that.
Me too.
I would endorse the hell out of those.
Yeah.
Pringles, man. You get the can, too. You feel cool as a kid. Coming up, lunchtime
Gardettos.
confessions. Is it time to move
Favorite
on
chip? I don't know. Gardettos.
from one of C.J. Stroud's favorite targets next?
Place your bets, ladies.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. But we're transparent with you 24/7. Hold on just a second. Something just crossed my mind.
And that is?
But we let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Go ahead.
We've been focusing on the wrong people.
When it comes to what?
When it comes to who is going to be the biggest jackass in Las Vegas. I forgot Brandon Scott is going. That is the overwhelming one seed of who is going to lose his mind. Now, he can function when he jackasses, but you keep a close, like as far as like just having to grind through it, Brandon Scott is the overwhelming one seed. We haven't even been factoring in that he's going. It is an easy bet. B. Scott, it won't stop him from getting his work done. Now, Clinton Ron, it might. B. Scott will still work, but as far as jackassery, that is the overwhelming one seed.
Well, I think he's in the mix. I think he would tell you.
I think he would above the mix.
I think he would tell you.
No.
He's in the mix.
And you know what? My odds actually kind of drop a little bit because I forgot that I'm gonna have the opportunity to be hanging out with B. Scott. So It's almost contagious to where I was sitting there safe at 6.
Mm-hmm.
I'm creeping up a little bit now that B. Scott's going, so I've completely forgotten about that.
So B. Scott is one of the finest human beings you will ever know. But when it comes to us, he's that friend your mother doesn't like you hanging out with.
No, he's it's a smooth. He can hold his stuff.
Hold on. Brandon's gonna be there. Brandon's gonna be there. Nah, man, you got to be home by 10:30. Nah, man, you need to be home by 10:30.
We've been looking at the wrong place.
I want you to call me every half hour.
We've been looking at the wrong place.
Watch this.
I just realized that.
I worked the NFL trade machine far too long this morning. Like, I actually got here late, later than I usually get. I was like messing with the trade machine, trying to figure out a way the Texans can draft Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
I am that much in.
There's only
Brock
been
Bowers.
a tight end taken in the first round 19 times the last 20 years. When it's gone in the top 10, it's never gone well.
Cool story.
I'm just telling you.
No. It is a cool story. I was just being facetious, but I think he's different. I think he
looks like he's 40.
That's part of the difference.
Yeah.
I think blocking, receiving,
sweeps. Bobby Slowick's going to run 7 sweeps a game with Brock Bowers.
How do you think Titus Howard would do with Brock Bowers next to him?
I don't know.
Better.
I don't know.
I think he'd do better. Like,
check Twitter.
By the way, the craziest trade I found was going ahead and moving up to number 5. Because I think Jim Harbaugh's going to draft him at 5.
If they trade up to 5 to take Brock Bowers, that Casario's lost his mind.
No, we would find out. It would take a first. You switch firsts, and then a 4th and a 7th for the money to on the trade machine to work out. Just so you know. So I'm in. I'm in on Brock Bowers.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I'm kind of been talked out to moving on from Dalton Schultz. So I like Dalton Schultz fine. The market might speak, but even like the Hunter Henrys of the world, the Noah Fants, Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, Brock Bowers, maybe you need a little more upside and you need someone who can do something really well at tight end. The Drive guys spoke on it yesterday, kind of convinced me. I would be okay upgrading at the tight end position and perhaps taking someone less accomplished with Dalton Schultz that perhaps has a little more upside and more explosiveness and more of an ability to block.
Okay. I don't disagree. I agree with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm starting to think Ime Udoka, and I referenced this earlier because I put it in my confessions. I think he might be able to fix Jalen Green.
Okay, like what does fix mean? Like he's going to be like
consistent number, a guy that can help you win at a very high level. Now it's going to take a while.
Okay.
Win at a high level. He's had double-digit rebounds the last 3 games.
Yeah.
Ime actually very much explicitly said I had to kick him in the butt.
Yeah.
I showed him film, and he was just standing around.
Mm-hmm.
I think Udoka can make Jalen Green
He can make him better.
Take him to another level.
He can make him better for sure.
I think he's
make him better.
He's the guy that is perfect for him.
Yeah, I don't ever think he's going to be like elite, like feel good about being max guy. But yeah, he can make him better.
I think he's going to be.
I mean, it's a tough manicure, but I think he can figure something out.
He was wearing black and white last night.
Yeah,
Did you notice that?
Tough manicure, mani-pedi. He can do it. Never hurt anyone.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This kind of blew my mind, and I want to get y'all's reaction to this because maybe my clock is different than y'all's clock when it comes to like just time going by either fast or slow.
Yeah.
Is it weird to you that about a month ago it was Christmas? Like, doesn't it seem like Christmas was like a long time ago?
That does feel like a long time ago. It does.
It was like
36
days ago.
Fast this year. Like we went from putting up decorations to that's it,
dude.
Like
36 days ago. It seems like it was a year ago.
It really does. That one I
don't know
agree
what's
with.
going on
It's
with
weird
that.
because David Culley seems like just yesterday, and Christmas seems like David Culley hire time. like back when he was hired. It's weird.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I might be in a little trouble.
Okay.
I might be in a little trouble.
Why is that?
Because I'm kicking around, what am I going to bankroll? Because I'm very, very disciplined about what I take to Vegas is what I'm going to use.
Lopez's pockets.
What I'm going to do, and that's that. And I said earlier, I think I've landed on $2,500 for the whole week.
That's a good bankroll right there.
For the whole week, because it goes fast. See,
No,
the thing about playing dice as much as I do is you can be down 1,000 and then up 1,500 in like an hour span.
All right. Yeah, you don't need to go to the bargain spot now that I was talking about.
No, I am going to go to the bargain spot because I want to play all week.
No, you need to just go high roll.
Well, if I get hot, I'll start bumping those bets a little bit.
High roll, homie.
But no sooner did I say that than I got a text that said, "How much?" So it might not be 2,500 after all.
Come on.
How much?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Different strokes for different folks. I'm not going to tell you how to fan. I'm not going to tell you how to pet own.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to speak for me. I speak for just me, okay? I was watching the Rockets game this weekend, and it was discovered that the TV play-by-play voice, Craig Ackerman, has not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 cats. I confess, I do not look at him the same. I think 5 dogs is too much. I'm not a cat guy. I'm not like whatever, but 5 cats is way too much. And in the 2 games since, and for the second half of that game, I have not been able to look at him the same.
I saw the same thing, and I'm sure he's a great cat dad if he has 5
he adopted
of them.
one at the store. Its name's King James, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, but 5 cats?
Yeah, that just sounds.
Does he also go couponing?
Hey, couponing. I'll sleep on that.
Is he a hoarder?
5 cats.
Does he wear slippers?
5.
to the grocery store?
5, bro.
Beast guy say they got a lot of animals.
They rescue?
Okay.
Well, that's good. I'm sure he's good. I'm sure he's a good owner.
That's just an excuse to hoard.
I'm sure he's a good owner, but
let's be honest, that's just an excuse to hoard.
5?
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's too much.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I walked in on my daughter-in-law.
Oh, wow.
Who's having a baby.
Oh, what'd you do? Shut the door? Sorry.
Last night.
Oh, sorry.
No, it wasn't anything.
Attaboy, son.
I didn't see top or bottom.
Oh, wow. I said leave the door open.
No. I went out of the room.
Son, let me talk to you.
Respectfully, I went out of the room when the nurse came in to do something.
I know you're going through changes.
And I said...
You might notice a little extra hair in certain places.
No, I didn't see anything like top or bottom. But I went out of the room. I said, you know what? I'm going to leave the room. Let her do it. I didn't want to make it uncomfortable for my daughter-in-law, who's having a baby any minute, and today probably. And then the nurse came out, and I said, are you done? She goes, you can go in. But she wasn't done. So her whole belly was sticking out. I didn't see anything else.
Yeah.
but her whole belly was sticking out, and I'm like, she was so embarrassed because her big belly was sticking
weirdo.
out. Like, I didn't have anything to do with it.
What's wrong with
you?
you?
She told me she was done.
What's wrong with
What's
you,
wrong
sir?
with these nurses? I said, I'm leaving because I don't want to make it uncomfortable for her, no matter what you're doing. And she goes, I'm done. You can go in. She didn't say how she was done. She said, you can go in. And I'm like, I don't want to do this to my daughter-in-law, but I did. So I feel bad. She was really embarrassed. But it's all going to be well when she has the baby today.
Yeah. Oh, it's happening today?
Last I checked, it was supposed to happen yesterday. But we're waiting.
When's D'Amico having his baby? Because he's waiting for the surprise.
Maybe the same time. Maybe he's in the same hospital.
Yeah, I think he's pretty close.
Yeah.
D'Amico, but he's not going to know what the baby is till
good for him.
It happens. That's awful.
I love that.
D'Amico, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Better than that. It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up is the Texans' first step to the ultimate dream. Does it start in Alabama? Let's talk to someone who is live on the scene out there. Let's get an early look at prospects. Boots on the ground here on Sports Radio 610 next.
Payne and Pendergast.
If you lose both of those guys, you lose both your quarterbacks.
and Landry Locker.
All right, Mobile, Alabama. It all begins. Houston Texans, they're scouting. That's where Nick Caserio is. That's also where Cody Stutes is. He's out there. He's watching special teams drills and stuff.
What are you doing,
he's
Cody?
Deep in the sticks.
What are you doing, Cody?
Cody Stutes is out there in Alabama. Stutes, let's just get some background first. You know, what has the Senior Bowl meant to the Texans and the building of their current roster? In other words, like in recent history, and I don't think I'm putting you on the spot because you can lay this out, like how much of a part of Texans draft classes has the Senior Bowl been?
Well, under Nick Caserio, it's grown in importance. And in the first year that Caserio drafted with this team, Nico Collins was at the Senior Bowl. Obviously, we see what Nico's turned into. The draft after that, you had Damian Pierce, who was at the Senior Bowl. And I think even Nick Caserio talked about in the draft process and after Pierce was drafted about how the Senior Bowl kind of helped keep him on their radar. And then last year, most of the draft class was from the Senior Bowl. And you even got a couple of practice squad, future reserve contract players who were also Senior Bowl players. So you look at last year, Tank Dell, Xavier Hutchinson, Dylan Horton, Henry To'o, and just a ton of different guys from last year's draft class outside of those top two picks were Senior Bowl guys. And it's grown in importance in Nick Caserio's time here with the Texans.
Well, Tank Dell you mentioned, and he, at least from a national perspective, really splashed onto the scene at the Senior Bowl. I'm all about the tight end position. I don't think Brock Bowers is there. I don't think Sanders is there, but what's the tight end position looking like?
Barron. It was not super impressive in the first practice. So the American team's out there right now, but the national roster went this morning, and I mean, they're big guys. But they look more suited for blocking. Not a lot of impressive playmaking stuff from the tight ends. I'll be interested to see what this national roster puts together, or excuse me, what the American roster puts together. Because the national roster, I mean, there wasn't much talent to speak of from the tight end position. It was more focused towards the wide receivers and the running backs with that first workout from the national roster.
What about the wide receiver position? That you said that there's someone out there that is putting on a show at the wide receiver position.
Nobody covered Roman Wilson all day from Michigan. I mean, he was fantastic. And I wrote down in my notes 3 different times, smooth. Just smooth, easy. He beat anybody and everybody, even the DBs that were having a big day. He beat those guys. Roman Wilson was having a huge day out there. And then there's plenty of talent out here at the American roster that's practicing right now. The guy that I'm watching the closest out here is Ladd McConkey from Georgia. And he'd be like a nice day 2 selection at the wide receiver spot. But there's been some pretty talented stuff go on at the wide receiver spot. Nothing as good as what Roman Wilson's put together. Another name, too, Brendan Rice. And you're thinking to yourself, Rice, wide receiver. Yes, Jerry's kid, Brendan Rice, 3 consecutive snaps in one-on-one drills. The DB gets a flag thrown on him, and Rice fights through the contact and just snags the ball. It wasn't quite like his dad because he dropped one a little bit later on, but, man, he was physical and nasty. And you know what, this Texans offense, you got to pay attention to those guys that can be a little physical, aren't afraid of a little bit of contact.
Well, you got to pay attention to the running back position. I think everybody's on board with upgrading there. I mean, what's the update there? What is impressing?
Marshawn Lloyd from USC is a guy that made one of those cuts when it looked like the defensive linemen in the first set of team drills were just mauling every one of these offensive linemen. I feel like that's usually what happens on the first day. But it looked like the play was dead, and the next thing you know, he was 2 yards to the left and taken off, and then a one-on-one to kind of finish the practice. He showcased the hands. We know how you got to have some sort of dynamic ability at the running back position to really maximize what they bring to the table. Marshawn Lloyd's been the guy that I paid the most attention to, but Rasheen Ali from Marshall, he had a couple of nice plays. Now, these are mid to late round guys from the running back standpoint, but it's a guy that you get him in the building, he plays special teams for maybe a year, and then the next thing you know, he's a factor for you. But if Lloyd's going to be catching balls over the shoulder like he did at the end of practice, he might be a pass-catching factor for you right away.
What is Nick Caserio doing out there? I know you're one of those guys that watches, what he's watching. What did just based on, overreaction, boots on the ground? We're live in Mobile, Alabama, with Cody Stood's Senior Bowl. Texans last year, they found Tank Dell, Xavier Hutchinson in this game. So it's always kind of telling when you see who performs there. Nick Caserio seems to like it. What's he looking at?
So he started in the drill portion. He started with the defensive linemen, paying attention to those guys, and then he kind of moseyed over to the linebackers in like a coverage drill. And he's got a couple of different assistants here with him from the scouting department. I say assistants. He's got a couple of other members of the scouting. So they broke up, and they were all over the field. And I know one of them was watching individual offensive line, defensive line drills. I tell you what, Caserio spent a lot of time watching, and you're making fun of me. I heard it at the beginning. Nick Caserio spent a lot of time watching special teams. He was watching the kicker from Stanford. He was watching the punter from Iowa. There were team drills going on, and Nick Caserio would kind of peek his head over. And this punter from Iowa, when he kicks the ball, it sounds like a cannon's going on. And he's putting these knuckle balls up in the air, like working through a drill like that. And Caserio just kind of keeps looking over his shoulder at him. I mean, make fun of me, but the Texans general manager's watching a bunch of special teams. And as you guys know, the long snapper, the kicker, and the punter are all set to be free agents.
Nah, man, I think that might be sometimes just kind of what he's watching. If he's going out of his way, might mean something by that. Obviously, the other part of the equation here for the Texans, and this is what we're thinking about, is how are the Texans going to approach the draft and the offseason, and that's in the defensive backfield. How much has he watched that? How much have you seen there?
Paid attention a lot to one-on-ones when it was wide receivers and DBs. And then after the practice, you get on the field and you get to talk with some of the players. And Penn State defensive back Kalen King told me after practice, he goes, yeah, I've met with the Texans. So they've already met with one corner. We'll talk to as many players as we can to see how many of the Texans have talked to. But there's some impressive cornerback play. King had a nice day today. Obviously, at Penn State, what Joey Porter brought to the table this past year as a rookie out of Penn State, King's not quite that same type of prospect. The guy that should be on your radar, just stick this name in the back of your mind, pay attention for the draft process. Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. He was shutting everybody down. Anybody and everybody that went up against him, he was shutting them down. He was a long defensive back, using his arms pretty quick. Quinyon Mitchell is a name. Just stick it in the back of your head and remember it throughout the draft process.
All right, there you go. What do you think about this notion that the Texans should upgrade from Dalton Schultz? Do you bring back Dalton Schultz?
I don't know where you upgrade. Who can you really upgrade? The best tight ends aren't going anywhere, and if you look at who the free agents are going to be, Dalton Schultz to me is clearly the guy that's at the top of the free agency pile. So the only thing that's getting upgraded when you're talking about Dalton Schultz is how much money he makes. He's going to make a lot of money either from the Texans or somebody else, because he's clearly, to me, the best free agent, and you're not getting a swing at the top tight end in the draft in Brock Bowers. So,
there's more than one. Why not? Sanders and that kid from Penn State and all that. And I think the kid from Penn State is there, right?
Yeah, the kid from Penn State's here. He was the best tight end in the early workouts. And then, Sanders is really nice. Stover, who obviously played with C.J. Stroud at Ohio State, is a guy there. But, as far as Dalton Schultz, there's not an upgrade out there unless you're trading for somebody else's tight end. But I don't think that you're even finding somebody that's truly an upgrade. So I'd do everything I could to keep Dalton Schultz around.
All right, Stutz, appreciate you. Get back to, timing, hang time on punts, dude. Way to really go out there and play the hits, man.
Well, Nick Caserio's watching one-on-one drills with offensive linemen, defensive linemen. You want to pay attention to that?
Yeah, give me the breakdown on the three-tech work out there.
All right. Well, Devondre Sweat's a giant human being.
Dude,
it's really hard
he's
to block
huge.
him.
Yeah. I got a feeling they're gonna like him.
Yeah.
He's really hard to block, and he is huge.
Yeah, you need to talk to Sweat, man. Get at him.
Is he good?
Yeah, get at Sweat. Yeah, he's big dude. Big dude.
No, I'm good to talk to.
Just
regular,
professional. Yeah. Normal. Yeah. There you go. All right, Stutz, appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's keep an eye on the Senior Bowl. It's going to be, this is cool, man, because
you can be selective.
Yeah, and it's there's still a lot of needs, but there's you can swing for the fence, man.
No
Like,
matter, yeah.
If Detroit doesn't do what they did last year with Laporta and Gibbs, we're not even talking about them this weekend.
Thank you.
And that's 2 picks.
Yes.
That's 2 picks.
Yes.
So-
And no matter how much he might downplay, there's not tight ends out there. I disagree. Like the draft is where you can get somebody. Now, maybe you still keep Dalton Schultz, but hoping to upgrade at the number 1 spot, right?
Yeah, for sure. Let's go to Stutes out there at the Senior Bowl. Texans. Off-season's begun. Nick Caserio, he get a week away? He's out there in the sticks.
He's in Mobile, man.
Mobile.
Timing the punters and the kickers.
This is going to be a fun draft this year. Less is more at the draft. I feel like we've gotten our fix of like multiple first-round picks and really like picks that can swing a franchise, and sometimes you're kind of at
franchise
the mercy.
picks.
Yeah.
I mean, you might draft a guy that becomes a franchise player at his position, but you're not picking 1, 2, or 3. You know, where it's obvious that you have to get it right. You're selective. It's cool to be selective. That's something that we're not used to around here.
And the thing about it is, like, if you're drafting a quarterback, it's important, it's crucial, but sometimes there's just no guarantee that the quarterback's going to work out. Like, there are drafts where, like, none of the quarterbacks are franchise guys. You don't have that type of pressure right now.
Yeah.
You know, there's not, like, any, like, intense pressure to fill this. I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Yes.
I disagree that Dalton Schultz is going to get a lot of money, though. I'm all over the place.
I think it's going to be about the same, but maybe for more. He's trying to find, more years.
Good luck.
9 or 10 million, but maybe 2 or 3 years.
Good luck.
No, I think he brings value, but you can do better than him. I mean, he's had the Cowboys gave him a chance to maybe find a place other than being a number 2 tight end. He couldn't. The Texans brought him in with a clear opportunity to be a big-time number 1 tight end, and he did okay.
He did fine.
Yeah, but he wasn't that.
But the Cowboys didn't regret getting rid of him, and they had a second-year fourth-round pick.
Exactly.
Like when Stutes says, there's no tight ends. I'm not saying I disagree. All I'm saying is there's been 19 first-round picks of tight ends in the last 20 years. More times than not, they've been flops. And the guys that we talk about, like that are elite,
second-round picks.
Well, Laporta was a second-round pick. Kelsey was a day 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Andrews was
second,
a third-round pick.
Okay,
or second, yeah, second, third, but day 2. But
they're there.
Yeah, and I don't think too many people were saying these are going to be game changers. Kittle was a 5th.
Yeah. So I agree with him in that free agency. No, thank you. I don't think you're going to find much. But in the draft, if you do your job, you evaluate right, and I think some of these guys are going to be first-round picks, one of them anyway. But you can change the whole kind of way the franchise is going.
Coming up, are you ready for some Super Bowl hackage? Next.
All right, Low T Center right now. It's time to get to the Low T Center. You're still trying to catch up on your New Year's resolution of getting healthy.
Quincy. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the league. So this is interesting. Commanders officials were en route to Detroit for a meeting with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn when they got word that Johnson was staying with the Lions. The abrupt pivot by Johnson was considered surprising, according to Adam Schefter and several league sources. He was not considered a lock for the Commanders' job despite his strong reputation as a coordinator and a loyal coach. The Commanders' leadership team remains eager to meet with Aaron Glenn, who is one of several candidates the team is expected to consider for its head coaching vacancy.
What do you make of that?
Dan Campbell, please don't leave. Please don't leave.
I would make of it that I would feel kind of weird if you and I were trying to get a head coaching job and the Commanders said, hey, I'm on my way to the PJ. I'm going to meet with you first and then Lopez. I'd feel kind of weird.
Yeah.
Perhaps he thought he was a lock. I don't know. Perhaps he looks at the Washington situation and says, you know what? My coach just established himself as a bozo, so it's not like my stock's going to drop. He's going to be the face of it. I have a shield for that. I've been decently sought over for the last 2 years, and I don't like Drake May or Jaden Daniels, so I don't want to take my first head coaching opportunity and rely on those two.
Yeah.
One of those guys to take me to the promised land. So I'm just going to sit here, do what D'Amico Ryans has always said, and be selective.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. It's weird that it's the Commanders that seem surprised by this, because I would think like he got out of it, as we actually speculated as it broke, because somebody else is going to get the job. They have their eye on someone else, like a bigger name, whatever. But the fact that the Commanders were surprised by this is interesting, and I don't know if that means Ben Johnson, as you just said, decided I got a good situation here and I'm not going anywhere, or if he just feels like I'm not going to get the job even though they're interested. So what does that say about Bobby Slowick? What does that say about Aaron Glenn or anybody else? I think Bobby Slowick is clearly more in play now. Clearly.
I mean, he has to be. I mean, especially if they were considering Ben Johnson. I don't know what the thought process was here with Ben Johnson. It'll be interesting to see how that whole thing goes. Let's play the game. We're going to get a Patrick Mahomes theory that I think is spot on. But first, let's play the game that is sweeping the nation and sweeping national TV outlets across the country as the Super Bowl countdown continues, 12 days away. Let's play a game of Super Bowl hackage.
Mm-hmm. What kind of hackage?
Any type of hackage. I throw topics your way that they're probably discussing on First Take. And Figgy, I want you to rank it on the eye roll level from 1 to 10, 10 being the most ridiculous. And then Lopez, I want you to weigh in on it.
Oh, I'm going to answer
with the normal opinion.
Yeah.
Because I think this was on your run sheet. All these were on your run sheet earlier today, your suggestions. So let's start with, is Patrick Mahomes better than Tom Brady? Figgy, how much are you rolling your eyes at this?
I would say, probably because we've seen it a couple years now, I would say 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it's a legitimate topic.
Lopez?
Better is the operative word. Better than Tom Brady does not make you the GOAT, but he is better than Tom Brady. At his best, as you put it. I think he's better. He can do more by himself than Tom Brady. So, yeah, I'm going to play along. I'm going to say, yeah. Tom Brady is still the best there's ever been because of the Super Bowls and some of the other things that he's done. But as a quarterback playing the position, yes.
Is Lamar Jackson a playoff choker?
Oh, boy.
I'm going to have to say, it's not an eye roll to me,
I think
man.
it's a fair question.
I would say probably like a 2.
I think Lamar Jackson is traipsing into the territory of James Harden.
Yeah. I mean, he took a vacation from it when he played the Texans, but, I mean, those questions are right back. Super Bowl hackage here as we go around the NFL on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, 12 days away from the big game. Is Andy Reid better than Bill Belichick?
I think it's a fair question, man. I would say 2.
He's been to the Super Bowl with multiple teams.
He has. He's one. I mean, if you want to go to the assistant route,
as a head coach.
It wasn't the OC. The assistant route, he won in Green Bay too.
Yeah. So I just can't pull the trigger. Maybe after the Super Bowl.
I think it's fair, man.
Maybe after the Super Bowl, if he wins it, I'll be comfortable saying, hell yeah.
I think the last couple of years with Bill Belichick, I think it was a rough look, man.
Yeah. How do you feel about this? If he wins the Super Bowl.
I mean, I do think the fact that he took Philadelphia to 4 straight conference championships is pretty impressive. Philadelphia was garbage before he went there.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think if he stockpiles a couple more Super Bowls, I think it's a fair discussion. And he also has
not even be a discussion.
Yeah, I think it's a fair discussion for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy about Andy Reid?
What's that?
So we talked about 1998, and in the 1998 Super Bowl, Mike Shanahan, the father of Kyle Shanahan, who's coaching in this Super Bowl, coached Ed McCaffrey, who's the father of Christian McCaffrey, who's playing in this Super Bowl. Andy Reid was an assistant on the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
He was their assistant head coach. He was 40.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he was like some young up-and-comer. My man was 40.
Mm-hmm.
Been around for a while.
Been around.
Next hack topic. Do they show Taylor Swift too much on TV?
I'm going to say 10.
It's a 10?
Yeah, it's an eye roll now.
Yeah, 10 eye roll for him.
It is an eye roll, and I said this yesterday.
It's kind of weird, too, because they keep bringing it up, and it's making us talk about it. So it's like y'all on TV talking about, are we talking about her being on TV too much?
Well, it's unavoidable now. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. You know,
it's an eye roll, though, man.
No, I'm saying it is an eye roll, but it's unavoidable. Like Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl dating Travis Kelce, you think they're not going to show it? Of course they are.
I mean,
Of course they are.
But it is an eye roll topic.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. No, I agree with that.
It's a lot.
But get used to it.
Hackage here as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Is Travis Kelce better than Gronk?
I think that's a fair topic, man. I would give it a 5.
I don't know why. I should easily say that he's better than Gronk. Easily.
Should you?
But I can't. I respected what Gronk did so much.
Bro, he's breaking Jerry Rice records, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I should say, oh, yeah, he's better than Gronk.
He's breaking Jerry Rice.
It's a fair topic.
I'm excited to see what Mahomes looks like without him. Because that's the thing that I don't think we're giving enough attention to is, yeah, Patrick Mahomes is awesome. Patrick Mahomes is great. Patrick Mahomes has done, this without Tyreek Hill. The Chiefs have changed their style. He's never been without Travis Kelce. It's never happened. We've never seen it.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a GOAT. We're not just talking about like some weapon. We're talking about a GOAT. So I do look at this and I do say, okay, maybe there is some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to escaping this Chiefs run. Maybe when Travis Kelce leaves, we see him take a step back.
Yeah, I've changed my mind on that because of everything that we've seen, all the improvement we've seen from Patrick Mahomes.
But you've never seen him without Kelce.
But I've never seen him without Kelce.
Ever.
I'm going to say he's not better than Gronk yet.
Okay.
I just like Gronk. I just like him.
Okay.
Biased.
Is Brock Purdy elite?
I'm going to have to get that a 7 or 8, man.
It's up there.
He is, like, what is this, like, I don't know if it's a straw man or not. Like, yeah, people don't think that he's as good as Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Like, they don't think that. But I think most people think that he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think most people, like logical people, don't think he just sucks. Like, is he? Can can you benefit from a system and still be okay? I would say the answer is yes. It almost seems like these straw mans are just created at this point now with Brock Purdy, to where I'm hearing about, oh, this guy gets disrespected. Where? Like, because Cam Newton said one thing. I don't feel like he's getting disrespected.
I think,
feels like it's made up.
I think people think it's like black or white. You're either elite or you suck.
Yeah.
But there can
be middle ground.
There's a tier below elite.
Do they win that game on Sunday with Jimmy Garoppolo? No.
Right.
They have no chance. Did Brock Purdy put on a great performance? Yes. But like, what you don't have to put him up there with Mahomes and stuff. He can just be Brock Purdy.
Yes, there is a tier better than good. Maybe even you can call it great, but not elite. That's where he is. Like, he made some fantastic plays, man. He ran the ball.
Yeah,
like almost
he was getting away.
as many yards as Lamar Jackson, on the same day. So he was great. But no, he's not elite. I mean, you talk about, Mahomes without Kelsey. Let's see him. I'm sure he'll still be very good, if not great, but without some of those weapons that he has, I don't think he'll be the same guy.
There's a theory about Patrick Mahomes that is spot on. I don't even know how this is controversial. It's WFAN. My guy Greg Giannetti, Gio, who's on with Boomer and Gio in mornings. This is 100% spot on. Like, this is. I don't even know how this is a hot take. I'll let you decide, though.
Travis Kelce doesn't date Taylor Swift if Patrick Mahomes is not the quarterback.
Really? Come on.
Andy Reid does not have a Super Bowl if Patrick Mahomes is not the quarterback.
Well, he had to draft Patrick Mahomes, and he wanted to draft Patrick Mahomes. Do you give him any credit for that?
Yeah, I do. If Patrick Mahomes isn't on that team playing the way that he is, Travis Kelce would just be like every other white tight end in football.
No, he's Mr. Pfizer.
But that's another thing.
Yeah.
He got all these endorsements because of Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, how many commercials was he in?
And you know who should also thank Patrick Mahomes? Jason Kelce, because nobody cared about Jason Kelce until Patrick Mahomes made Travis Kelce a thing.
Did you see how Travis Kelce played yesterday? I mean,
he was great.
Some of the catches?
He was great because his quarterback is that good.
Can't wait for Trav and Tay-Tay to get hooked up after the Super Bowl.
He's right.
I think he's right in some places. Not
Taylor
others.
Swift ain't dating him without Mahomes.
I told you before.
Dude, he was doing a poor man's version of Rock of Love on VH1 with a reality show.
Yeah, he was a tight end.
Like, come on. Jason Kelce was just a drunk dude at a parade that you forgot about the day after he went viral.
I don't altogether agree with that part. I think Jason Kelce, he was kind of becoming a cult figure among football fans.
Oh, what?
Exactly what he is now, Landry.
Come on.
Jason or Travis?
Jason.
Come on. He was just a sinner.
No, he was not.
He was just a sinner on the Eagles.
No, he was not. Remember that big outfit that he wore?
Yeah, that was at
and
a
all
parade.
that?
We forgot about that.
No. He was kind of like a cult figure for, like, no center in many, many years was getting as many stories about them as Jason Kelce. Long before Taylor Swift came around or Patrick Mahomes came around.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I disagree with that part a little bit. But the Taylor Swift thing, I don't think Taylor Swift dates him.
No, if he's not winning Super Bowls, and he's not winning Super Bowls without Patrick Mahomes.
And that's not. And maybe they have something special. They're going to live happily ever after.
Don't.
Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
They don't.
I don't know. But I don't think that's that controversial an opinion. I told you before the show. I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I mean, it's what happens in Hollywood, man. I mean, not Hollywood, but among celebrities and such.
Speaking of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce going around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, they had the little viral scuffle, disagreement, whatever, with Justin Tucker before the game, where they were throwing Justin Tucker's helmet and they were throwing his kicking thing, whatever the hell that is.
The holder thing?
I don't even know what they call that. Holder? I don't know the term for it.
It's like a praying mantis.
Yeah. Justin Tucker was asked about it. This is what the Baltimore Ravens kicker had to say.
I find it kind of silly that we're even having to address it or talk about something that happened before the game that I really don't see as a big deal. I think if you just see the whole interaction and then you see us at the coin toss, we're all dapping each other up and then we just get on with the football game. But, for those that don't know, the way it works is each team's kicker goes to the other team's designated warm-up area on the field. And for me, it's usually about 90 minutes before kickoff. So I've been doing the exact same thing for 12 years, never really had a problem with anybody. And I saw Patrick there trying to warm up and get some drop backs. So he asked me while I was on the ground stretching, like, if I could move my helmet. So I happily got up and I moved my helmet out of the way. At least I thought it was enough out of the way. And Travis comes over and he just kicks my stuff and he throws my helmet. And I just thought it was all just some gamesmanship, all in good fun. But they seem to be taking it a little bit more seriously. I'm totally willing to let it all go, but it's not like I'm out there trying to be problematic. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game, just like they are. That's all I really got to say about it.
Okay, well,
just to be clear.
Have you ever had in those 12 years of doing that? Have you ever had an issue like that before?
No, like I just said, never had an issue with anybody. At the end of the day, we're all professionals, just trying to get ready for the football game. Those are two of the best players that have ever played the game at their respective positions. They're just trying to get ready for the football game. Obviously, it's an intense environment, so it's really whatever to me, man. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game.
You said nothing. You just let it go, right?
Yeah, I was just getting ready for the football game.
All right, there you go. Cool.
Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Nice.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. It sounds about right.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time. It just happened to be in the conference championship. People are messing with
Kelsey's
each other.
also fake, so he's trying to add more to it.
Who?
Kelsey's trying to make it a little more than it need to be.
Okay.
He's a showman. I mean, dude, you can't get over. He had a Rock of Love reality type show, like Flavor of Love and Rock of Love. Like if you make fun of those shows, like if you're one of those people who says reality TV is stupid, reality TV is fake, and I'm not one of those people, but the lowest of the low is like in the sticks. It's the highest of the high for me. But Flavor of Love seasons 1 and 2, and Rock of Love with Bret Michaels. Travis Kelce literally had a show with the same type of production value and stuff. He's been clout chasing for a long time. He's earned it because of his.
He's
play
gotten
and stuff.
there. He's gotten there.
But now he's at the tippity top. So he's gonna do a little bit extra. That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah. Remember that?
No, we'll get to that in the Super Bowl. We'll probably relive that in the Super Bowl next week.
Hey, what about? I was just thinking about because you had Boomer and Gio.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lock. About
Washington?
Ben Johnson.
Yeah, that's what Boomer said.
I mean, he was adamant.
Yeah, he was adamant.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird look. If you're just tuning in, Ben Johnson has turned down any opportunities to be a head coach. Told the Commanders as they were en route to talk to him and Aaron Glenn. So he's going to stay in Detroit, which naturally, as we localize things, you look at Bobby Slowick. Yeah, he seemed to think that that's who they wanted. Maybe he just didn't want to go to Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, if you don't like either of these quarterbacks and they say, hey, we want to take one of these quarterbacks, then yeah, that's probably a reason. I mean, I don't think his stocks, I don't think he's like going to fall off a cliff next year and not be able to.
No, he won't. But you're right. I mean, like that goes for Ben Johnson. It goes for Bobby Slowick. If you're not in love with, and Washington is talking to you about the head coaching job, and you don't feel great about Jaden Daniels or Drake May, yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, you're going to be just fine.
It's Around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. C.J. Stroud is endorsing a product while taking shots at his doubters. And Dan Campbell, he gets lit up by you-know-who. Next.
In the Loop. with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Cheetos, okay. Buffalo flavor. I don't know about that. CJ Stroud does. He's endorsing it, and he's got a new commercial that has the internet going nuts as he takes a shot at the Carolina Panthers for passing on him.
Somebody's out of Buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, CJ Stroud. And the second best Buffalo thing. Second best is the best.
There you go, CJ Stroud.
Pretty sweet, actually.
Buffalo
like
Cheetos.
that.
That's good, man. That's very well done by them. Is Tony Tiger not in the commercial, so has Cheetos moved on from the Tiger?
It's not Tony the Tiger. It is a tiger.
Oh, yeah, Tony the Tiger's
That's cereal.
Yeah.
Chester
The Tiger. I was trying to
Chester.
remember. Yeah. It's got to be on there, right?
I didn't see him on that commercial.
He wasn't?
Yeah, I didn't see Chester.
Maybe on the bag?
Yeah, I didn't see Chester.
I don't know.
Not there.
I got to talk.
He didn't get canceled, did he?
Why would he get canceled?
I don't know. They cancel all kinds of stuff. Chester's still
Anything
good?
can get canceled.
Is Chester still good?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe he retired or something.
There were some mascot brands that got canceled, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot.
Yeah.
Aunt Jemima got canceled.
Yeah. What did she do?
She was a caricature of a what? Like a house servant or something?
so
Yeah. I think that. Yeah.
So what'd they do?
They don't have her
They
anymore.
just took her off of it.
No.
Yeah.
So she.
I guess they made it
So
seem
they don't
like,
have that bottle anymore in the shape of a woman?
I haven't seen it.
Man, that's the best bottle in the game, man.
Oh, it was awesome.
So she got canceled. Who else got
She
canceled?
got canceled.
Who else got canceled?
Back in the day, they got canceled a long time ago. This used to be my favorite thing. Remember the Frito Bandito? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that should have been canceled.
Who would you want to cancel? Like if you could cancel any
brand
like mascot. I have a couple.
You go first while I think.
Those punk ass kids that won't give the rabbit tricks. They're jerks. Y'all are
kids.
Y'all are absolute clowns. That's a joke. Give him his damn cereal. He just wants a bowl of cereal.
He just wants cereal.
Yeah, silly rabbit tricks are for kids.
What's that? What's that gonna hurt?
What do you do? You're like parents can't have them too.
Yeah,
that was garbage. Those kids should be canceled.
All right. So what else?
I'm kind of over Jack from Jack in the Box, man.
He's a pothead.
Yeah, I'm kind of over him lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's pushing it a little too far with that. Kind of over him.
I just did a search. This is actually very funny. Virgin Atlantic needs to be canceled because they're not. Oh, that's pretty funny.
I'm kind of over Jake from State Farm too.
Well, it's a different Jake from State Farm now.
Exactly. It's just not working.
Yeah, it's like a different daughter in the Vacation movies.
Yeah, Jake from or a different mom in Fresh Prince.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So Jake from State Farm can go. Progressive chick can stay. She does a good job. I can get down with that.
What about the lizard?
He's awesome.
He's good.
He's great.
A little insensitive, but that's funny.
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah.
Mayhem. Is Mayhem running out?
I'm so over Mayhem. I was over Mayhem 5 years ago.
Canceling Mayhem?
Please cancel Mayhem.
You don't like Mayhem?
He was great, but it's been 20 years.
You're done
man.
with Mayhem.
15 years. I'm so over Mayhem.
You're over him.
I am over him. Completely over it. Like, now they're...
You think he's reaching?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. What's the latest commercial? Oh, my God. It's like enough already with the Mayhem.
What about... What about the Energizer Bunny?
I like the Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, you can't get rid of him.
I'm also glad Geico...
What about Colonel Sanders?
He was canceled, wasn't he?
Was he?
Uh-huh.
They canceled the Colonel.
I think they canceled the Colonel.
Okay.
I'm glad
I missed that one.
I'm glad Geico is bringing back the caveman. I like that.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
What happened to the most interesting man?
He retired.
Why?
I don't know.
Why would they do that?
No, I think he retired. He's like, I'm not going to do this anymore. Good for him.
Supposedly he's not interesting.
Is that right?
Yeah. What about the Pillsbury Doughboy? He's kind of creepy.
He's cute. Yeah.
He's what?
That's a cute mascot. Mm-hmm.
He's what?
He's cute. Yeah. I'm comfortable enough to say he's cute.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm.
You like Flo?
I like Flo. Mm-hmm.
She's funny. She can stay.
How do you feel about the Aflac duck?
He's cool.
He's actually been able to stay.
What about the Fox robots?
Yeah, those are a bit much. Those have been going on for too long as well. Yeah.
You like Tony the Tiger, okay?
Yeah.
Where's he been?
He's great.
Where's he been?
He's still around.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Mm-hmm. No,
Seen him advertised.
he's still around.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Bobby Slowick being mentioned a lot more now. Ben Johnson has said no to the Commanders. Did you see the picture? This actually made me think that Slowick is more...
Someone said they're over Jared from Subway.
Yeah, they should be. I got to show you something.
That was your dog, man.
Who?
You thought he was cool.
I met him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I met him at the Super
Y'all
Bowl.
hung out, didn't you?
No, we just met at the...
Did y'all interview him?
No, we just met at the Super Bowl.
And then y'all went out, right?
Chatted a little bit.
Y'all went out, right?
No.
Y'all didn't get... I thought y'all went to dinner and then hit the town.
I think that's called slander. I got to show you a picture. This picture made me think Bobby Slowick has a better chance than ever of getting the Washington job.
Okay.
So Dan Quinn finished his interview today with the Commanders.
Okay.
Explain what you see in that picture.
Dan Quinn interviewing with the Commanders, yeah.
But no, the picture. He's in the security line at the airport.
Yeah.
They made him fly commercial.
That's Dan Quinn, though.
No, man. If somebody says, we'll send a plane for you.
That's the likability of Dan Quinn.
No, get out of here.
I'm serious.
He's a busy man.
Dude, do you not remember that shot that they had when the Texans played the Cowboys of his, he looked like he just woke up with a morning TP and was going to get the paper.
Nah.
He's wearing sweats.
If you're interviewing for a job, and multiple jobs, perhaps, and you're Dan Quinn, and you got a lot going on. You got the Senior Bowl going on right now. You got all kinds of other stuff happening. And they say, hey, we're going to send a plane for you so you can do this interview. They didn't. They sent them commercial tickets. Interesting is all I'm saying.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
To say the very least.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so Mad Dog Russo went off on Dan Campbell. This is what Mad Dog Russo had to say about Dan Campbell. Sit back, relax, enjoy.
Worry Lions fan. My God almighty! Pay attention, Campbell! Jesus, I mean, this is ridiculous. And I know we like you, Dan. You're a nice guy. You represent the city of Detroit. Blue collar. Tough. Oh, we get all the nonsense. But manage the game properly. You have a chance. I understand it's a long field goal, 2 40-yarders. You got a chance to go back up by 3 scores, and you go for it on 4th down, and then all the dopes on Twitter are backing you up. The data freaks who wouldn't know Lombardi for Paul Brown. Never heard of autograph. Kenny Stabler. Madden. Wouldn't know him if they fell on him. They do football via math. That's not how you do football. Oh, my God, what a loss. And America wanted Detroit to win. We've seen this game before. Nobody wanted the Niners to win outside of the Bay Area, and half the place was Detroit fans anyway. My God, you're that desperate to get your money back with the season ticket prices? Honolulu Blue in that building. Goodness gracious, nobody wants to see We've seen San Francisco, Kansas City. And what happened after that? A 2-year pandemic. I don't want to see that game again. I wanted Lions in there. And Campbell screwed it up somewhere upstairs. Lombardi saying to the good Lord, don't they ever learn?
So he dropped Otto Graham, Vince Lombardi. He was digging deep. But he was hot. for that. I don't know if it really resonated because of some of the references that he made, but
he always has to mention like some like old guys.
What was the other one? He said Lombardi, autogram,
Paul Brown.
Just update it a
Like
little.
if you have a basketball opinion, be like, I guarantee they don't even know who Bob Cousy is.
Yes. We say about George Mikan.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Dylan Brooks had the internet going nuts last night because he's a crazy man. He's our crazy, but he's a crazy man. In the Lakers game last night, he, I guess, taunted, technically, LeBron after one bucket. Then he slammed him in the face and got a flagrant foul in another moment. Then he shoved another guy from behind on a breakaway layup. And that was Jared Vanderbilt who got ejected. Dylan Brooks is nuts. And I think it's actually a good thing for the Rockets. He's helped his squad. Unlike the Lakers, were just
pickup.
Yeah, the Lakers were just. They were tired, of course, but they were out of sorts all night long. It was the bad Lakers that
It's a really
showed
good
up.
pickup.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Kadarius Toney's had a rough year for the Chiefs. The Giants got rid of him for basically peanuts. He contributed to the Chiefs last year, but it's been kind of back to where it was at the end in New York. The shelf life has fallen off. They had him on the injury report. He went on Instagram Live, and I think he said that he's not hurt.
All these play me on God, because I just don't got to get on this, be on no, go clear no, because I'm ready to give a I don't with y'all. Have y'all let do something. I do something here. Hey, I ain't get on that. On God, but hey, look, y'all reading all this cap. You hear me? Believe it. I don't give a. I ain't never been that go do all that. But yeah, man, that cap. I'm not hurt. None of that. Say that my too. On God, not hurt. None of that. Hip been what? It go from hip to ankle to this to that. What else? What? I'm in the body cast right now. Huh? At this point, huh? Fuck out of there, man. They don't need man, go run out and tell the information that ain't Go tell them what's going on with this I want to sit and play with it. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
I think he's saying that he's fine, and the Chiefs are lying about his injury. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Here was Andy Reid's response on 8:10 a.m. to what Tony had to say.
Status with the team is unchanged. It remains just an injury situation that I found it difficult to follow what he was saying, but it did seem to be that he was saying he was not hurt. Can you expand upon what his situation is a little more, Coach?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's been on the injury report, so I mean, I got that part as that's not made up by any means, but he's been working through some things, and he'll be back out there.
When? They're going to put him on the field Sunday?
He's not.
Next Sunday?
No. He's not. He's
What
not.
is he doing? Like, who's helping him?
Why is he going on Instagram Live?
He's never going to be in the league again.
I don't think so.
Not going to be worth it, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a good look for him at all. You're not, it's one thing to not work out in the Giants pre-Dable, although Brian Dable probably got fed up with him and he got rid of him. But now you're the Chiefs. You're calling out the Chiefs. Not a good look, man. I don't know what the young man's plan is, but I would probably recommend not going on.
Well, I definitely would recommend that because he didn't help himself at all. Just stay quiet. Why do the people feel compelled to do that?
Young men, man.
Yeah.
These kids. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, a potential splash the Texans could make on draft day. Not as big of a splash as they made last year, but it could be a big one nonetheless. But it would require the Texans moving on from one of C.J. Stroud's top targets. We'll get into that coming up. But first, I want to tell you about Texans Turf. Big splash.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Drive Guys said they're over Dalton Schultz. I thought this was an interesting dialogue, and it led to perhaps a pipe dream, however you want to look at it, of what the Texans could do if they grant Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley's wish. This was them talking about Dalton Schultz yesterday. One of C.J. Stroud's favorite targets, and a free agent that Nick Caserio and company are going to have to make a decision on.
You've got to get significantly better at the tight end position, boys. And
that's something jump at you over the playoff.
Yes. It's two-way for me. He's not making. Like Isaiah Likely jumping over Stingley last week, that you want your second tight end to be a guy that brings something to the table athletically in the pass game or physically in the run game. That guy's got it. Like, you can't be a middle of the road guy. And I feel like this team's got an opportunity to improve their pass game and their run game. Really, if we want to get down to the I think one of the best chances the Texans are going to have to improve their run game is going to be the tight end, and you're not doing it with Dalton Schultz. He doesn't bring either of those. Average in the pass game. And to be honest with you, I expect him to take a much bigger step this year in the pass game. And then you're talking about in the run game, like I saw Jadeveon Clowney just bucking multiple times in that Baltimore game. For me, if you want to bring Dalton Schultz back as your second guy and whatever the money matches that, then cool. But to bring Dalton Schultz back at the tight end position as the answer for this football team, I'm out.
I'll be honest, I've been out for weeks. I knew that was one where when I look at this offense, they can absolutely upgrade. You can't have him and Brevin Jordan on the team together and then try to have them on the field together, because that blocking is and being physical is not either one of their strengths.
All right, so your thoughts on moving on from Dalton Schultz?
My thoughts are you don't necessarily have to move on from him, but we know what an elite tight end looks like. And we also know that he's had the opportunity to become that tight end. I know injuries have come in play at some point as well, but he's not that. I like Dalton Schultz. I want Dalton Schultz here, but you're not going to get appreciably better if he's your number one. And a texter, actually several texters, but one jumped out at me, said, I'm all for improving a tight end too. Question is, how exactly are you going to do that? You are in a position right now that is extremely unique in the NFL. I mean, I bet you could count, I haven't done it, on one hand, or maybe slightly more, like 6 or 7 teams that have the 4 biggest positions of need to be elite covered. Mm-hmm. The Texans have that. Elite quarterback. You have an elite left tackle. I mean, depending on how like top tier. Let's say top tier.
For sure, you're good.
Edge rusher, presuming Will Anderson becomes that, and he's shown no signs of not. Mm-hmm. And even though I'd like to see a upgraded wide receiver position, you got a guy that's explosive.
Well, you didn't mention corner, did you?
And by the way, you also have corner, and that's probably up there as well. So you are set at those 5 places.
Yeah.
So what you can do is allocate resources, whether it's trades or whatever. It's not difficult to do to get that elite tight end.
Yeah, I mean it's a thin free agent group. It's definitely a thin free agent. Maybe they like look really deep into like Fant or Henry or something like that, and they say, okay, well, maybe we can get more out of these guys, or maybe one's a better blocker. But like in the draft, I mean, there's a lot of potential there. Brock Bowers is the guy that we're going to mention. There's been 19 tight ends taken in the first round the last 20 years. Usually when these guys go in the top 10, like you talk positional value, there's been regret. Now, I can't remember a tight end outside of Kellen Winslow. That didn't go too well in many ways. But I can't remember junior, by the way, not senior.
Yeah.
I can't remember a tight end like being hyped from like the beginning of his college career to the end like Brock Bowers. But you have Brock Bowers in the first, maybe day 2, Jatavian Sanders, Cade Stover from Ohio State. He's a Buckeye like C.J. Stroud. And then there's a lot of guys, later on in the draft that perhaps block a little bit better and might have some upside. Because tight end is the position. The reason why these guys get stolen in drafts and why you see like Kittles fall and all that is because like they don't get utilized as much in like Iowa is known for utilizing tight ends.
You think?
Yeah, I mean
they
like,
got them all over the place.
Pretty much, you name a good tight end, chances are he's from Iowa. But at a lot of these schools, like they're not going to utilize them. So sometimes there's like some unrealized potential. Like Jared Wiley at TCU is a guy like in day 3, very athletic, very big. But there's a lot of opportunity in the draft. I mean, Nick Caserio, arguably his best draft. And I know it didn't travel too well. But he got Gronk in the second round because Gronk, I think, missed his entire final year. And then they got Aaron Hernandez on day 3. And, obviously Aaron Hernandez is known for other things, but he was a hell of a get.
Yeah, set that aside.
I mean, really, like that tight end duo, you can make a case that prolonged Tom Brady's career. Like if they don't take Gronk and Aaron Hernandez, like at that point, the Patriots weren't like before that. They weren't really like they were kind of in like a lagging type of area. But they took those tight ends. I do like Dalton Schultz. I don't buy, and I know what Spot Rack is saying, and I know what a lot of projectors are saying. I don't buy that Dalton Schultz is going to get some multi-year deal where he's going to be getting $12 million for 2 years.
I think it'll be about the same he made this
I think it's going to be a 1-year deal once again.
Maybe 1 or 2, but 9 to 9.5, something like that. But that doesn't matter to me. First of all, they have money. We know that. But secondly, you're not improving at a place that could get you over the top. Like, you know, you have I just went through it. Quarterback, all these players at key positions that can get you over the top. You don't have that at tight end. What do these 4 teams have in common that were in the conference championship? Stud tight ends, like absolute studs. You said it, and I think you're right. The 4 best, in the NFL. Okay, so they have something we don't. What is it? That.
Nick Caserio's in Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking at some guys. There's not a lot of good tight ends in Alabama. There's some.
It's second tier guys.
I do wonder when Bowers goes. McLean's talking top 10. I don't buy that.
I feel bad about betting you.
You're serious?
You can cancel that anytime.
No,
I got
fine.
caught up in the moment.
I mean, if you want to take it back, you can take it back.
No. I think he's going in the top 10.
I don't think he. I think he could go 10 to the Jets, perhaps, because they're still like big with Aaron Rodgers. But outside of that, I just don't think that when it comes to positional value. Well, the Jets also need O-line. So yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going in the top 10. I really don't. There's. The quarterbacks are going to go. I think there's probably 2 or 3. Harrison's going to go. You're going to see the tackles and then all those premium positions. I don't think he goes top 10.
It'll be fun.
It'll be interesting. If Jim Harbaugh takes him number 5, good luck with that, buddy. They got Justin Herbert, so who knows? I'm starting to. By the way, we got some news with C.J. Stroud. I was just about to say I'm starting to wonder how this. All this attention is going to be for him to handle. I think he'll handle it fine. He just got named to the Pro Bowl. So C.J. Stroud is a Pro Bowl replacement. Why do they have all these Pro Bowl replacements if there's no game?
I saw that. Shireen was talking about that.
Is that basically just you get to go sit like dodgeball? Is it just the honor?
We need a Pro Bowl replacement. Why? They're playing dodgeball. You don't need all those people there.
You think C.J. is going to be in the dodgeball mix?
I think he'll do whatever they ask him to do.
Tunsil said he's not.
Yeah, Tunsil won't because he doesn't have to be. I think C.J. Stroud's just going to be soaking it in.
Do you want him playing dodgeball?
I don't care. He's not going to get hurt. He's not going to get hurt.
I want him going out there playing some dodgeball.
I don't even know what the other Pro Bowl games are. Like it's dodgeball in it, like some skills thing.
I think they should make him do full contact American Gladiators.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's what I think.
Yeah, that's why they got away from the game itself.
No, but I think it should be called the Scrub Bowl.
The Scrub Bowl?
Yeah, like my event instead of the Pro Bowl, since people are talking about the dodgeball, it would be called the Scrub Bowl, where you actually vote on the worst players from each team, and then they compete in full body contact American Gladiators for like $1 million. Because they're already bare minimums. So in the Scrub Bowl, you would be competing.
They'd be killing each other.
They'd be doing the jousting and all that for $1 million.
Yeah.
32-team tournament. 32-man tournament. You take the worst player from each team that you think could do the best, and they get to compete.
I'd watch that before I'd watch
$1 million.
this.
Yeah. Who would be the worst team for the Houston or the worst player on the Houston Texans
to compete for the for the Scrub Bowl?
I mean, look. Probably.
It's got to be somebody who has a chance and is like you can't name like a.
Yeah, I ain't talking about just a random practice.
Yeah, they can't be from the practice
or something
squad.
like that.
Like
somebody that played all the game or at least 14 games.
Yeah, that was
worst.
active. I would say
Petrie, but he's too valuable. He's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
So I won't put Petrie in there.
Say, Tavier Thomas, come on down.
Tavier Thomas.
Though.
How about Eric Saubert?
Dude, I bet Saubert would have a shot, though. Yeah, Eric Saubert, number 81.
Yeah.
Tight end, yes, Eric Saubert.
The Scrub Bowl.
Get out there and do your thing, Scrub Bowl.
Hey, good for him, though, man. Just the second rookie in the last 10 years, I believe, to make the Pro Bowl, no matter how.
Dieter, go get him.
Yeah.
Go represent us in the Scrub Bowl, the full contact American Gladiators. Let's go to Houston Sports Awards. Start to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. They're out there. I think the last time they were out there, it was 3 times ago. Jim Nance got mad at Ron. Who are you going to piss off today, Show?
Well, I wasn't there. We were in the studio, and Jim's punk ass was here, and Jim was just immature and stupid, and he's shown to do it multiple times with other people as well. So Jim walks in. I hope he comes.
Guys, I'm glad you brought that up.
I want to face up.
That's. I try to take the high road a lot of the times, guys, and in this business we have to. We can't just be a total ass, right?
So it's really hard for me not to.
Well, I usually feel really good about it. That's one of my largest regrets over the last 4 or 5 years of being around is like. I feel like, even looking back on it, it pisses me off even every time I hear it. Like, I feel like Ron had the ability at that point in time to unload. Not necessarily, obviously he hung up, so I mean he wasn't going to be too expensive.
Yeah.
But we should, on this show definitely, we should have made him look like the ass that he was. For
and it's funny because he didn't even.
I had a long card ride home and a conversation that wouldn't allow me to do it.
Yeah, no, I felt bad for you because when he came up to us, he just put the headset on.
Yeah,
and then I saw him get mad, and I was like, damn, what did Show say? So I fired up the Odyssey app, and you didn't even ask him about Watson. They had fired their coach, the quarterback had asked for a trade, and you just said, have you ever seen anything as wild as the Texans offseason? All he had to say is, there's a lot going on, blah blah blah. That's what you on the rant.
And his and he had the audacity, like that's what I'm saying. He acts like he's foolish, like he ain't been and done this dance before. He had the audacity to say, "Oh, you didn't want to talk about the Masters."
Yeah, who wants to talk about the Masters?
Yeah. No, man, we're doing radio in Houston. What the hell do we want to hear about the Masters for? What are you talking about? You got some Houston Open stuff. We could talk about it. What are you talking about? That runs me hot.
How long was that phone call?
I mean, it was 2 minutes.
You talking about from him, or you talking about the one from the boss?
No, I'm talking about the one after.
That was what's my ride home? That was a clean 35 minutes.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I even put out a simple tweet. Really, Jim? I think that's all I said.
That should have been I don't know what night that all occurred, but that should have been like however many days we had left in the week. There should have been a pile on Jim segment.
I was told not to. I was told don't play the audio. I was ready for it. We had the clips.
I agree, right? I mean, I know your ass was locked in. Hey, Landry heard it and couldn't get hit the record button quick enough.
Hey, Figgy, grab 550.
Hey, Figgy, you got that? You got that? They ain't even hung up yet, Landry. I don't give a damn. You got it.
Start recording.
I wanted to do a series of vignettes challenging him to come back onto the station over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Well, that may have legs now. That's got a shelf life. God, I regret. There's very few times ever that I regret. Like not blasting someone. Like his ass deserved to be blasted.
So, but by the way,
you owe us a drink, Patty.
We aren't the last one he did it to. I'll just say that too.
Yeah.
Patty owes us a drink. Hell with that, a good dinner.
Yeah,
that's right.
Absolutely. So what are we working with today? What do we got going?
Well, I mean, at the Houston Sports Awards and the Hall of Fame will be announced. The Hall of Famers will be announced. This new class with Cynthia Cooper, Lance Berkman, and Warren Moon. By the way, I was asking somebody this. Somebody can help me. I'm sure I could have looked this up, but you got people like John Lopez who's just been around forever. What happened to the Houston Comets? What?
They were sold to.
They were sold. I mean, they were the premier team.
4 straight championships.
Yes.
They were sold by the Rockets to a furniture salesman, not Mac, that ran it into the ground.
Just a furniture salesman. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
not
I was
Mac.
about to say, man, that was the team.
That's a hint.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live from the Houston Sports Awards.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we'll be here till 6 o'clock as we're here at the 713 Music Hall as a new venue, but it's coming together, and it looks like it is beautiful. The room inside. I know Tyler. Look at him. Do you see Tyler? He is dressed to the nines up there.
I look good, don't I?
Tyler's got the vest on already.
Oh, is Tyler coming?
Tyler's coming.
Hell yeah, I'm coming, bro.
Here, baby. He's coming late.
I didn't know, man. I didn't know if you had all access.
Shout out to our guy David Gutierrez.
I'm on the VIP list, son.
Kind of showed us around in here. And what are you looking at me? Did I say his name incorrectly?
Well, it's Daniel, not David.
Did I say David?
But
I got the hard one right. Daniel Gutierrez. Excuse me. I forgot. I don't know why I called that man David. I know it is Daniel. Daniel Gutierrez, who showed us around, man, and the room that it's in, and it is beautiful. The stage is something else. This is going to be a really, really fun event. It always is. It'll be a really good event this year, but. Look at my man Tyler. He's already dressed up. See, Tyler, I had to put on a little bit more of a comfortable shirt. I just can't. I know a lot of people can do it. I cannot just sit in suits and dressed up just for long stretches.
My first job at A&M, man, I had to wear a suit every damn day.
I used to sit around my grandfather, and he was a pastor for 53 years, but my grandfather would just sit in suits all day long. He'd go to the pool in the suit and may take his jacket off. But, I mean, I just can't sit. That's why I got me a little comfortable shirt, and then I put my thing on by 5 o'clock.
We ain't built for it, Ron.
I'm really not. Lord knows I'm not.
Yeah, it's not a fan of it either. I'll be honest with you.
Laughing that hard, Tyler. But Tyler goes, and one of my issues, and me and Tyler have the same issue, is like I'm gonna sweat through that white shirt.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna sweat through that sucker. That's why I got to make a switch, and I'll just won't want to wear it anymore. But no, it's going to be a good time.
Tyler's one of them little narrow asses that he can throw on old. I bet that white shirt right there, the only thing he's got to worry about is the armpits getting yellow. I bet he's had that for 15 years. Size don't change. You throw that vest on, you got to cinch up them things on the side to get it right. Britches don't squeeze nowhere. Waist ain't squeezing nowhere. Them things sitting nice on them old hip bones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
sure as hell ain't no ass holding them up.
I mean, that's true. I mean, you just go hatchet ass.
Back straight to the legs.
That's right, hamstrings and lats.
Tyler's going to touch up that deodorant 3 different times before he gets here.
Already done it twice.
Looks good, though. That boy looks good.
He said he's already done it twice.
He already reapplied the deodorant twice.
He already reapplied.
Hey, man.
What about that old body spray? I'll be honest with you. Tyler may be the first guy that I know to go the body spray route.
Yeah, it's not an overdoing. It's just more of a little spritz.
Like random midday in the studio.
I got to be honest, and I'll say this to you, as we pull the carpet back, as we like to say. That's the first time I didn't know Tyler used spray. Have you caught that before? That's the first time I saw him whip out spray. I didn't know Tyler was a spray user.
I use prescription deodorant and spray every day.
I did not know that. I did not know that you use spray. That one caught me off guard. I knew you would fill in the deodorant, Old Spice, many times I see you pull out, but I did not know you were a sprayer. That caught me off guard.
I've smelt that multiple times, and so I assume I've been in the room when he's done it before. I thought it was deodorant. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen another grown man apply body spray.
Well, when you got armpits like Niagara Falls, I got to go deodorant and body spray.
I remember this kid, Kyle Fitstermaker, in 7th grade. He used to have a spray of Brute that he would use in PE. We had to change clothes. He used to spray that Brute. I'm like, damn, who is using Brute?
Yeah, Brute is
even
strong.
at that time. I'm like, you're using this Brute, just smelling up one whole side of the locker room. But no, man, it's going to be a good time. Good time tonight as we said, celebrating those Hall of Famers, Cynthia Cooper, Lance Berkman, Warren Moon, as well as many awards being hooked up tonight. The Athlete of the Year, the newcomer of the year and the moment of the year are the big ones as well. High school awards given out as well. You know what, fellas? Usually this is, since we've been here, and we've been coming here the last 2 or 3 years at this event, you even longer, Clint, Tyler, you've been around. This has usually been the Astros Invitational. This has usually been the Astros just sweep these awards. Like we come up there.
Let's be honest.
They're fighting to get Texans on there.
The last 3 to 4 years, I mean, if I were Cal and Hannah McNair, I wouldn't have been found dead in the building. Stop. I mean, I'm just being honest. That's just the reality of it.
Arrows pointed up.
I think when Jerry went in a couple years back, or Jerry came in, he didn't go in, obviously. When Jerry came down, well, who were they putting in that Jerry announced? Was it Bob?
I think, was that Rudy T?
No, it wasn't Rudy. I remember Jerry when Rudy came.
It had no. It had something to do with Bob McNair. I'm almost positive.
Okay.
But anyway, that was, they were in the building then, and I thought, boy, this could get uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, and did it?
I don't know. I have to ask them.
I guess.
I don't. I think because it was. Well, I mean, look, you got to be a real POS to go at Cal and Hannah under those circumstances.
Yeah.
It was emotional. Not. It was something.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly all the details, but yeah, you got to be a real POS to be the one that screams something uncomfortable in that moment.
Yeah. But listen, generally it's been the Astros rolling in. I think C.J. Stroud is in some way involved in all 3 of the major categories, and I feel like C.J. Stroud is going to sweep through. I feel like this is like C.J. Stroud is playing the role of the Bear, Tyler, or Succession, and every time he is involved in a category, he's going to win.
Are we going to give you flowers for sure?
So
think he'll be here?
I don't know. Hell, he might be getting ready to go to Orlando. You know, CJ just slid into the
Pro Bowl
to the Pro Bowl.
I'll hit him up and see if he's going to be there tonight.
Yeah, you got to slide. If you get, odds are he's going to win. Like you said, probably multiple of those, if not all of them. You got to slide through. Warren Moon going in too. Yeah, you got to slide
through, brother.
You got to make it a point, man.
Yeah, come on in, slide through. Maybe he can slide here.
It's not too late, CJ. If it wasn't on your agenda tonight, man. If you're in town, 2:00.
You got an outfit to put together.
I mean, hell, he didn't wear suits, so did he?
I'm slinging 7.
Yeah.
I mean, throw something on and come up here and get one of these awards in person, man.
And on your way in, you can stop by and sit down with us.
I mean that would be the professional thing to do,
right?
I mean absolutely. A man of the people, the future of the franchise. Leader. Yeah, Houston sports leader. We're here, we're waiting.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that would be first class, man.
Yeah, we haven't talked to you since the draft night, so you can jump on with us on your way in. By the way, from the text line, Clint, if you ain't using body spray, you missed out. I guess I'd have missed the hell out.
Yeah, I'm not above it. I'm not above it one bit. In fact, Tyler smelled really good.
Well, thank you.
Look, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big sweater anyway. I literally just put me a sauna together at the house this past weekend. I mean, I have got to sit in the sauna just to get
it done, huh?
Yeah. You know, I went and put it together. And, I mean, I got to sit in the sauna just to sweat. Like, it's hard for me to sweat. So, I mean, when it comes to the prescription deodorant and the body spray and all that, like, I mean, probably need it, but.
All about the pheromones.
Yeah, you probably do need it. By the way, tonight, Lance McCullers, he is going to be hosting this event tonight. And 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello as well. How y'all boys feel like Lance is going to do? Last year is Alex Berkman. Why do I just keep looking at Lance? And
those killer bees.
It's a tough go so far, man.
His photo is sitting in my face, and I just keep saying it. Alex Bregman last year hosted it. Lance, we know Lance is not afraid to speak his mind, about himself or his injuries or anything. How you feel Lance is going to do tonight? As an MC, Lance, he's going to kick this thing off with a little opening monologue.
Bury me in the H.
How you feel, Lance?
I mean, here's the deal. When you're MCing, in my opinion, and we're going to talk specifically about Lance.
I want to see if I agree with you on this.
At some point in time, the good-looking guy is that stick's going to play out pretty quick, right? At some point in time, even the fact that you're an Astro, like at some point in time, the fact that it's an Astro pitcher that keeps walking out there, that's going to wear out pretty quick. So, it's going to – within the first 5 minutes of this joint, like, folks are gonna quit giving you credit for being a good-looking Astro pitcher.
Bury me in the H. Maybe he gets a little longer.
And everybody's going to expect, like, to be entertained. And so can Lance make that happen? I mean –
this pause that he's giving us.
Pause.
So you're hoping to be pleasantly surprised tonight by Lance.
Yes. I mean, if Lance goes out there and just crushes it, I would be pleasantly surprised, yes. Can Lance let his hair down? Not literally, figuratively.
Yeah, these would be my two things. By the way, Tyler, I swear to God, driving up here, I thought I saw Lance just walking down the street.
You may have.
With a suit jacket and his hair pulled out. We got a little closer, and I could tell that was not Lance. But I thought it was him. My two things of advice is I think Lance should go and have a couple of drinks before he goes on.
Without a doubt.
I think to get himself kind of calmed down, a couple of whatever his drinks, whatever, not to get drunk.
If it so happens.
No, I don't want you to get drunk. I don't want Lance
that escalated quickly.
Lance will come out and all of a sudden say, guys, I'm not going to be ready to the playoffs. And he might give us some news that we weren't supposed to give us. But I think just to get yourself calmed a little bit, have a couple of drinks, maybe a couple of shots. You know, when you used to go out, you used to take shots before you went out, maybe a couple of those. And then also, just stay as much in your lane as you can. Don't get out here and try to get creative and say, "Ooh, I saw Chris Rock do this. Ooh, I saw Jimmy Kimmel do this." No, man, be you, baby.
Wow, dude.
Do what you can do, baby. This is just stay in your lane and do this. Don't
Lance has got a lot of material, man. It could be good.
It could be.
It could be good. Bregman, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was underwhelmed with my boy Bregman.
Okay,
big Bregman fan.
I thought he was great with us before the show.
I thought he was as well. But Bregman's not a guy. Like, I think you got the most you could out of Bregman. Even as a player, Bregman is a very appears to be introverted, closed off as it pertains to the public and the media. He didn't strike me as a guy that was going to let his hair down all of a sudden because he was on stage, right? I can't put a finger on Lance if I'm being completely honest, but he's got a lot of material, man. Like, if he does in his monologue, his opening, man, if he doesn't give us a report, an update on his arm, and rag on how fragile his arm's been recently, there's some low hanging fruit there that he could have a lot of fun.
He should come up with some sort of joke, guys, let's hope in these next couple of hours I don't get injured.
Yes, my goal is to come in here. My goal is to come in here and MC this event and leave with no setbacks.
Yeah, no setbacks.
Or make fun of how flat the stage is and say, well, I've been throwing off this for a while. I mean, those kind of things. Like, he's got some low-hanging fruit that would be really funny.
I hope y'all aren't writing us jokes because these are awful.
But we didn't even say the jokes. We're just throwing out different thoughts. Shut up.
Yeah, you got anything you want to add to the conversation?
No.
The areas that he can
What do you think
y'all
should start with?
I don't know. I think y'all got a lot of good material there.
Shut up. Somebody texted and said, I hope Lance doesn't get injured holding this microphone.
There you go. See?
There it is.
I'm going to do my damnedest not to hurt my elbow holding this microphone.
Just don't do too much, man. Have a couple of drinks.
There's some low-hanging fruit that would be fun. And it would break the ice.
It would break it, yeah.
You get that first little giggle out of the way, boom, move on. Yeah, I think it's good stuff. Hope
How
he's
much
listening.
does an elephant weigh?
See, now
enough to break the ice.
Okay.
I think it depends on how thick the ice is.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
You're right.
That's yep. Mm-hmm.
I hope you're not right. All right. So we'll be here till 6 o'clock, having a good time, getting ready for one of the best events in all of Houston. Clint, you were on this yesterday, and this news today doesn't really help the situation at all. This is dropped today, and I'm a bit surprised. Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson nixes head coaching jobs and says he is going to remain with the Lions. He was thought to be the one in the driver's seat for that Washington Commanders job. That was the one yesterday, Clint, you said you were still nervous about. But this has to bring Bobby Slowick back into the conversation, I would think. If Ben Johnson was in the driver's seat, which is a young offensive mind, then I think the thought would be that, all right, well, who's the next one that you've been interviewing and that's the next best young offensive mind on the market? Bobby Slowick fits that. Not saying he's going to be the guy, but you spoke about the Washington one, and not to mention the new general manager they hired, worked with Bobby Slowick for 6 years in San Francisco. Does this one make you a little bit more nervous that Bobby Slowick is back on the market?
Yeah, this is specifically what I was scared of yesterday is, you watch the Seattle job, or at least what folks thought was going to be the Seattle job. That name kind of has disappeared, right? And I was afraid that was going to happen with Washington, and here it is. It didn't disappear. I mean, it completely fell off the cliff, right off the radar, going back to Detroit. And so to your point, I mean, it's hard to not connect the dots of the general manager in Washington to Bobby Slowick. If Bobby Slowick is as convincing a head coach candidate as we've been led to believe he is, then I don't know how he's not on the top of the list of the rest of the group, right, other than Ben Johnson. You said it. I don't know how you go. Like, to me, like, obviously you want the best head coach, but you have your
– seemed like they had a plan if Ben Johnson was the guy.
I mean, it's hard for me to believe that you go from Ben Johnson to a defensive-minded guy when there's another offensive-minded guy that's awfully impressive as a head coach as well. Like, I mean, I know ultimately the plan is, and the in game, the goal is to hire the best head coach. But if Bobby Slowick's floating around out there, you got to believe he's on their radar, and it makes me nervous as hell.
Yeah, and it sounds like we know that Bobby Slowick ain't stepped up and said he's taking his name out the hat.
Right.
Dang it, Bobby.
So that is one to watch. Bobby.
I mean, what a statement! What a statement for Dan Campbell and the Lions, though, for what they've got going on.
I'm surprised by that.
Surprised, yes.
I'm surprised because, like, I can get and understand what D'Amico talked about when he talked about with Bobby. Make sure you find the right spot.
Yeah.
Washington seems like like every year when you got a chance to take over a job, like, the Chiefs ain't coming open, right?
Yeah.
The Ravens aren't generally coming open. You're going to have this one. You got the number 2 pick. Right, you got some pieces there. You probably have some good leeway with the situation. A new owner that's rich that wants to spend money and things of that nature. I'm surprised that Washington wasn't a spot where he was like, I want to be all over.
Well, one of the reports was he was the asking price, what they're asking for money wise was through the roof. Now that you would think if he really wanted to be a head coach and it was the right spot, he would make that work. But yeah, man, I really don't give a rip, if we're being completely honest, about any angle to this thing other than what it means to us in Houston, and that means Bobby Slowick is more than likely back on their radar. And it wouldn't shock me at all to hear that they're circling back to him at this point in time. Now, if you're Bobby Slowick, how do you feel about that? Is it, hey, man, they just waited and they're interviewing everybody, and Ben Johnson was still obviously his team was still in it, and so they were. I'm cool with them, waiting and interviewing everybody, or do you feel like, hey, if they wanted you bad enough, they could have hired you 2 weeks ago?
And I wonder if there's a deal of how much input you get to have on picking the quarterback, right? That number 2 pick, like how much impact do you? Because if it's not you that's being allowed to have a heavy amount of impact on who you're going to pick, that's one that may turn somebody off.
It's back to our original point. Like, it's hard for me to think that anybody is a good head coach or going to be a good head coach that's not going to, in that situation, not going to, or they're going to accept not having ultimate say on whether you take the quarterback at 2 or not.
Yeah,
I mean, damn, that's we got to. If I'm taking a head job, hell, that's why I'm taking it. If I take that spot, that's one of the main reasons. They got some cap space. And I've got a number 2 overall pick to pick the future of my franchise.
And that's the scary part. You would think that Bobby and that gentleman align probably in the thoughts of quarterback. We'll see what happens. Not saying anything, not saying we've heard anything that Bobby Slowick is the leading candidate or anything, but it now opens that up, right? They were heading down to Detroit to speak to him and Aaron Glenn. Now it's just Aaron Glenn. And like you said, Aaron Glenn, a defensive-minded coach, that would be a heck of a shift if they were looking for an offensive guy. They just had Ron Rivera, a defensive guy. All right, coming up as we'll continue live here from the Houston Sports Awards. We're live here at the 713 Ballroom.
Music hall?
Music hall. What am I? Ballroom. Music hall. Boy, I was in here.
They had a cardio day today, boys. He had a cardio day.
I was in there searching for it, Maryland. 713 Music Hall as we'll continue riding out here. Coming up, what did you learn? We understand when you watch these Final Four teams this past weekend that you have the hardest thing, the quarterback. You feel good about that. But what else did you think you needed when you watched these two games over the past weekend? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, soda weight loss, guys, it changes lives. And I know personally it changed mine. I came from a guy.
Yep, thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Houston Sports Awards at 713 Music Hall. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as the big voice man said, we are live at the where are we at? The 713 Music Hall. What I call it?
I think that's it.
The ballroom.
I think ballroom. I think you hit us to the ballroom.
I was thinking. I don't know what had me settle in and say, all right, man, go with it, Ron.
You're going with the ballroom?
Ballroom.
Well, I think
just go with it. Let's step in at ballroom.
You didn't want any dead air, man. You just wanted to ride.
Yeah, but I just don't know ballroom. And honest to God, when I said it, I know it ain't ballroom. I know it ain't, but.
You had to say something, man.
But maybe it is.
The mics were hot.
You just classed it up a bit.
I knew it was something room. I knew it was hell of what it's music hall.
Not.
It's music hall.
It's a hall.
I knew
That's okay.
Well, room hall. Maybe I didn't have the right word, but I knew it was some sort of a building.
We're at the music room.
I got it, Matt. Thank you. I got it.
Help him out, Matt.
I thought I start. If you were here, I start searching. If you're on the if you're on YouTube or Twitch, I start searching the building like, God, I know the name of this thing is somewhere in here, and all I see is coats, and all I see is Houston Sports Award, no re-entry. That's all I see. I can't find the name of this place. Damn it. But it is 713 Music Hall. The setup is great. If you are coming out here, you can stop by and say what's up to us as well. And it's always a great event out here. The last several years we have done this in new building, but a really great spot. So we'll be here till 6 o'clock, continue rolling on. All right, Clint. Usually, and I know Texans fans have lived this, usually when you sit back and you watch the AFC and the NFC championship game, Championship Sunday, you look at this and you watch it and you're like, God, what are we missing? And usually it is quarterback. Oh, my God, quarterback. But I think Texans fans, if not most, all Texans fans look at this and say to themselves, I believe that our quarterback, the years to come, if not next year, will be ready to play with the four that are left. Like you got that, and that makes you feel great because many times, you even when you made the playoffs, you're watching this and you're like, outside of Deshaun, you're like, God, we got Brian Hoyer. Well, we're really far off from this, or we got Sage Rosenfeld, or we got Matt Matt Schaub as well as he was. You got that out the way. You feel like your guy can play with the four. You feel like your guy can play with Brock Purdy and Jared Goff. Now, Mahomes and Lamar are on a different level, but you do at least feel like your guy gives you a chance in that game with those. You're at least in the ballpark with them. And next year you feel like even better about that. So you got that down. Clint, what jumped out to you watching the two games this weekend in terms of, boy, this is something that the Texans need? Because that's not quarterback, but what jumped out for you in the games this weekend?
Well, they need a wide receiver.
Really?
They need a wide receiver.
Because after the divisional round, it was line running game. Because
it was more so. It was more so the Indianapolis game is when I was really like, hey man, forget all these, time eating, space feeling conversations about Devin Singletary. Like the Indianapolis game and watching Jonathan Taylor go off told me like that's you better go get you one of those guys. If those guys are available, your ass better flip every stone to get one. That was the Indy game. Obviously, week one, the first round of the playoffs, we talked a little bit about that as well. But the Baltimore game was when it really turned to, boy, this O-line. I just don't know how much you're going to be able to upgrade this O-line given how much money you've got invested in them right now. Then we fast forward to, hey, the Texans are out of this thing. We're watching Baltimore and Kansas City play. We're just talking AFC teams. We're watching Baltimore and Kansas City play. And
because none of them have a top like what people would say Devontae Adams or Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
Hill.
That's where I'm going, though. I mean, like to me, I'm taking Kansas City, Andy Reid, and Pat Mahomes off the table. Like we're not going to say yeah, but they did it, or yeah, but they have it. No, they're off limits for me when we're talking like how this team needs to be built.
They're starting to become like, oh, the Patriots did this. No,
yeah, this is a different animal. Like to me, what's really stood out was all the guys that Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken had at their disposal in terms of pass catchers weren't good enough. Kansas City was able to put the clamps on Aguilar. They were able to put the clamps for the most part, with the exception of when the quarterback holds the ball for 10 seconds, on Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Right? And I like Zay Flowers as a piece.
I
like Mark Andrews as a – the deal is, man, you have got to have a guy – that doesn't necessarily have to be open to make plays. It became very obvious.
Or a guy that can get open against the best coverage. A guy that can give you something against the best.
Well, at the very least, you got to have a Zay Flowers type guy where he can create some separation in space. Like he's hard to touch in a phone booth. Maybe Tank Dell's that guy. I think Tank Dell is more of a complete receiver along the lines of what's the kid's name that won the Heisman from Alabama that's at Philly?
Well, yeah, Smith.
Devontae Smith. Like, I think he's more along those lines than the Zay Flowers lines. But at the very least, to me, you've got to find that guy.
Because that's what I was going to say. So you're saying beyond what they have in Nico and Tank,
yes.
There's an argument that both of them could have been 1,000-yard receivers if Tank didn't get in.
Sure. Yeah, look,
that.
I'm just at a point. I look at Nico Collins and the stats that everybody throws out there, just like I look at this defense, and they were one of the top defenses versus a run. There is, you can look at it and you can say, oh yeah, man, we're great. Let's just keep this thing moving. Or you can like literally drill down and say, hey, it was good, but we've got to be significantly better if we're going to win an AFC championship and get into a Super Bowl and hopefully win a Super Bowl. You've got to, like, again, and everybody takes this as if I'm disrespecting Nico, and I'm not. Nico had a hell of a year. I mean, Nico is a very, very good receiver in this league, much better than I thought he was going to be after what we watched the last 2 weeks. But there has to be a top flight man beating wide receiver in this mix. It has to.
Because I was going to see if you think that they need to add like a top guy, or are you saying just another? Because I don't look at Zay Flowers or Rashee Rice on the other end for the Chiefs, a guy that does. I don't look at either one of those as number one flight receivers, at least yet. I don't know that they're going to be that damn near this year, but they were really, really good to add to the receivers that they already had. Are you saying they could add like a player like that?
Rashee Rice, or however Rashee, or however the hell you say his name, he works if you got the best tight end, the best pass catching tight end that the game's ever seen. Right? I mean, that's not who the Texans are, man. That's not what they have.
They need to shoot.
And now look, I'll take, like, to me, the perfect name is a guy like T. Higgins. Right? Everybody was hoping that Nico Collins would be a T. Higgins, and in reality, he's not. I mean, he's more of a.
Real quick, what's the difference between the two?
T. Higgins, if he's covered, he's open. T. Higgins is a bigger-bodied receiver that can catch 50-50 balls. That's comfortable with contact in terms of catching the go route, and in the red zone, he should be a man-beating target. Now that's not the tier one that I'm talking about. I mean, I think it needs to be like a Mike Evans type would be even better, but like I think that's got to be on the list, the short list for the Texans, at least in how they pursue it. You can't look at the fact that Nico Collins had a hellacious stat line this year and go, hey, we're set at wide receiver. I think that would be a big mistake. That would be the equivalent of looking at this defense and saying, well, they put up good numbers all year versus a run. We're good. We're just going to stand pat. We're not going to add there. Like I think you got to add in both places, and I think if you nail down and you watch the film and don't just look at the box score, I think there is a lot of room to improve, and I don't have a problem saying above and beyond Nico Collins. I know some people don't like to hear that, but I don't have a problem saying that.
Okay. All right, let's we can continue to that because some people are rolling in on the text line with some thoughts on this, and as well, Clint's a little nervous, Tyler.
Yes.
He's a little nervous and concerned, Tyler.
That's normally your job.
About something involving you with us. So we'll discuss that as we are live here at the 713 Music Hall for the Houston Sports Awards. We'll continue here live on The Drive, but before we do that, guys.
search for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Houston Sports Awards at 713 Music Hall. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We're back here as one of the best nights in sports here in Houston, the Houston Sports Awards. Putting in a new group in the Hall of Fame, Cynthia Cooper, who won multiple MVPs and championships with the Houston Comets, Lance Berkman of the Astros and all those years, and then Warren Moon of the Houston Oilers. Those three will go in the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, and a big night with all kinds of awards given out. Athlete of the Year, Newcomer of the Year, Moment of the Year, and they always do a great job with high school sports around here as well. So a great night here if you're going to be in the building or you're coming up. It's a red carpet will be opening up around 4:30. Stop by, say hello to us here at the Drive.
Right there, Ron, over your left shoulder, just in case you forget again.
Got it. Damn, I got it.
Found you a sign,
There
bro.
it is. There it is.
There it is right there, man.
There it is. I found one.
If it escapes your mind, man, just take a peek over your left shoulder, man. Black and white right there.
I could see myself saying ballroom again.
You
truly
got it.
could. I truly. No, it's music hall. I got that down. Shut up, Tyler. Don't you say a damn
You
word.
saw the sign, man.
I could just.
It
feel
opened up your eyes.
Shut up. Shut up. All right.
Saw the
Clint
sun.
was saying on the other end, on the other side, this team watching the two. Really the two games, the Lions, Niners, and in particular in the AFC, the Ravens and the Chiefs, that this team is in need of a wide receiver, another one. And I think it makes a lot of sense. If you're looking at it, because I see some people disagreeing, however you roll through it, I think we can all agree this team needs and should upgrade however it comes about that the third wide receiver isn't a Robert Woods or Noah Brown. I think they can upgrade that, whether that is Tank or Nico or another person, but they need to upgrade from that. And you were saying T. Higgins was a name you threw out. Zay Flowers, a guy that was quick and it can make you miss. A couple of people jumped in about and agree with you about your T. Higgins. Some person here said, Clint, stop. Tank Dale is a different animal. He cannot be stopped. He is a top-flight receiver, make you miss in a phone booth. Do you think just potentially just missing him down the stretch, and he would have been the addition to help what you're talking about? You think that is the case with Tank Dale if he was here?
Yeah, no, look, I think he would have helped.
Because
I'm high on Tank Dale.
I was going to say nobody's been higher on Tank Dale than you.
I'm high on Tank Dale, but I'm also realistic. Tank Dale is not the guy I'm talking about. Could he be Zay Flowers and give you some space underneath? Sure. I mean, the change of direction, the twitch. I mean, that's all like elite in Tank Dale. But my problem with Tank Dale being that guy is I believe Tank Dale is a better receiver than that. Like, I don't believe he's just a guy that you put in the slot and that you use on. Like, I don't think he's just a gadget guy, right? Like, I think he's a great route runner, and so, you know. He can't be all things, so I don't know exactly how you use Tank Dale. But again, my point is I'm not minimizing or disrespecting Nico or Tank. I'm just other than unless you find this disrespectful, they're not enough to win a Super Bowl. They're not. I mean, let me say this: like with the Texans are at a spot where like adding depth and numbers and experience and all that stuff, like in my opinion, we're at a different spot. Like interior defensive line, like you can't just go add another Joe Blow. You can't just go add a middle of the road guy. Like at wide receiver, you can't just add another Robert Woods. Like you can't just an average middle of the road guy that's a good locker room guy, right? That knows the offense. At running back, like you can't just add another guy or have running back by committee. Like if this team's going to take the next step and compete versus the better defenses in the league, the more physical teams in the league, the more talented in terms of having game changing, they got to get some game changers.
Yeah,
they got to get some dudes when everything isn't right. That defensive tackle collapses the pocket from the inside out and doesn't allow.
Yeah, it was glaring to me in the Ravens game where it felt like Dalton Schultz got more separation against corners than some of the other receivers did. Like I remember he had a route early in the game where I think he probably got 10 or 12 yards, and he was going one-on-one against Darby. And, like, I don't remember outside of Nico other receivers gaining that amount of separation in the game, and it's got to be better. It's got to be better than that. One more before we stop here. Someone texted in, you were talking about T. Higgins, you're talking about these guys. Is somebody like DeAndre Hopkins, does that fit what you're talking about? Because all right, so that, because it seemed like you were talking about big fish like T. Higgins, like you said Mike Evans is another one.
Well, look, I would like to have a tier 1 man beat. I'd like to have Devontae Adams. All right, I would like to have.
You had a wish list.
That's my wish list right now. I don't think that's reasonable to add the other places where they need to. That's a long shot. I do think Mike Evans is a long shot that's actually attainable, given he's from Galveston Ball. He's a little bit older, so you're taking a little bit of a risk. He would be the top number 1 get for me if I were the Texans in terms of wide receiver. But yes, DeAndre Hopkins is a very good one. DeAndre Hopkins is and he's not the greatest. He's not as good as he was 5-6 years ago, but he's still capable of playing that brand of ball and giving you 1,000 yards.
Yeah, he fits the role of he's open even if he's not.
Yeah.
All right. That's it's a good thought, and I think they will improve that situation. It'll be interesting to see. Well, I don't think that they'll walk into the year behind Tank Dell and Nico Collins, or not even say behind, with Tank Dell and Nico Collins, will be Robert Woods and Noah Brown.
Well, Ron, there's going to be a couple of wide receivers that are going to be available late 1, maybe even late 2, second round. I mean,
it's been a really. I mean, there've been and people are really happy with this class too, and they've been wide receiver classes. Tank and Rashee Rice, who we've talked about, are in the 3rd round.
But there's going to be some bigger bodied wide receivers that are going to be available. And I'm talking again. The Florida State had one that I don't know if he's going to be available that late, but I hadn't done all the digging on the prospects coming up in this year's draft, but I think there's going to be a handful of guys that are the style of receiver that I'm talking about, and I'm okay with that. My point is just setting steady and going, oh, we're good. Let's get some guys healthy. That can't be the answer.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that absolutely cannot be the answer.
Be the guy. All right. As we continue rolling here, Tyler, Clint feels a little concerned because we haven't really heard what you found and what you have for us from your trip to Vegas since we're heading out there Sunday. And
we got plenty of time.
You sound like you're nervous about if he really got what you wanted to get done.
I just feel like with his snapback yesterday, I feel like there's a chance Tyler may have misunderstood.
You were disappointed that where did you ask if he went?
Or probably explained it, man.
And he said no.
Okay.
I don't
think it was even open yet.
Because you were like, really? How does that happen?
Yeah. I may or may not have been giving him a little hard time there, but I'm a little worried about this one.
I forgive you.
I mean, I'm not. I wasn't referring, Ron, to recommendations. I was talking about connections.
Oh well, man.
Hey, man, we went to this spot. It was great. Hey, man, my boy Johnny hooked us up. Hey, man, Clint Ron's coming back out here. I'll be here next week during the Super Bowl. They're gonna slide through. You got a card, you got a number, something they can hit you up and get in. I ain't talking about just hey, we went over here. It's a cool spot, man. Y'all should go. No, I'm talking about connects, man.
You're trying to get us in the door.
Yeah.
I ain't got no connects for you, bro.
I was going. Well, damn, he gave that away.
I've been to Vegas twice. I ain't got no connects.
Well, no, I mean, like
you were out there on cloud 9, buzzing around the city, man.
That's one way to say it. I was buzzing
3 days.
for sure.
Actually, 4 days. Actually, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Came back Monday. No, you went out Friday, didn't you?
Yeah, I left Friday,
Saturday,
came back Monday.
Sunday. Yeah, you had plenty of time.
So I don't think he got it. I don't think he thought like I'm going to these spots and I'm gonna dig in. Hey, let me holler at the manager. Nothing here, man. I just want to let you know, man. I got guys coming out here for the Super Bowl next week, and can you get some information? Clint and Ronald coming out.
No. See,
need you to show my boys again.
Nobody needs full names. Hey, man. I'm out here from Houston. Love your place. We do radio all the time. We talk to the beautiful people of the city of Houston all the time. My guys, Clint and Ron, they're coming out here next week. You got a card or something, man? When we're out here, I want to come by and see you and hang out a little bit.
We're going to Las Vegas. Well, I need.
I mean, is that too? I don't need Clinton and Ronald and whatever the hell you were just talking about. No, I don't need that.
Well, I think it's got to be. If you want him to get connections, it's got to be deeper than that.
Card equals connection. Card. I'll handle it from there.
That ain't gonna.
I wasn't trying to network, man. I was drunk.
Red, Blake Shelton's new joint. Johnny's the manager waiting on a text or call.
Now, I'm trying to get you in somewhere. Now, if I were to go out and do what you're talking about connections, I don't just need a card. Like, I need you to do something for me.
What do you want? What do you want? You want a limo at the damn airport? Is that what you want?
I would have tried for you. I would have had something set up. Like, you're not
a car service. How about that? That would have been nice, Ty.
I'm not gonna feel bad for you, dingoes, man. Y'all are getting to go to Vegas for the Super Bowl, okay? I'm not going to feel bad for you.
I don't want you to feel bad for us. I want you to feel bad for failing miserably.
No,
I think I haven't heard.
No.
I still want to hear what you brought up at some point this week.
No.
But
Are we going to hear about that?
I don't know, man. Depends on how your attitude goes the rest of the week.
Okay, I'll clean it up.
Very excited about this.
I'll clean it up.
All right, listen. Coming up as we'll continue rolling here live at the Houston Sports Awards. We thought maybe the Texans, C.J. Stroud, and this offense would be out of the woods of losing the architect of this offense, Bobby Slowick. Well, we are hearing news that may bring him back into the fold. This one is something I think Texans fans need to watch for Bobby Slowick because he could have re-entered the head coaching picture. We'll tell you what that is and discuss that. Coming up next on the Big Three.
Dang it, Bobby, that's exactly what we don't want.
In the Loop.
This team has $34 million more than they had in 2022. Why are
Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first, number 1, we are live here at the Houston Sports Awards. We always enjoy coming here. It's our third year being able to host our show live at the event, then participate and attend one of the best nights here in Houston, not just in sports, but any event happening in Houston. The stars come out as usual, and we are live here at the 713 Music Hall. New venue this year, but the spot looks fantastic, and the stage they have set up, it's going to be a great night. Inducting Cynthia Cooper, Lance Berkman, and Warren Moon into the Hall of Fame, and many, many other awards for events that happened this past year in Houston. So be a fun day, man. Fun night, as it always is. Tyler's coming up. He's already fully dressed. He's going, I'm guessing, as soon as he sends off, as soon as he gets done, the magic of radio doing the best of the week, he's going to get down here and Courtney's going to come out.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
nice.
Court's coming out. Yeah.
Oh, Court's getting out for the night. Have you a good time. Have you a good time,
See if
Court.
I can get her liquored up. See if I can get her liquored up tonight.
Well, what you need to do is make sure you stay where you can drive and let her have a good time. Don't be selfish with it. I mean, don't keep all the good time for yourself.
Well, hold on though. This is Ron's event.
She did just come to
Oh,
She did just come back from Cancun. I mean,
great point.
Yeah, get hammered, bro.
Great point. I think she should be your designated driver tonight.
No, but I
Let's
also
party.
want to get her a little.
I cannot believe, Courtney, you went to Cancun and left him with all them kids. I cannot believe it.
And the dog.
And the dog. That's right. And that nipping ass dog. I cannot believe it, Court.
Well, I am going to Las Vegas here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was trying to help you out, man. Damn.
Hey, real quick, because this is something you're going to have to deal with. Tyler, of course, you have kids that you may have to deal with. And some of you out there, fellas that listen to this, and we will get to it. Hey, man, I know it annoys my wife, but it really annoys me. Like, when they go out of town or something and you're left with the kids, everybody around you, like the parents, the other people around you, are all concerned like hell about you, as if you don't know how to be a parent to your own children. Like you've been babysitting. Like you're babysitting around here. You know how many times I got called this weekend, text by my parents and her parents, hey, how's it going? I think they're being slick, like calling the kids, but they're really checking to see, hey, what are you doing? My mom, I could have came down this week. Could have came down. Courtney going to have these kids. They all said it. Last week they said, boy, we should have stayed down another week. No, y'all should not have. As her parents said, my mom should have come down. Courtney's going to be without these kids all week long and some while we're in Vegas. Nobody has even said, hey, you want me to come down here and help you all out? Help you out? I got it for a weekend. I ain't got to work nothing. Ain't nobody said nothing. But they don't think, they think, boy, that, oh, my God.
Ron's in charge. He needs some help.
The dad's here. I think it's a male thing. Does that not happen with you?
Yeah,
Lauren,
it's sexist.
When Lauren goes out of town, are they overly checking on you to make sure?
Well, I'll be honest with you.
They're already there.
I mean, they would be categorized as overly checking on us both all the time. I mean, but we appreciate it. It is greatly appreciated. So whether I'm gone and she's got them by herself, she's got a ton of help. And if she's gone and I got them by myself, which is very rare, I have a ton of help. But yes, I do. Mine comes from my wife, not like it. In other words, like if I'm gone or she's gone, either way, like it's the same. Hey, we're here to help. Hey, we're help. We have an unbelievable tribe to help raise these two we got. No question.
Yeah. You're going to Cancun?
Wife.
Oh, you're going to Cancun? Oh, who's helping Ron? What do you mean? Who the hell's helping Ron?
Mine is my wife. Like my wife tells me thank you for what? Watching the kids when I went to the grocery store. Well, they're my kids too. Like I didn't. I mean, I don't feel like I did you a favor.
Listen. What you got? Under 2 and a few months. She just doesn't trust you yet with the kids.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
It takes about 3 years.
I don't know that she's ever going to trust me.
Yeah, it takes about
if I had a little boy, she may trust me, but she's going to think there ain't no telling. But
Megan's always checking on
I promise I'll get through this. Tyler, I had to take the kids to swim, and they were like, Friday night. Oh, he's taking them by himself. Look, it's swim.
I think you should.
Let us know when you get back.
How many times do you think Courtney takes these kids to swim?
I think you should have took them down to Galveston and had them about nighttime, have them standing on the beach in their gear and go, what? We're going. I thought we were going swimming. You're talking about classes.
And from the text line, my mom tries to run down a checklist with me if I'm watching the kids by myself. and then I end up doing stupid stuff because I go over the top to prove. Right. Yeah, I got this. I'm okay. I took them out by myself. And now I'm just running around. What the hell did I do this? Yeah. Just be sitting down there and watch. Anyway, apologize to that little, but that runs me hot. Anyway, shout out to you. I guess somebody could call in and say, hey, Courtney, need a little help this whole week in Vegas? You got to work. I didn't have to work. All right.
Yeah, we appreciate the help.
Yeah, for the most part. Clint, what does this mean to you? This is the news of the day. Ben Johnson, he's nixed any head coaching jobs for a second straight year. Like we saw D'Amico do this last year or 2 years ago and come back and coach with the Niners one more year. And then take the job here in Houston, obviously. But Ben Johnson's doing it 2 years in a row, and all reports were like he's going to go to the Commanders. They were waiting on kind of him and his season in. He was going to go to the Commanders. The Commanders were flying down today to go interview with him and Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, and he has pulled his name out of the hat, which, Clint, for you, that automatically turns your thoughts to what?
Well, that the Texans are back in the potential of losing Bobby Slowick. This was my number one concern. I wasn't going to rest easy until the Washington Commander's job was filled, and there's too many dots that you can connect. There's too many stars that are aligning in this deal. If they were hell-bent on Ben Johnson, it was because he's great offensively, he's great game plan, scheming, game design, play design. He's great with the quarterback. Well, guess what? If Ben Johnson ain't the guy in this year's hiring cycle that's going to check all those boxes, Bobby Slowick is. And so that's there. You look at the general manager, which we mentioned multiple times, it came out of the San Francisco 49ers system. Clearly, if Bobby's as good as everybody and all indications show, then why the hell ain't he chomping at the bit to come get Bobby Slowick if Ben Johnson is off the table? So it's easy for me, man. This is what I was concerned about, is the Washington Commanders not hiring who everybody thought they were going to hire, Ben Johnson, and all of a sudden that becomes a potential landing spot for Bobby Slowick, and the Texans lose their OC. It concerns the hell out of me.
Yeah, you were saying that yesterday, right? You weren't, the Seattle job wasn't the one that you were really concerned. It's this Washington one, and now that Ben Johnson's off the table, I believe Adam Peters is his name, is the GM. He was with the 49ers in their front office for the 6 years that Bobby Slowick was there, and there is clearly a relationship there. And Clint, it's hard to think, all right, hey, man, Ben Johnson was the leader here. Ben Johnson was the leader here. Oh, man, we're going to switch over and go to Aaron Glenn. Or we're going to switch over and go to Mike McDonald, like a defensive-minded guy. And usually we see it, boy, they just had a defensive-minded coach in Ron Rivera, and their offense was lacking. They went through several coordinators there that they probably go offensive and young this time around. So this makes it – I'll be honest with you, I thought the Bobby Slowick thing was done until this. I mean, he has to be in the fold now. I mean, it has to at least be in the conversation.
Well, absolutely, I agree. The second thing that comes to mind with this, too, is what a monster that Dan Campbell has built. Yeah. Right, in Detroit. I mean, it's especially if he ends up with both of his coordinators coming back. I mean, Ben Johnson for the second straight year has turned down a head coaching job that was all but his to come back and quote unquote finish a job in Detroit. And so whatever in the hell Dan Campbell's got going on from a roster and Ben feels like he can be successful with, probably to a front office, the way that thing's built, the way that they treat their coaches and their players. Clearly, Dan Campbell has something going that's special in Detroit.
Yeah, he does. To turn it down, man, that's crazy. Real quick, I'm going to ask you this. Do you think Ben Johnson at all is flirting with Mike Kafka or flirting with the potential of not striking now while his name is as high? You think even next year he is going to be talked about as one of the hot names? He won't put himself in a situation where, all right, you were hot now, next year maybe we're looking past you. You think he'll still be?
Look, anything could happen, but I think the Detroit Lions are much more sustainable. The winning in Detroit is much more sustainable than it was in New York. I think we all kind of looked around and thought, boy, what's really going on in New York? They won't pay Saquon. They pay Daniel Jones. Is Daniel Jones really that guy? Anything could happen. But I think Ben is probably significantly more stable in Detroit. The odds are that they're going to go out there and they're going to win 10-plus next year. They're going to be in the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to make a run to the NFC Championship, but they're going to be in the playoffs. His offense has got all kind of weapons. They're going to be a year better in his offense. Yeah, I would think that he's on the safer side. Dan Campbell obviously is set in Detroit for a while now. I would say that the stability in Detroit would lead Ben Johnson to a pretty comfortable spot to return.
Yeah. So
I didn't think he would, but I would. It's pretty stable there in Detroit now.
Yeah. We'll see here, and we'll see if we'll hear any names or any name circulating with Bobby Slowick potentially back them talking to him again. So that is the latest there. The Washington job seems to be just open now, and no leader in the clubhouse.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, staying in the NFL, another OC spot is filled. So this is a spot where Gerard Johnson won't go, and that is Pittsburgh. And they said, Clint, that Mike Tomlin had full decision-making power on who he was going to pick as his offensive coordinator, as he has before. And he chose Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith, who was the fired head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, but remembering him prior to that, he really got the most out of that Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry offense in Tennessee that helped them get to an AFC championship game and a number one seed the year after that. So your thoughts on this one? Listen, Arthur wasn't great in Atlanta as a head coach, but this feels like this is probably Mike Tomlin's last maybe opportunity to hire an offensive coordinator, and if this doesn't work, I'm not sure he'll be able to do it again. Your thoughts on the Arthur Smith match with him?
Well, look, I think from the outside looking in, it seems to be a good fit. I mean, you know what Pittsburgh's all about, running the football downhill, playing good defense. That's exactly what the Titans with Vrabel and Arthur Smith were about with Derrick Henry and company. And they ran to an AFC championship with it. So assuming that that's the plan is to, go find your maybe you have him, maybe I don't think you do, but Derrick Henry, go find your Derrick Henry, get back to running the football the way Seattle used to. Hope George Pickens can be an A.J. Brown type of player, and they can remake that magic that Tennessee. Here's my deal. To me, it's.
Was that Arthur or was that Derrick Henry? Like, that's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, or was it A.J. Brown? I mean, they had a really good 1-2 punch that was special and so and unique in its own right. It
made life so much easier for Tannehill and got the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but for me, man, Mike Tomlin and the way he appeared and the organization appeared to reward Deontay Johnson as well as George Pickens after just inexcusable quitting on the team and what they pulled, like just allowing them to go right back out there. And hell, George Pickens went back out there and almost went for 200 yards the next week.
Quitting on the team and then coming out just saying they quit on the team.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how Mike Tomlin and the offensive staff in particular, I don't know how you keep guys and hold guys accountable when that's what you just put on tape. Like, I don't know how. That's my bigger concern is, does Tomlin still have the ability to hold guys accountable, discipline, and not even just in a, I'm not saying in an old school way of Bill Parcells discipline, fear for your job, but just to get the respect that a head coach deserves when you got guys doing what Deontay Johnson and what George Pickens did. That's tough for me to wrap my head around.
I'll just say, if I'm Mike Tomlin, boy, I got one hire. This one got to work.
Arthur Smith.
This has got to work. The guy who just said, you know what, I'm just not really going to use and I'm going to mismanage Bijan Robinson. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe it works. I just don't. Boy, that probably is not the route that I would have gone. So we'll see what happens there. But Gerard Johnson not going to Pittsburgh as Arthur Smith does.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, last night, a big night for the Houston Rockets, Clint. They blow out the Lakers 135-119. Their two young stars, Jalen Green and Alfie Sengun, they both go over 30 in this game.
Hey,
and in this game,
I am so happy.
The Lakers, I mean, they might as well have set somebody down. LeBron and AD actually did play. I was surprised. Now, AD is sitting out tonight, the back half of their back-to-back in Atlanta. But they both played yesterday, and they steamrolled them. To me, the guy to really watch is Cam Whitmore. He is really coming on, and, I mean, he knew LeBron was out there, and he was going to try to dunk on LeBron repeatedly and almost did, but lost the ball there. He's really been a surprise. Coming on late. Maybe not a surprise, but a really welcome sight coming on late. We'll talk to Brandon Scott on our Rockets report tomorrow about him. But he had 20 off the bench yesterday. Big win for the Rockets as they're trying to stay afloat in that top 10 in the West.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big win. Obviously, a team that they're chasing right now in the Lakers, and so they needed that one. But I'm going to tell you, Ron. I see you put me up against it here with this. I mean, you don't want to talk about that soft ass LeBron and all that that walling around on the floor just looking for blood and a towel in his hand and acting like his nose was broken.
I thought it was.
I mean, good God.
They caught him flush.
I mean, it is a tough.
He caught him flush. I thought he was out.
Yeah, I knew that was
soft.
coming.
Lights was off.
I knew that
He's
was
not
coming.
soft. It's the NBA.
I mean, it is awful. He's soft.
It's
That's a good argument.
I'm just saying.
He's soft.
Everybody in the NBA does.
No, not to that level.
Yeah, they do.
I've watched. Again, you watch more than I watch.
They do.
But I'm gonna tell you, I saw some guys take some contact last night. Some pretty serious contact throughout.
They're gonna sell a call.
I don't know that I saw that. Well, he didn't more than sell a call. He looked for blood for 5 minutes.
He was rubbing his head so hard his hair was coming off.
I thought it was blood.
I mean,
I'm with him. I thought it was blood coming at damn Dylan Heem right in the nose.
If you're not watching on YouTube, I mean,
right in the bridge of the nose.
Ron is smiling. He is not serious.
I know, right in the bridge of the nose.
I
thought it
mean,
was
hot butter.
I said, come out of here.
Hot butter
it's the NBA,
soft.
man.
Makes it hard.
Really selling the call.
Makes it very, very difficult
and
to
he
watch.
got the flagrant one. Now,
makes
it
it
didn't
very
help.
difficult to watch.
Did get LBJ a helmet or something?
He might need one, man. As much we need to protect him.
Yes.
All right. He's almost 40 years old, man. You just can't take shots in the face like this.
Hey, the other thing, real quick.
Well, I guess you could.
The Rockets being up 10 or 12 and the clock ticking under 3, and we're taking wild-ass three-point shots with 13 and 15 seconds on the shot clock. Like I'm
looking at you, Fred.
I got a problem with it. Fred did it too, but this was Jalen Green and one of the longer, taller ones. I didn't get a good look at what it was.
The longer, taller.
I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
I think it was Jabari, and it was the one where it bounced off the rim. Somehow somehow Van Vliet has to go out there and save it from out of bounds. He throws it back in, and I'm going, hey, just sit on it. Just sit on. I'll be damned if Jalen don't throw up a three. I'm just like, what are we doing?
Text line, he is the king. All
Who?
Right, calm down.
Who?
He is
what?
the king.
He's soft.
King of flopping.
The NBA, everything. I've watched James out there look like he's been shot dead.
Don't put LeBron. Well, that's a good comparison. don't put LeBron's problem on hold in NBA now.
I mean, go watch it. If you watch the NBA nightly, it would annoy you.
I watched damn near an entire game last night. Got a little chippy, pretty physical. There was one guy that wallowed around on the floor for upwards of 2 minutes.
No one took a shot to the nose except for him. Let's just be honest. All right, Will Anderson Jr. He is in line to potentially win Defensive Rookie of the Year. I'd say a successful season. He is now, as an alternate, made the Pro Bowl. How would you grade his season, and what are your realistic expectations for Will Anderson Jr. next season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Houston Sports Awards at 713 Music Hall. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It was a great year. I would say great for the Houston Texans and a spectacular year when it comes to what the Texans were able to do in the draft. I just don't think you could have dreamt it up any better, including guys that may be up for awards tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud as your number one pick, and Will Anderson coming up as your third pick. And those guys already in certain publications have been picked as the offensive and defensive rookie of the years. And when we find out if the NFL honors will be there next week here in Vegas, we may find out that they are also won the awards there as well as offensive and defensive rookie of the years. We talked about CJ a bit and the expectations for him next year. Let's look at Will Anderson because he is big time in terms of what we need to see from him moving forward. Like you said, man, you win Defensive Rookie of the Year. You had a great year. Last year, 7 sacks during the regular season, added another one in the playoffs, really came on, fought through an injury late. But really, really good, especially in the second half of the season. Before we do this, 713-572-4610, people on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. How would you grade Will Anderson's rookie year? How would you grade it? Is it you go straight up A because of the potential accomplishments?
Yeah, I'd go an A. Look, I think when there's a couple of conversations to have about Will Anderson. It's like, are we, with the expectations of where he was drafted, you're going to get compared to double-digit sack guys that did it early in their career that changed games pretty consistently throughout the year. Okay, let's remove that and just talk about you move up. You draft a guy number 3 at a position of need, and when you look at what Will Anderson was able to do, it's awfully impressive. I give it an A without a doubt. The only reason it's not an A+ is because he didn't get the double-digit sacks. He sat at 8, which I'll attribute to a slow start for a rookie, right? Later in the year, boy, he was an absolute difference maker, and people didn't. You don't have to go look at PFF to see it, right? It was blatantly obvious. You didn't have to go look at how often somebody was double teamed to make excuses before you say, no, this kid can play. You don't have to just listen to the coach say, oh man, we're close. We need to. He's playing the run really well. No, you watch the game from about mid-year on, and Will Anderson's upside is absolutely tremendous, and there's flashes consistently. Had he got to double digits, I would have had to give him an A+, 0 complaints. I think that's the harsh reality of playing edge rusher, Ron, is you're playing a position that stats matter.
Yep.
You're playing a position that it is going to be very difficult to sit here and convince me that you're one of the top edge rushers in the game when you got 7-8 sacks. Right? I mean, if we're going to have that conversation and we're going to put – because
pass rush win rate is good, but it's good when it comes with the
we only talk about that with guys that don't have 14.
Yep.
Right? You know what I mean? Like that. The only reason that conversation is even necessary is because the stat's not there. And the reality of it is Will Anderson was drafted in a slot where he's going to be compared to the greatest, and he's playing a position where the comparisons start and stop in terms of being a Tier 1 guy with the double-digit sacks, the absolute game changer. Now I think he's coming. I'm more convinced now than I was all year long that Will's going to be one of them dudes. But when it's all said and done, 8 sacks just isn't enough for me to say, hey, I have 0 worries, 0 complaints, 0 concerns. It's an A for me is about as well as you can do with the sack number being 8.
Guy Ray on YouTube, Twitch said high B, low A.
Fair.
Tyler, where you at Will Anderson? How would you grade his year?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with a solid A. Obviously not an A+. I mean, he didn't even play in every game that he could have, but solid year indeed, and I'm excited about the future, so I'd go A.
Yeah, I'd give him a B+. Someone on the text line. Yeah, I mean, you win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Yeah, I think A is B+. A is fair. I'd probably lean A when you start to get some hardware. But I will give him this. It did seem like potentially he figured something out, and maybe the coaching staff figured something out. I do hope for next year, and at some point we can get through what we see there. I expected to see him moved around more. I expected to potentially see them do more things with him. And so I don't want to just put it on him. I do hope moving forward we do see movement around from him, because I would say, I don't know what the percentage is, but it felt like the vast majority of the time he was sitting there, over the right tackle.
Yeah.
And it seemed like that's where it came from. I didn't see him a lot inside or anything like that.
Well, there is a Jadeveon Clowney level of violence to his game that I will. I hate when people use it as a crutch and use the double team and the win rates and all that as a crutch. But at the end of the day, there is a tremendous amount of value in the violence that Will Anderson plays the run with. And if we're just talking about Will in a nutshell and what he brings to the table, the value, the grade, if you will, there's no way to not take that into strong consideration, because it is awfully, awfully impressive. Now, here's the thing, if Jadeveon Clowney could bend and get around the edge and be the pass rusher that everybody thought he had the potential to be, then he wouldn't be floating all over the league with one-year deals. So there's got to be more to it than that. I think Will's coming.
Well, to your point with Will, we saw in midseason his pass rush ability and ability to get home really improve just from one half of the year to the next. And ain't nobody going to outwork Will. Yeah. So that was a big thing to see him show that he can get better. Yeah. And now you should have a high level of confidence that next year – he'll take another step if he took one in the middle of the year.
I agree, Ron. I think there's two things with Will that are awfully encouraging to build off of this year, right? Is you mentioned one of them. Without a doubt, this is a guy that you can move and put over center guard type situations in big moments, and I think he's going to absolutely, wreck shop, right? Also, he's a guy, too, that if you watch him play, he is – very I'm going to use this term. He's underdeveloped from a toolbox standpoint. Like, his toolbox is nowhere near where it's going to be in a year, nowhere near where it's going to be in 2 years. And so we're just talking about a guy that had a hell of a year, and there's still so much room to grow, both schematically and physically, from a skill set, from a tangible skill set perspective, that, man, the sky's the limit with this dude.
Yeah. All right, coming up, something that's really starting to really – move from just annoying me from the weekend, but really starting to piss me off. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I tell you what won't piss you off is if you're looking to get a new vehicle.
today. That's BABBEL.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Houston Sports Awards at 713 Music Hall. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, The Drive, as we are back and rolling here live from the Houston Sports Awards. Should be a really – did you break something?
Nah, man, that was a little something I was scratching my lottery ticket with, man.
I was about to say, I saw a piece. I was going to say Aaron's about to lose his mind. You break something.
Disappointed in myself, man. Bought another lottery ticket.
You buy lottery tickets?
Every now and again. And it's I ain't buying the $2 ones either. But I bought one. I bought one and I won some money. And I thought, well, instead of just pocketing the money, I said, well, hell, let me throw 10 more in there and get me
Why
two.
Not? Go for the big.
Let me double down, see if I can't win the big one. I didn't buy that ticket to win $50. All right, well, needless to say, them two I bought, offers.
You lost that, didn't you?
Offers, man.
Lost that,
didn't win a damn lick.
Not a lick. I mean, it happens sometimes. Sorry, man. That's all right. That's all you do, man. That's all right. But you're here, though. You're here, and it's all good. You're going to go back. What's it up to now?
What is what?
The lottery. What is it? Because
I very rarely do. I'm talking about scratch-off tickets.
Oh, you talking scratch-off.
You're talking about the big boy.
I thought you.
Very rarely. I got my neighbor. My neighbor G. He plays that quite a bit, and every now and then when we're hanging out, maybe having a cold beer or two, before, watching the Astros or whatever, he'll say, "Hey, man, you might want to get some lottery tickets tomorrow."
And that number's high.
Because that number's up there. So all right, well I'll ease on down there, and. It's yet to pay off, boys. Yet to pay off.
Love that money.
Yeah, I haven't bought a lottery.
I'm no quitter, though.
I can't. I probably haven't bought a lottery ticket 10, 15 years.
That's not hard to believe. You still ain't paid me you're the debt. Hell, I mean, the Texas lottery makes you pay up front.
I promise you. Vegas, you got it.
I can bank on that 100?
Bank on it. Bank on it.
Is it one or two?
I probably give you it's one, but I give you some interest.
Oh, well, yeah. You say that in response to is it 1 or 200? What are you going to give me?
Well, it was $10, but then you made a stupid bet.
I did
to drop it.
I figured I might as well. The odds of me getting that 100 were slim to none, so I might as well try to win.
Let's just get two birds with one stone, Ron. Just give me that 100 that Clint owes me. And now we're all square.
No, I'm gonna let Clint decide where he wins.
I can't wait until I win something.
I'm just trying to be efficient.
I can't wait.
I'm just trying to be efficient.
I mean, this cat had $1,100 in mind for every bit of a week and a half, maybe even 2
and
and a half.
the day my bookie paid out.
Didn't bring it up one time.
And the day my bookie paid out, you got it.
We really got to get better about this. I know I'm clearly the worst. Clint, you withheld those drinks for a long time, didn't you?
Well, no, I've paid up since then. This is another law. My parlay this weekend didn't hit, Chief.
One time I felt like you were supposed to get Tyler some drinks or something.
Oh, I know, a bottle of something.
Bottle of something. We carried that.
I bought Tyler a couple of bottles. I lost a couple of those. Those were straight up best between me and him, though. These are ones where I'm parlaying and my parlay didn't hit, Chief.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Yeah, I get you.
And fumbles and interceptions in that damn AFC Championship game really got me.
Oh, did it?
Mm-hmm.
Did it? Oh,
hey. That late touchdown against Detroit would have absolutely been the killer.
Tyler.
But it was already gone.
By the way, Tyler, in that game, and I do want to get to that game because something is bugging me. Tyler, you know this and love this a lot. The over-under for yards for Mahomes was 239.5, 239.5 in that game. And in the final play that really ended the game was the 32-yard pass to MVS.
Mm-hmm.
He got to 241 on that throw.
That's
like
Vegas is good, ain't they?
I was listening to people who took the over on it because this guy was like, hey, man, that game started. Hell, he was 10 for 10. They're marching up and down the field. And he's like, I don't even have to think about this. And then nothing happened. And nothing at all happened. And then next thing you know, bam, he's like, I need this. Please catch it. And it was a 32.
It's crazy how good Vegas is, man. It is absolutely crazy how good Vegas is.
It is. But no, there was something out of that game, Clint, that really annoyed me and has been annoying me, that it is even a conversation. And that is the Zay Flowers taunting penalty that he got.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard a lot of people. Now, I know there are some people and I just, as you would say, wholeheartedly disagree with me and Brandon Scott. We've gotten into this about Brandon just believes there shouldn't be any taunting.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
I know it. There just shouldn't be any taunting. Right now, I think there are, and he's not alone. I think there are people who share that people had real issues with that being called and how much it was an issue. Here was Jim Nantz, my buddy, and Tony Romo, kind of their reaction to that huge taunting call. If you remember, this ball, they're inside the 10, I think, and it's a 15-yard penalty because Zay Flowers got hit with a flag for taunting. This was their reaction to it.
You see right there. Oh, the ball right there.
Well, it's all of this. It's everything. It's the ball that's standing over his opponent.
Yeah, that's them, and people are complaining about this. Like, guys, come on. And this is a no homer thing. I know many people are can't. No, it's not a homer thing. Like first off, taunting should be a rule. Because if we're talking about the end, and you've been there, obviously, much closer than any of us have been there, Clint. But you can't just, if we're going to have the ability for you to push a guy down, spin a ball in his face, stand over and flex over him, if you could just do that with no, like, we're going to have fights all over this place.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
It's going something like that's going to pop off something if you just allowed to be able to. That's different than talking trash or anything like that. If you just say, all right, man, no rules, man. You get to react and do whatever the hell you want to. You can stand over and do the DX symbol while the guy's on the ground on him. None of it's going to be it's going to be fights all over the place.
Well, I don't even think it needs to be extreme. I don't think there's any place for it in the game. I think it's a crying ass shame that the first thing you do when you go make a great play is stand up and go look somebody up and talk trash, or stand over them, or push the ball at them. Now, look, I understand there are obviously exceptions
I'm good with
to the rule.
emotions and stuff
If somebody comes up and hits me and I feel like they hit me late or what it was cheap and I pop them throw the ball at them or something, okay. That's a different deal. But I mean, when you make a big play, whether it's a touchdown or anything like that, and your first response is to get up and rub it in your opponent's face as if beating them wasn't enough, in my opinion, I absolutely hate it. I wish they would crack down more on the taunting stuff, if we're being completely honest. The getting up and pointing first down while you're standing over a guy after you got an 8-yard gain. I mean, all the celebrations. I'm here for celebrating, but it's just gone to a crazy level.
Now, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. My high school career, did I get a couple of penalties for over celebration?
I am shocked.
On some sacks? Yeah, I have some tackles. Yeah, I was a taunting. You get me in a good spades game, I'm going to taunt and talk as much. You're going to be tired of me, right? If you play beer pong with me, I probably taunt you. I probably do. So I understand it. I do it. I'd probably get flagged. But for the thought of, first off, to be mad that the officials called them. Don't be mad at the official. Be mad at Zay Flowers. You can't push a guy down, spin the ball in front of him, stand over and flex, and then think, all right, man, this AFC Championship game, they ain't going to call it. And then the people that say, oh, well, Kelsey was talking trash. Two people talking trash is a bit different than push him down, spin the ball in his face, stand over him, and flex like that. I mean, that's a bit different in the two things. But to think that there shouldn't be taunting. Like, you know why there should be taunting. You know exactly why there should be. They would be hauling off and fighting all game long.
Is this something B. Scott's okay with taunting?
It's not. Oh, he doesn't even believe it should be taunting. And I think there are it shouldn't be a rule. You should just be able to do it. And he's not alone. There are people who are really upset that this was called. I've seen conversations.
It's the most selfish thing a player can do. It's the most selfish thing. After you score and you have success and you make a great play and you're productive, the most selfish thing to do is stand up and then feel the need to rub it in your opponent's face in a way that
I'm selfish.
In a way that's over the top. Well, sure you are. Hell, we've talked about this. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, that's. But
I understand. I understand why it's called. I get it.
Yeah, I hate it.
Like, come on, man. You can't just sit there Yeah, he should be able to do that. Or it's the AFC Championship game.
Nah,
man,
we can't do that. We can't allow that, man. I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate it. Because here's the deal: if you're going to allow that, then if I'm on the ground and you're standing over me, I can kick the hell out of you.
Right.
I can get you. I can get you right.
That's what I would do.
Between those legs and leg lift your ass up off the ground, and we're gonna all be good with it.
Right? You can't like.
And we all know that ain't gonna fly.
No, that would happen repeatedly if you did talking trash. Yeah, kick them right there because I would. I sure enough. I
think they should be more stern about it because
so?
Yeah, because here's
you
the deal.
Like some of the stuff Kelsey was doing, you would have called.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't remember Kelsey doing anything. I know he was talking trash. There's a big difference between talking trash and taunting.
Yeah.
Like there's a big difference in being in my face and push point. Like, again, I know I'm extreme, but the whole first down thing and getting up and while you're standing over the guy or standing right, like literally you shoot the first down signal right over a guy's head or right over a guy's shoulder. Like to me, if that guy pushes you or that guy hits you back, he's the one that's going to get the flag. No, this fool is the one that started it.
But is there some to like Reggie Miller, like that whole thing, like getting in your opponent's head out there? Like, I mean, I know there's a line. I think we all agree, but you know what I mean. There's some gamesmanship
but like
there.
you said, getting in an opponent's head and talking and talking trash, something that's to me different.
Yeah.
Like taunting. Like going out of your way and making it a physical, almost a physical thing, or they're doing something towards the player. Like you stand over somebody, that's like a manhood thing.
Agreed.
Right, and we can get up and fight or something like that.
Like Iverson
or you go
and
up and just stone cold somebody and just, as Clint would say, double ride somebody. Like to me, that's taunting. We should let that go then.
Well, that's the key though. You let this little bit go here and this little bit go here, and then all of a sudden it explodes and it's a problem. Like just don't let it go from the jump. Just get the ball to the referee, get your ass to the sideline, find your teammates, do it if you want to flex, go flex to the crowd, whatever.
I ain't got no use for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Ma. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, what I've been afraid of, this Bobby Slowick situation. Some folks thought it was coming to an end with all the jobs except for 2 being filled. Problem is, one of them's still wide open, and there's some strong connections, and the top candidate's out, y'all. I'm going to tell you who that is, and we'll discuss also a couple things late in the season became, blatantly obvious that the Texans got to make big-time moves. I'll tell you what that was. It spurred the decision or the thought, and I'll tell you what moves got to be made. We'll do that next. But before we do that, I got to tell you.
Call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
We are live from the Houston Sports Awards presented by TDECU, your credit union, 713 Music Hall. Great place. This is my first time here, Ron. I've never been here, but Daniel Gotera, who's running this thing, he gave us a little tour when we came in. Great place, beautiful place, big night here as the 3 new members of the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, class of 2024. Cynthia Cooper of the Comets, Lance Berkman, obviously former Astro, Warren Moon, former Houston Oiler. That's the class of 2024. It'll be emceed tonight, hosted tonight by Lance Berkman.
I'm
sorry.
Lance.
There you
McCullers,
go. McCullers.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Berkman up there. In that beanie.
I'm telling you, it got me earlier.
Yep. Lance McCullers. Even though Berkman may take the mic and do a little something.
I think he probably will take the
There
mic.
you go.
Over there in the ballroom.
Over there in the ballroom. Oh, boy.
Hey, man, shut up, Tyler.
But anyway, we are live. We're in the thick of it here. It's starting to get a little bit busy. Everybody coming through all dressed up and dressed to impress, ready to rock and roll. Guys, I got a quick question, man. Are we really at a point? I love Zach Gelb, y'all. I really do. I like I respect his work, appreciate his work. I listen. When we got to meet him in the studio, he was in the studio during the Super Bowl or the national championship game.
Big fella.
Yeah, nice guy. I mean, just as genuine as you could imagine. Sounds just like he sounds on the radio. Nice guy. But I just heard his Sports Minute. I believe it was a Sports Minute. Are we really at a point with this Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce where the Sports Minutes are about whether or not Travis is going to propose on the field during the Super Bowl or before or after the Super Bowl? Is that where we're at?
Well, that's much. I mean, it's early. He's not proposing on the field.
What are we? That's where we're getting with this thing.
Yeah.
Like I think he's going to bend the knee.
I'm going to tell you what.
I think he's going to do it. But I mean,
our engineer Matt hadn't checked up about a damn thing this entire show
until we just said that, right?
He is ready for that. No, man, it's too early.
Did you see what Taylor's going to have to do to get to the Super Bowl?
What?
She's got a 6 p.m. show in Tokyo on Saturday. Super Bowl's on Sunday. 17-hour flight. 17-hour time difference, I'm sorry.
She's going to just have to get it done.
But it's going to save her, Ron. It's 17-hour time difference in her favor, you see.
Yeah.
She actually will get to Vegas on Saturday. The game's not till Sunday.
Yeah, she'll be good.
She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Not to mention she's going to be in a PJ where I'm sure she can get her a good 12, 14 hours of sleep.
Just as long as Travis don't try to go to Tokyo, too. That'll be good.
Now, I think he's going to try to get – well, he's got the Emmy Awards this weekend.
He's got the Grammys. He'll be there Sunday. He'll be all over
Vegas.
While we're on that, right there. Yep, we're going there. I do have a suggestion for Travis. I think Travis should wear a Taylor Swift fit to the Super Bowl.
What is a Taylor Swift?
Well, I mean, obviously not what she wears. Like, she's doing the jersey jacket thing, and that's those are awesome, by the way. I think he should have the Eras Tour custom piece
For the Grammys?
No. Well, it could do it for the Grammys.
Are
I'm
you
talking about for his arrival at Super Bowl.
Man, no.
He's got to do something. Yeah, I think he should.
No, man. You just come in clean as hell. All right, do what you do. I mean, and focus. Don't focus so much energy on what you're wearing.
Listen to this
what
guy.
you're wearing into the game.
All of a sudden, you want him to focus.
I mean, listen. I'm not saying come in there and just wear whatever, but we don't need to put that much focus on to get to Taylor Swift Eras Tour stuff on.
No, I think you should. I mean, a concert T-shirt would be cool.
No, man, wear your little black suit like you wore with your black hat last week. You're going for danger. Let's roll, man. You put that much thought into it.
That's that Kansas City fan talking, man. We're here we're here to entertain, man. We're here to entertain. All right, let's bring this thing back to Houston real quick. Bring this thing back to Houston. I got bad news, y'all. I got bad news, and this one really, really, really concerns me.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm dead serious, Mom. If you quit interrupting me, I'll tell you how. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. Everybody believed that the Washington Commanders' job, they were holding out for Ben Johnson, and the Seattle Seahawks' job was Dan Quinn's. That's what was going to happen. Well, looks like Seattle could potentially go a different direction, and really, Washington is the one I was worried about. Ben Johnson, it's been reported today by all the bigwigs, so it's legit. Ben Johnson has turned down the Washington Commanders, and everybody else for that matter. He has announced that he is going back to Detroit and is going to be the offensive coordinator. He wants to run it back with Dan Campbell, Jared Goff and company, and see if they can make another magical run in Motor City. Couple of thoughts there.
Wow.
This is what I was afraid of, Ron. This is what I was afraid of is I can sit here in my chair and I can say, I could see where you would prefer Ben Johnson, a little longer in the tooth. I could see where Ben Johnson may sit across the table from you in an office setting, in an interview setting, and maybe impress you a little bit more than Bobby Slowick. Okay, fine, I like it. Okay, so he's going to Washington. When he bows out, all of a sudden I go, boy, the general manager in Washington from San Francisco. They clearly were interested in an offensive-minded head coach. Mm-hmm. They've got a number 2 overall pick, is that right? Number two overall pick, where if you want to go get your quarterback, this is a pretty rich class of quarterbacks. Although I'll disagree with some of the evaluators, the draft analysts. This is a rich class, generally speaking, of quarterbacks. They've got some cap space. It would be a hell of a spot to go to rebuild and start from scratch if you're Ben Johnson. He turns it down. Now there are a lot of arrows, Ron, pointing towards Houston and pointing towards Bobby Slowick. This is what I was afraid of ultimately with this particular job.
Yeah, you said it yesterday. You said, "Boy, I don't think Washington is completely out of the woods."
Yeah,
that he would go to, and yeah, I think to me, and hell, Adam Schefter said Washington said it was a surprise that Ben Johnson decided to go back to Detroit and pulled his name out of the hat. So I think obviously it is a bit of a surprise, and a surprise to me. But there's just no way in hell that at least Bobby Slowick's name is not more on the table now. I'm not saying he's going to get it. I'm not saying for me that you should be, at a code red of concern. But I do believe that, if they were looking for an offensive-minded guy in Ben Johnson, who's the next offensive mind that is there that they've interviewed that a lot of people are high on that's young? And Bobby Slowick seems like he would fall into that category. So it is hard not to think that that's not a place they would turn when it looks like, all right, Aaron Glenn is somebody, the Lions defensive coordinator. Mike McDonald, defensive coordinator. And then there's the offensive guy. So I think it's at least on the table more than I thought it was 24 hours ago.
Absolutely. And look, it also says a lot about what Dan Campbell has going on in Detroit.
I'm caught off guard by that.
What?
Just Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna take another shot. You just don't know what happens year to year, and maybe he feels very confident that he's just because you almost get to a point of, all right, man. Well, what the hell is he looking for? What the hell does he want?
Well, for us here in Houston, it could mean that job, for whatever reason, we know there's a new owner in Washington, but clearly that organization's been dysfunctional as hell. And so maybe Ben went in there and said, nah, this ain't the way to win. This ain't the way to rebuild. Something in that front office may not be right. And so you hope that's the case, and Bobby Slowick bows out as well. But nonetheless, you got to think that Bobby Slowick's on that short list, and he's back in the running for the Washington Commander job, unfortunately. Ben Johnson turns it down and goes back to Detroit. Ron, there's also a couple of late season, I think, things that were on my radar, right? When we hit the Indianapolis game late in the season.
Which was basically a playoff game.
Basically a playoff game, right? And the Indianapolis Colts ended up getting sent home. But in that game, Jonathan Taylor ran wild versus the Texans. And as I was watching that ball game right there, Ron, I said, if the Texans want to compete in the playoffs, make runs in the playoffs, I think they're at a spot where they can live in the playoffs. They can make the playoffs. I think more years than not, I'm going to feel good about them making the playoffs. But legit making a run, if a guy comes available, the Texans got to go get a Jonathan Taylor type running back. They got to go find that guy. This running back by committee thing ain't gonna work.
They certainly have to improve their run game.
Right.
Like they weren't competing even in that game. It still was 60, 70 some yards, and then in the playoff game, obviously against the Ravens, it stuck out sore thumb. You gave up 230 and you rushed for 38.
Yeah. Well, you're just not going to get better quarterback play. I mean, you're not going to overcome injuries better. You're not going to get a weaker schedule. They've got to get some big time pieces. I'm not talking about complimentary pieces. I'm talking big time standalone pieces. That's why that Indianapolis game was like, even with an injury at the quarterback position, even versus one of the top run defenses in the Texans, that team had a shot because of one guy, and it was Jonathan Taylor. It wasn't all on the quarterback. It wasn't all on the play caller. It wasn't all on the defense. They had a shot because of one guy, and that's the power of a top-tier running back. And I think there's going to be some available this year, and I'm just convinced. That moment is when I was convinced, like, this running back by committee that all these Shanahan guys try to do, I'm out on that. The other game, the AFC Championship, Rod. With the AFC Championship, I'm watching that ball game, and then there's been a lot of complaints, about Lamar Jackson and how that game went. But I think one thing that's gone undiscussed, really, for the most part, is the weapons that Lamar Jackson had clearly weren't able to get the job done. And I'm sitting there watching that game, and yes, I don't understand how you only call 2 designed runs when Lamar Jackson's your quarterback, but they threw it 30-some-odd, actually called 40-some-odd passes, I believe, if my math is correct. But and there wasn't much separation. There wasn't a whole hell of a lot of opportunity. Zay Flowers was about the extent of what they're able to consistently call on. And I'm watching that game, and I'm going, man, you get into the second, third round of the playoffs, you got to have some dudes. You got to have some guys. And I know I've talked about this team, and I know I've caught some hell about Nico Collins and Tank Dell and all. I believe the Texans, and in that AFC Championship game, it was blatantly obvious.
And for you don't believe that a healthy Tank Dell to go along with Nico Collins is kind of the answer to what you're talking about?
No, that can't be the answer. That can't be the answer. Look, they're significantly better with Tank Dell, obviously, than without. Those guys, Tank's not. I thought Tank was going to be the one on this team from jump, and he was right there neck and neck with Nico until he got injured. Nico Collins has turned into something that I didn't see coming.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Against the Ravens, he was the only receiver that you were seeing getting open.
Yeah. So, I think there's got to be more there. There's got to be more there that can go make plays for C.J. Stroud. I'm going to tell you, the Texans this year, with the exception of Nico Collins' run after catch, it was relatively easy for those guys for the good chunk of the season. A lot of the stats were built because they were so good versus zone. And I'm convinced after watching that Baltimore game that, Ron, that's – you can't go in there half-cocked, man, because you're at some point in time you're going to run into a team like Baltimore, obviously, or a team like Kansas City who have the corners, the cover guys to just suffocate you, and you got to have guys that can go win man-to-man battles. You got to have guys that can go make plays when they're really not there to be made. And I just believe they've got to upgrade in order to get that done.
Yeah, I wonder how much – I don't know that I'm 100% sold that they have to upgrade above Nico. Like they have to get somebody better than Nico and Tank. But I damn sure believe Noah Brown and Robert Woods can't be the third and the fourth. Like, whether that is Tank slides down or Nico slides down and you get somebody bigger, or you bring in somebody, a rookie or something like. But they've got to get better in those areas behind, because I mean, there have been at times, especially when Tank is out, you probably got a better shot with Dalton Schultz getting separation or Brevin Jordan getting separation, and from the receiver position, you got to get more than that. So I definitely believe the Robert Woodses and the Noah Brown, they've got to improve that, as those guys being the third guys, coming off as your receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's got to improve. All right, as we continue rolling through, we'll be here till 6 o'clock here for the Houston Sports Awards. Why not? Let's look at this, because usually it has been an Astro sweep, but I'm wondering if these are really easy, closed, shut. Let's look at these awards and see who we think's going to take home the hardware. We'll get to that coming up next as we continue here from the 713 Music Hall, celebrating one of Houston's best nights in sports. That's coming up next here on The Drive.
We'll be right over here to the left a little bit. Maybe we can judge some outfits as they come through. Maybe you can get some ideas of what kind of shoes you can shop for to go to Vegas.
That still did.
I mean, we can.
What are you looking for, some versatility? What are you looking for to make a statement?
I mean, you got to figure it out, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna start grabbing anybody famous, just real hard, big time. I'm gonna just, hey, come here, man. Grab this headset real quick. Got a couple of questions.
Are you?
I'm bold. I'm ballsy.
I was going to say, we can figure out which one of them you want to use.
I wanted to use them both. I'm bold.
Hey,
ballsy.
hey,
Tyler, do it.
Hey, Tyler, he ain't gonna believe this, man.
What is it?
Oh, Julia Morales walking through here, looking all nice.
What up, Julia?
Yeah, it's a crying shame. I look at Julia Morales. She looks beautiful. And the first person I think about is Tyler.
Isn't that beautiful?
Several women that do that, right? If Joy Taylor walked in here right now, first thing you think about is.
That happened to me yesterday in the elevator. I pulled my phone out after the show on the way down the elevator, and Joy Taylor.
That post?
I mean, what is she doing? The white cowboy hat?
She's teasing me, is what she's
doing. Did you see that post? I immediately thought.
If I didn't see it by myself, Tyler made sure I saw
No question. I immediately when I looked at it, I was like, Tyler? Damn, why does Tyler's name pop in my head when good-looking women walk around, or when I see a picture?
It's a beautiful thing
that Tyler has in his way laid dibs on. dibs. But no, Tyler, he's going to be out here. It's going to be a good time tonight, and we'll hang out and have a good time. Lance McCullers is hosting this thing tonight. Last year it was Alex Bregman. You think Lance will be as good or better than Bregman was last year? And a lot of it runs on the monologue.
I think he'll be better.
I
do think he'll be better than Bregman. No offense, Bregman's my guy. Big fan
Lance
of him.
feels like he's a little bit more cut out for this.
Bregman's closed off, man. Bregman's private, man. Bregman's a little bit introverted, man. It's like you could tell it was a tad bit forced. Now, in his defense, it was a kind of a free for all with some of the guys getting up there talking. But I think Lance will step it up a little bit. I think Lance likes to hear himself talk a little bit more than Alex Bregman does. And so I think he'll step it up a notch.
Well, yeah, I think for me, listen, Alex was fine. That's how I would describe it, right? It was just fine, right?
Well, you're being nice.
I think it was just. You think it was less than fine? I think it was fine.
No, that's fair. I mean, it was fine for what it was, and you know, it was Alex Bregman, one of the best Astros.
Yeah, man,
he's got World Series rings. So yeah, I mean, it was cool.
What's the center's name for the Texans this year?
Michael Dieter.
He was Michael Dieter.
Dietz. He got the job done.
He was Michael Dieter. He was fine.
Got the job done. Okay.
He was fine.
Okay.
He was fine.
Okay.
Right. Like I don't think Lance is going to come out here and be C.J. Stroud, but I think Lance.
I don't know what to expect from Lance. I know he likes to hear himself talk, so that's good. I know. Like
I feel
Lance,
he's going to put together like a Blake Cashman performance.
Maybe.
That's what I'm looking for.
All I know, I said this earlier. All I know is the good-looking dude is going to wear off pretty early in the show. The Astro is going to wear off earlier than it did for Bregman. I think Bregman's probably a little bit more.
Bregman's also coming off a World Series.
More of a crowd favorite. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at some point, it's going to be like pretty quickly for Lance. It's going to be like, all right, bro, can you carry it?
Because you could go within 44 seconds of, hey man, where you been? How come you ain't been pitching?
Right.
Man? We ain't seen you in a minute. Well, we could have really used you in that game 6 or 7.
Yes, absolutely. and so, but you say that, Lance has got a lot. There's some low hanging fruit, man. Like Lance could make you laugh. Lance could blow the doors off this thing or the roof off this thing with some of the ammunition that both personally, like he can poke fun at himself.
You like this one? Yeah, because Tyler didn't like ours earlier. You like this one, Tyler? Maybe we're sitting here waiting for the show to start, and maybe I'd like it since it starts at 7:30. About 7:35, somebody comes out and says, yeah, we thought Lance would be ready now, but he's gonna need 5 or 10 more minutes.
That's good. That's good. That's way better.
And then Lance finally comes out and says, "Guys, I thought it was gonna be 7:30, but
had a bit of a setback.
It's actually August."
Yeah. So I mean, look, Lance has got. I mean, he's got some ammunition, boys.
Damn, that was good.
He's got some ammunition, and we'll see.
We'll see. All right. There's the three big awards I think handed out are the Athlete of the Year, the Newcomer of the Year, and then the Moment of the Year. And seriously, usually if we've gone over this thing, the Astros have dominated this thing. And clearly, I mean, they have been the obviously the top team in the city. And really, they still are. Them and the Houston Cougars basketball team, they have kind of dominated this thing. And they still are. You know, they were a game away from the World Series, but the Texans obviously captured this city and taken major strides getting to the playoffs and winning a game. So let's go through this one. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this, Tyler, as well. Athlete of the Year. The nominees, Kyle Tucker of the Astros, Hector Herrera of the Dynamo, Jane Campbell of the Dash, Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets, and C.J. Stroud of the Houston Texans. Kyle Tucker may have had a shot at this if he didn't have that swoon in the playoffs. So
yeah, I agree.
Kyle's probably out. I mean, this is C.J. Stroud, right?
How the hell Jalen Green get in this mix?
I was going to tell you, man.
What are we doing?
I don't even know if that's the Rocket. I'd have put Alfie in that thing before that held Udoka, and he wasn't even there a lot of the 2023
Could have just left that one out
right,
the This is C.J. Stroud.
Should have got in that bad.
All day, every day, twice on Sunday. This is C.J. Stroud. Ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah, no chance. This used to be.
This is sweet, by the way. This is sweet.
Texans. I mean, the Newcomer of the Year. I mean, why? I mean, listen, man. These people just being nominated. Amy Bassey of the Dynamo, C.J. Stroud, Jabari Smith Jr., Tank Dell, and Yainer Diaz.
C.J. Stroud.
I'm telling you, and many of you out there believe it's Dusty's fault that Yainer doesn't have a shot. Had Dusty held Yainer back, in
Don't
this
be
thing.
a knucklehead.
Dusty held him back, and he'd have had a shot at this thing. If there's something, you're right. This is anything that's, honest to God, I think anything that C.J. Stroud touches, he wins.
Stroud House.
He wins. Anything that C.J. touches, he wins.
Without a doubt.
So
this year, without a doubt.
Tyler, you think C.J. sweeps these 2 awards, Newcomer of the Year and Athlete?
Oh, yes, and he damn well sure should. Like, yeah.
You don't think it should be Jalen Green?
Wait till you get to the, wait till we get to this last one, boys.
All right, moment of the year.
I don't even know why they put it other.
I got a qualm against this moment, and we were here live for one of these.
That's a hell of a word.
Thank you, man. Hey, man, stop. I really don't like it when you come.
I was complimenting you.
Look, I wrinkled my forehead on that one.
Hey,
damn.
Stop it. Qualm, that's not a big one.
But
I didn't say big. I said good.
Again, you're not helping me.
I said good word, not big word.
Wow, I can't
You had
believe
a qualm.
used
You
that
had a
one.
qualm with this moment.
Qualm with this
I got to see where you're going with it.
All right,
before.
the first moment of the year, Framber Valdez throws a no-hitter. All right, it was a nice moment. San Diego State buzzer beater over FAU. The Final Four was here at NRG. U of H, that crazy Hail Mary for them to win that game against West Virginia, and it still didn't make them bowl eligible. Texans draft night moves. We were there in Kansas City. That involves C.J. Stroud, so that probably is the winner.
Thanks, guys.
And also
no need to go any further, brother.
All right, Will. The Dynamo win the U.S. Open Cup. Listen.
No disrespect to the Dynamo, by the way. No disrespect, but
so is this C.J. You're right. C.J. needs to be here.
Football runs the world, man.
Look here.
Well, then, but just those moments are they've taken over the city. By the way,
if Cal and Hannah don't walk in this thing with their chest poked out,
I'm telling you, boy.
I mean, with an entourage, I'm gonna be mad at
Does this count as us being on your show?
No, because if you came in here and you walked over here and we're on our show, that would be absolutely fabulous. That would count.
Matching something.
Oh, they should walk in here. I mean, chest poked out, peacocking around this joint. Like, yeah, y'all see us. And then C.J. Stroud should be up there. Along with, I think C.J. and Tank Dell and Will Anderson, they should all be up. Well, definitely Will with Texans draft night move.
Yeah.
Texans draft night move. Moment of the year, if C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson ain't up there on that damn stage accepting that, something's wrong.
And Cal and Hannah. And take their time getting up to the stage
no question.
Because it's their time. By the way.
Soak it up,
soak it up. I don't know about you, Tyler and Clint, and a shout-out to Orbit as he walks in. Orbit ain't even got no draws.
What up, Orbit?
They got the baseball moment of the year as Framber throws a no-hitter. To me, it was Jose Altuve in Arlington, and that home run he hit in Game 5 to really kind of seal that game. That was one of the moments of the year. Like, when I think of the sports year, that's at the top. That home run, I remember Brandon Scott. We were out on location that day, and he lost his mind. It was a Friday. He lost his mind there. That, to me, I'm surprised didn't make the moment of the year list, because when he hit that ball out, that thing, everything that had to happen for them to get that win. Now, they promptly lost the next 2 games, but that was a hell of a moment when Altuve went deep against Texas, and it seemed like he sealed their fate.
I agree. I agree. That was a bigger moment, but still not going to trump draft night. Not this year, no sir, no ma'am.
Yeah.
No way, no how.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think CJ and the Texans sweep all of those top awards.
I agree.
All right, something since over the last almost 4 years that's gotten easy for me to say. Clint was dead right on something. About the Texans, and we will discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there, ladies too, I think it's Sports from the text line. Dusty screwed Yiner out of Rookie of the Year in the Houston Sports Awards. Good riddance. Screw that old man. That's right.
Good Lord. That's got to be a troll coming out from under their bridge.
No,
dude.
man, that's the same. It's the same guy who hates Dusty, who will never in his life hold Joe Espada to the same standard that he would hold Dusty to. But yeah, you're right, man. He'd have beat out C.J. Stroud. I'm telling you, if Dusty had just played him 25 more games, Yiner Diaz would have beat out C.J. Stroud in this thing.
Only that Hall of Fame
Dusty.
manager, man.
That's right.
Damn you, Dusty.
No. I mean, how many, Yiner would have had to play 275 more games and hit a home run in each one of those games to compete with C.J. Stroud, to edge out C.J. Stroud.
He'd had to get Rookie of the Year and then win he had to win a World Series.
He had to win the AL MVP.
Yeah.
Rookie of the Year, AL MVP. Come on, man. C.J. ain't nobody winning this thing. Hell, you talked about C.J. coming here. I bet you Jalen Green ain't going to bother to show up.
Nah.
Jalen don't even. I wonder, does Jalen know he's nominated?
No.
He may not even know he's.
I don't think he does.
I really love how.
I'm gonna tell you,
Clint, you're so matter of fact with confidence that you just know he doesn't know.
No, look, he wasn't even aware they had a 12-point lead with under 3 minutes to go last night, and he may want to kill just a little bit of clock.
Nah, he didn't give it. That thing's going up now.
It's going up, man. Just don't worry about it, man. I mean, that's just 30+ seconds in that one trip down the floor. Y'all could have ran off. No, it was two possessions, Bob. Van Vliet ran to the damn side to midcourt and saved it, and they went back out there and just threw it up again.
Put it up again.
Oh, so you're right. So it's more like 48, not 30. Yeah, I mean, it's damn near a minute you could have wasted. But no, you got your shot up. Don't worry about it.
All right, yeah. So we look forward to seeing Jalen Green tonight as he is up for Athlete of the Year. Brandon Scott, who is a plum fool, said they couldn't nominate Kevin Porter Jr., so they went with Jalen Green. Come on, Brandon.
Oh, my God.
I guess they couldn't. So I guess they went with Jalen.
Yeah, that'd have been poor taste.
Kevin Porter was on that thing, and a crash boat. Kevin Porter rides in there. All right, as we look at, we're kind of looking back and moving forward here with the Texans season as it just ended a couple of weeks ago. Clint, I will say this, man, you were dead right on this, and listen, I think a lot of people agreed with you as well. When we look at what we're seeing from the playoffs, we look at what we're seeing from the postseason, and what the Texans did the first round in the wild card, what the Texans were up against, and what also happened around the league during the divisional round, and then championship week last week, and the teams that are left right now. The biggest thing that jumped off the page to you and what you've been preaching in some form or fashion is physical. And that seems to be the most jarring thing that stood out with the Texans. And Clint, when you watch these games this weekend, it is hard not to look at that even more to say, man, just the Texans overall just aren't on that level right now of what you need physicality-wise. And it doesn't matter where it's coming from. From the running back position, you could see Pacheco, and he brings physicality for the Chiefs. McCaffrey runs as hard, and he's running over dudes. He breaking tackles and brings physicality. Not to mention in the trenches up front. Hell, I know you talked about Jawan Jennings is running people into the Gatorade table, into physicality. The Ravens and the Chiefs right off the bat, you saw it from the beginning. That was that was there, that is something that not only do I think they need to add from the outside right now, but has to get picked up moving forward. But that was glaring when you watch the games on Sunday where the Texans are different most.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, and it's not. I mean, a lot of people say, "Well, damn, you expect them to be as physical as the most physical teams in the league?" No, I don't. I expect to see like the effort made to be more physical than the opponent versus it seems like just getting through. A lot of shielding going on. A lot of thinking going on, and it's just it's the total disregard for making an effort to be physical across the board. If we're being honest, it's not just the offensive line, but it's across the board. Look, I mean, here in Houston, we see it. The physical part, like there's one guy when you say, "Damn, Clint, what do you want?" You know what? I want more people to play the game violently the way Will Anderson does. Yep. I want Will Anderson and how violent he plays the run to not stand out like a sore thumb. Right? I mean, I want to look up and I want to be talking about. We are talking about we talked about it yesterday. In the Loop guys talked about it today. We're talking about re-signing a tight end, and that like clearly just
that ain't what he's.
I don't know if he has the ability to be physical.
Kid is a freaking baller.
And we're watching George Kittle pancake Aiden Hutchinson. I'm talking about a guy that got.
Can you even turn it on some? Because
that's
Clint,
it.
No one would ever say. Like you look at George Kittle, yeah, that's a physical nut. Nobody says that about Travis, but Sunday he was.
Yeah.
Sunday Travis Kelce was the tone setter of trying to get things going. I mean, that's as physical I've ever seen him play.
Yeah.
But I don't even know. We're just looking at who you named, Dalton Schultz or even Brevin Jordan. I don't even know if they have that to dip in just for the moment, the game that you needed in. It almost felt like even some of the pre-snap penalties were a thing of, all right, I gotta like let me like I gotta get going so quick early to kind of offset that. It wasn't like a place of aggressiveness. It was almost like let me get out here so early so I can prevent that. So yeah, and there were some guys like you talking about Will. I think Christian Harris showed into some physicality.
Yep.
I think when we talked about guys and people were talking about Steven Nelson. I think Steven Nelson shows up from that. But
I think Nico Collins. He brings he is there whether he accomplishes it or not, which he did this year more times than not. He is without a doubt playing with
a certain edge
of violent. Like he is not going to be the nail. He is at least trying to be the hammer, and that's there's just not enough of that, man. And I'll be honest with you, a big part of why I'm so adamant or bullish on like the whole Dalton Schultz thing is like I think that's one of very few areas where you can literally get better in terms of more physical and running the football is there. And so, there's a handful of guys that are going to be available that are either more athletic and are going to bring a lot more to the pass game, or they're a more well-rounded tight end and at least will get down and dirty with you. There's some of those guys out there, and so that's one reason why I'm just man.
What I would want to see, and I didn't think I saw that, and I think, that was a big difference. Obviously, that I know I watched. I know you did watch the AFC Championship game closely. Like, players on the Chiefs' offense, and in particular on the offensive line, were coming out looking to try to run into Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen.
Yep.
Like, looking right off the bat, hunting down that. And I think that – I don't know that the Texans – offensive players and offensive linemen in particular, to what you've talked about, has that type of thought process or mindset to say, hell, I want to set the tone. I want to hunt down. Then there's some guys like Shaq Mason. Seems like that may be in him.
Yeah.
To where, hey, coach, let's pull early so I can get around.
Well, that's
and
why
I can face up.
I'll be honest with you.
I think Juice has
that's
it
a big reason why it's like. I think the coach, the offensive line coach. I've heard nothing but people sing the praise. I think it starts with him. Laramie Tunsil, obviously we've talked that in circles until we're blue in the face. I think he has a huge impact on that line. And I don't know Shaq Mason. Is Shaq Mason a guy that's going to do Shaq Mason no matter what, or is he going to kind of lean whichever direction that the room's leaning? I don't know. Yeah. But either way you slice it, I think the overall point, the overarching point is DeMeco Ryans has to get his football team first and foremost to be significantly more physical than what they've been. At least pursuing and looking to punish folks instead of going through the motions, and then when a bully shows up, you just stand there and get punched in the mouth.
Yeah. I don't know. I like the point of a texter that just texted in. Pierce is one of the most aggressive guys on the team, but he can't figure out the run.
Can't figure out the run scheme.
That you do get hurt because he is a guy. He may be pound for pound the most physical guy that wants it. That won't he would have enjoyed going heads up and seeing who's going to come back for more.
That's still one of.
I still think that could have been used in the game.
I think it could have too. I think it's. I still think there's more to that story, Ron.
Yeah.
That is not a. Well, he just don't quite have the scheme down. I mean, hell, he was on the postgame show, and he even said it's not necessarily about scheme, which leads me in the spot where I'm going, well, what the hell is it about then? What is it? To not be able to get that guy the rock more often in this offense, given that Devin Singletary was the alternative, that to me that's still there's some.
Yeah, he didn't touch it at all.
There's some context there that we're just not aware of.
Yeah. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud. He's not only winning awards here, he's gotten more recognition. We'll let you know about that. And should we be worried? Should we be worried about C.J. losing maybe a guy he can't afford to lose going into year 2? We'll discuss that coming up.
time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the DILF. The big DILF. Right, ma'am. And T-Mill have the latest. The latest is first. We are live, and business is picking up. It's starting to roll through as the red carpet here at the Houston Sports Awards, here at the 713 Music Hall has started here. The red carpet started at 4:30, and people are starting to fall in and have a good time here. I see some good looking outfits, folks in here. Oh, I love it. You know it's a big night when you see a little sequence out here. Now,
describe them more.
That's it.
I just wish I was there.
I would say 46. What?
Describe them more. You know,
I'd say 46, about 5'9".
I just want a painted picture, man. I'm not quite there yet. I'll be there in a bit, but I want to get a gauge of the environment.
Oh it's getting nice in here.
That's all I needed to hear, boys. Thank you.
She walk around here with that. What's that little thing on that spoon there? She walk around here.
Oh, I was just fixing to ask, how long is it going to be before Ron hits these hors d'oeuvres that are floating around here?
Hey, I got self-control now, for the most part.
Yeah, I see.
But no,
your nose keeps following them every time they go by here, and I know it ain't no perfume you're smelling either.
It's Tyler spray. Big night as the Houston. They had their newest 3 to the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, and they will be honored. Tonight, Cynthia Cooper, who played and won multiple MVPs, multiple championships, as they were the dominant team when the WNBA started. The Houston Comets. She will enter the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, as well as Lance Berkman. Lance Berkman, all those years with the Houston Astros, he will enter as well. And Warren Moon, we've had him on this show multiple times. He will join as well. But it'll be a great time tonight. One of the best nights here in Houston sports, and we talked about it earlier. Lance McCullers will be the host tonight, so it should be fun. All right, Clint, some news here. As we saw that Will Anderson Jr., he was able to make it as an alternate when Max Crosby went down with an injury, and we'll see this a lot. And now I'm assuming it is Patrick Mahomes who was in the Pro Bowl. He obviously will not be in the Pro Bowl or participating because of the Super Bowl. And C.J. Stroud has now been named an alternate here, and he will be in the Pro Bowl and is officially a Pro Bowler here as a rookie. So your top 2 rookies are Pro Bowlers here, Clint, and another added element to this amazing year that it has been for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, this one, a lot of times when you see guys get in as alternates, for me, it's like, we're getting a little off in the weeds here. I'm not real sure that this is what the Pro Bowl is about, or this is what the recognition's about. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those where you go, I don't know about that, man. And a lot of times it's just tough to wrap your head around. This one's not. Yeah. This one's not. I think it is very, very, very deserving.
I think he had a real shot to make it, right off the bat. I think he'd have made it if he didn't get injured. Probably.
I know when it's all said and done right now, it's not a real popular thing to say that Pat Mahomes should have never been in a damn Pro Bowl this year, given how he played. And you can argue that C.J. Stroud played significantly better through the regular season when he was healthy. And could have very easily been there before Pat. I do think there's an element of popularity contest to this, and it's just part of Pro Bowl voting at the end of the day. And so when it's all said and done, all that matters to me is that I think C.J. Stroud strongly deserves to be squarely in the middle of the Pro Bowl mix, and it is an earned, not given, opportunity and award for him, no doubt about it. It's exactly what should happen.
He had a big-time season, and he deserves to be there. Now, we'll see what else happens, because the Texans have other alternates as well, and Chris Jones is not going to play in this. Obviously, he's in the Super Bowl, so I wonder if that's another defensive line. Could that be Jonathan Grenard, who I think absolutely deserves it to get there? Nico Collins, another one. We'll see what happens. I do find it interesting. Like, they're not I think Sean alluded to this earlier today when I was listening this morning. They're not playing a game. I wonder why they need alternates. They're not, like, they don't play a game anymore, do they?
Well, this is why you would need it. Are you saying they don't need to invite anybody at all?
I mean, a Pro Bowl. What is CJ going down there to do? You know what I mean? Like, before it was like.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I mean, I have no idea. I don't have the answer to that question.
I was going to say, I thought since they stopped really playing the game, and tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler, they don't do anything anymore, do I mean,
no,
I know they
you're
play
right.
the dodgeball thing.
Yeah, you
There's
nailed
not
it.
a game anymore. I mean, I'm happy for CJ and everybody and all these guys, but I'm just like, I thought maybe the days of alternates might have been done, because what do they need an alternate for anymore? But we'll see what happens the rest of the way, because the Texans have a couple of other guys that could also have that added. But it's big to have that added to your resume, especially contract time comes. There's the General John McClain as he walks through the door. But it's good to have that on your resume for him. So congratulations to C.J. Stroud as he is a Pro Bowler in his rookie year.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, quickly, man, Clint, I want to get your concern level. Tyler, I want to get your concern level. The beautiful people in the Drive family, and even the less unattractive ones. I want to get your I'm just kidding, guys. None of you are unattractive. That's not true. I want to get your concern level. All right, 10 being extremely concerned, 1 being 0 concern about it. Ben Johnson has decided he is not going to take any head coaching jobs this cycle for a second time. That means the Washington Commanders' job is open. He was thought to be the head or the leading candidate for that role. Your concern level that Bobby Slowick could be the next coach of the Washington Commanders. How high?
10.
It's at a 10.
It's at a 10.
Oh, no. 10?
I mean, who's a better case? Give me now. Look, obviously, if somebody's got some inside information, I'll take it. But from the outside looking in, you want an offensive-minded coach? Bobby Slowick checks that. You want an offensive-minded coach that's team had offense has had a ton of success, and the quarterback has played extremely well in his system? Bobby Slowick checks that right there. You want somebody that's got ties to the general manager after being in the 49ers system together? Bobby checks that as well. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. There's some other quality head coaches out there that could potentially be in the mix. Yeah. But when you look at what they were apparently, what everybody thought they were interested in Ben Johnson, I think in terms of a guy that didn't have any head coaching experience, not a problem, obviously. They were interested in Ben Johnson. But when you talk about a guy that or all of those things, I think I could see where Ben Johnson, having 2 years with a pretty impressive run in Detroit offensively, I could see where he would be ahead of Bobby Slowick. Now, you take him off the list. Jim Harbaugh's off the list right now. It's hard for me not to arrive at Bobby Slowick any way you slice this thing in Washington.
Yeah, Tyler, where are you at? Clint's at a 10. That caught me up. Where are you at?
Oh, I'm not worried, dude. I'm sticking to what I've said from the beginning. This dude is getting the experience from the interviews. He's going to follow D'Amico's footsteps and what we saw with him in recent years. He's going to take the interviews, but Bobby Slowick will be back on the sideline in Houston next season.
You're like a 0 or a 1.
I'm like a 1.4.
I hate you. God, man, I hate you.
I like to be specific. Details are important.
Man, hell, I got 1 on a 10 of concern.
Yes,
I got
sir.
1 at a 1.4.
You must be like a 5.
I would say a 6.
2 overall pick, cap space.
I would say a 6 because
team name Commanders.
It's sexy.
To me, like if they want offense,
$5 million.
To me, if they want offense, Bobby Slowick makes a lot of sense, especially if they want offense with the connection that he has with the general manager, who the general manager knows him. I'm not up to a 10 because, I feel like we maybe hear his name a little bit more, but I mean, it's hard to say, all right, number 2 pick. So you got to be thinking, yo, man, we want somebody who's going to be able to work with this young quarterback, right? We've seen that. We want somebody to work with a young quarterback and the connection. So I'm at about a 6. I don't think it's likely that it happens, but it has ramped up. I was at about a 2 or a 3 before Ben Johnson took his name out.
Hold on, Show.
So the Washington one, that I think I can't be at a 1.4.
So you were at a 2. Wait, you were at a 2 or 3 before Ben Johnson bounced. Now you're at a 4.
And I said I'm at a 6.
I thought you said 4.
I jumped up.
Okay, 6. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't think that it's likely, but I think you got to be up a little bit more with it. From the text line, I guess they do play a flag football game, so maybe that's what CJ's going to and Will's going to participate in. All right, he's playing a little flag football game. So we'll see what happens as Ben Johnson, he takes his name out. We'll see if that affects Bobby Slowick.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, he was on our sister station in Dallas, and he said the Cowboys are going all in on the 2024 season.
Oh, now they are.
I didn't know Jerry wasn't going all in. We will be going all in. I would say that you will see us this coming year not doing any building for the future.
It isn't on my schedule.
Can you go all in and retain Mike McCarthy? Can you be going all in, or are we about to just see? Are we about to see Jerry say to hell with it? And I mean, they're about to work this free agency and get everything that they possibly can.
You know, I mean, the McCarthy decision, I guess, is already made, but you know, I can't wait. I don't know what the hell Jerry means. I don't know if Jerry just may have had a couple pops or what's going on. Jerry's feeling the pressure of Father Time, and you know, it's one of them deals where he's got to get something done here. But I just can't wait to see what that means. I mean, that just excited the hell out of me in terms of watching Jerry make big time moves, and the look, the part of that is very rarely does that work, right?
I was going to say, I'm looking at Tyler. I can feel Tyler. I can feel the Texans fans that hate Cowboys fans, which is all of you. It feels like this is a situation where Jerry's going to make this thing crash and burn. You remember
and leave it for his boy to clean up.
Yes. Do you remember Andy Reid's last year in Philly when they made that dream team? And they went off and they signed everybody imaginable. You're like, oh, my God, what are they going to do? I'm certain they went 4-12. I mean, I'm almost certain. They went and signed Nnamdi Asomugha when he was more famous for being a football player and not married to Kerry Washington. But, I mean, they went and brought everybody in. Like somebody's got to get a hold of Jerry. Like, maybe one move. But you're right. It rarely works when you say, the hell with it. Let's just go get them.
Yeah.
Go get them all. And for him to be honest with you, I don't think they need all that sweeping additions and changes. I
don't have time to have a bad time.
You already had a pretty good squad, and so now you look at it and you go, okay, what does all in mean? That's going to be fun to watch. That's going to be fun to watch.
That's going to be fun to watch. So, Jerry is going all in. That's
Chris Jones.
I mean, can they afford that though?
Oh, that's what Jerry means.
But how?
Jerry, I don't know how.
Jerry's not the Dodgers. I know if Jerry wants to, but
I don't know how.
They got to do something with Dak.
That tells me there's going to be some moves like that made.
They got to make a move. They got to move money around with Dak, which I'm sure. If they sign Dak to an extension, it probably helps them to be able to easily do that. Make it easier for them to do that and make a big move like that. You're right. I can see that. I can see maybe Chris Jones.
More mediocrity on the way in Dallas.
I don't know about Chris Jones being mediocrity, but
no, I'm just talking about the final result.
Yeah, like someone texted Cowboys 22 million over the cap. I'm not sure what their cap number is, but it does feel aggressive, like what they're going to do. I'm here for it. I cannot wait to see what the hell it is that they do coming up. All right, as Jerry Jones tries to crash this thing down, crash and burn this thing down, we are live here at the Houston Sports Awards. It's getting started here. We'll continue getting you ready for this. My man right here is already taking a shot. I see it already. Oh, he got a little something.
Ooh, I like his style.
Little pink drink.
Little pink drink. That sounds like a Ron drink right there, don't it? I just want to get out in front of that before you said it first. All right, coming up, Will Anderson, potential defensive rookie of the year. What are the fair, realistic expectations for him in year 2? What are the fair, realistic expectations for Will Anderson Jr. in year 2? We'll discuss that coming up next, right here on The Drive.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Houston Sports Awards at 713 Music Hall. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, welcome in, man. We got some loud dressers in here. I'll take a chance. I ain't got that.
That's so.
Does he play the violin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We had him at the station.
Yeah,
he dressed that loud then too.
Yep.
I ain't got that in me. I just can't get myself to commit all the way.
I mean,
I think I should.
I think you should.
You're right, man. Like, what am I doing here, man?
Sidewind ass tennis shoes.
You got to let it all hang out, man.
I do, man. I'm saying it's not in me, but I got it.
I believe you.
I can do it.
I believe you.
Because I got it in spurts. You know, I get the flour on the socks.
Yeah.
Get you the flour on the tie.
Yeah.
But I just can't. I can't make the whole suit flour.
I think you're going to spend a little bit of money on that one, though, Ron.
Oh, I bet you I can get a real cheap one.
That one he got on?
Yeah, that one custom, ain't it?
Yeah, I would imagine that thing is fit. Yeah, let me go and get one of them ceviche spoons.
Yeah, man.
Hey, y'all, there's ceviche here. There's ceviche here. The spoon is made of a chip.
I didn't know that.
The spoon is made of a chip.
Do they have any gray poupon?
I don't know, man. My man here said they don't carry mustard. So jump off of that.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man.
All right, as we are live, continue. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. A big night here in Houston Sports Awards. If you are here, where we are, 713 Music Hall, if you are here, you can stop by and say what's up to us and say hello. Many people have already talked to some people during the break, so come on by, have a good time.
Somebody real important must be fitting to come in. Mayor or something.
Oh, yeah. This fella right here.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yeah, man.
Yeah, top flight security.
Top flight. We'll see. But Clint, I don't know if this person who's important is going to walk in, but Will Anderson is very, very important.
Well, he should.
For the future of this Houston Texans team. And he had a big-time year. As I said on the other side, he's got a real chance and probably the favorite right now to win the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Will be there when that is unveiled in Vegas ahead of the Super Bowl. He's got a chance to win that award. 7 sacks during the regular season, tackled another one in the playoffs. But a big year he's had. And Clint, what are the realistic expectations for year 2 for Will Anderson Jr.? What for you with that? I mean, 7 sacks. He really came on late and really stepped up. Fought through an injury and still was able to come up. What is the fair, for you, realistic expectations year 2 for Will Anderson?
Well, he set the bar high. I mean, look, he's playing a position that is judged and discussed so often by stats, and that stat is the sack number, right? And ultimately, I think he gets to double-digit sacks. I think year in, year out, he's going to be a double-digit sack guy. He takes care of his body. I think he's going to stay healthy for the majority of his career. He's a true professional. There's no reason to believe that there should be peaks and valleys consistently. He should be a guy that for the most part takes care of his. I mean, stays healthy because he takes care of his body. Look, I think he is going to continue to play the run the way that he plays it. I don't think you play the run that way by accident or by design. That is just a high motor. That dude is just violent, and so I think that is truly who Will Anderson is. Now I think the sack number goes up, so I think we get a better version of Will Anderson as he builds his pass rushing toolbox, if you will, and learns the game a little bit more, and as they schematically move him around and use him a little bit differently, I think the
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Nervous. What is this? I have no idea. What's the breaking news, Tyler?
Well, it's a big one, and it's obviously regarding the Houston Texans. This is coming from NFL insider Albert Breer. Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick has agreed to a new deal in Houston within the past few days, one that includes a significant raise per sources. Slowick impressed multiple NFL clubs through the interview process, but he is staying in Houston. He will be a hot name in 2025. Told y'all, suckers!
That's big.
Let's go! Run it
big.
back!
There you go. That's big news. As Tyler has just said, report from Albert Breer that a new deal has been done. He's gotten a raise, Bobby Slowick, and he will remain with the Texans. So he's off the board, it looks like, for this, with the Washington Commanders and the Seahawks, if there was a shot theory interview with both those teams. But this is huge. This is huge for the Texans, huge for C.J. Stroud. They were in jeopardy of not of kind of having to have a new architect, a new person run this offense. And now this is huge for the Texans and going into this next important year to have Bobby Slowick in the fold.
Well, absolutely huge to keep this staff together. Now Gerard Johnson's got to stay in the building, and boy, it is a beautiful offseason for Houston. Now, when I didn't think it could get any better, I thought the best thing that could happen here is Bobby Slowick stays and doesn't get a job. Which, in my opinion, I thought it was going to mean that teams preferred somebody over him. It's not because he's not ready, because hell, everybody's interviewed him twice. The beautiful thing is that I don't know if it's D'Amico Ryans, I don't know if it's Nick Caserio, I don't know if it's Cal and Hannah McNair. But at the end of the day, to make it worth his while to turn head coaching gigs down and stay. I don't know what significance the additional money plays in him deciding to stay, because I don't think that he's anywhere near head coach money. But it's a beautiful thing to know that even
do it.
Well, yeah, the organization is not just going to stand pat and let guys walk and not give them at least an incentive to stay. The fact that again, D'Amico, Nick, or Cal and Hannah, whoever it is, the fact that they gave him the incentive and he accepted it, and you're keeping him around for a year is big time. We can't talk enough about, yes, C.J. Stroud had a tremendous amount of success, but when you look at Bobby Slowick, when you look at Bill Lazor, when you look at Gerard Johnson, all of them, I would imagine, were integral in the level of success they were able to have. So keeping them in-house is big, man.
Well, look, man, there's a couple of things with this, and if you're just jumping in, Tyler came through the breaking news, and from someone on the text line said, damn, when they heard that, it almost made me punch my wife. Let's not do that.
Don't do that.
That's a whole other level of nervousness. Don't get yourself going there. But if you missed it, Bobby Slowick.
Missing the 24 season.
Yeah. You
or watching it from the behind bars.
You might miss the 24, 25. You might miss a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
With that,
boy, that's big, man.
But if you have missed it, Albert Breer reports this, as Tyler just reported, that Texans OC Bobby Slowick has agreed to a new deal in Houston within the past few days, one that includes a significant raise. Per sources, Slowick impressed multiple NFL clubs through the interview process, but he is sticking with Houston. It'll be a hot name next year. That is the latest.
I wonder how much of that, Ron, is when Ben Johnson falls out of the running in Washington. Do you put the full court press on if you're Houston in terms of Bobby Slowick?
Let's keep him here, and
you got to believe they felt pretty good about.
But is there a full court press that you could put over a head coaching job?
Or at half court,
right? Like
we'll meet you at half court,
right? Like that's like if Washington, and I don't know if this means Washington, it kind of also is going to go in a different direction if you're Bobby Slowick and you know it. And you go ahead and agree with this, because if you want to be a head coach, and he has not taken his name out until now, like the thought is, well, hell, I'll wait until they officially say they want to go in a different direction. But whatever, as you've said, man, this is huge in so many ways for the Texans, because I think and still believe that there could have been potential issues with having to bring a brand new voice in year two, and C.J. Stroud having to deal with a second new voice, a second new coordinator. Because remember, the head coach is a defensive-minded coach, so this is him running this. That would have been a big deal in year two coming off of that year. And now, when you look at it, Clint, he's at least going to have another year. This gives the Texans and D'Amico Ryans even more time to prepare for this.
Yep.
To prepare, because Bobby Slowick, if has anything close to what he did last year, You know, I mean, you can't cross your fingers and think he's going to keep pulling a Ben Johnson.
Right.
Like, this just gives them more opportunity to prepare for this.
I like the last point you made from the standpoint of I like all your points. They were all good.
I appreciate that, man.
But the last one, man, is boy, it buys D'Amico a year, right? And it buys D'Amico a year to hopefully with Gerard Johnson, to get Gerard Johnson a step closer to being ready. But if not, fair warning, man, you got to have 2 or 3 guys in the building in analyst roles or however the hell you got to get them to be ready, that know the offense, to be ready to step in and take over the reins and not get caught, off guard with Bobby Slowick next year. But damn, that's big time right there, man. I'm stoked because there's no doubt about it. You lose Bobby Slowick, it is a huge gamble.
But the
next guy you hire,
and if they can keep Gerard Johnson in the fold, if they can somehow keep him as a quarterback coach for another year,
yeah,
and that may be the way to mentally prepare for it, to say, all right, hey man, we'll keep you in, and if Bobby moves on, it's your job, and we're getting him ready to call plays. That would be huge. All right, as we continue here, we are live here at the Houston Sports Awards, live here at the 713 Music Hall. We will continue here until 6 o'clock ahead of one of the biggest nights here in Houston. But coming up, we'll continue talking about the biggest news that just broke here in the last 5-10 minutes or so. Bobby Slowick, he will stay and remain the offensive coordinator running the show here in Houston for another season. We'll give you the details on that if you're just jumping in. And I think there's something that really goes into what we just heard, that, boy, if you're a Texans fan, you got to feel so amazing right now for your organization. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Are you looking to build –
Web Now 1.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Houston Sports Awards at 713 Music Hall. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live on the road here at in downtown 713 Music Hall, celebrating one of the best nights here in Houston. Not just Houston sports, but one of the best nights here in events here in the city of Houston. The Houston Sports
Best dress
Awards.
of the night right there.
Right there?
White and silver right there. Yep.
I'm telling you, it ain't bad.
Uh-huh.
Ain't bad. Somebody,
matches old buddy's hair.
This lady said to hell with it. I'm coming in.
She's going all Astros.
My Astros joint with my shiny silver shoes like she's going to Beyonce, and I'm about to have me a hell of a time out here this evening. I don't give a rip who sees me.
Yeah.
What she said. She came here to have a good time. By the way, Houston Sports Awards, their three newest members in the Hall of Fame, Cynthia Cooper of the Houston Comets, Lance Berkman of the Houston Astros, and then Warren Moon, who all those years with the Oilers will go in, and it'll be a lot of fun tonight. I do want to get Tyler. You can jump in again with that breaking news. Tyler did such a good job bringing that in, and that was big news right there to come in with the news sounder. And boy, many times I know what he's breaking, but I was so into it I didn't know what that was. But if you missed it, Tyler came in with this news about the Texans.
Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick is not going anywhere. He's going to remain in Houston. He has agreed to a new deal in Houston within the past few days. Once that was done, it included a significant raise for Bobby Slowick per sources. Slowick did impress multiple NFL clubs during the interview process, but he is staying in Houston, and all things point to him being a hot candidate possibly in 2025.
All right, so Bob Slowick, he stays here. He is going to remain here as the offensive coordinator for the Texans, which is big news. Obvious big news when you think about him remaining with CJ. But guys, this is something that jumps out to me, man. If you just, my God, fellas, if you just look back, not even 12 months ago, but hell, 10 months ago, the feeling of what this organization was. Yeah, guys like, Colin Cowherd talking about, a weird owner, a tough situation. It's a bad spot with a weird owner. And the guy, J.E. Heartbreak, his name was talked about prevalently around this organization. And he was a name that you looked at, and they fired two coaches. And just the feel of, do they know what the hell they're doing? Is that a place that I would want to go? And to me, when I look at this move, and I got to give credit to Cal and Hannah, not just because they come on the show, and Cal and Hannah knows, if I don't agree with something they doing, it's something smell funky to me, I'm going to go ahead and say it. And we've had conversations, and they respect that. And I know they respect it from you too, Clint. But, so it's not kissing ass or nothing. But this is, right now, they're turning that around, Clint. This is not something that you have to do, right? And when you say, we're going to give him more money and give him a raise because of what he's done, that just jumps off to other people coming behind the fold. And that makes a guy like Gerard Johnson say, you know what, man, I may feel comfortable staying here to because I trust this process and I'm working for good people. When they do things like, they could have just hired him and kept him where he was and know he's going to probably leave next year. But they said, no, man, we love what you're doing. We love the job you're doing. We want you to be here again.
Yeah.
And if you're on the fence, here, man, we're going to do something we don't have to do. We're going to give you a little extra change in your pocket to stay here. And that is just a huge turn from how people viewed and the things that people looked at this organization about. Cal McNair, since they got, I'll just be honest with you, Cal McNair, since they got Jack Easterby's ass up out of here, and the Swiss cheese, as some people has talked about, since they got him out of here, they are making moves that championship organizations make. And I got to give them big credit for this, because they sure as hell didn't have to do this, but that is going to be something that is heard from all around the league. Is, man, these guys take care of their people.
Yeah.
That's a big deal to me.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, they're doing the football things right. They're doing what makes sense. And to your point, you didn't have to do it. And I'm anxious to hear the monies.
I mean, you've been around the league. How many times you've heard that? Like, offensive coordinator, all right, man, he may leave, I'm going to bump him up.
I'm sure it's happened before, but I just ain't paid much mind to it. But it's not something that happens on the regular. I mean, look, for me, I'm anxious to see what kind of monies we're talking about. I bet it's much bigger than we thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I bet it's more money than you initially thought. But at the end of the day, it wouldn't surprise me if they did the same thing with Gerard Johnson to keep him here. But it's smart winning football decisions. Any way you slice it. Whatever you got to do to keep Bobby Slowick in the fold, keep his ass in the fold. Whatever you got to do to keep Gerard Johnson in the fold, keep his ass in the fold. It is going to be – I'm itching to hear the details.
Yeah, I am too, and it screams to your fan base, Clint. No, man, we're serious about winning because you got a salary cap, and there's not much they can't just go spend whatever they want to spend on the salary cap. But you don't have a cap on coaches. Now, you can pay coaches – however much you want to pay them.
Yeah.
And they said, no, man, we want to keep you here. We want to keep you here because we believe this helps. And I think it is huge. Like, I mean, you could answer this, but the comfort of C.J. Stroud just being so much more ready after 2 years with Slowick, if he leaves next year, is huge from just 1 year of Slowick if he'd elected.
Absolutely. That's where I was fixing to go with it, Ron, is that the second year is much bigger than one might think. I mean, just to get another year, whether we're talking about the organization being able to fill the pipeline or we're talking about C.J. Stroud learning the offense and owning the offense and taking the next step in the offense, it's big on all fronts. And so, again, it's when you got something – When you found something that's so difficult to find, it's one thing to hire good coaches, but when you've got a quarterback coach that has known C.J. Stroud since he was 16 or 14 or whatever the hell it was with the Elite 11,
yeah.
And then all of a sudden Bobby Slowick slides in, and he's him and Gerard obviously see the game through the same lens, and now C.J. obviously sees the game through the same lens as all those. When you got something, not just good coaches, but when you got something as special as what they have here, you got to flip every stone and do everything in your power to keep it. And they've, I mean, short of making him a head coach, giving him more money is all they can do, and they've done it.
And you wouldn't be surprised if they did it with Gerard. Say, hey, man, we want to keep you as the quarterback coach with our thoughts of that moving forward with you. So that's big news as Bobby Slowick will remain here. And him and C.J. Stroud, you know that now. There's no more floating in the wind.
Flirting or floating.
Flirting or floating in the wind here with the Texans.
Did y'all watch them Rockets last night?
I watched some. I'm telling you, to me, my biggest takeaway outside of the absolute ass kicking they laid on the Lakers was Cam Whitmore.
Flopping? Oh, Cam Whitmore.
Cam Whitmore. LeBron, who was hit in the face. We're praying, and I know I am praying that he's all
still
right.
looking for blood.
He is. Praying
he's hoping he bleeds so he can justify laying on the damn ground that long.
He did, and he got a flagrant one, obviously.
Does that make you a proud fan of his?
Absolutely.
When he does like that?
What a man he is. That's man
unbelievable. I mean, even an honest man, even an honest fan has to say, man, that's soft.
Very proud. It's the league, man. It's the league. Anyway, but Cam Whitmore, we'll talk to our guy Brandon Scott as he will do and start his first Rockets report with us tomorrow at around 4:40. So stay tuned for that. But Cam Whitmore, that is standing out, man. This is 3 straight games in a row.
He was on a mission last night.
He was going to dunk on LeBron. He was going to try to dunk on him or Anthony Davis, somebody. But it was big to see him come on, man. That's about 3 or 4 straight games. He's in double figures. He had 20 off the bench last night, and they've been struggling here a bit. They dropped to, I think as we sit today, they're in 11th in the West right now. And so it's been big to see them. And listen, it's good. I know I've been hard on Jalen Green, but him to get 34 last night. But my thing with him, man, he frustrates me with some of these young guys. Like, I just bring it like that nightly. For me, it is no surprise that Jalen Green said, LeBron, Lakers are in town.
Let me prove a point. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It's not consistent.
Well, I need you to help me with something here. Tell me if I'm crazy. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm watching that game last night. They're up by 30 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. I mean, it's one of those where and of course, LeBron, and at the time, AD was still in the game, and they ended up making a run and trying to make that thing interesting towards the end. But, Ron, I'm looking for growth. I'm looking for the Ime Udoka factor. And they're up, I think at this point it's 10 or 12. Clock just ticked under 3 minutes because when I saw it, I made sure to check because I wanted to have this conversation. And they come down the floor up 10 or 12, just under 3 minutes left in the ball game. And I believe it was Jabbar. He comes down about 15, 16 seconds left on the shot clock, jacks up a three. That sucker gets batted out, damn near past half court.
Score, huh?
Yeah, Fred runs back there, grabs it, and it was going to be a back court, so he threw it back right. Well, Rockets can't get it. I'm like, hell, just hold that piece. Dribbling around a little bit. They throw it over there to Jalen Green, 13 seconds left on the shot clock. Another three.
40 minutes to hell. Nolan Richardson. Just get him up.
That's it. Just get him up. And in my mind, I'm going, I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, but, yes, I will take that ceviche, sir. This is my man. Somebody tip that man.
Clint, that's 5.
but at the end of the day, I'm thinking, isn't it just common basketball sense at that point in time? Let's pull this thing, especially the second one. Let's pull this thing back out and let's just chew some of this clock up with a 10, 12-point lead.
It's a fine line of, you don't want to, kill the aggressiveness of the player, but you got to know time and scoring. Let's be smart. And listen, I think Udoka, it's going to take some time. But what he's done, man, Clint, he will bench these cats. He's benched. Jalen Green has been benched multiple times late in games, and I think a lot of it is because of the decision-making. He benched Sengun earlier last week for decision-making.
Well, he wasn't happy last night when they let him make that run back, and they got within. I understand
this. This is what happens when you got some young players also, and some of that will. But I think they'll continue rocking through. Look at Cecil Shorts in the building. God, man, I'm so proud of him for not. That's a guy right there. Didn't hang on too long. Every time I see that ball head, didn't hang on too long, baby. He said, I'm going to be you when I grow up. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for the moment. Now,